The narrative unfolds the epic adventure of the protagonist, Turka, who, as a time traveler, is blessed by Ilúvatar, the creator deity of the Lord of the Rings, becoming a Dragonborn. The tale commences with the protagonist receiving the power and blessings of a dragon, positioning them as a pivotal figure transcending multiple fantastical universes. Set against the backdrop of Middle-earth, the protagonist engages in the classic narratives of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, standing shoulder to shoulder with characters such as Gandalf and Aragorn, battling against Sauron and the Balrog. As the plot progresses, the protagonist gradually unlocks abilities such as the dragon's roar and dragonfire, travel, ursing dimensions to explore realms like Game of Thrones and The Witcher, thus melding various fantastical elements. The work centers on the identity of the Dragonborn, intertwining mythology, epic tales, and the theme of time travel, showcasing the protagonist's evolution from a newcomer in a foreign world to one who commands their own destiny. Furthermore, through reimagining and expanding upon the history of Middle-earth, it constructs a grand worldview replete with thunderous dragon roars, epic sagas, and intricate conspiracies. Suddenly, the great will known as Ilúvatar sensed something profound. It cast its gaze toward the abyss, darker than the void, more sinister and chaotic than the end of all things. To the fringes of the starry realm, a place untouched even by the Aenir, the endpoint and sepulchre of all life, in the next instant, this eternal will, which had existed since before the birth of Arda, departed from the eternal halls and arrived at the edge of the starry realm, a domain that devours all life and souls, and also the boundary of Arda itself. Fascinating. The greatness, much like that supreme consciousness, enveloped a fragile soul that had drifted from the tumultuous chaos of the astral realm. "I can bestow upon you a modest gift," spoke Ilúvatar, casting its gaze upon Aya, toward the blessed land created alongside the Aenir. "You claim to be the descendants of dragons? Perfect for the mightiest among the Aenir, Milko, once fashioned to being known as the dragon. Though this dragon is not the same as that dragon, I still impart my blessings upon you, soul from another realm. May you possess a heart as mighty and robust as that of a great dragon. May your eyes be sharp and far-sighted, unclouded by any mists. May your body be strong and healthy, undaunted by the biting cold or the sweltering heat." The blessings of Aya resonated, echoing a benediction not heard since the ancient days of the firstborn and the secondborn. All the Aenir, whether present in the eternal hall or beyond, seemed to sense it, their hearts swelling with joy as they burst into song, a melody both exquisite and harmonious, flowing through the sacred eternal hall and the blessed land below. The myriad Calaquendi, residing in the distant realms of Aman and Valinor, lifted their heads in astonishment, enraptured by the enchanting song, reluctant to awaken from their reverie. "May you will be unyielding and eternal. All that I create and bless shall be your allies, and all that I detest and revile shall not harm you. This is the most beautiful blessing, destined to guide the faint soul, which flickers as if it could extinguish at any moment, towards its path when in need." Although at that time, the soul from another realm was unaware of the invaluable nature of this blessing. The fragile soul flickered twice, seemingly in gratitude. Then go forth. With a voice that resonated with immense power, it opened a passageway leading to the land of blessings, and the soul from the other world was cast into it, plummeting like a meteor. To the Middle-earth. Let us momentarily set aside the plight of this wretched soul, as delicate as stardust, appearing inexplicably in another world, receiving the highest and most sacred blessing, Wick. H marks both a beginning and an end, from the soul beyond the crystalline barrier. The Aenir present beheld the resplendent radiance of the divine presence once more gracing the throne, and they joyously began to sing. One bold Aenir inquired, "O great and sacred presence, what transpired moments ago that has filled my heart with such joy?" The divine presence nodded affirmatively. The Aenir, witnessing the unwavering conviction in the voice of the divine, could only humbly retreat. Seeing this, the others refrained from further inquiries, and tranquility and joy once again enveloped the eternal hall. Chapter 1. The Year of Midsummer. In the year 2931 of the Third Era, summer, northwest of the Middle Continent. On this day, The sky over Middle-earth was a boundless expanse of clear blue, devoid of clouds, as if revealing the fates of the virtuous inhabitants and other free races that would flourish across the vast lands of Middle-earth in the days to come. Suddenly, a colossal fireball, trailing a long tail like a comet, streaked across the vast sky and descended upon the northwestern corner of Middle-earth. The elves of Rivendell, renowned as the last refuge of elves east of the Bay of Belfalas, along with the Sylvan elves of Lothlorien, nestled across the Misty Mountains and the inhabitants of Gondor, residing in the grand city of Minas Tirith on the expansive Pelennor Fields, which lay between the confluence of the Anduin and Eru rivers, were all astonished. To witness this extraordinary spectacle, Galadriel, the powerful and benevolent lady of Lothlorien, turned to her husband Celeborn, one of the mightiest Sindar elves remaining in Middle-earth, and remarked, "The strangeness of today disturbs me." She gestured towards the fireball that had rent the heavens. "For reasons unknown, my heart has been persistently warning me that, amidst the rising tide of malevolence, a star has fallen from the firmament, further complicating the already tumultuous affairs of Middle-earth. We must locate this celestial object before the evil from the east can seize it." After a pause, Galadriel uttered the word he in the ancient tongue of Quenya, indicating a male presence. Then she added, "Or she." Celeborn, his expression grave, nodded solemnly. He was the Lord of Doriath, the brother of El Singalo, leader of the remnant of the Teleri in Middle-earth, the grandson of Elmo, and son of Galadhon, a Sindar elf endowed with formidable power. Since the First Age, the kingdom of Doriath, established by the Sindar elves, fell to the dark adversary Morgoth and his minions, leading to its demise. Following this catastrophe, Celeborn, along with his wife and the remaining Sindar elves, fled to the southwestern shores of Beleriand. After the War of Wrath, Morgoth was vanquished, and Beleriand sank beneath the waves, marking the end of the First Age. Celeborn, his wife Galadriel, and a portion of the Sindar elves resided in what is now known as Lindon. "You speak the truth," Celeborn declared to his wife. "When the sky was illuminated by that fiery orb, my heart, long ensconced in solitude for millennia, trembled with an inexplicable apprehension. I pondered what alterations this celestial phenomenon might bring to the increasingly malevolent Middle-earth. Yet, it appears fortuitous that the site of its descent is not far from the realm of the shipwright certain. He is likely to uncover the truth of this peculiar occurrence before we do." The lady of Lothlorien, Galadriel, who bore the lineage of the three ancient elven races, the Vanir, the Noldor, and the Teleri, strolled gracefully through the tranquil, cool woods, which were lush with foliage and blossoms that seemed to part for the divine and beautiful Noldoran princess, the formidable queen of the tree folk, as if fearing their branches and leaves might tarnish the grace of one so renowned since antiquity. "Let us hope," she replied softly. "But in any case, Eldrin of Rivendell is the son-in-law of Celebrimbor and Galadriel, having formally wed their daughter Celebran in the year 1090. The Third Age, with whom he fathered a pair of twin sons and later a daughter, Arwen. In addition to the camaraderie forged through years of shared battles, Rivendell, situated west of the Misty Mountains, and Lothlorien, to the east, stand as the few remaining elven realms dedicated to safeguarding the freedom of all goodly folk across Middle-earth." Celebron nodded, in full agreement, while suggesting it would be prudent for us to convene a White Council. The Lady of Lothlorien remained silent, harboring reservations about such a gathering. Her unease stemmed from the increasingly troubling actions of Saruman, the esteemed White Wizard, who has been the head of the White Council in recent years. She sensed that his preoccupations had morphed into an unsettling obsession with certain matters. The renowned elven couple, whose legacy spans 2 ages of Middle-earth, emerged from the lush, golden woods, exchanging worried glances as they gazed towards the west. There, the towering Misty Mountains obstructed their view of the distant realm of the Grey Haven. Soon, the lords and ladies of Lothlorien dispatched messengers, some of whom were prepared to traverse the Misty Mountains to reach Rivendell, one of the largest elven gatherings in Middle-earth, to convey their concerns regarding the peculiar events that transpired on this day in the summer of 2930, one of the Third Age, or contact other benevolent organizations and forces on the continent that remained shrouded in secrecy, dedicated to the protection of Middle-earth. The messengers of Roscoebel, in a state of urgency, emerged from the depths of the Golden Forest, evading the watchful eyes of the discerning inhabitants of Middle-earth. Without delving into the reactions of the various leaders who received the messages from Princess Noldo and Prince Sinda, let us turn our attention to the east beyond the Golden Forest and the shadowy woods, past the realm of Rohan, renowned for its noble steeds and valiant warriors, and further still to Gondor, the White City established by the once mighty Inn. These sacred race of Menrians, extending to the chilling and desolate Ash Mountains and the foreboding Shadow Mountains. There, in the heart of the accursed land, the sinister stronghold of the Halforks, the plains of Gorgoroth, reverberated with a chilling and terrifying sound of horns. A cacophony of bloodthirsty howls and dark whispers echoed, instilling dread in the hearts of the virtuous. This was the ancient tongue of evil, birthed from the depths of darkness by the Dark Lord in a time of malevolence. Soon after, grotesque and foul Halforks emerged from their damp and fetid lairs. Mounting their savage wargs, cloaked in the cover of night, they crossed the dark gate, vanishing silently into the vast expanse of Dagorlad. Observers noted their swift passage to the west, as if in pursuit of something of great importance. Meanwhile, at the Hornburg, situated to the south of Fangorn Forest, the ominous presence of Isengard loomed. Regarding the recent peculiar occurrence of a falling fireball, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery, the powerful and enigmatic white-robed wizard undoubtedly harbors High's own thoughts and schemes. Alas, ever since he donned this aged guise, this formidable sorcerer, who favors a white robe, now bears a visage that is as ancient as weathered wood. His innate abilities have been considerably curtailed. Subtly, his essence whispers to him that this incident brings him no advantage, only peril. Why must such an event arise at this moment? Have the noble powers of Velma grown discontent with the radiance of their blessed land and resolved to meddle once more in the affairs of the central continent? No, it cannot be allowed. The wizard paced restlessly within the frigid confines of the towering spire, his obsidian staff thudding against the ground, mirroring the depths of his envious heart. Abruptly, the white-robed wizard came to a halt, his expression twisted in rage, as a fierce hatred ignited within his aged eyes. I have devoted countless hours to my research, voraciously absorbing every fragment of knowledge within my reach, and I am on the verge of uncovering. He muttered a term, an ominous word that the virtuous inhabitants of the central continent would typically shun, yet the white-robed wizard uttered it unabashedly, albeit in a hush. D-tone. The whereabouts of it must not be compromised. I cannot allow them to destroy everything I have worked for. Thus proclaimed the white-robed wizard, seemingly resolute, as he hastily departed the towering spire of Alsank, vanishing from the sight of onlookers. And on that day, from Gondor in the south, to Angmar in the north, from Lindon in the west, to the Iron Hills in the east, elves, dwarves, mortals, and even the creatures lurking in the shadows fervently engaged in discussions about the events that transpired during the summer of 2931 in the Third Age. On this day, the great lord of Gondor, Isildur's descendant, the human hero who severed the finger of the Dark Lord and claimed the One Ring, was born. Aragorn II, son of Arathorn, the 16th chieftain of the Nadain, emerged into the world. This day witnessed a celestial fireball descending from the heavens, streaking across the sky and crashing into the sea north of Lindon, over 100 leagues from the largest elf port in Middle-earth, Grey Havens. On this day, the wheels of fate began to turn in a new direction. Chapter 2. The Descent. One cannot fathom the experience of plummeting from tens of thousands of meters without any safety equipment, plunging directly into the frigid embrace of the ocean. Yet, an otherworldly soul has ventured such a feat, since bidding farewell to that magnificent will, at least. That is his belief. His consciousness has been irreparably shattered amidst the tumultuous chaos of the astral sea. One can only wonder how he traversed the treacherous astral journey, a path even the divine dare not undertake lightly. He recalls a day when, after a prolonged struggle to rise from his beloved cocoon of warmth, the fatigued young man, overwhelmed by exhaustion, collapsed onto the floor, his head striking the unforgiving edge of the bed, causing him to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an indescribable realm, a place steeped in utter silence, true silence. Those who enter without resolute will risk succumbing to madness, lost within its grasp until the end of time. At that moment, He implores your forgiveness for his clouded awareness, for in the presence of the magnificent and sacred creator, the soul from another realm could only perceive a profound warmth. He reminisced about lying lazily by the banks of a river in his hometown under the autumn sun, basking in the gentle rays, relishing the rare leisure of his adult life. Indeed, those memories were exquisite. As he pondered this, the great and sacred being sensed his disrespect and swiftly scrutinized his soul. There was no doubt, before a true deity, the creator of all, Ilúvatar appeared omnipotent in the eyes of the otherworldly soul. The flicker of will within his soul, in the presence of this divine being, starkly contrasted with the essence of stardust and the sun, perhaps even more profoundly. Ultimately, the soul from another realm surrendered its consciousness, allowing the great will to peruse its past and knowledge. Before long, this magnificent will unearthed something that evoked its astonishment. This entity, originating from the very dawn of existence and simultaneously embodying its culmination, seemed overwhelmingly delighted and satisfied. Thus, it resolved to bestow a reward upon this soul, whose flame flickered weakly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. It proclaimed, "May you possess a heart as mighty as a dragon, robust and powerful. May your eyes be sharp and far-reaching, unclouded by any mists of deception. May your body be strong and healthy, undaunted by the chill of winter or the heat of summer. May your will be resilient and immortal. All that I create and bless shall be your allies. All that I despise and disfavor shall be powerless to harm you." Clearly, this boon bestowed upon the soul from another realm was akin to that granted to a firstborn child, wherein elves are considered the firstborn and humans the second. Although the otherworldly soul remained oblivious to the true nature of what it had witnessed, it could not deny that, in comparison to what it had given, it felt that what it received was not lacking. As the resounding voice of greatness faded, the otherworldly soul once again sensed its corporeal existence. Indeed, it had been resurrected. In this moment, the soul from beyond was profoundly grateful to the magnificent will. At the very least, it salvaged his fragile soul during his most perilous moment, harnessing its immense power to reshape his corporeal form and cast him into a tangible material world. If only the wind had been a tad gentler. The air ignited due to his descent, resembling a shooting star from a distance. The soul from another realm gazed curiously, and beneath him lay the Beligare Sea, located on the western edge of the central continent. How splendidly blue this ocean appears, just as he was on the brink of being shattered into oblivion once more. The otherworldly soul contemplated this thought before plunging headlong into the icy depths, 100 miles from the North's largest port, Grey Harbor. The tremendous force propelled him like a cannonball into the seabed, stirring up a colossal spray of water. He was still alive. Amidst the intense pain coursing through his limbs and bones, the otherworldly soul joyfully realized that he could still think. Perhaps it was due to the powerful gust of wind he had encountered earlier? Vaguely, he recalled the last fierce wind before his fall, pondering thoughtfully. However, he soon ceased his futile musings, for he sorrowfully discovered that, although he had not been reduced to a pulp, he was evidently incapable of swimming as a land dweller. His fishing excursions were merely for sunbathing, confirming that he was not missing any limbs and that his mind was intact. The otherworldly soul floundered awkwardly like a bewildered dog submerged in water, struggling to open his eyes and scrutinize the excessively azure waters surrounding him. Yet, his flailing only served to hasten his descent, proving utterly ineffective. Thus, in the end, am I truly unable to escape death? He optimistically pondered if perhaps this might allow him to rise to the surface. To his delight, the otherworldly spirit soon discovered that as he relaxed his body, a current from the depths of the ocean surged forth, gently lifting him above the water's surface and carrying him towards the distant shore, hundreds of kilometers away. Coughing vigorously, the spirit found himself in a state of panic, swallowing copious amounts of the briny sea water. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to the joy of salvation. The currents of the Beligare Sea appeared remarkably gentle, and the spirit could even sense the latent power contained within them. With limbs outstretched, he gazed deeply at the azure sky before succumbing to unconsciousness. Before long, the peculiar current cradled him and propelled him ashore, only to whirl away and vanish from sight. Grey Harbor, located on the northwestern coast of the continent, also known as Mistland, lies at the mouth of the Schuin River in Schuin Bay. To the north and south of the bay stretches the realm of the elves, Linden. The elves east of Eliador can traverse through the north-south and east-west avenues, crossing Eliador to reach Grey Harbor. From this port, they embark on voyages to the western land of the Undying. This territory is ruled by the shipwright Círdan, a powerful elf who has existed since the First Age. The Lord of Waters, along with his subordinates, OSS and Uinen, holds great affection for this renowned Teleran elf, famous for his shipbuilding and song, who has, on numerous occasions, revealed wonders and prophecies before them, guiding him and the Falathrim, the sea-loving and singing Teleran elves, through countless calamities. On that day, the shipwright was astonished to witness a star plummeting from the heavens, landing in a bay in North Lindon. Over 150 leagues, 1 league equals 3 kilometers, from Grey Harbor. The entire Grey Harbor trembled in response. Countless Falera's elves emerged from their pristine edifices, adorned with exquisite carvings, pavilions, and the shoreline, ceasing their melodious songs to gather at the port, facing the northwestern coast, engaged in fervent discussions. In a moment of reverie, the shipwright, Círdan, perceived a voice. The voice was majestic and resonant, imbued with a natural authority, and upon its utterance, it departed. Soon, the awakened Círdan recognized it to be the voice of Uomu, the sovereign of the waters, who resided in the outer sea and preferred to maintain a certain distance from the firstborn and the Vala. Thus, taken aback by the extraordinary spectacle of the falling fireball, Círdan swiftly issued commands, setting sail himself towards the location indicated by the water's ruler, in search of the individual spoken of. This is my duty, and it is my blessing, Círdan thought with exhilaration, maneuvering his vessel with increasing dexterity, as the howling sea breeze tousled his silver hair, casting a radiant shimmer across the waves. When I accomplish this, greatness will be met with genuine joy, and I shall earn a place within the sacred halls of the Vala. Indeed, I can feel it. In the First Age, Círdan accompanied one of the leaders of the Teleri, El Singalo, who would later become the founder of the Kingdom of Doriath, along with Ol, the king of the Teleri. As they traversed the Beligaer Sea and arrived at the Blessed Realm in the west, they led the Teleri elves, who would later be known as the Sea Elves, to the shores of Beleriand, yet they missed the opportunity to sail to the Blessed Realm, as they were in search of the missing El Singalo. Eventually, Círdan discovered the lost El and established his city and port to the southwest of the sunken Beleriand after the First Age. It was during this time that the Lords of Waters and the Maya, OSS, who served the Lord of Waters, Uinen, took notice of this small group of Teleri elves, who were particularly fond of the sea and song. Following numerous conflicts throughout the First and Second Ages, the shipwright Círdan emerged as one of the legendary heroes of Middle-earth. He bore the grave responsibility of guiding the elves who remained on the continent after the final battle to the Blessed Realm in the west. Such a destined hero, upon hearing that he was to rescue a chosen individual who could potentially change the fate of the world, was filled with excitement. He understood that upon accomplishing this task, he would attain a place of honor in the blessed land of the West, enjoying eternal joy until the end of time, while his name would be sung in Middle-earth and the eastern lands, as decreed by the Vala, a command that mortals could not defy. Chapter 3. Awakening the gentle breeze of Shuin caressed the white sails, filling them just enough to avoid overwhelming ferocity. On either side lay Lindon, the final gathering place of the elves in the north. This land was once the realm of Gil-galad, the last high king of the Noldor, flourishing for millennia until the siege of Barad-dûr are in the year 3434 of the Second Age. Following the demise of this great elven monarch and the renowned human hero, Eärendil, forebear of Aragorn, in their battle against the Dark Lord Sauron, the elves of Lindon fell into decline. However, the elves found solace once more in Grey Havens, a city nestled at the mouth of the Shuin River. Through years of perseverance, the northern elves began to thrive anew. Yet, as the elves often say, evil does not simply fade, it is followed closely by light. In the year 1975 of the Third Age, the sinister forces from the east rekindled, led by the most fearsome servant of Sauron, the Witch King of Angmar, who was commanded to incite turmoil in the north and assault the human kingdom of Arthedain. As the extinction of the northern men loomed, Eärendil, the 33rd and final king of Gondor, allied with the Lord of Grey Havens, rallying a grand army to aid the northern human kingdom, culminating in the decisive Battle of Fernost. Ultimately, the alliance of elves and men emerged victorious, forcing the Witch King of Angmar to flee, while his malevolent forces dissipated into nothingness. Yet, as in all wars, there are no true victors, despite their triumph. The alliance suffered significant casualties, inflicting upon the northern elves, who had only just begun to regain their vitality, a sorrow they should never have had to bear. This way of life has persisted until nearly 2,000 years after the Battle of Fernost. In the summer of the Third Age 2931, a magnificent ship, entirely white, glided across the tranquil waters of Shuan Bay. The elves, who possess an innate affinity for all things beautiful, adorned the vessel with exquisite carvings and intricate decorations, transforming the ship from a mere seafaring craft into a work of art. The shipbuilder, Certain, stood alone at the bow, continuously gazing toward the northern shore of Shuan Bay. Following the guidance of the Lord of Waters, after sailing approximately 150 leagues northward, Certain instructed his companions to lower the sails. It must be in this vicinity. The master of Grey Havens, familiar with the geography and hydrology of his homeland over countless years, anxiously scanned the horizon, unwilling to overlook even the slightest hint of something unusual. Suddenly, his keen eyes pierced through the distance, and he was the first to spot an otherworldly spirit collapsed on a sandbank to the north of Shuan Bay. "Quickly, there!" he exclaimed, his sharp gaze igniting with excitement as the briny sea breeze tousled his beard. The guards who accompanied him swiftly maneuvered the ship closer. Unlike the tall elves clad in short sleeves and trousers, armed only with short swords, who preferred the woodland and excelled in archery, these darker-skinned, silver-haired Falathrim elves skillfully lowered the sails, secured the rigging, and anchored the vessel, their movements as fluid and graceful as seasoned mariners. As a digression, the Falaz elves are regarded as the finest mariners, second only to the Western Vanyar and Falmari elves, both of whom belong to the Teleri kin. The distinction lies in the fact that the Falmari elves are those of the Teleri who have reached the sacred lands of Aman, while the Falaz elves, who have yet to set foot in these hallowed realms, are defined by their love of the sea and song, encompassing a segment of both Teleri and Noldor elves. At this moment, before the vessel could come to a complete halt, the master of Grey Haven, unable to contain his excitement, leapt directly into the waist-deep waters and swiftly made his way towards the humanoid figure in the distance. The guards, upon witnessing this, hastened to follow suit. In no time, the master of Grey Haven and his retinue arrived at the side of the evidently unconscious newcomer. What a remarkable being he was. The unconscious man possessed a mane of raven-black hair, strikingly handsome and chiseled features, and an imposing physique. Certain estimated his height to be nearly 8 feet, approximately 2.6 meters, towering even over the legendary Númenórean hero, Elendil, who would later become the Lord of Gondor, famously known as the Tall, at a recorded height of 2.41 meters. Furthermore, the man's limbs were long and powerful, his muscular form akin to that of steel forged in fire, exuding an astonishing strength that was evident even to the naked eye, coupled with the sound of his strong and steady heartbeat. The master of Grey Haven could not help but envision a slumbering dragon in his mind's eye. The loyal guardians who followed were taken aback, casting astonished glances at the figure before them, a man, or so they deemed him, who had evidently been cast ashore by the waves. He stood tall and bare, with an imposing physique and handsome features. His short ears indicated his humanity, a fact that intrigued them all the more, for his form was more magnificent than the exaggerated sculptures of the ancient, revered Vala that the elves had long admired. This was a powerful human. All elves, who had witnessed the ethereal bodies from other realms yet had not gazed into his eyes, shared this sentiment. Shaking his head, Certain dismissed the unreliable feelings swirling in his mind. In Arda, dragons were deemed malevolent, yet despite the man's unconscious state, Certain could assert with certainty that he bore none of the foul stench associated with wickedness, a repugnant aura that could never be concealed, emanating from the very essence of a corrupted soul. Conversely, peculiarly enough, he felt an inexplicable fondness for the unconscious stranger. Receiving a cloak from one of his subordinates, Certain draped it over the otherworldly being's godlike form, thus sparing the onlookers from the sight of his nakedness. "Set sail," he commanded, and as the elves lowered the sails and raised the anchor, the previously tranquil sea breeze suddenly filled their pristine white sails, propelling the vessel forward with the swiftness of an arrow, swiftly reaching incredible speeds. Even the Falera's elves could sense the joy of the ocean's sovereign, their voices rising in harmonious song, extolling the greatness and benevolence of the king of the sea. Their melodies, exquisite and enchanting, echoed far and wide, just as they had done for 3 epochs. Suddenly, a pair of amber-hued, slit-like eyes snapped open, shining like a beacon in the night, reminiscent of starlight before dawn. At last, the moment had arrived. The otherworldly soul surveyed its surroundings, realizing it appeared to be aboard a vessel. How did it come to this conclusion, you ask? Well, the unmistakable sensation of the ship's sway, the unsettling feeling of drifting upon the waves, was easily discernible. Then, there was no further development. Kildan naturally recognized that the otherworldly soul had awakened, for the heartbeat resonated with vigor, a stark contrast to the rhythm of a mere unconscious being. Moreover, the elf's acute hearing allowed Kilden to detect that, as he stepped into the cabin, the breathing of the individual on the bed had grown slightly heavier. Coupled with the tautness of the otherworldly soul's marble-like muscles, Kilden understood that the soul had indeed regained consciousness. Yet, perhaps out of some concern, the enigmatic being chose to feign slumber. In response, the master of Greyport, whose lineage extended far beyond the recorded history of the otherworldly soul's own kind, offered a faint, understanding smile before turning to depart. Chapter 4. Dragonborn. The elven songs were renowned for their beauty and melodiousness, as if in the act of creation, bestowing blessings upon the firstborn, granting them voices that could evoke envy even among the Aenir Vala. As they sang, even the valiant Takas, the god of war, would pause to listen to their melodic voices, particularly the carefree and romantic Taylorians, who preferred the seaside and song over forest and land, possessed the most enchanting and harmonious melodies among all known elven races. This was a quality that even the most beloved race of the common folk, the Vira, could not match. Thus, although the soul from another realm could not comprehend the lyrics of the elven songs, it did not hinder his profound appreciation for the love of life and the celebration of all existence embedded within those melodies, which resonated as a cry from the depths of the soul, touching the heart. He sat up, scanning his surroundings. It became evident to him that his savior must be a person of considerable nobility, or perhaps wealth, since he noticed that everything around him, including the luxurious silk coverlet draped over him, was ostentatiously extravagant. Each item was either intricately carved with exquisite designs or lavishly adorned with a multitude of gemstones, creating an opulence that made one question whether they had entered paradise. After a brief moment of hesitation, he summoned his courage and cautiously lifted the delicate, gold-threaded veil, woven from an unknown material, which resembled more of a work of art than mere craftsmanship, and stood up. To his astonishment, the soul from another realm felt a sense of pressure. It was simply due to the towering stature of his body. As he straightened, he nearly brushed against the ceiling of the chamber, forcing him to lower his head slightly in an awkward manner. He raised a hand, gazing in astonishment at his own powerful and elongated fingers. With a firm grip, a surge of overwhelming strength coursed through his body, a force palpable even to him, accompanied by the vigorous beating of his true heart, akin to a drum. The soul from another realm murmured to itself, "Have I truly traversed dimensions and been reborn?" He released his massive fist, akin to a cauldron, and approached a shield adorned with gemstones. This piece resembled an exquisite work of art more than mere craftsmanship. Its purpose unknown, whether for battle or mere decoration. The shield was forged from an unidentified metal, gleaming silver, its surface polished to a mirror-like shine, reflecting one's visage with clarity. The edges were intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, while the center displayed two bizarre trees, intricately etched using gilding techniques. Their branches and leaves adorned with countless tiny sapphires and rubies, a sight truly breathtaking. However, the soul from another realm paid little heed to the opulence of the ornamentation and gems. Instead, he utilized the reflective surface of the shield as a mirror, scrutinizing the countenance of his new form. Indeed, the soul from another realm observed with calmness the pair of cold, gem-like eyes, entirely golden like amber, with a deep, dark pupil vertically aligned within, lost in thought. The description of his strength, likened to that of a dragon, was not merely a figure of speech. Have I truly become a walking humanoid dragon? The soul from another realm pressed his fingers to his temples in exasperation, standing tall. The dragon-like, frigid golden vertical pupils blinked, discerning even the most delicate patterns and dust upon the shield with remarkable clarity. What manner of world have I entered? The soul from another realm sighed deeply towards the heavens. The melodious sound of sailors' horns resounded, announcing the arrival at Grey Harbor. 2 weeks later, it was indeed a splendid day. The otherworldly spirit stretched languidly, rising from the warm, cozy embrace of the bed. This snug abode had been crafted especially for him by the elves, intricately carved from the branch of a colossal holly tree nestled deep within the Blue Mountain Range. After undergoing the unique treatment of elven artisans, it emitted a subtle fragrance and took on an elliptical shape reminiscent of a semi-closed sphere, adorned with intricately entwined patterns and shapes of flora and fauna, complemented by decorative shards of gemstones. The otherworldly spirit mused that the indulgence of feudal emperors could scarcely compare. Alas, he could not deny that his physique was rather imposing, a stature rivaling that of the Gundabad orcs, with elongated yet powerfully built limbs. crowned by the increasingly legendary amber-hued golden vertical pupils. Even in stillness, the sheer intensity of his gaze commanded an overwhelming presence, earning him the unanimous recognition of the elves in Grey Harbor as a creation of unparalleled violent beauty. Consequently, the elves warmly allocated him a separate residence on the high ground in the southwestern part of Grey Harbor, near the administrative hall and banquet hall. Meticulously preparing all manner of furnishings and garments suited to his stature, their hospitality almost overwhelming for the otherworldly soul. Even though the pair of eerie golden slit pupils in the eyes of the otherworldly soul evoked memories of loathsome and terrifying entities for certain elves who had experienced the fiery war of the first epic. Ultimately, these elves chose to heed the profound sense of reassurance emanating from within their hearts and souls. All that I have created and blessed shall be your allies. All that I despise and detest shall not harm you. In this moment, the elves' aversion and fear of a dreadful creature from their past were overshadowed, leading them to embrace the enigmatic otherworldly soul, whose eyes mirrored those of the primordial dragon, Glorham. Unlike the terrifying dragon etched in their memories, the firstborn sensed a faint trace of divinity within this soul. It was a presence they had only previously encountered in the mighty beings of the once blissful realm of Valinor, an awe-inspiring, yet fearsome aura. The otherworldly soul, still oblivious to this significance, simply groomed himself and donned his attire before stepping out of the luxurious villa prepared for him by the elves. As he ambled along the elves' meticulously paved and pristine streets, his spirits lifted. He greeted the elves he encountered, each one more beautiful than any Victoria's Secret model on Earth, magnified tenfold, even 100-fold. He communicated in Sindarin, the most widely spoken elvish tongue in the Middle Continent, marking one of his greatest accomplishments in the past fortnight, mastering simple daily conversation. Good day. The name Akrianum in Sindarin translates to golden eyes. The soul from another realm twitched the corner of its mouth, offering a smile and a courteous nod to the elven maiden, who was unmistakably of the Sindar lineage, before proceeding onward. It was evident that if she were a Galadrim, her speech would possess a subtle dialect. Although both the Sindar and Galadrim belonged to the Teleri race, their preferences for the shadowy forests and sun-kissed shores, respectively, have led to a gradual divergence in their languages over the centuries. However, after just a few steps, the soul from another realm encountered another enchanting elven figure at the corner of the main thoroughfare. She possessed lustrous black hair, striking gray eyes, and a stature that rivaled that of the previous Sindar maiden. Good day, Illumin, the soul expressed with astonishment. What brings you here? She inquired with an arched brow, her beautiful visage reflecting a hint of indignation, as if reproaching him for posing a foolish question. I am a guardian of the Lord. I may go wherever I please. This elven maiden, who had once draped a cloak over the robust form of the soul from another realm, playfully teased him further. Yet here you are, Mestorils, while the light of Arion has already graced your rear. What kept you so long? Mestorils, in Sindarin, signifies tall and magnificent, while the light of Arion refers to the very sun itself. In ancient times, after the twin sacred trees that illuminated the world were destroyed by Morgoth in alliance with the malevolent, fallen Vala, Ugluk, the Vala utilized the last essence of the twin sacred trees to create two vessels symbolizing the sun and the moon. They entrusted these ships to the Maya Arion and Tilion, who navigated them through the skies of Arda. Among these, Arion piloted the vessel representing the sun. Upon observing this, it is likely that the discerning audience has recognized the simplicity and directness with which the elves bestow names, each reflecting their preferences. The more joyful and romantic Sindar, Ephenorian, elves, enchanted by the amber-like, magnificent vertical pupils of the otherworldly spirit, affectionately referred to him as Akrian. Conversely, the more vivacious and forthright Noldor elves, captivated by the majestic form radiating divine brilliance, preferred to call him Mester. Thus, upon the otherworldly spirit's arrival in this realm, before he comprehended the language and script of this world, he was already endowed with two names. It was impractical to simply call him Hey, the elves reasoned, completely disregarding the bewildered expression on the otherworldly spirit's face as he gradually learned the language of this world. Burn, you may call me Burn. The otherworldly spirit responded helplessly to the exquisite elven maiden before him. In contrast to the elf's self-assured naming, after his initial astonishment, the otherworldly spirit chose the name Dragonborn for himself. Admittedly, his naming prowess was not particularly remarkable. After all, Dragonborn simply translates to Dragonborn. Indeed, it pales in comparison to the previous two. Regardless of whether it is melodious or discordant, It merely serves as a moniker. The soul from another realm contemplated this, striving to suppress thoughts of the name and the familiar faces and places from the past. Here, although Dur had stammered through his words, it was undeniable that the elven maiden understood him, reflecting on a fortnight prior, when the Dragonborn had been as deaf as a stone, unable to comprehend the words of those around him. It was remarkable to see him now, stumbling yet managing to articulate his name. The dark-haired, gray-eyed Noldoran elf jestingly responded in her native tongue. Very well, Mestorals. Not far away, a Sindarin elf erupted into a melodious laughter. Increasingly, more elves began to sing, while the Noldoran Elrond scrutinized the robust Dragonborn with golden eyes, both regarding each other with disdain. Shaking her head, the soul from another realm resolved to refrain from further entanglement with the elven maiden. She caught his curious gaze and, noting her military attire and the sword sheathed at her waist, inquired, "Elrond, have you come to seek me?" As the guardian of the Greyhaven's lord, the elven maiden typically did not stray far from the administrative hall, for protecting Lord Círdan was her paramount duty. Although strange circumstances had fostered a closer rapport between them than with most elves, it did not imply that she would visit him without reason, especially at the break of dawn. Upon hearing the mention of a serious matter, the armored elven maiden finally subdued her smile and replied earnestly, "Mestorals, my lord summons you to the administrative hall. A guest from afar wishes to meet with you." Chapter 5, Gandalf at Greyhaven. Within the stately hall constructed of white stones, a tall, elderly figure clad in a coarse gray robe converses with the shipwright Círdan. Leaning against a nearby chair is a staff, its tip adorned with a gleaming gem. It is evident that Círdan is well acquainted with the gray-clad wizard. As he listens intently to the distant sorcerer's warnings, his expression grows grave, and he bows his head slightly, allowing his long beard to brush against his chest. "Esteemed Círdan," Gandalf begins, "even from the southern wastelands, I witnessed the fell fireball that descended a fortnight ago, and the world has been abuzz with speculation. Some fear that this heralds the resurgence of evil. The shadows of the east loom ominously. Whispers have reached me of ancient malignancies stirring once more in the depths of the Ashen Mountains and the Shadow Mountains. The Dark Minions, once vanquished by the valiant alliance of Middle-earth, are stirring restlessly. Reports speak of a well-equipped and formidable band of orcs riding upon wolves, moving stealthily towards the north. They traverse the dead marshes, circumvent the eerie and foreboding shadowy forest, cross the Anduin River, and disappear into the seldom-trodden misty mountains, vanishing amidst the towering peaks." Gandalf, known among the elves as Mithrandir, lifts his gaze, his weathered face etched with concern. "This troubles me greatly." The gray-robed wizard spoke thus, for concurrently, "My informants south of the Misty Mountains have relayed unsettling tidings. Deep within the bowels of Khazad-dûm, which we refer to as the Mines of Moria, sinister figures have emerged. Some treacherous, savage minions of darkness are lurking menacingly about the entrance of the mines, whether mounted upon wolves or brandishing blades and axes, masquerading as brigands, threatening the vast expanse from the south of the eastern road to the west of the Brandywine River, seemingly orchestrating some nefarious scheme." With a warm heart, the wizard produced an old pipe, his brow furrowed as he rummaged through his tobacco pouch, extracting 2 pinches of fine tobacco from the southern lands of Shire. He pressed the fragrant leaves into his pipe and gestured amiably towards the master of Greyhaven. Círdan, aware of his preferences, shook his head, indicating that Gandalf should indulge alone. Thus, Gandalf skillfully sparked a flame with his fingers, quickly igniting the tobacco. He inhaled deeply, the smooth, aromatic white smoke swirling through his throat and nostrils, transforming into enchanting smoke rings that he exhaled. These rings expanded in the air, layer upon layer, remaining unbroken, until they gracefully floated away, dissipating gently as they ascended towards the lofty beams of the council hall. "This is the new tobacco from the spring harvest of the Shire's noble deer," he remarked. "Ah, it is indeed a different experience, esteemed Lord Círdan. Would you not partake?" "Gandalf, let us return to the matter at hand," he interjected. Círdan sighed for a second time. "Ah, I recollect now. The whimsical, albeit somewhat unreliable." Old wizard wrapped his disheveled white hair, his soiled beard quivering like the tail of a squirrel. He cast a glance at the Lord of Greyhaven, a look of sorrow once more gracing his aged visage. It appeared that the half-orcs of the north and south had conspired together, in realms unseen by our eyes. He declared, "A new dark kingdom is swiftly rising." Additionally, the inhabitants of the Black Wastes seemed to be growing increasingly agitated under the instigation of some malevolent force. their greedy gazes incessantly roaming over the good-hearted folk surrounding us. The ultimate aim of these dark powers is likely the stronghold of the elves in the north, the magnificent and Freemas Land. Upon realizing this, I mounted my swift steed and galloped for 10 days and nights, finally arriving in Greyhaven just before the dark claws could reach Shuin Bend to alert the lord of this place, the great shipwright and rightful heir of the northern elves, Lord Círdan. At this juncture, the gray-robed wizard finally rose to his feet, solemnly bowing to the lord of Greyhaven. The weariness of age could not conceal the wizard's eyes, which sparkled like stars. The lord of Greyhaven, adorned with a magnificent headdress strung with delicate sapphires and draped in a fine brown silk robe, furrowed his brow as he sat silently in the intricately carved birch throne at the heart of the council. "Esteemed Lord Círdan," the gray-robed wizard exclaimed, his voice rising with urgency. At last, the lord of Greyhaven sighed for the third time, a sound of resignation escaping his lips. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Then, Miss Lander, what would you have me do?" The gray-robed wizard, his spirit invigorated, swiftly addressed Lord Círdan. "Esteemed Lord Círdan, I beseech you to dispatch sentinels to patrol the western borders near the river Baranduin, to thwart the incursion of the eastern half-orc wolf riders into the north. Furthermore, I implore you to prepare your soldiers and repair their armor." The wizard gesticulated emphatically, akin to a general commanding legions, as he ardently conveyed his thoughts before the Lord of Grey Havens, "For I have discerned that since my arrival at Grey Havens, the vigilance of the northern elves has plummeted to a shocking degree. The guards only recognized my presence as I entered the hall, which is, I must admit, profoundly disappointing. Has it truly been but a few years since the Battle of Fernost, and yet the northern elves have fallen so low? Honorable shipwright, I refrain from commenting on your governance, but do you not perceive that your complacency over the past millennium has been excessive? The age of elves has not entirely faded. Though the light of Valinor is sacred and eternal, it is here and now that the elves' true homeland resides." The Lord of Grey Havens maintained a stern silence. It was not that he doubted the wizard's words, but rather that since the dawn of the Third Age, around the year 1000, the figure of the Istari, wizards, had begun to appear more frequently in the chronicles of Middle-earth. Some excelled in communion with all beings, others in the art of persuasion, while still others were skilled in the arts of combat. No one knew whence they came or whither they went. All that was known was that throughout history, these wizards had continually guided the peoples of Middle-earth in their struggle against darkness. Some among them even ventured deep into the east, engaging in fierce confrontations with the dark forces there, yet ultimately met with failure. In the end, people could only discover the names of the last 3 wizards within ancient texts. One of them is, of course, the present-day White Wizard Saruman, who has long been stationed at Isengard, guarding the Gap of Rohan, ever vigilant against the resurgence of the dark minions of yore. The enigmatic brown wizard Radagast, on the other hand, is more enamored with the flora and fauna, the forests and streams, displaying an eccentric nature and uttering strange words, which renders humanity reluctant to engage with him. Thus, he often wanders without a permanent abode, appearing and disappearing at will. Ultimately, the wizard most familiar to the people, and the one most fervently intervening in the affairs of men and elves, is the Grey Wizard standing before the Lord of Grey Havens at this moment. His true name is Oelrin. He is the wisest among the Mayor and was sent by man to Middle-earth as one of the Istari, to aid its inhabitants in their struggle against Sauron. However, when man implored the last king of En-Menor, Earfaraz-En, to lead the host of the West against the Dark Lord, resulting in the annihilation of En-Menor, Valinor was severed from Arda, ascending into the outer realm beyond the seas. Henceforth, the blessed realm of the West was completely cut off from the physical world of Middle-earth. The elves must undergo trials imposed by the Vala to traverse the straight road and reach the blessed realm, thereby attaining eternal bliss. Likewise, the Vala and Mayor must also abide by the constraints of the earthly realm to prevent the cataclysmic collapse of Middle-earth once more. Thus, it is in this context that Saruman and Gandalf, as Maya, must traverse Middle-earth in the guise of Istari, wizards, resulting in their peculiar circumstance of having lost much of their power. Among them, the being known as Gandalf, originally named Oel-Rin, wandered through Middle-earth for an extensive period, forging bonds with many free peoples and acquiring a legendary reputation. However, as the years passed, the Grey Wizard also succumbed to certain unfavorable habits. Smoking, drinking, and other indulgences were not among them. Perhaps it was the complexity of humanity, the obstinacy of dwarfs, and the pride of elves that led the wizards to occasionally exaggerate matters to achieve their aims, thereby intimidating those they sought to persuade. Indeed, this tendency is a common flaw among wizards. Their incessant babbling and cryptic utterances grew tiresome. Initially tolerable, their incessant discourse eventually bruised the pride of the leaders of the kingdoms across Middle-earth. Consequently, the kings began to simultaneously revere the wizards' power while growing weary and disdainful of their grandiloquence. Even certain had heard of it. Thus, the Lord of Grey Havens could not help but ponder the veracity of the wizards' claims. How much was genuine, and how much was mere embellishment? As if sensing certain skepticism and wariness towards his counsel, the wizard's eyes gleamed with intensity, revealing his determination. Moreover, he exclaimed, "I wish to meet the one who has descended from the heavens." At that moment, fortuitously, an otherworldly spirit entered. Lord Certain, the tall youth, who bore the name Dragonborn, intoned in a deep voice, offering a salute to the Lord of Grey Havens. "Good day." Childan, who was thoroughly vexed by the grey-robed sorcerer, suddenly broke into a cheerful smile. In Sindarin, he greeted, "Good day, Acrian." Gandalf, astonished, turned his gaze toward the giant, who was nearly as short as a troll, his bright eyes fixated on the otherworldly soul's mesmerizing golden vertical pupils. Chapter 6. The Roar of Dragons. The initial encounter between the otherworldly soul and Gandalf was far from pleasant. The soul, who should have been enjoying breakfast, found himself compelled by the orders of the Grey Port's master to appear in the council hall before an unfamiliar guest, which left him feeling quite disheartened. He recalled that yesterday, the kitchen maid Fina had mentioned a dish featuring bear meat today. How utterly frustrating, for he yearned to savor the taste of bear. Muttering to himself as he observed the elegant and slender legs of the female elf leading the way, the otherworldly soul expressed his discontent. Forgive his melancholia. As a paragon of a harmonious society, he had never been afforded the opportunity to experience the flavor of bear meat in his previous life. After all, indulging in such delicacies might very well lead to dire consequences. Thus, when he learned of the Lord's summons, he felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that his plans to explore the legendary taste of bear meat had been thwarted. It is worth noting that many believe elves abstain from consuming meat, favoring only vegetables and plant-based fare. This is a misconception. While elves indeed cherish and revere nature, they are also integral to the cycle of life within it. In their awe of the natural world, they simultaneously harbor the desires inherent to all living beings, albeit their appetites remain more tempered. The elven culinary repertoire encompasses, but is not limited to, bread, honey, sausages, cheese, various meats, and wine. Consequently, the elves partake in the hunt, consuming what they capture. However, their hunting practices typically yield only the necessary amount, allowing the remainder of their quarry to escape unharmed. Such hunting is infrequent and occurs primarily when wild creatures, for reasons unknown, become agitated and aggressive, prompting the elves to eliminate the threat to ensure the safety of their surroundings. Generally, the elves prefer to engage in trade with humans or the hobbits of the Shire, exchanging their exquisite gems and other beautiful artifacts for food, beverages, and essential supplies from these folk. It is worth noting that the creations of the elves are, even in contemporary times, regarded as exorbitantly luxurious items throughout the continent of Middle-earth. This is especially true among the elite of human kingdoms, who possess a fervent admiration for any craftsmanship, weaponry, or armor originating from the woodland realms and coastal regions, deeming them treasures befitting only the aristocracy. Thus, when the hunting party reported the capture of a gray bear that had been terrorizing the area near the main road from Grey Harbor to the Blue Mountains, the otherworldly soul was immediately intrigued. He implored Fina from the kitchen to ensure that a portion of the beast be reserved for him, eager to savor the taste of bear meat. At last, Fina, the elven maiden responsible for the culinary needs of the Lord of Grey Harbor and the officials of the administrative hall, consented to reserve a portion for him the following day. However, the otherworldly soul was forcibly escorted by the elven maiden Illiman to the administrative hall situated on the highlands to the southwest of Grey Harbor, causing him to miss his breakfast entirely. Enough of this. The otherworldly soul finally closed his mouth. He winked at the elven maiden, squared his shoulders, and entered the administrative hall. Good day. The otherworldly soul politely bowed to the Lord of Grey Harbor seated at the head, greeting him in increasingly proficient Sindarin, Lord Kildan. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision cautiously scanned the imposing elder who was presumably his intended target. Instantly, He found himself captivated by the elder's star-like eyes, peering from beneath a drab-gray robe, his white beard and hair framing a visage of wisdom. The otherworldly soul was so entranced by the wizard's luminous gaze that he failed to comprehend anything the Lord of Grey Harbor had said. He simply stood there, transfixed by the wizard's eyes, unaware that the elder was indeed a sorcerer. Kildan's expression shifted slightly. He understood that the wizard was casting a spell and promptly rose, exclaiming, "Cease this at once, Miss Lander." Yet, it was clear that both the wizard and Kildan had underestimated the Dragonborn. Just as the wizard prepared to delve into the innermost secrets of the mysterious individual with draconic eyes, the defensive mechanism deep within the Dragonborn's soul was triggered in an instant. The soul from another realm emitted a thunderous roar, a sound so grand and resounding that it echoed like a furious dragon, causing the white stone edifice of the administrative hall and the entire Grey Harbor to tremble. The elderly wizard in gray, his hair as white as snow, changed color in shock. With a swift gesture, he conjured a brilliant white light that enveloped both himself and the master of Grey Harbor in a protective barrier. In a loud voice, he apologized to the Dragonborn in the ancient Sindarin tongue, struggling to maintain his magic. "I beg your pardon. Please forgive me. I was merely overwhelmed by my curiosity." Indeed, this was one of the flaws of wizards, an insatiable curiosity that often led them to take actions that, in hindsight, seemed entirely unnecessary. Perhaps sensing the wizard's sincerity, or perhaps merely startled by his own thunderous voice, the soul from another realm closed its mouth, wearied by uncertainty. It regarded the wizard, who was performing some arcane ritual, and then glanced at the equally perplexed master of Grey Harbor, hesitating to speak. Once assured that the otherworldly soul had calmed, Gandalf let out a wry smile and dissipated his magic. Círdan shook his head in silence, choosing not to comment, but gestured for the bewildered guards, who had just witnessed this extraordinary turn of events, to remain calm. The loyal guards, their faces marked by confusion, regarded the two individuals present. For the earlier thunderous sound bore an uncanny resemblance to a dragon's roar. Everyone in attendance could not help but find the otherworldly soul highly suspect. The eyes of that being bore an undeniable resemblance to those of a dragon. Ultimately, all eyes turned with apprehension towards the soul from another realm. Among them a female elf. "My lord?" The elven maiden tentatively called out to the master of Grey Harbor, her sword poised uncertainly in her hand, unsure whether to sheath it or keep it drawn. With a wave of his hand, Círdan signaled for everyone to withdraw. The guards, visibly relieved, sheathed their weapons and retreated. As they departed, the elven maiden cast a lingering gaze at the otherworldly spirit. Once the loyal guards had been persuaded to leave, the master of Grey Harbor finally turned to the spirit, saying, "Acrianum, this is Gandalf the Grey. Though he may be somewhat unreliable at times, fundamentally, he is not a malevolent being. Please forgive his rudeness." Due to their rapid and urgent speech, the otherworldly spirit took a moment to decipher their words. After a brief contemplation, he accepted the master of Grey Harbor's explanation and acknowledged the wizard's apology. Of course, this acceptance may have been influenced by the recollection of a familiar name, Gandalf the Grey. Ah, is he not the infamous old bachelor from Middle-earth? If, in the preceding fortnight, terms like Grey Harbor, elves, Linden, and the Blue Mountains had vaguely hinted at the nature of the world he had entered, the mention of Gandalf the Grey unequivocally confirmed his suspicions. A wizard? He feigned ignorance and looked towards the apologetic figure clad in red, a man with a beard as white as snow, reminiscent of a character fit to play Santa Claus, and in halting Sindarin, he inquired, "The kind that performs magic tricks?" Gandalf froze, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "Indeed, I can perform magic." The formidable sorcerer, renowned throughout the central continent, unexpectedly gestured with a flourish, making an eccentric grimace as a multitude of vividly colored butterflies suddenly materialized around them. Oh, the Dragonborn was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the butterflies that danced as if they were tangible entities. After a prolonged moment, he chuckled. With a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and mockery, he regarded the gray-robed wizard, his golden slit-like eyes glimmering with a hint of derision, as if to convey, "Enough of the theatrics. I have seen through your ruse." Coughing lightly, Gandalf felt a chill run through him under the piercing gaze of the Dragonborn's icy golden eyes. This trick was typically employed to deceive the nobility and kings of humanity. Though simple, it contained genuine magical intricacies that most could not decipher. Very well, very well." With a wave of his hand, the illusory butterflies vanished into thin air. "Indeed, I cannot deceive you," he conceded. casting a deep glance into the dragon-like eyes of the otherworldly soul before shifting his gaze to the now composed face of the Grey Harbor Master, whose weathered visage broke into a sincere smile. May the brilliance of the stars forever illuminate your path, the morning star of the dark age, the savior. At this moment, the gray-robed wizard finally sensed the divine essence emanating from the otherworldly soul, realizing that its origins were far from ordinary. Thus, he earnestly declared, "I must apologize for my previous rudeness. Please forgive me. In the future, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to command me." The otherworldly soul blinked in bewilderment, glancing between the eternally meddlesome old bachelor and the master of Grey Harbor, utterly perplexed. Chili'dan, realizing that he could not comprehend the profound vocabulary of the wizard's array of blessings and oaths, smiled and remarked, "It's all right. Go have your breakfast." From a distance, he had overheard the lamentations of the wizard about missing his morning meal. At this hour, the kitchen should still be ablaze with activity. Fina must have saved a portion of today's sumptuous bear meat feast for him. Thus, he chuckled and urged, Go on. I have matters to discuss with Gandalf." The simple notion of eating was still within the grasp of the otherworldly spirit. He glanced at the kindly expression of the gray-robed wizard, and then at the grinning proprietor of Greyport. After a moment's contemplation, he bowed and turned to depart. Chapter 7. Abilities thus concluded the first encounter with the gray-robed wizard. The otherworldly spirit, lips pressed tight, hastened towards the kitchen. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the concerned gaze of the elven maiden not far off. As he walked, his mind raced. What peculiar abilities lie dormant within this body? Setting aside his extraordinary vision, which could pierce through all illusions, he had also discovered, over the past fortnight, his astonishing adaptability to temperature. During the day, no matter how fierce the sunlight, he felt no discomfort. At night, the icy sea breeze caressed him like a refreshing zephyr. Clearly, the great will that once proclaimed, "May your body be robust and healthy, unafraid of the harshest cold and heat," was now manifesting itself. To validate his hypothesis, he confidently sought a flame for experimentation. Remarkably, when he placed his robust palm within the searing blaze, the scorching flames merely warmed his hand, which appeared as delicate as jade, without even singeing the surface. At that moment, the soul from another realm fell into silence. To further corroborate his theory, he subsequently procured a sharp dining knife, one of the exquisite trinkets forged by elves, whose quality was undoubtedly assured. Yet, the outcome left him perplexed, for the elven-crafted knife merely grazed his skin, leaving behind a faint white mark. Only when he steeled himself and exerted greater force did the keen blade finally manage to cut through his resilient, leather-like skin. Gazing at the minuscule wound, he cast aside the knife and sat in stunned silence. Then came today, due to the unexpected assault by the gray-robed wizard. Two additional abilities of the Dragonborn were awakened. The first was of a mental nature. The will of the dragon endowed him with formidable mental fortitude, while uncertain whether it could withstand the whispers of the Supreme Ring's temptation. The Dragonborn felt assured that he could endure and resist mental assaults far better than the majority of elves and humans. The second ability was the Dragon Roar. Oh! The soul from another realm could hardly believe that such a resounding and majestic roar emanated from him. It was a sound beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, resonating with authority and striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Otherwise, the gray-robed wizard would not have so anxiously employed protective magic. Indeed, as the terrifying roar of the otherworldly spirit echoed, the elves of Grey Harbor and the dwarves dwelling in the southern slopes of the Blue Mountain were filled with dread, as if they had heard a colossal dragon bellowing towards the heavens. Its majestic and oppressive aura was palpable. The forests, the peaks, and all living things trembled under the ancient dragon's roar, experiencing a shudder that resonated at the very core of their souls. Memories of the tragic battle of Sudden Flames and the sorrowful battle of Tear Rain resurfaced, conjuring horrific images of countless compatriots falling one after another beneath the malevolent dragon's infernal flames. Consequently, the elves of Grey Harbor cast uncertain glances towards the direction of the government hall, from whence the roar had emanated. At that moment, Ocrian Mestles, who had just been summoned, felt the weight of the moment as he bore the alias Dragonborn. He pursed his lips, navigating the path while enduring the peculiar gazes of the various elves he encountered. He was torn, hesitant to greet anyone, fearing that the moment he opened his mouth, he might unleash another heart-stopping dragon roar. With a furrowed brow, the dark-haired Dragonborn entered a grand stone edifice situated in the northeast corner of the government hall, close to the docks and main thoroughfare. For the time being, he set aside any thoughts of the latent powers hidden within this body. The most pressing concern at present was sustenance. This was the dining area for the serving elves of Grey Harbor. Typically, after their shifts, some squad leaders of the city guards and the captains responsible for patrolling the coast would either visit the Soul Pub at the docks for a drink or indulge in the day's culinary delights prepared in the kitchen established by the Lord of Grey Harbor for all elves holding official titles. During this period, the elves may either be singing joyfully or quietly appreciating the melodies of others. Their lives are invariably serene and filled with joy, yet simultaneously monotonous. For to the immortal elves, the pursuit of beauty and bliss holds paramount importance. But why the haste? Time flows gently, and they possess ample opportunity to learn and revel. Do they not? For them, centuries pass as swiftly as a mere moment. Ocrian, you are late. If you do not arrive soon, the kitchen will close. Born in the Second Age, Finna, daughter of a Sindar elf from the kingdom of Doriath and a Falithrim elf from Iglarist, possesses the unique silver hair and deep gray eyes characteristic of the Teleri. Moreover, her tall stature and elegant legs aside, it suffices to say that no elf could ever be deemed unattractive. Beneath a beauty that surpasses even the most exquisite models, Finna embodies a vivacity and spirit unique among her kin. Throughout the ages, she has developed a profound passion for culinary arts. Indeed, she is the foremost authority on cooking within the entire Grey Havens. For centuries, she has been responsible for the meals of the Lord of Grey Havens and countless elves. Upon hearing that the hunting party had captured a massive bear weighing several hundred pounds, Finna was so exhilarated that she could not sleep a wink that entire night. The outcome was gratifying. A certain individual, who had long yearned for a sumptuous feast of bear meat, found herself vexed by the absence of her companion. She stood at the kitchen door, grumbling for quite a while. Due to her culinary lineage, the black-haired Dragonborn had forged a close bond with the elven maiden, who tirelessly honed her culinary skills in the kitchen. She was among the few elves in the expansive Grey Harbor with whom the black-haired, brown-eyed elven guardian shared a special camaraderie. From a distance, the Dragonborn spotted the familiar figure of the oblivious Faralas elf, donning her ludicrous chef's hat and aimlessly meandering at the entrance, which elicited a chuckle from him. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her, towering over her as he greeted. "Good day, Finna." He carefully modulated his voice, wary of inadvertently raising it too loudly. Fortunately, he managed to keep it low, though the head chef raised an eyebrow, her elegantly arched brows knitting together in concern. "Is your throat unwell? Your voice sounds rather peculiar." Suddenly, the elven maiden seemed to recall something. Seizing the Dragonborn's hand and urging him inside. "Let us not dwell on that. Quickly, my meticulously prepared bear meat feast has been simmering all night and is on the verge of cooling." The Dragonborn, slightly flustered, lowered his head as he traversed the somewhat low doorway and crossed the dining area, arriving at a kitchen brimming with an array of spice jars, condiments, and culinary tools. With an exuberant clang, Finna opened a pot, revealing a generous portion of bear meat that had been slow-cooked with an abundance of fragrant spices throughout the night, now merely kept warm by the ashes to enhance its flavor. The elven maiden eloquently elaborated on her culinary masterpiece to the ebony-haired Dragonborn. As she unveiled her creation, an indescribable aroma wafted through the air, permeating the Dragonborn's senses. "Stop," he interjected, interrupting her discourse, his mouth watering uncontrollably. "I cannot comprehend your elaborate descriptions. My hunger is so profound that I could devour an entire bear. Let me indulge in a morsel first, and then you may regale me with your cooking techniques." The grammar of this otherworldly being was a chaotic amalgamation, infused with the phonetics of Sindarin and the cadence of Faralas, interspersed with a couple of phrases in Chinese. With little regard for decorum, he seized the entire pot of what was evidently braised bear meat, surveying his surroundings before grabbing a set of cutlery and diving into the feast directly from the pot. Crunch. The tender texture of the meat, accompanied by its exquisite juices, nearly caused the Dragonborn to swallow his own tongue. Undoubtedly, the elven maiden's culinary skills were remarkable, and the bear meat exceeded his expectations in flavor. He chewed voraciously, even crunching the bones as he consumed them. Perhaps it was the price of being a Dragonborn. In this life, with his unparalleled and formidable physique, his dental prowess began to resemble that of a dragon. Over the past fortnight, the amount he had consumed was akin to what he would have eaten in 6 months prior. An approximate tally indicated that he averaged the consumption of half a pig. several pounds of sausage, and over 10 pounds of bread or equivalent grain products daily, not to mention fruits and accompaniments. It can be said that only the elves possess such financial means to indulge in extravagant creations. Had it been any lesser power or individual, they would have been swiftly overwhelmed. Truly, he resembles a walking dragon in human form. This is one of the reasons why the ebony-haired Dragonborn has been able to forge a favorable relationship with Finna. After all, one who dedicates himself more to the culinary arts than to martial prowess, and who prides himself as the foremost chef in the north, is paired with a gourmand whose appetite seems insatiable, never satisfied no matter how much he consumes. Indeed, they are a match made in heaven. Initially, the elven maiden was vexed by his uninvited appropriation, yet upon witnessing his gluttonous consumption, she, who considers herself the finest chef in the north, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Some speculate that he may be a descendant of a benevolent dragon, abandoned by his parents, if indeed he had any, and left to wander by the sea. Regardless, the elves felt no trace of malevolence within him. Numerous masters have subjected the ebony-haired Dragonborn to various tests, and unanimously, they have deemed him the child of starlight, eternally radiant. Thus, the elves began to genuinely embrace this mysterious outsider. Among them, the elven maiden holds a particularly favorable perception of the Dragonborn. Soon enough, Dragonborn devoured the pot of secret bear meat, weighing at least 20 pounds, broth and all, and with a look of longing, wiped his mouth and gazed pitifully at the elven maiden. Witnessing her meticulously prepared dish being so thoroughly cherished by the ebony-haired Dragonborn brought her immense joy, prompting her to smile brightly. She brought over another bear paw, cooked with more than half a jar of honey, along with various other delicacies. Placing them upon the table of the Dragonborn, who was consumed in his meal, barely lifting his head. Suddenly, the elven woman inquired, "Was that tremendous noise you just made?" The dark-haired Dragonborn nodded, stuffing food into his mouth, responding in a gruff voice, "That's why my voice sounds like this now." Finna, hands on her hips, regarded the dark-haired Dragonborn with a contemplative expression. Chapter 8. The Magic of Elves. The elven woman's demeanor caught the attention of Dragonborn, who could not restrain himself from asking, "Finna, do you know magic?" Dragonborn set down his knife and fork, pushed aside the massive dish, and wiped his mouth with a nearby napkin, appearing quite satisfied. He endeavored to assemble the words in his mind, attempting to articulate in Sindarin, a language the elven woman could comprehend. "You know, just now, my lord summoned me to the administrative hall, where I encountered a wizard, but immediately thereafter, a serious expression returned to her face. He cast a spell upon me, and I became rather dazed, as if he were on the verge of uncovering my innermost secrets." The Dragonborn seemed to recall that moment, his golden slit-like pupils devoid of joy or sorrow. "I truly detest feeling this way, so I let out a roar." He gestured towards the elven woman. "That was the sound you all heard." "No, don't ask me. I have no idea why I shouted so loudly." He glanced at the head chef, shrugged, and spoke in a low tone. Finna then reluctantly closed her mouth. Seeing that she no longer pursued the matter, the Dragonborn continued. "So, I wish to inquire, do all elves possess magic?" Although his grammar and vocabulary were riddled with numerous errors and nonsensical words, after a lengthy discourse, the head chef managed to grasp the gist of his words through her intuition and deduction. She then spoke, her voice as melodious and enchanting as that of a golden oriole. "Magic? Why do you wish to know about this?" "Because," Dragonborn replied candidly, "I too wish to learn it." "Huh. You see, wizards can unleash winds, thunder, rain, and lightning, striking their foes with mind-shattering assaults while remaining hidden, leaving their enemies as lost as headless flies, spinning in confusion. Is that not quite marvelous?" Finna listened attentively, carefully deciphering his muddled vocabulary, and then shook her head. "No, magic is not as you perceive it." The elven maiden earnestly elucidated the principles governing the world to born. While wizards may wield many powerful and astonishing magical techniques, they cannot recklessly employ these forces. For in this world, every life in existence is as magnificent as creation itself. To indiscriminately use magic to annihilate such splendid creations is a transgression that is not permitted by the Vala. Magic power is both a gift and a privilege bestowed upon Isters by the Vira. It embodies both responsibility and burden. The Isters have been endowed with formidable strength, yet the price they must pay is to guide and protect the people of the central continent from the encroachments and annihilation of dark, malevolent forces. Should they violate this supreme moral imperative, the power of the wizards will, over time, gradually wane. The head chef, In a lengthy discourse filled with concepts that the Dragonborn either comprehended or did not, left him feeling even more perplexed. Thus, Dragonborn felt overwhelmed as a torrent of words, both understood and misunderstood, flooded his mind. Clinging to his dwindling rationality, he inquired, "Do elves not wield magic?" It seemed that despite his lengthy exposition, the chef had absorbed none of it. The head chef shot him an exasperated glare and replied, "If you refer to the kind of flashy tricks you have in mind, then we do not." Finna, pouting as she busily cleared the tableware, added without looking up, "At least I do not." She swiftly placed the exquisite silver utensils into a large basin, washing them with remarkable speed, and continued, "Elves possess their own form of magic. But it is certainly not the petty spectacles of fireworks and lights you envision." Oh, the Dragonborn, initially believing he had heard nothing of substance, suddenly found himself intrigued. Rising to his full height, casting a shadow over the brightly lit kitchen, the industrious female chef expeditiously cleansed the tableware, drying each piece of the gleaming silver cutlery with a nearby towel before placing them in a cabinet. She then turned and inquired, curious, "Allow me to show you something." With that, the elven woman seized the Dragonborn's hand and darted out of the kitchen with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Observing the elven woman bounding ahead like a fawn, the tall and robust Dragonborn chuckled softly, his long legs carrying him in pursuit. Along their path, the elves of Greyhaven were thrown into disarray by the impetuous duo, a study in contrast with their difference in height and size. Yet, the Dragonborn and the elven woman only reveled in their frolic, their laughter echoing like mischievous children. Perhaps it had been an age since such a joyous scene had graced their eyes, for the elves paused, smiles gracing their faces as they regarded the playful pair, their hearts filled with inexplicable joy. Despite the Dragonborn's imposing stature and long strides, he was ultimately outmatched by the agility and explosive speed of the elven race. He soon lagged behind the elven woman, who was swiftly pulling ahead. "Hey, wait for me," the Dragonborn lamented. Though his stamina rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the elves, he could not contend with their short bursts of speed and nimble maneuvers. As a result, he was quickly left behind, losing sight of her lithe form. Crestfallen, he halted, seeking to ascertain his whereabouts. As a result, the intricate and densely packed cobblestone alleys of the elven city nearly disoriented him. Just as he was preparing to meander slowly towards the flat main thoroughfare, the tall and slender elven maiden suddenly leaped before him. At that moment, she had donned a new, form-fitting outfit suitable for physical activity, her lithe waist accentuated by a leather belt, while her long legs, exceeding a meter in height, stood elegantly upon the ground, their curves and length capable of inducing envy in 99 of women from his previous life. Elves typically stand between 193 and 198 meters tall. Behind her, she bore a splendid, intricately carved wooden longbow inlaid with mithril and gemstones, along with a quiver of arrows, while two short swords were sheathed at her waist. "What are you dawdling for? Move," she commanded, once more taking the Dragonborn's hand and dashing away like a whirlwind. Bewildered, the Dragonborn was swept along by the elven maiden as they thundered through much of Grey Harbor, bursting forth from the sturdy gates constructed of pure white stone, and entering the wilds of the north. Upon the high ground before the Hall of Governance, the gray-robed wizard Gandalf puffed on fine tobacco from the land of Stag, exhaling clouds of smoke. It was only when he spotted the dark-haired Dragonborn and the lovely elven maiden with her lustrous silver hair racing out of Grey Harbor that he turned to the Lord of the Harbor, the shipwright certain, and remarked, "My esteemed lord, shall you not intervene in their escapade?" Behind him, the shipwright Sheridan adorned himself with a diadem crafted from delicate fragments of sapphire and mithril. His exquisite, richly embroidered robe billowed gracefully in the sea breeze. "No, Miss Lander," he remarked, "our Dragonborn possesses a strength far beyond our expectations. Within him lies a power we have yet to fully comprehend." Moreover, the Lord of Greyport stepped forward, standing alongside him at the pinnacle of Greyport, overlooking the entire expanse below. With Fenna watching over him, he shall not encounter any peril. Gandalf inhaled deeply, allowing a rich, fragrant smoke to flow slowly into his throat and nostrils before exhaling it languidly. The two stood in silent communion upon the heights of Greyport, illuminated by the fervent radiance of Arion, without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Dragonborn was led by Fenna, running northward along the Shuin River's mouth for approximately a league, until they paused atop a modest hill. There, a bronze bell, forged in the Second Era, faced westward towards the Shuin River, suspended from the tower's pinnacle. adorned with intricate and elaborate designs. The Dragonborn couldn't help but murmur in disbelief at his own enhanced vision. Nearly 3 kilometers away, he could still see with remarkable clarity, which seemed almost unscientific. In the elf's gaze, the black-haired Dragonborn's amber-golden, slit-like pupils appeared almost like fine lines, and coupled with his towering figure standing resolutely against the wind, the elven maiden felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. How formidable it is! Perhaps only the once supreme kings could rival it. He turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the elven maiden and discovered the grove she spoke of, likely planted by the elves. It lay in a hollow near the Blue Mountain Range, over 1,000 meters away from the small hill, lush with a vast expanse of birch and wintergreen trees. Additionally, on the sunlit side, the elves had cultivated a small orchard of apple trees, laden with the fruits of the current summer, ranging from green to red, utterly tantalizing. This was one of the elves' orchards. In years past, the elves had gathered their sustenance by harvesting the numerous orchards and wheat fields surrounding Greyport, supplementing their provisions through trade. An enterprise that birthed one of the largest commercial routes in the north. Each year, in February, May, and August, the elves would open their sturdy gates to welcome caravans of hobbits and northern humans from various regions, and following a brief trading period of 3 days, they would courteously yet firmly bid them farewell. These days were referred to by the elves as Celebris, or the Day of Celebration. The Dragonborn nodded, indicating his comprehension. "Excellent," remarked the elven maiden, as she removed her longbow from her back and nocked an arrow. "Did you not wish to witness elven magic? Observe closely." The elven maiden drew her bow, aiming. "I shall shoot the second branch from the top of the highest apple tree." Her voice, as always, was soft, graceful, and enchanting. Yet the words that escaped Dragonborn's lips were a spontaneous exclamation of disbelief. "How is that possible? O gentle breeze from Erd Luin, carry forth my arrows to that place." The elven maiden stood upon the hill, her lips parting delicately, her exquisite visage shimmering with a silvery glow. With a graceful release, her arrow soared forth like a silver ribbon. The arrow sliced through the air, traversing a distance of 1,000 meters, striking unerringly upon the second branch of the tallest apple tree. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In a blur of motion, the elven maiden drew her bow once more, unleashing a flurry of 9 arrows in swift succession. Each arrow, akin to infrared-guided missiles, found its mark upon the preceding shafts, piercing through the trembling arrows and striking the very indentation left by the first. In a breathtaking display, 9 arrows severed the thick trunk of the tree. Dragonborn's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an apple whole. Chapter 9. Elves, Dwarves, Dragonborn. And sorcerers, the longest effective range of modern sniper rifles is epitomized by the American-made TAC-50, which is said to have been wielded by a Canadian marksman who, from a staggering distance of 540 meters, struck his target, a feat that set the record for the farthest lethal range ever achieved by a modern sniper rifle. At this distance, even a bullet propelled by gunpowder takes approximately 10 seconds to reach its target. Yet, the elves, with their seemingly primitive longbows, managed to unleash 9 arrows in rapid succession, striking the same spot and forcefully severing the trunk from over 1,000 meters away. What particularly astounded the Dragonborn was the precision with which every arrow shot by the elven maiden struck its mark, as if choreographed to perfection. As one arrow found its target, the subsequent bolt seamlessly shattered the shaft of the preceding arrow, the tips colliding with a force akin to that of a bullet, creating a dazzling display of iron blossoms, executed with immaculate accuracy. This defied the very laws of nature. The soul from another realm silently proclaimed. "May I have a glimpse of your bow?" The Dragonborn inquired, curiosity etched upon his astonished visage. With graceful confidence, Finna presented her companion, a faithful ally through countless years, and remarked, seemingly calm yet tinged with pride, "Galadlan's," which translates to claw of the eagle in Elvish, is one of the divine weapons forged by the Eldar of Gondolin in the First Age, having spilled the blood of innumerable foul and wretched minions of darkness. It stands as one of the most renowned masterpieces among the elves' myriad exquisite creations. As the Dragonborn accepted the longbow, revered as a testament to elven craftsmanship, he noted its slight heft, measuring approximately 1 meter in length. The body of the bow was sculpted from a robust branch of white oak, its ends adorned with razor-sharp blades of steel, clearly indicating its potential for close combat. The back of the bow was intricately embellished with exquisite patterns wrought from mithril, extending gracefully from both ends to the grip, and adorned with a single resplendent diamond that resembled a blossoming flower, akin to stars accompanying the moon. "Oh, this truly embodies the elven aesthetic," he remarked, experimenting with the bowstring, forged from an unknown material, and discovering its formidable tension. However, he pondered, could it truly propel an arrow with such distance? The Dragonborn released the bowstring, estimating that their position was undoubtedly over 1,000 meters from the elven orchard. In other words, the elven maiden achieved a feat that could only be matched by modern sniper rifles using a primitive longbow. Was it the wind? Fina smiled, nodding. As the subtle twinkle of starlight in her eyes gradually dimmed, she explained to the Dragonborn, all things in the universe possess their own will: mountains, rivers, forests, birds in flight, and even the omnipresent wind. Just as when the world of Arda was created, everything was bestowed with the most delicate yet profound blessings. If you learn to listen, all things will become your allies. To the astonishment of the Dragonborn, the elven maiden, with her longbow slung over her shoulder, stepped gracefully into the nearby Shuin River. Elves are inherently attuned to this skill. In the serene summer waters of the gently flowing Shuin River, the elven maiden's tall, perfect form was enveloped in a brilliant white light. Amidst this dazzling and sacred starlight, her melodious voice soared and resonated. "O waters of Erd Luin, heed this sacred proclamation. Rise with the tides, and let those before you witness your wrath." The keen senses of the Dragonborn finally detected a peculiar wave emanating from the elven maiden, swiftly radiating far into the distance. Immediately, the once tranquil and gently flowing Shuin River seemed to awaken under the influence of some mysterious force. The surface of the river churned rapidly, rising to form towering waves that surged downstream like a stampede of wild horses. With a thunderous roar, the colossal waves, which appeared to obscure the heavens and the earth, instilled in the Dragonborn a profound sense of insignificance in the face of nature's majesty. Unable to resist, he instinctively took a step back, demonstrating his respect and submission to the overwhelming power of the universe. As if sensing the Dragonborn's humility, the radiant female elf erupted in a brilliant white light. With a smile reminiscent of a goddess, she effortlessly commanded the tumultuous waves, which, with a resounding crash, reverted to their gentle and serene state, flowing placidly downstream. "Behold, this is the magic of the elves," she said, gathering the starlight around her with a playful grin. The Dragonborn could only express his admiration. With a sense of pride, the female elf emerged from the Shuin River. Disregarding her damp shoes as she strolled towards a distant thicket, she turned to the Dragonborn and said, "Okran, calm your mind and listen to the world around you. You will discover that Arda breathes in your ear. Life is omnipresent. That is the pulse left by Eru Ilúvatar and the Vala when they fashioned all things eons ago. Feel it, learn from it, and you will find that all things are friends to you, whether it be Sindarin, Quenya, or the more esoteric tongues of the elves. The languages are replete with ambiguous phrases that demand careful listening and thoughtful contemplation to discern their profound meanings within the vast expanse of elvish lore. Yet, the soul from another realm, having studied the elvish language for merely half a month, finds many words and grammatical structures beyond his current comprehension. Thus, with a furrowed brow, he silently trails behind her, lending an attentive ear to her words. The elves engage in forging, tilling, and weaving, soaring through endless knowledge, creating countless exquisite and breathtaking wonders. As the two entered the orchard by the banks of the Shuin River, dappled sunlight danced upon the face of the female elf, rendering her utterly enchanting. With her silken, silver-hued hair cascading gracefully, the elf placed her hand upon a bountiful apple tree, closing her eyes as if to listen or perhaps converse with the very essence of nature. Upon opening her eyes, a flawless, ripe, crimson apple descended from the heavens, landing gently in the hands of the dark-haired Dragonborn. Such is the magic of the elves. Dragonborn cast a glance at the magnificent apple in his grasp, then at the elf, feeling a twinge of annoyance at being outdone. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, taking a hearty bite of the sweet, succulent fruit. At that time, the northern elves thrived in prosperity and abundance. Thus, the dark-haired Dragonborn discarded the core and, with a rumbling voice, inquired, "Can I learn the magic of the elves?" It was a question imbued with hope, echoing the blessings and the potent lineage of the Dragonborn, a testament to the strength of the mighty dragons. The elven maiden initially shook her head slowly, yet soon after nodded, leaving the Dragonborn utterly perplexed. She remarked, "In truth, the roar you just unleashed is imbued with immense magical power. You merely lack the skill to wield it." With a serious gaze fixed upon the ebony-haired Dragonborn, the elven maiden, Fina, earnestly stated, Akrian, within you lies a force that even elves would envy and fear. Rather than wasting your efforts on frivolous displays meant to frighten, you should diligently explore the formidable power that resides within you. I am convinced that once you fully harness this inner strength, you shall surpass that old charlatan, the gray-robed sorcerer, by leaps and bounds. At that moment, Gandalf, standing before the White Hall of Greyport, suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable sensation that someone was whispering his name from behind. The wizard rubbed his prominent nose, muttering to himself. Certain revealed a knowing smile shared among friends. Esteemed lord, he began, perhaps noticing the whimsical expression on the master of Greyport, as you have pointed out. The safety of the Dragonborn is not a concern for us at present. Shall we now turn our attention to the forthcoming defense matters concerning the north? The gray-robed wizard, with one hand resting on his hip and the other clutching a long pipe, wore a look of deep concern. The attack of the half-orc wolf riders could descend upon them at any moment, and the dark minions were clearly still covertly inciting villains, bandits, and murderers, irredeemable beings whose intentions remained shrouded in mystery. This had almost become one of my greatest worries. He rudely expelled a large smoke ring, exclaiming, "Yet the vigilance of the elves remains so feeble." Childerin furrowed his brow, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Esteemed Lord Childerin, he suggested, the northern elves must dispatch a messenger to their allies for aid, as I sense that this impending wave of darkness is unlike the minor skirmishes of the past. It may well herald the resurgence of malevolence. Moreover, the defenses of Grey Harbor are alarmingly lax, and they may very well falter against this assault. The master of Grey Harbor countered, the elves of Grey Harbor are not as feeble as you presume. While the prolonged era of peace has indeed led to a degree of complacency, our blades remain sharp, and the horns still sound. We are capable of defending ourselves, Miss Lander. You underestimate the northern elves. Furthermore, the sagacious master of Grey Harbor articulated his concerns, in an age where the elven era teeters on the brink of oblivion. Who remains to offer support? The northern human royalty is nearly extinct, and the southern Gondor is far removed. Our kin in the east share a similar plight, possessing the means for self-preservation, yet lacking the ambition for advancement. Círdan shook his head, lamenting in a tone steeped in pessimism. Moreover, the distance is not insignificant. To expect them to traverse the vast expanse of Middle-earth and the misty mountains to come to our aid is, Gandalf, utterly implausible. No. The Grey Wizard interrupted the master of Grey Havens. There exists yet another place in the north where we may seek assistance. Seemingly aware of the wizard's intent, the master of Grey Havens fell silent, his grizzled beard swirling in the salty breeze. However, the Grey Wizard remained undeterred, pressing on, my esteemed lord. You know precisely whom I refer to. With a resigned sigh, Círdan articulated his thoughts. The dwarves of the Blue Mountains have long since fallen into decline, Mithrandir. They have forgotten their former glory and pride, forsaking the splendor of Khazad-dûm and Erebor, both once resplendent and prosperous realms of the dwarven kind. Instead, they squander their days in smithies and stables, scraping together just enough for their daily sustenance, only to indulge in gluttony at human taverns, while leading lives devoid of purpose. The master of Grey Havens lifted his gaze towards the towering mountains that loomed to the north of Grey Havens, across the shores of the Shire, expressing a mix of pity and disdain. To place hope in them is akin to hoping that the ravenous wolves of Gundabad might forsake their carnivorous ways. No. It was now the turn of the gray-robed wizard to counter him, as far as I am aware. Some among the dwarves of Blue Mountain still possess a fervent desire for vengeance and a noble sense of honor, Lord Círdan. The descendants of Durin continue to reminisce about their ancestral homeland, the distant Erd Luin, and the home that was overrun by the vile dragon. You refer to the messenger who sought aid from Thorin Oakenshield, do you not, Lord Círdan? In this moment, beneath the aged visage of the wizard, a pair of eyes twinkled like stars. His grandfather was the king of the kingdom beneath the mountain, Thorin. Aye, his father was the later mad Thrain, Thorin, too. By birthright, he holds the claim to the kingdom of Durin and is among the most valiant of the Blue Mountain dwarves, as well as the one most likely to come to our aid. He commands a formidable dwarven army, yet is beleaguered by financial constraints. The last armed force of the kingdom beneath the mountain is on the verge of disintegration. If the wise shipwright were to offer a certain amount of jewels in exchange for the dwarves' assistance, I am confident that this valiant dwarven prince would eagerly lead his warriors to aid the elves in fending off the encroaching dark minions. With eloquence, the wizard wielded his persuasive tongue, continually imparting his plans and ideas to the Lord of Grey Haven, embodying an unwavering resolve to achieve his objectives. Although aware that the wizard's scheme was far from simple, the Lord of Grey Haven found himself swayed by the wizard's words. He furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the worth of the wizard's proposal. Do dwarves truly, as he claims, yet remain partially tethered to their bygone glory and pride? Suddenly, a fierce and resonant dragon's roar erupted once more from the northern expanse of Grey Harbor. Chapter 10. Shadows descend. In the horns of the northern elves, the Dragonborn stood alone in the wilderness, acutely aware of the power coursing within him, hesitating on whether to unleash it. Acrianum, focus! Fina shouted from a distance of 100 meters, seemingly relishing the unfolding spectacle. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Although he was perplexed by her enthusiasm, Dragonborn felt it might be wiser to disregard her encouragement. The elven woman was indeed a rather unusual presence among her kin. After all, one wouldn't delve into culinary arts without reason, and over the past fortnight, Byrne had endured her relentless teasing. Each time, under the guise of refining recipes, the elven maiden had surreptitiously infused his meals with a myriad of bizarre ingredients and seasonings, concocting dishes that ranged from sour to bitter, spicy to sweet, culinary horrors that could devastate one's constitution. On several occasions, succumbing to her relentless insistence, he had been compelled to consume these dreadful creations, only to spend the day in a tumultuous state of nausea. Were it not for the extraordinary resilience of his body in this life, he feared he might meet his end at the hands of the elven maiden before even embarking on his adventures in this new world. Sighing, the Dragonborn acknowledged the folly of his decision to seek her counsel on matters of magic. With a determined resolve, he finally steeled himself, closing his eyes. Fully immersed in the sensation of the power coursing through his body, it surged like a molten mass, both searing and immense, continuously circulating within the Dragonborn until it ultimately converged at his throat. Suddenly, a resounding and exalted dragon's roar erupted from the giant's mouth in the wilderness, unleashing an indescribable pressure that bore down upon the heart of the elven maiden 100 meters away, akin to Mount Ty's weight. Fina's complexion turned ashen, her limbs stiffened. The force was overwhelmingly potent and oppressive, as if confronting a dragon itself, though she had not experienced it firsthand. Countless poems and legends within elven lore had attested to such might. It was a truly terrifying power. Under its influence, the mountains trembled, rivers surged, and birds fled their nests in a frenzied flurry. A pitch-black monstrous bird screeched, soaring high into the sky, serving as the eyes of the eastern shadow, tasked with eavesdropping on all news detrimental to the Dark Lord. It first flew eastward, traversing the homeland of the half-elves, Shire, before veering north, crossing the Weakwater Marsh, the peak of winds and clouds, and the Eden wasteland. After 2 days and nights of relentless flight, it finally reached the ancient ruins of Angmar in the north, the last and most desolate remnants of Carndum. In the shadows, a terrifying creature extended its pale, massive arm, allowing the weary raven to alight upon it, chattering incessantly. The raven recounted all it had seen and heard to the fearsome beast. The creature grinned menacingly, and dreadful words in the ancient tongue of Mordor spilled forth from its gaping maw, casting a dark veil over the ruins that had once served as the largest lair of the Dark Lord's minions in the north. Foolish, filthy vermin, mount your direwolves and draw forth your swords. War has erupted. The somber sound of the malevolent horn reverberates in the air. From the shadows, numerous bloodthirsty, wicked eyes gleam ominously. These are the towering, formidable black orcs hailing from Mordor, alongside the ancient demons of the forsaken northern realm of Forod. Some take on human forms, resembling half-orcs, while others manifest in bizarre and grotesque shapes. These terrifying fiends whisper conspiratorially, their furious roars vowing to obliterate all that is radiant and beautiful in the world. Whispers abound that these demons are descended from the bloodline of Morgoth's dark adversaries of the First Age, having lurked in the north for countless years. Elves and wizards believe them extinct, only to behold their resurgence today. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Khazad-dûm, more half-orcs from Gundabad in the Misty Mountains ceaselessly traverse the Grey Mountains, circumventing to the north, entering the ruins of Khazad-dûm. The ravens, in despair, can only calm mournfully before taking flight once more. In this moment, the Dragonkin's resonant and terrifying roar echoes as countless birds, a tumultuous flock of crows, surge forth from the Blue Mountains, heading northward. Both Círdan and Gandalf's expressions shift simultaneously. The Lord of Grey Haven swiftly states, "Gandalf, I permit you to seek aid from the descendants of Durin. though I harbor little hope for the continuation of the alliance between elves and dwarves. Having once witnessed the First Age, when the elves and their dark nemesis Morgoth battled for their very existence, having observed the Second Age, where men and elves united under a common banner to vanquish the Dark Lord Sauron, and having beheld the Third Age, when the brilliance of humanity waned, and the era of elves faded into memory, the great elven hero lamented, since the First Age, the dwarves, driven by avarice and folly, forcibly seized the necklace Noblemare, encrusted with the Silmaril, from the grasp of the king of Doriath, murdering my kin, King Thingol. Thus, the bond between elves and dwarves was irrevocably shattered. Once allies, they succumbed to the allure of a single gem. How lamentable. Even if it was a treasure deemed priceless by all, both above and below. Perhaps recalling the countless years of bloodshed, the betrayals of Ur, and the flickering flame of civilization, the ancient elf sighed, allies turned to foes, blood saturating the earth. The kingdoms of dwarves and elves both in decline, such as the calamity wrought by greed. Indeed, the light of Arda, too, follows an unyielding cycle of rise and fall. No might of man or kingdom can escape this fate. Should the great light of Arda be destined to extinguish today, then I shall accept this fate. As if to bolster his conviction, the wizard's voice grew resoundingly fervent, casting elongated shadows that enveloped the pristine and towering hall of governance. The age of elves may indeed draw to a close, but it shall not be today. The dwarves, once lured by the temptation of the Silmarils, committed heinous acts. Yet such transgressions shall not occur again. Today, I shall represent the northern elves in seeking the assistance of the dwarves. Under my persuasion, they will cast aside their former disputes and enmities and march forth. Indeed, I am resolute. O great shipbuilder, hold fast to hope, when the elves are in dire need. Look towards the opposite bank of the Shuan River. I shall lead the reinforcements from the north. If the great shipbuilder can relinquish the blood feuds of yore and forget the age-old grievances between elves and dwarves, then the beacon of hope for Middle-earth shall never wane. He laughed heartily, exposing the sorcerer's tricks. Mithrandir, do not attempt to deceive me with your grandiloquent rhetoric. Should the dwarves truly consent to march in aid of Greyhaven, they can only traverse the passes south of the Blue Mountains and west of the Shuan River. Is that not indeed coming from the north? Very well, very well. The elven hero, emerging from the sorrowful shadows of time, interrupted the sorcerer's retort with a smile. Mithrandir, there is no need for your embarrassment. Although I am uncertain why you insist I support Thorin Oakenshield, I am aware that the wizard's gaze extends far beyond the immediate. They are always contemplating matters 10 or 20 steps ahead. This is prestige. Gandalf the Grey humbly bowed. For he was not surprised that the master of Greyhaven could see through his little tricks. Ultimately, my plan shall succeed, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, the elven lord of the north, master of the Grey Havens, and shipwright declared to the pensive and sagacious Grey Wizard, I concur with your strategy, Mithrandir. Depart hence, bearing my missive and gifts, and seek out the prince of the once mighty kingdom under the mountain, to ascertain if he yet retains the glory and pride of the lineage of Durin. And I, a great elf who has witnessed countless legends rise and fall, standing beneath the midday sun, issued a proclamation to the people of the Grey Havens on the eve of war. I shall dispatch sentinels to patrol the borders and coastlines, ensuring that the vile and hideous orcs and their wargs do not surreptitiously breach our watchtowers and encroach upon our land. Prepare yourselves, people of the Grey Havens. Take up your arms, polish your armor, feed your steeds well, and fill your quivers with arrows. For war is nigh. The elven king of the north proclaimed, sound the ancient horns. People of Lindon, let the Darkspawn know that elves never shrink from battle. In response to the elven king's stirring address, the Grey Wizard Gandalf bowed deeply in reverence. Thus, on a summer's day in the year 2931 of the Third Age, the sacred horns of the northern elves, almost forgotten in Middle-earth, were sounded anew. The majestic sound of the horns reverberated throughout the Northlands, a royal proclamation that moved all goodly men and elves who heard the Grey Havens Lord's mighty declaration. The elves emerged from the ruins of the bygone kingdom like mushrooms after a rain, invigorated and swiftly mounting their steeds to converge upon Grey Harbor. Meanwhile, a group of rangers meticulously arranged their attire, polished their swords, and widened their gaze to scrutinize the vast northern wilderness. They were the Dúnedain, descendants of the human royalty of the West. Having lost their former realm, along with other tribulations, these wanderers roamed the expansive northern wilds, becoming renowned bounty hunters. Their creed to vanquish darkness and safeguard the virtuous. Now that the elves had sounded the clarion of war, It was inevitable that the malevolence of the north could very well be on the rise. Thus, the rangers plunged into the wilderness, eager to uncover the unfolding events. The elves, in turn, found their sole allies among humanity in the north. As for the timid and scheming individuals, they scurried about in a state of panic, akin to startled rabbits, disoriented and flailing. War was upon them. Their incoherent shouts and frantic cries availed nothing in the face of genuine conflict, only serving to evoke annoyance. Chapter 11. A choice. Upon hearing the sacred horn resound, Fina was taken aback. Dragonborn was equally astonished. He paused his exploration of the inner forces and experiments to approach the elven maiden, his voice resonant and commanding. Are you unhurt, Fina? I apologize. I am still not quite adept at controlling it. By the end of his statement, the tone of the Dragonborn had finally settled to a more normal level, and the oppressive force that had once loomed was no longer apparent. Ah, this is much better. Fina, heedless of the childlike playfulness with which she toyed with her new companion the Dragonborn, confirmed that all limbs and body were functioning before taking the Dragonborn's hand and dashing towards Greyport. Dragonborn blinked, perplexed by the sudden change in the elf maiden's demeanor. Was something amiss? What could possibly go wrong? Yet, as memories of the white-robed wizard encountered earlier in the elven administrative hall resurfaced, Dragonborn pondered whilst running. Could it be due to that eternally meddlesome bachelor, Gandalf? As they ran, Fina elucidated to the Dragonborn. The sacred horn has not sounded in over 2 millennia, and from its inception, it has existed for but one purpose: war. Indeed. The otherworldly soul within stirred with a resounding thought. It was no wonder that the denizens of Middle-earth were not particularly fond of wizards. These beings invariably played the harbingers of doom, bringing tidings of either fiery conflict or calamity, making it quite strange for anyone to hold them in esteem. The Dragonborn, burdened with unspoken worries, mentally lamented this predicament. For in his intuition, the otherworldly essence sensed that the recent turmoil befalling the northern elves was likely a consequence of his own presence, akin to that of an Amazonian butterfly flapping its wings. At the grand white gates facing the Shuan River, which led toward the eastern avenue, the two encountered the elven sentinels who had already begun to assemble in formation. Galder, the tall, strikingly handsome male elf, with flowing golden hair and piercing, sharp eyes, halted upon hearing her voice. Clad in exquisite golden armor and a helmet adorned with intricate designs, the silver sacred tree motifs carved upon it were both delicate and lifelike. His name must surely be Galder. Fina, the elven knight, cast a solemn glance at the imposing Dragonborn, who exuded an overwhelming presence, and gravely informed the elven maiden. I bear unfortunate news. The gray-robed sorcerer has brought forth malevolent minions, heralding an impending invasion. To ensure the safety of Mistland, our Lord has decreed a state of martial law throughout the realm. A substantial number of sentinels will be dispatched to patrol and inspect the eastern and northern outposts. With that, Galdo, strikingly handsome and valiant as a prince preparing for battle, mounted his steed and bellowed to the elven knights awaiting him. Let us hasten. My brothers and sisters, destiny awaits us ahead. In conclusion, this brave elven knight turned his gaze downwards to Fina and said, The Lord is seeking you, Fina. At this juncture, Galdo could not help but cast another astonished look at the towering, godlike Dragonborn, exclaiming, And you, our esteemed guest. Curiosity getting the better of him. The golden-haired elven knight inquired, Were those 2 thunderous sounds you made just now? Perhaps piqued by this question, all the elven knights turned their heads, their expressions calm yet tinged with intrigue as they regarded the dark-haired Dragonborn. Unfazed by the throng of armored elven knights astride their majestic steeds, the otherworldly soul merely nodded. Although he understood little of their words, he distinctly caught the mention of thunderous sounds, having heard it more than once today. Was it merely a matter of raising one's voice? Why all the fuss? The otherworldly soul pondered within. However, on the surface, the Dragonborn displayed no outward signs of his identity, though somewhat anticipated. The sight of him nodding prompted Galdo and the other elven knights to regard the towering figure before them with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. We salute you. Despite his inner astonishment, Galdo, the lead elven knight, courteously inclined his head to the ebony-haired Dragonborn, then, with a flick of the reins, urged his steed into a swift gallop. The elite cadre of elven knights swiftly followed suit, their steeds charging forth with fervor, their quivers brimming with arrows. Standard longbows slung across their backs, swords and long knives sheathed at their waists, and steel lances for mounted combat hanging from their saddles, they presented a formidable visage, ready for the impending battle. With a thunderous sound, the extraordinary steeds of the elves propelled the knights far ahead in an instant. As the resounding hoofbeats faded into the distance, Finna once again grasped the Dragonborn's hand, striding purposefully towards the administrative hall. "Enough of the gazing. Let us seek out our lord," she declared. It was evidently he who had halted first. The Dragonborn rolled his eyes, feeling aggrieved by the elven maiden's incessant teasing regarding his still-developing proficiency in the elven tongue. Secretly plotting his future retribution, he harbored a grudge against her soft, elongated, and pristine hand that held his. However, he was soon captivated by the transformation of Greyport. The once tranquil and serene elven harbor now resembled a slumbering giant awakening from its slumber. With the decree of the Grey Harbor's master to arm and defend Grey Harbor, thousands of Noldo, Sinar, and Falaz elves residing here hastily retrieved their exquisite armor, swords, and bows, which had been collecting dust. Once poets and singers, they transformed into valiant elven warriors. Clad in full armor, the elven soldiers, wielding spears and swords, and bearing bows with arrows slung over their shoulders, swiftly gathered in squads under the command of their respective squad leaders, converging rapidly towards the square in front of the administrative hall. The sound of their cold iron boots striking the hard white floor echoed ominously. Yet apart from this, the vast expanse of Grey Harbor was enveloped in silence. The souls from another realm gazed in wide-eyed astonishment as the elves, in a swift and silent manner, converged from all directions like a flowing stream to the square before the administrative hall. This entire spectacle unfolded in a mere few minutes, and aside from the sound of armor clinking as they marched, not a single other sound escaped their lips. In that moment, an idea, perhaps somewhat inapt, yet resonant with his current thoughts, surfaced in the mind of the otherworldly soul. For the nation's wings, as grand as a forest, the Dragonkin halted, paying profound homage to the powerful and confident elves. Notably, despite the elves' serene expressions, one could distinctly sense their strength and confidence emanating from this epic tableau. Adorned with banners and brimming with arms, it was the assurance that allowed their descendants to unequivocally become the main theme over several epics. In the shadow of the formidable dark adversary Morgoth, the sacred two trees were toppled, prompting the assembly of the divine beings to elevate the sun Arion and the moon Tilion, illuminating the vast expanse of Middle-earth and the western sanctuaries. Thus began an epic of relentless warfare against the dark foe that spanned a millennium, during which the ancestors of humankind had yet to awaken. As the elves suffered grievous losses of blood and life, they gradually began to fade, while their erstwhile vassals, the humans, commenced their ascent upon the annals of history. In the Second Age, the alliance between humans and elves rose to confront the fallen mayor, the future Dark Lord Sauron, a struggle that unfolded in those times. Now, the inexorable march of history has entered the Third Age, and the elves find themselves increasingly weakened. Presently, even the once mighty elven kingdom of Lindon in the north can muster only a few thousand elves, although remnants still inhabit various locales within Lindon. Yet, Grey Havens remains the principal gathering place for the northern elves, housing the majority of their kind. Upon the high ground before the Hall of Governance, Círdan gazed sorrowfully upon his subjects and kin below, inevitably recalling the ancient era of the Elven Kingdom, with its forest of banners and the resounding blast of trumpets, a once magnificent spectacle now reduced to tattered remnants. He silently observed the last bastion of northern elven strength, standing resolutely in the square before the towering white Hall of Governance, as the sea breeze tousled his gray beard. After a prolonged silence, the last elven king of the north spoke, his voice resonant and powerful, akin to the roar of the ocean. People of Lindon. The gray-robed wizard delivered a most dire message. The dark ashes have rekindled, and this time, they cast their malevolent gaze upon the pristine and noble Misrand. The shadow of war looms ominously over the heads of the northern elves. In the square of fallen blossoms beneath the grand hall of governance, the elves have planted an abundance of beech trees surrounding the square and in front of the hall. With the changing of seasons, the golden leaves dance gracefully with the gentle sea breeze, cascading upon the hall and the square below, leading to the monikers of the Hall of Fallen Blossoms or the Golden Hall. Approximately 5,000 elves, clad in military regalia and armed with fine weaponry, listened with serene composure to the pre-war proclamation of the Lord of Grey Harbor. Prepare for battle. Though the spirit from another realm struggled with the elven tongue, the Lord actually invoked the phrase prepare for war. Citizens of the Northern Kingdom, war is imminent. The time of our trial has arrived. Sharpen your eyes, hone your swords, and with your iron and fire, convey to those filthy, grotesque, cowardly brigands who dare to covet our homeland, that we elves have never forgotten the honor and valor coursing through our veins. Here, Churden exclaimed a profoundly inspiring phrase in Quenya, yet regrettably. The spirit from another realm had not yet mastered the language and did not grasp its meaning. Nevertheless, the spirit felt an overwhelming sense of battle fervor and encouragement from those words, akin to encountering a surge of flames amidst the snow. Arda, below. Over 5,000 fully armed elite elves of the Kingdom of Linton stood like a forest of steel spears, unleashing the most resounding and inspiring battle cry ever heard by the souls of another realm. In the summer of the year 2931 of the Third Era, the Dragonborn witnessed the exhilarating pre-battle review of the Northern Elves in Grey Harbor, setting the wheels of fate into motion. After concluding the pre-battle declaration, the Lord of Grey Harbor once again welcomed the returning Dragonborn in the Administration Hall. Esteemed Lord Churden, the otherworldly soul greeted with newfound humility after witnessing the heroic demeanor of the Lord of Grey Harbor. It cannot be denied that the elves' formidable and grand formation is part of the reason for my awe. I have heard of your summons. How may I be of service to you? The otherworldly soul blinked, casting a discreet glance at the increasingly imposing Lord of Grey Harbor, only to discover that the gray-robed wizard Gandalf had mysteriously vanished without a trace. There's no need for such formality. The Lord of Grey Harbor laughed heartily. Perhaps the familiar surroundings of the hall brought him ease and comfort. Behind closed doors, Churden donned a more amiable faade, casting aside the regal demeanor of a king. Though the elves adhered to caution and self-discipline, the Northern Elves were also warm and hospitable hosts. The Lord of Grey Harbor playfully winked and remarked, "Please, set aside your humility and pleasantries. The Northern Elves are always dear friends and companions to our guests. My friend, retain your candor and enthusiasm. Before you stands the witty and wise shipwright Churden, not the ruler of the Northern Kingdom." The plight of the otherworldly soul was evident, the master of Grey Harbor. With his eloquent phrases reminiscent of poetry, rendered the Dragonborn, who had only recently acquired a modicum of proficiency in the Elvish tongue, nearly speechless. He blinked his golden, slit-like eyes, adopting an expression that seemed to say, "If you continue, I might just understand, and then you shall have one." This only piqued the interest of Churden further, as the heavy gloom within him found considerable solace. He chuckled softly, leaning his towering frame against the central throne, his keen and sagacious eyes fixed intently on the void before him, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he began to speak, articulating each word with deliberate care, occasionally halting to elucidate the meanings to the Dragonborn, as the once imposing air of authority dissipated into the ether, leaving behind a sense of pity. Of course, one could argue that the greater pity lay with our Dragonborn, for only the heavens know how many brain cells he had sacrificed in his quest to comprehend the master's words. At that moment, he thought rather impolitely, why did Vader not grant me the ability to understand all languages from the outset? Okriam, you are likely already aware that the Northern Elves are on the brink of facing a new challenge. The shadows from the east loom ominously over the north once more. Malevolence casts its covetous gaze upon Grey Harbor, intent on eradicating the last bastion of joy and sanctity for the Northern Elves. The wicked and brutal minions of darkness are poised to assault Grey Harbor. A great battle is inevitable. Just then, the head chef, who had mysteriously vanished since the parade in the square, stealthily re-entered, standing silently behind the otherworldly soul, devoid of joy or sorrow. In light of the impending conflict, the Northern Elves may find themselves unable to ensure your safety. The master of Grey Harbor cast a glance at the silent elven maiden who had remained wordless since her arrival and continued, "If you so desire, I may command Finna to escort you from the southern expanse of Grey Harbor, traversing through the Tarchel and along the southern road, leading you to the last bastion of all that is good, Rivendell, situated in the east. It is the abode of Lord Elrond, where you shall find exquisite fare, a comfortable bed, and delightful vistas. Most importantly, with the protection of Lord Elrond, you can reside there in peace and safety, free from the menace of shadowy minions. Though it is a challenging journey, it remains one imbued with hope. May the radiance of Elbereth shine upon you." With his gray eyes fixed intently upon the Dragonborn's golden slit pupils, Círdan spoke meaningfully. "What say you, Oclium? Will you stay, or shall you continue on your destined path?" At the entrance of the Hall of Fallen Flowers, Elrian's pointed ears twitched occasionally, eavesdropping on the conversation within. Suddenly, the elven maiden's countenance brightened, her once slender waist now standing taller with newfound resolve. A colleague could not help but smile and remarked, "Elrian, do temper your expression. Your joy is all too evident. By Elbereth, you resemble Burin upon first encountering LTN. The Noldorin maiden immediately sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Silence! You chatter like a prattling lark." Her colleagues erupted into hearty laughter. Before long, the dark-haired Dragonborn emerged with the head chef, Fina. No one knew what transpired between them inside. Observing the elves joyfully encircling the female guard as they sang melodies in a tongue he could not comprehend, the dark-haired Dragonborn curiously inquired of Fina, "What are they doing? Is there something to celebrate? They seem so exuberant." Fina maintained a stern expression and remained silent. Chapter 12. The Eve of Battle, Resolute Belief. That night, the 7 stars were henceforth referred to as Vila's scythe, a soul from another realm, tangled in thoughts and unable to find slumber, sat upon the northern embankment of Greyport, embracing the gentle sea breeze while listening to the relentless waves of the Barrigale Sea crashing against the stone barrier. It mirrored the turmoil within the Dragonborn's heart. This night, the waters of the Barrigale Sea flowing into Shuin Cove were particularly tempestuous. The wind howled, propelling the tides with a thunderous roar, as waves surged and shattered against the stone pier, only to crash down in disarray. Yet, the waves ebbed and flowed, momentarily calming before once again gathering force and unexpectedly surging towards the shore, a ceaseless cycle. However, the granite used by the elves to construct the dock, capable of accommodating great vessels, remained steadfast. The pristine white barrier stood unmoved, shimmering softly under the starlight. The tides of Shuin Cove, helpless, slowly receded, dragging countless defenseless pebbles into the depths of the sea. Behind him lay the echoes of past merriment, now replaced by a profound silence. The once lively Greyport now eerily quiet, reminiscent of a ghostly realm. The elves harbor a disdain for open flames. Before the grand expanse of Grey Harbor, with its smooth stone streets and towering, eaves-less Gothic edifices, the elves utilize a luminescent mineral known as fluorite, which emits a bright, yet gentle glow under the starlight. This ethereal illumination envelopes the entire Grey Harbor in a silvery radiance, strikingly beautiful yet chilling. After a prolonged silence, the otherworldly soul finally perceives a melody resonating from an unknown source. This tune, laden with sorrow and gravitas, stands in stark contrast to the previously buoyant and cheerful elven ballads. He tilts his ear, listening intently, absorbing the profound emotions coursing through the hearts of the elves. Lost in a reverie of incomprehensible thoughts, the events of the day weigh heavily upon him. First, the legendary grey-robed wizard Gandalf appeared before him, bearing ominous tidings. Soon after, the latent power within him began to manifest. The connection between these occurrences is undeniable. He senses a dramatic unfolding of fate intertwined with his very being. He reflects on the divine nature of this world. The otherworldly soul feels as though he has become ensnared in the destinies of elves, dwarves, humans, wizards, and dark creatures within this realm of swords and sorcery. This realization stirs within him a perplexing blend of exhilaration and trepidation. For who among the youth has not dreamt of riding dragons and wielding sacred swords to save the world? Yet, simultaneously, the instinctual fear arises in him, as he was but an ordinary person in his previous life. In this world, demons undeniably exist, and the thought of being watched by a terrifying entity that has lurked for countless years sends a shiver down his spine. He questions himself. He fears death. Otherwise, when the master of Grey Harbor inquired whether he wished to remain or depart, he would not have opted for silence. Seated before his computer at his desk, sipping on sugary beverages and indulging in popcorn, he joyfully immersed himself in the epic clash of light and darkness, the elegy of humanity and elves. Yet, when one is ensnared in the iron and fire, amidst the roars and horrors, one wonders if they could still whimsically shout, "Locked ogre." Ah, a slip of the tongue. The mortal spirit instinctively quakes with fear. Yet, after a moment of calm reflection, the once diligent worker, who had toiled under the 996 work culture, finds himself akin to countless others who, for the sake of survival, must bow their once proud heads, drifting through the sea of humanity. Nevertheless, when faced with significant moral dilemmas, he always manages to unleash a fervent roar from the depths of his soul, reminiscent of the descendants of dragons, voicing a passionate cry for his existence. No, perhaps I fear death, but I do not crave life. Certainly, he could retreat to Rivendell, but what of the next time? This time, he may let the elves take the front line while he escapes, but what of the next encounter? Should he choose to flee every time adversity arises? With his head bowed, he gazes at his mighty hand, blessed by Eru Ilúvatar, filled with a palpable sense of strength, and clenches it tightly, contemplating the power within. In my past life, I lacked the capability. Must I now run away again? At this moment, the elven melody concludes, and Grey Harbor once more descends into a profound silence. He lifted his gaze towards the pristine night sky of Middle-earth, enveloped in contemplative silence. As time passed, the darkness deepened, and the brilliance of the stars began to wane beneath the encroaching gloom, heralding the arrival of the twilight before dawn. At that moment, in the east, the star Eärendil, known to the elves as the Star of Great Hope, radiated a brilliant light, harmonizing splendidly with the northern constellation of the Seven Stars of Vilya, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In comparison, the other celestial bodies appeared somewhat dim, for the luminosity of these two was unparalleled amidst the galaxy. The soul from another realm smiled. Under the dawn's light, a force known as hope surged within him, dispelling his inner turmoil and unease, bestowing upon him a sense of tranquility and serenity. Thus, he resolved, if fate decreed his demise in this place, he would embrace it with equanimity. He echoed the words he had spoken to the Master of Grey Haven during the day. I am willing to fight for life alongside the elves. Though he had only spent a little over half a month with them, it was undeniable that the elves had welcomed him when he was still a stranger, imparting the language and knowledge of this world, treating him with warmth and camaraderie. The otherworldly soul felt he could not simply turn and flee. Indeed, he could not. This was not merely a matter of humanity, it was a reluctance to live so selfishly. With his resolve solidified, the heart of the Dragonborn lightened, and he began to hum a melody from his past life, a tune both cheerful and simple, rivaling that of the elves. What was this melody? As if already aware of her whereabouts, the otherworldly soul did not raise her gaze, but merely observed the shimmering Shuin bend beneath the starlit sky, humming a cheerful tune. O brightest star in the night sky, can you hear the solitude and sighs from the depths of the heart of the one who gazes up at you? O brightest star in the night sky, can you remember the figure that once walked beside me, now vanished in the wind? I pray for a heart as transparent as crystal and eyes that can weep, to grant me the courage to believe once more. Oh, let me embrace you beyond the veil of lies. Whenever I struggle to find the meaning of existence, whenever I am lost in the darkness of night. O brightest star in the night sky, please guide me closer to you. Beneath the starlight, the armored Eowyn exchanged her battle attire for a pure, white gown, adorned with exquisite jewels and silver threads, further enhancing her already breathtaking beauty, akin to the stars above. She listened in astonishment to the melody that belonged not to this realm, experiencing the tranquil and serene heart of the otherworldly soul at that moment. As she walked gracefully upon the moonlight, she gently settled beside the dark-haired dragonkin, imitating his posture with her hands resting on the cold embankment, tilting her head back to gaze at the celestial bodies. Thus, they remained, one tall and one short, harmonizing and listening to their unique melody until dawn broke. In the distance, a pair of equally bright, star-like eyes dimmed, turning away. What could this mean? The sleepless Dragonborn was once again summoned by the Master of Grey Harbor to the Hall of Falling Blossoms, where he encountered the female elven guardian, aside from Círdan. After a brief moment of serene meditation with the otherworldly spirit, she departed before the sun, Eren, graced the horizon. Yet, an unspoken understanding had been forged between them that night, laying the groundwork for all that would follow, though neither was yet aware of it. At that moment, the elven guardian, Elevin, burned not only a long sword at her waist, but also wielded a fearsome weapon, potentially meant for cavalry combat. This blade was nearly as wide as a hand, nearly 2 meters in length, complemented by a double-handed grip and adorned with gemstones along the hilt. This weapon towered almost as high as the elven guardian herself. The otherworldly spirit couldn't help but gaze in wonder at this formidable armament, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Seemingly aware of the events that transpired between the two the previous night, the Master of Grey Harbor offered a gentle smile. He remarked, regarding your choice of Eocrian, I shall neither judge nor dismiss it, but the elves will forever remember the aid of a friend. The elven king of the north solemnly bowed to the otherworldly spirit. Elves do not meddle in the destinies of others. To them, every outcome is a matter of choice. Since the otherworldly spirit chose to remain, Círdan could only concede that it was fate, immutable and inescapable. May the stars illuminate the end of your journey, my friend, he concluded, casting a puzzled glance at both the spirit and the elven guardian beside him. Círdan then continued with a smile, expressing gratitude for the precious friendship offered at a time of great need for the elves. However, It must be said that Okrium, the master of Greyport, wore a serious expression. Your combat skills are virtually non-existent, and your role in Greyport is almost negligible. Are you certain you wish to remain? It was unexpected that the master of Greyport summoned him for this purpose. After a moment of contemplation, the Dragonborn, feeling exceedingly embarrassed, turned his golden vertical pupils and fell into silence. Indeed, while the fervor of rallying cries is exhilarating, war is a brutal affair fraught with the threat of violence and death. One misstep could lead to the severing of your head, and even as a Dragonborn, it is unlikely that you would grow a second one. The thought of being perceived as no more formidable than a mere foot soldier in the eyes of the elves filled Dragonborn with both shame and urgency. I can fight. Trust me, he implored. In his desperation, a surge of magma-like energy welled up within him, lending a resounding quality to his voice that captivated both Círdan and Iluvatar, momentarily rendering them entranced. Though it was not the first time he had experienced the Dragonborn's power, Círdan remained profoundly moved by the sheer magnitude of his latent strength. After a brief pause, he remarked, Okrium, your potential is boundless. I can sense within you a power that even the former elven high kings could not rival. Are you truly willing to squander your future at a time when the fruit has yet to fully ripen, and the wheat is just beginning to sprout? The black-haired Dragonborn may not fully comprehend the words of the Lord of Grey Harbor, yet the soul from another realm can certainly sense the Lord's affection. He nodded resolutely, declaring, My resolve remains unshaken. The elven king from the north regarded him deeply, surprisingly refraining from further persuasion, and instead, earnestly commended. Though I lament the possibility of your reckless decision, I am equally moved by the steadfast determination of the destined child bearing the blood of dragons. Such noble character is worthy of comparison only to the ancient holy kings. May the brilliance of the stars illuminate your path, shielding you from all darkness. He continued, Nevertheless, I believe it is prudent for Ilúvatar to impart some swordsmanship techniques to you. She is one of the strongest swordsmen by my side. With her guidance, you shall at least avoid injuring yourself with your own blade when the time comes. Upon realizing that the black-haired Dragonborn might not understand him, Círdan helplessly nodded to the female guard beside him. The waiting elven maiden stepped forward, tossing a horse-slaying sword into the hands of the otherworldly soul. Drawing her single-edged longsword from her waist, she lifted her chin and assumed a universally understood provocative stance. While I appreciate your good intentions, do you not think you underestimate me? The otherworldly soul, indignant, grasped the formidable weapon designed for mounted combat. The nearly 2-meter sword appearing almost as a one-handed weapon in his grasp. He excitedly swung it a couple of times, only to furrow his brow. Although elven weapons are exquisite, they are ultimately too lightweight for him at this juncture. Ultimately, he struck a pose with his sword that he fancied to be quite dashing. Indeed, both Círdan and the female guardian thought simultaneously, go for it. The master of Grey Harbor, having glimpsed what he desired, humorously raised an eyebrow at the otherworldly spirit and remarked, before turning away with a dismissive air, Hey. The otherworldly spirit began to feel a twinge of regret. As an ordinary individual living in an era of peace, it was quite natural not to know the ways of wielding cold weapons, wasn't it? Why were you both looking at him with disdain, one scoffing and the other shaking her head in resignation? If you had the ability, could we not compare ourselves to firearms? Alas, that was still beyond him. Gazing down at the massive great sword in his hands, he then glanced at the female guardian, who merely held an elegantly designed single-edged sword unique to the elves, and in a moment of self-awareness, the Dragonborn lamented, We agreed, no slapping. Ilúvatar responded with a cold smile and advanced toward him. By the gods, you truly intend to strike. The otherworldly spirit exclaimed in a tongue only he could comprehend, drawing the attention of a passing group of elves. Wow, Ilúvatar is indeed ruthless, one elf remarked to a companion. Wasn't it said that she had a fondness for Oklian? His companion, unable to suppress a glance, nodded with trepidation. Ilúvatar is nothing like Lucian. Lucian was never this violent. Clearly, the jest about the female guardian's fondness for the Dragonborn had once again circulated among the elves. Thus, atop the elevated ground before the gleaming white government hall of the elves, our unfortunate black-haired Dragonborn was subjected to a thorough chastisement by a seasoned elven warrior, whose battle skills were nearly perfected. The echoes of his woeful lament, reminiscent of a defeated creature, were soon woven into a jubilant ballad by the elves, transforming his misadventure into legend. Chapter 13. The Gathering Storm. Whenever a tale is immortalized in elven song, whether it pertains to a person or an event, it inevitably reverberates throughout the vast expanse of Middle-earth. The ever-present winds of this world swiftly carry the enchanting melodies of the elves to the ears of all beings and races capable of understanding their dulcet tones. As the clock struck noon, the chastised soul from another realm made his way to the kitchen to prepare for lunch. The head chef, already informed of the morning's events, fiercely hurled a large platter of honey-glazed cured pork, accompanied by an assortment of cheeses, juices, and sausages, before the black-haired Dragonborn. The clattering of utensils rang out as they struck the table. The otherworldly soul felt a flutter of apprehension, sensing he was being targeted. Yet, upon meeting the chef's perilous gaze, the Dragonborn wisely chose to feign ignorance. After all, engaging in a battle of wits with the elves was hardly worthwhile. They possessed eternal lives to harbor grudges. What was the point? Lowering his head, he picked up the knife and fork, ready to savor the day's repast. Fenna. Today's cured pork is delightful. Let us indulge in it once more this evening. The elven companions at the table responded with amicable laughter. One of the gatekeepers jested. Melsters, remember, an elf may only have one beloved in a lifetime. Tread carefully. As a sharp arrow pierced the wine goblet held by the city guard. Embedding itself in the sturdy oak dining table, the white feathered tip trembled slightly. The elf stared blankly at the honeyed wine trickling from the shattered goblet, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. However, upon recognizing the archer's identity, he swiftly discarded the goblet, hastily cleared his plate, and courteously remarked, "May your appetite remain ever delightful. Good afternoon, my friend." He nodded with restrained elegance to the Dragonborn and dashed out of the kitchen like a gust of wind. The otherworldly spirit grew increasingly restless. Observing the scene, the other elves wore peculiar expressions, suppressing laughter as they quickly devoured their meals, nodding in silent greeting before slipping away one by one. Fina, though puzzled as to why a female chef would carry a bow she had not possessed one the previous day, earnestly addressed her in the dry elf tongue. "I meant to say yesterday, your archery is truly impressive. Might you teach me?" He gazed back with as sincere an expression as he could muster, even though he was uncertain how to convey sincerity with the slit pupils characteristic of cold-blooded creatures. At the kitchen's entrance, the female elf, poised with her bow drawn, softened her expression. Outside, the joyous laughter of the elves echoed in the distance. Thus unfolded a brief interlude between the Dragonborn and the elves. As the final great star hung high in the celestial river of Velakirka, we traversed the mighty river, journeying northward along the shadowy hills. The further north we ventured, the more oppressive the air became, thick with an ominous chill. Our steeds grew restless, snorting in unease, and the once abundant birds had nearly vanished from sight. With the dawn of a new day, we pressed on, yet not a single tribe of the northern folk, those who once thrived in the northern realms, could be found. It seemed they had sensed the return of malevolence long before the southern men and elves. We crossed the shadowy hills and entered the desolate expanse of Eton. Here, the footprints of humanity grew even scarcer. We scoured every nook and cranny, yet not even a single young beast could be found. A dreadful, heavy darkness enveloped the northern land. The sky above, the northern sky, appeared shrouded in ominous clouds, a foreboding sign. We resolved to continue our journey northward, despite the weighty, terrifying premonition pressing upon our hearts. Yet, I believe the purpose of our quest lay undoubtedly in the north, for we all knew what awaited us there. As the master of Greyport noted this, his handwriting grew increasingly hurried and scrawled, reflecting the sheer terror that gripped him at that moment. Sheridan's countenance darkened, for he too understood the significance of the north. Cairndom, the eastern shadow of evil, loomed over the north's greatest stronghold, the ancient capital of the sorcerer King Angmar, now re-emerging. The master of Greyport's expression became even more grim and foreboding. He hastily rifled through the latest haphazardly piled reports, and at last, he discovered the information he sought. We ventured eastward, braving the perils, until at last we discovered the objective of our journey. The battle was swiftly concluded, seizing the moment while the enemy was still unsteady. We dealt a significant blow to their morale and emerged victorious. However, the main body of the enemy forces had also been roused. Witnessing this, Kilden could scarcely decipher the scrawled words before him, the hasty and chaotic strokes, the large drops of ink, all vividly revealing the writer's state of panic. It described an evil army composed of terrifying ancient demons in the dark orcs of Mordor. Kilden strained to comprehend the text, reading each word as if gnawing on some flesh. A mere glance was enough to nearly steal our sanity. This was a dreadful evil army, one that had not been seen on the continent of Middle-earth since the Dark Ages. As they advanced, the sky grew ominously dark, thick storm clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Beneath the ominous clouds, wolves were driven by their command, and vile bats circled above, their chilling roars echoing across the desolate plains. Upon witnessing this, even the master of Grey Havens, who had endured countless harrowing battles through the First, Second, and Third Ages, could not help but flinch, as if he had glimpsed the horrifying scene spoken of by the elven sentinels ahead. In that vision, countless terrifying, bloodthirsty minions roared towards the heavens. Surging forth like a tide, gritting his teeth, he pressed on, determined to see more. Upon observing this, Círdan noted that the handwriting had become increasingly hasty. The last few characters were so poorly inscribed that one had to lean in closely to decipher them, ultimately arriving at a vague understanding. Círdan let out a deep sigh, carefully stowing away these invaluable pieces of information. He then proclaimed loudly, "Summon the bells." Despite the troubling news conveyed within the intelligence, it was preferable to be informed, rather than remain in ignorance regarding the identity of the enemy. Clenching his fists, Círdan cast a solemn gaze towards the blue mountain range. "Miss Lander, I fervently hope your plan succeeds." Soon, the bronze bell atop the highest tower of Grey Harbor was struck. The elves, having long been prepared, promptly abandoned their tasks and gathered spontaneously at the post assigned to them days prior. Was this day finally upon them? To the east of Grey Harbor, facing the mouth of the Shuan River, a dark-haired dragonborn, clad in heavy armor and wielding a war hammer, murmured to himself. This armor was so exquisitely crafted that even the most skilled dwarven masters would be rendered speechless in admiration. The armor shimmered with a silver hue, evidently forged from Starmoon gold, a rare metal known only to elven artisans. This very metal was a treasured heirloom of the Gondor royal family, incorporated during the reforging of the Holy Sword Narsil. Beneath the massive shoulder plates, the Dragonborn's godlike physique was enveloped in a breastplate that embodied the unique elegance and resilience characteristic of the elven race. The golden holy tree totem was depicted with astonishing lifelikeness. The intricate veins and foliage of each sacred tree are meticulously forged from resilient Starmoon gold, subtly radiating a golden glow under the sun's embrace. Conversely, beneath the dim caress of moonlight, this suit of armor emanates a delicate silver sheen. Is it not splendid? Yet, this is merely the beginning. The elves have adorned the armor with 3 diamond-shaped sapphires, a grand one accompanied by 2 smaller ones, embedded at the apex of the golden sacred tree design, enhancing its opulence to an extraordinary degree. Simultaneously, the Dragonborn's arms, thighs, calves, and feet are all encased in robust, heavy armor, rendering them impervious to harm. Indeed, even a masterful elven archer would find it a daunting task to penetrate the expertly crafted defenses of the Dragonborn, leaving them in a state of awe. In a remarkable moment, the otherworldly soul placed his colossal war hammer upon the ground, leaning it against the corner of the white city wall to the east of Grey Harbor, and gazed into the distance. The blue cloak billowed dramatically behind him, surrounding him. A battalion of hundreds of armored elves could not help but steal glances in his direction. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the Dragonborn's towering figure, nearly 6 meters tall, imbued with a divine presence and an aesthetic of brute force, stood majestically, reminiscent of a mountain. The radiant light of Eru illuminated the intricately crafted elven armor, causing it to shimmer brilliantly to the extent that the elves seemed to glimpse the formidable shadow of Tokus, the legendary warrior of Vera. Upon the Dragonborn's form, as previously mentioned, Tokus is the god of war in Middle-earth. The soul from another realm is far from foolish. He is acutely aware that his skills will not elevate him to a superior level in a short span of time, as noted by the elven maiden training him, who insists he is indeed overestimating himself. Thus, after 2 initial days of training, he made an unusual request to the master of Grey Harbor. It is deemed peculiar because he asked the elven king of the north to forge a suit of armor as robust as possible, without concern for its weight. Furthermore, he eschewed the traditional long blades favored on the central continent in favor of a warhammer, one that is extraordinarily hefty, typically wielded only by dwarves. This choice reflects a strategy of if I cannot match your agility, I shall adopt a defensive stance, fortifying my defenses before striking you down when you are unable to penetrate my shell. Consequently, neither Círdan nor even Elirwin and Fina could mask their astonishment upon witnessing the final product of his endeavors. Thanks to his draconic lineage, the strength of this otherworldly soul's body is astonishingly formidable. By opting for heavy armor and a massive hammer, he successfully concealed his shortcomings while maximizing his strengths. While others worry that such weight would hinder agility, A few hundred or even 1,000 pounds are mere trifles for one of draconic descent. Moreover, the choice of a blunt and straightforward warhammer alleviates any embarrassment stemming from his lack of swordsmanship, allowing him to wield it with simplicity, should he take umbrage. He can simply bring the hammer down, flattening any foe like a tin can. What if he misses with one strike? He will simply swing again. For his defenses are robust and his stamina maximized. No matter how agile his opponent may be, they cannot evade indefinitely. Indeed, it is due to being a novice in the otherworldly battlefield of souls that I have opted for the sturdiest armor to avoid harm. As for the warhammer, well, lacking the finesse of swordplay, I suppose striking down moles is an acceptable endeavor. Here, the sight is reminiscent of a dragonborn encased in a tortoise shell. Beside me stands Círdan, adorned in exquisite armor, emulating my stance as he gazes into the distance. The Lord of Greyport pointed towards the horizon where the silhouettes of the sentinels were beginning to emerge, proclaiming loudly, "We must greet the return of our valiant champions and heroes with the utmost enthusiasm and cheers." In this moment, Círdan uttered a phrase in ancient Quenya that inspired fervor and uplifted the spirits of all benevolent and free beings, elves, present. Arda, behind them. The battle banners of the northern elves fluttered vigorously in the rising sea breeze, echoing the encouragement of their kin. It seemed as if the steeds of the elven sentinels, far in the distance, quickened their pace. At last, before the final rays of sunset faded away, the knights thundered across the Shuan River, making their way towards Greyport. In their wake loomed increasingly ominous, dark clouds. Chapter 14, A Warning from Man, the Lord of Vala. Unlike the white holy city of Gondor, situated in the realm of men, Greyport rests at the mouth of the Shuan River, a coastal city embraced by water on two sides, with formidable walls only to the east and south. To the north and west, it borders Shuan Bend, shielded by pristine embankments. The melodious, sea-loving Falaras elves once wandered here, gazing longingly towards the western sanctuaries across the sea. During the era of conflict, the northern elves, led by Círdan, once gathered formidable ships here to venture forth and assault the dark army of the most malevolent and powerful Angmar's Witch King, who commanded the sinister shadows of the east. Thus, should anyone seek to besiege Grey Havens, apart from launching an offensive from the east and south, it would be prudent to simultaneously prepare a fleet to navigate from the port's western approach, specifically from the direction of the Bay of Burligar into the Shuan Cove, subsequently blockading and attacking the docks of Grey Havens. From this perspective, the defensive capabilities of Grey Havens, the largest elven city in the north, pale in comparison to those of Gondor's royal city, which is also renowned as the White Holy City, Minas Tirith. Moreover, Grey Havens is a flat city, devoid of any formidable terrain to exploit. Aside from its somewhat modest walls, when juxtaposed with Minas Tirith, the principal defense of this once great elven stronghold rests upon a few elven ballistae mounted atop its unassuming white fortifications. These weapons are indeed fearsome. They possess 4 rotating wheels for directional adjustments and movement. Furthermore, the chassis is forged from an exceptionally rare metal, robust and solid, with steel wires and pulleys that propel 2 sharply triangular metal wings, which serve as both power sources and directional stabilizers, launching not arrows, but rather, with the twisting of pulleys and wires, the blades of metal that rotate with lethal precision, offering both power and stability. Although the otherworldly spirits have not witnessed firsthand the launch of such a weapon by the elves, even the most uninformed individuals are aware that when this terrifying metal storm is unleashed upon suitable terrain, its dreadful power is utterly spine-chilling. It is no exaggeration to assert that, disregarding the lifespan of the wires and pulleys as well as the terrain, should the elves possess hundreds of these clearly engineered war machines, they would harbor no fears of any adversary breaching their fortified strongholds. Of course, such weaponry is not without its drawbacks, but I shall refrain from elaborating on that here. Can we estimate the number of the half-orcs? The intelligence reports merely indicate that the half-orc army is immensely formidable, yet the precise, or even approximate, figures were not disclosed by the elven scout leader, Galder. Consequently, after the returning heroes took a brief respite, Children promptly summoned him forth. Many. Children nodded, gesturing for him to continue. After we eliminated what appeared to be their outpost wolf riders, the malevolent forces of Carn Dûm became aware of our presence. Their leader, the pallid orc, dispatched vile bats and additional wolf riders to pursue us, compelling us to retreat. Galder's expression grew grave, seemingly recalling the harrowing chase we had endured. Nevertheless, we ultimately managed to ascertain a rough estimate of the enemy's numbers. The elf gestured. aiming to enhance the persuasiveness of his statement. Their vanguard consisted of a staggering multitude of wild wolves and black orc wolf riders, an astonishing sight indeed. As the wolves howled and ran, even the dark clouds in the sky were swept aside. Following closely were the half-orcs from the Misty Mountains and the Frostmen from the far north, who comprised more than half of the army. Among them waved the pale orc's banner, commanding this foolish, unrestrained horde of lowly half-orcs, who were prone to self-destruction, with a heavy horn's call. Additionally, I spotted no fewer than a dozen ogres, trudging along in broad daylight under the cover of clouds. At this mention, the elf Galdo's countenance shifted from stern to pale, as if haunted by a dreadful memory. Observing his distress, Círdan empathetically reached for a cup of mead from the table and offered it to him. The warm, smooth liquid seemed to soothe Galdo's troubled spirit. After a hearty gulp, his complexion regained a hint of color. Yet, at the very rear of the army, a recollection of something terrifying flickered in Galdo's eyes, revealing an uncharacteristic glimmer of fear, a rarity among the typically haughty elves who looked down upon others. It was a shadow darker than darkness itself, more unsettling than all the known minions of evil that lay before us. Trembling, he articulated one of the most valuable pieces of intelligence for the night. We dared not gaze too deeply, as if that shroud of darkness might consume our very souls. In pursuit of further intelligence, we bravely suppressed our fear and the instinct to flee, casting one last glance amidst the thunderous claps of lightning. There, we beheld a flicker of crimson, an embodiment of the darkest and most malevolent force lurking deep within the earth. Unaware of its true nature, the remnants of our reason urged us to escape, to distance ourselves from that monstrous entity as swiftly as possible. Observing the figure trembling like a small creature caught in the grip of winter's chill, Círdan extended his warm right hand, gently resting it upon the forehead of this diligent elf, murmuring softly in Quenya. Gradually, Galder began to regain his composure, lacking any dazzling displays of light or sound. This was the essence of the Grey Haven's master's magic. Grateful, Galder bowed in reverence to Círdan. I am aware of all that has transpired, Círdan said gently. You have worked hard. Go now, enjoy a warm cup of mead. The battles ahead will require your strength. Galder did not linger, bowing once more before turning to depart. The grand hall stood empty, save for Círdan. The dim glow of the luminescent stones failed to illuminate the vast chamber adequately. As the master of the Grey Haven sat alone at the head of the falling blossom hall, his face stoic, lost in anxious contemplation, the enemy's numbers far exceeded his calculations. Initially, Círdan believed this to be merely a formidable yet commonplace struggle between light and darkness. However, it now appeared that the Grey Havens might indeed be ensnared in a dreadful conspiracy, as foreseen by the Grey Wizard Gandalf. Wolves, men, and unknown malevolent creatures. Círdan counted on his fingers, meticulously assessing the known adversaries. The Eastern Shadow may no longer be capable of amassing such a formidable force, or perhaps there exists some other malevolent sovereign clandestinely orchestrating insidious and terrifying schemes within the dark caverns, beyond the reach of the elves and wizards. The great elven lord appeared deeply troubled, his weary gray eyes reflecting the weight of countless ages. Rising from his seat, he exited the pristine hall. Ascending to the high ground outside, he lifted his gaze toward the twinkling stars of Middle-earth, murmuring, Elbereth, may your radiance forever illuminate the earth. Concerning the fate of the elves to come, I wonder if your towering wisdom, as boundless as the stars, might bestow upon your faithful followers further guidance. Yet, alas, beneath the silent sky, the stars flickered, and all was hushed. Celebrimbor sighed, his heart heavy with sorrow. He was uncertain whether he lamented the elves' tumultuous fate or reproached himself for failing to lead his firstborn through their final tribulation in Middle-earth. At that moment, he faintly perceived a voice. Celebrimbor, Celebrimbor, your keen sight has scattered the grim tidings from the north. Pay heed to the darkness of the south, where ravenous beasts gaze hungrily upon Mithland. The voice was as melodious as the wind, yet as fleeting, and Celebrimbor strained with all his might to listen, catching but a whisper. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had truly heard it, until he suddenly recalled the identity of the voice's owner. The devout and wise Círdan realized that Mam, the lord of Tanaquetil, king of kings, and companion of the stars, had descended to deliver a warning to him. Ah! Could this not be the greatest commendation of my diligent efforts over the years? He fervently extolled the great being whom all life and races in Middle-earth referred to as the sovereign of the breath of Arda, praising the Vala for not forsaking the wretched, desperate firstborn when they needed them most. With fervor, he reflected, the great and wise ruler of the world, with his piercing gaze, had long seen through everything. He understood that the pitiful, aged Círdan was no longer as wise and perceptive as he once was. He was reminding me in this manner. Southward, what lies to the south? The wolf packs have circumvented the western borders and the distant hills, preparing to launch a surprise assault on our most vulnerable flank from the south. How insidious! The enemy lurks in the shadows, awaiting the moment we let down our guard, only then revealing their sharp claws. The master of Grey Haven sighed deeply, his expression growing more grave, for he knew that even if his suspicions were correct, and the malevolent half-orc army truly divided to launch a surprise attack on the southern gate of Grey Havens, the mere meager force of 6,000 troops, gathered sporadically from the elves across Lindon, could not adequately defend both fronts. Although the number of elves residing in Grey Havens was not large compared to the human realms, its scale was not insignificant. After all, this city, which commenced construction in the first year of the Second Age, has seen considerable urban planning over the millennia. The eastern city wall alone stretches an impressive 6 miles, complemented by the southern wall, docks, warehouses, and other critical locations that require vigilant guarding. Moreover, a reserve force must be allocated. It can be asserted that such a contingent may prove inadequate. Consequently, the expression of Círdan, having received the warning from Mand, the Lord of Varda, grew increasingly grave. He continued to listen attentively, ensuring that the majestic breath of Arda's dominion had departed before summoning Elimri at the entrance. Take a squad of guards to the southern district, join A.M. Door, and inform him to be wary of the wolves lurking in the darkness. Elimri, the guardian of Greyport, was taken aback as her prior duty had primarily revolved around protecting Círdan. The notion that the Lord of Greyport would assign her to defend the city walls left her in a state of uncertainty. Understanding that this was likely in anticipation of the impending battle, Elimri ultimately refrained from further inquiries and selected a particularly elite team of guards from the Lord of Greyport's retinue, preparing to head towards the southern district. Wait, Círdan suddenly called out to her, his expression contemplative. Take Oakleon with you. Elimri raised her head in surprise, her face reflecting astonishment. Yet, the Lord of Greyport's demeanor remained as authoritative as ever. It was evident that his words were not a request. Thus, without uttering a word, Elimri led a squad of guards and turned to depart. As the devoted female guard departed, the master of Grey Harbor, who had endured a night of tormenting headaches, could not help but reveal a faint smile. To him, even if the enemy were to divide their forces and assault the southern gate, it would merely be a flanking maneuver, ultimately preferable to confronting the Dark Army head-on from the east. Just then, upon hearing the messenger rush by with tidings instructing him to proceed to the southern district, he turned to the commander of the thousands of armored elves, an older elf who identified himself as Gamir, who was engaged in a somewhat dry conversation in the Noldoran tongue with the Dragonborn. The latter, taken aback, did not dismiss the possibility that this method might alleviate his overwhelming anxiety. After all, it was common knowledge that he was not a professional soldier. A touch of unreliability could be tolerated. Why? He cast a glance at the messenger and, recognizing him as one of Grey Harbor's guards, inquired directly. Stop. The otherworldly soul nearly scolded himself, fully aware that he had yet to master the elven language. Why did he insist on speaking? Alas, another round of incomprehensible chatter ensued, leaving him utterly bewildered. Fine, I shall go, the dark-haired Dragonborn grumbled, defiantly hoisting the enormous, intimidating hammer onto his shoulder with a grunt. Very well. He nodded at the elf, who, despite his annoyance, maintained an elegant and polite smile throughout. May the starlight of Eärendil illuminate your path, Gamir. After a brief pause, he sighed, adding, Do not perish, my friend. He had become increasingly adept at using these phrases. Thus there was no fear that the other party would fail to comprehend. Gamiel, with his dark hair and gray eyes, was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze shifted towards him with a newfound sincerity. However, at that moment, the dark-haired Dragonborn had already descended from the city walls. The heavy sound of his footsteps seemed to resonate within the hearts of the elves, causing a flicker of strange expressions among them as they stood atop the walls. Ultimately, they said nothing, instead maintaining a calm yet vigilant demeanor as they gazed towards the northern horizon, where a foreboding shadow loomed ever closer. Chapter 15. The Desecrator Azog and Thorin Oakenshield. 3 days had passed since the last encounter with those accursed pointy-eared beings, yet the army's progress remained painfully slow. At this rate, the foul elves would undoubtedly be well prepared. The thought of the army crashing headlong into a heavily fortified elven city sent a familiar pain shooting through the left arm of the Desecrator Azog, severed by that wretched, filthy dwarf. Run faster, you lazy sluggards. We must reach Grey Haven before the sun rises again. I have said it. This pale orc, more cunning and brutal than the average half-orc, donned a robust breastplate and greaves forged by the dark artisans of Mordor. His left arm was amputated below the elbow, replaced by a razor-sharp steel blade, secured to his arm with an iron hoop, the hilt deeply embedded in his sinewy flesh. In a fit of rage, the orc seized a slower half-orc by the throat, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his pallid visage. "Move with haste, you vile and indolent vermin." With these words, heedless of the terrified gaze of the diminutive, filthy, and malodorous orc from the misty mountains, Azig, the pale orc, brandished his severed arm, the steel blade attached to it cruelly cleaving the head from the unfortunate creature. The headless corpse gushed a torrent of putrid green blood, splattering Azig. Disdainfully, he cast the decapitated body into the advancing Orcish horde, causing a momentary panic among the cowardly and treacherous Misty Mountain orcs, who were accustomed to overwhelming their foes with sheer numbers. He was unaware of the reason his master had chosen to march north before the Orcish strength had fully recovered to its zenith of the Dark Ages. But he knew that his master's will was not to be defied, even if his once wicked and fearsome form had yet to be restored. Furthermore, Azig's bloodthirsty white eyes involuntarily turned towards the horizon, several leagues behind the army. There, in an aura darker than darkness itself, a flicker of fiery red light vanished in an ominous miasma. Above, the clouds thickened, these shadows seemingly sentient, spreading forward in concert with the Orcish advance. These phenomena were caused by the dreadful entity behind them, a creature that even instilled fear in the pale orc. Observing these portents and the terrible aura on the horizon, a flicker of dread involuntarily crossed the eyes of the so-called evil and savage orc. He restlessly urged the colossal wolf beneath him, prowling menacingly around the diminutive half-orcs from the Misty Mountains, who were so frightened that they wished they could sprout additional legs. They jostled and squabbled amongst themselves, hastening their pace, the clanking of their iron armor, the long spears in their hands, and the curved blades at their waist resonating with each hurried movement. Behind these timid, diminutive half-orcs loomed the formidable ogres from the region of Flod, immense in stature, burdened with massive stones and various projectile weapons. Their limited intellect propelled them forward with a thunderous march at the sound of the pale orc's horn. Additionally, a few bizarre and malevolent creatures lagged far behind the half-orc army, howling and whispering ominously as they made their way toward Greyport. Shrouded in the terrifying darkness on the horizon, flanking this seemingly endless army of shadows were the swift wolf riders and an astonishing number of wild wolves, darting to and fro, watching for any half-orc or savage of the dark lands that faltered. With a roar, they would open their gaping maws, dragging the laggards from the throng and tearing them to shreds. At that moment, a wolf rider, in pursuit of elven scouts, dashed forth from the direction of Greyport, accompanied by wild wolves. Ultimately, Azig did not truly sever the head of the half-orc. This pale orc, who was arguably the most cunning and ruthless among his kind, fixed a malevolent gaze upon his descendant, who was only slightly shorter than himself, and issued a sinister command: circumvent the foul elf city and launch an assault from the south. The stinking elves cannot fight on two fronts. When I initiate the attack, and the stars in the sky extinguish, you shall lead all the wargs to assault their southern gate, breaching their defenses from the rear. Azig's son, a towering half-orc named Balrog, cast a glum look at Azig with his equally savage eyes and nodded heavily. He produced a bone whistle and blew into it with force. Instantly, countless pairs of green eyes turned towards him. Balrog let out a fierce roar, leading all the wargs and a small contingent of wolf riders away from the main force, making their way down the southern road, heading straight for the southern outskirts of Greyport. Seeing Balrog and the wargs vanish into the darkness, Azig nodded in satisfaction. Do not halt. Run with all your might. The pale orc's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he looked towards the great river, now almost within sight. He gestured with the steel blade of his severed arm. Whoever dares to slacken their pace, I swear, their flesh shall become the meal of the ravenous wargs. Their bones ground to dust. The battle has begun, you filthy insects. The flesh of the elves lies before us. Thus, this formidable army, consisting of half-orcs, wild wolves, denizens of the frigid north, and the infamous man-eating trolls, marched forth with resolute strides, propelled by the howls of the wolves and the pale orcs, advancing towards Greyhaven. The thunderous sounds of the dark minions resonated even to the distant Blue Mountains, in the heart of the deep and sprawling Erd Luin. Within a humble hall furnished only with massive stones and wooden tables and chairs, devoid of exquisite tapestries or jewel-encrusted decor, Mithrandir, whom we know as Gandalf, sensed the disturbance. His keen ears perked up, and he extended his slender yet powerful hand, inviting a white bird that had inexplicably flown in to alight upon his palm. It was a hummingbird, diminutive in size and gentle in nature, yet astonishingly swift and resilient against hunger and thirst, a favored companion for the wizard to convey messages. This sudden occurrence startled Thorin Oakenshield and his cousins, Balin and Dwalin of the line of Durin, causing their rough, strong hands to instinctively reach for their weapons. The gray-robed wizard, Gandalf, the king's advisor, enigmatic and elusive, adept at utilizing his vast knowledge to assist the beleaguered monarch, had garnered a favorable reputation among the dwarves. However, it is unfortunate that, despite his esteemed reputation, the wizard remained somewhat of a bedtime tale and a figure of legend in the eyes of the dwarves, with only a scant few having had the privilege of truly encountering him. In the sensitive period of their nation's potential downfall, the dwarves of Durin were on high alert regarding the wizard who had unexpectedly appeared at their doorstep, proclaiming the need for a significant discussion. Among them, Balin, the most composed, was the son of Fundin and the elder brother of Dwalin, as well as a distant cousin to Thorin. He quietly advised his brother in the dwarvish tongue, urging patience, for the newcomer might not necessarily be an adversary. They should first ascertain his intentions. Meanwhile, Dwalin expressed his concerns about the wizard within the hall, murmuring anxiously to the dwarven prince while casting furtive glances at the nearby battle-axe. Ultimately, however, the prince chose to shake his head, agreeing with Balin's perspective. The reason for the wizard's sudden appearance in the high mountains was still a mystery. But the dwarves were not uncouth hill-dwellers, since the man before them claimed to be Gandalf the Grey, advisor to the king, who had located the descendants of Durin in the rugged peaks. It was only fitting for the dwarves to extend the courtesy of hospitality. They resolved to offer the mysterious guest a warm cup of tea, eager to hear his counsel regarding the future of their kingdom below the mountains. Balin was pleased with this mature approach, finding it far superior to Dwalin's usual impulsive demeanor. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As Thorin was his cousin and destined to be his king, thus, he would never exhibit the slightest disrespect towards the prince in front of outsiders. With his persuasion yielding no fruit, Dwalin grumbled and reluctantly set about preparing the tea. The wizard meticulously observed the expressions and demeanor of the three dwarfs, and swiftly devised a response in his mind. However, he first needed to address the matter concerning the little bird, for the message it conveyed was of utmost gravity, compelling him to expedite his plans. He spoke mysteriously to the bird, and with a gentle gesture, sent it soaring once more into the sky. Once the creature had completely vanished from sight, the gray-robed wizard turned to the dwarf prince, a robust figure with a mane of gray-white hair and beard, whose countenance bore a shadow of gloom, his eyes ever ablaze with intense hatred and fury, and declared, "Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain II, I am Gandalf, the Grey Wizard. I have heard your name." The dwarf prince, his face and calloused fingers bearing the marks of age, nodded and replied in a tone tinged with haughtiness. "You refer to yourselves as the king's advisors, purveyors of knowledge, who delight in visiting the king's palace under the cover of darkness to deliver tidings that may be precious or forewarnings of impending doom, only to depart stealthily before dawn, rarely revealing your true selves. Your renown has reached our kingdom below the mountain. It is said that my grandfather, Thrri, once received your assistance, and my father, Thrain II, also gleaned omens of fate from your wisdom." Thorin Oakenshield gazed intently at Gandalf, an aura of kingship emanating from him. "Tell me, gray-robed wizard Gandalf, once more. You stand before me, before the descendants of the once great Turin, poised to deliver either precious tidings or sorrowful news." Upon hearing his thunderous call, Dwalin let out a peculiar cry and bounded through the doorway, wielding his battle-axe with exuberance. As if anticipating the moment, Gandalf murmured an incantation, causing Dwalin's axe to glow with an intense heat. Startled, he yelped and flung the weapon to the ground. "Calm yourself, dwarf." The wizard's form seemed to heighten, casting a shadow that stretched to the ceiling. This transformation astonished Thorin Oakenshield, who regarded the now towering figure of the wizard with utmost vigilance. Yet, upon seeing that Dwalin was merely startled and unharmed, he exhaled in relief and gestured for the dwarf guards at the entrance to withdraw. As the gray-robed wizard observed this, his imposing shadow returned to its normal stature. "Esteemed Thorin Oakenshield, heir of the kingdom below the mountain," he began, "I trust you can discern that my intentions bear no malice." After a moment of contemplation, the dwarf prince nodded in acquiescence. Thus, they resumed their seats at the table. Balin looked on in astonishment, his snow-white beard quivering. At the doorway, a young dwarf with golden hair and a braided beard peered in. Upon witnessing the rekindled harmony between the parties, Fili, Thorin's nephew and second in line to the royal house, entered carrying a wooden bowl with a steaming cup of tea. He set down the cup and cast a curious glance at the wizard. However, it is evident that Thorin is reluctant to allow you to engage with the wizard so soon, and he sternly commands him to leave. At this moment, Dwalin retrieves his cooled battle axe and places it in the corner before approaching empty-handed. "I apologize," the hardened warrior of the dwarven kind expresses, his tone and demeanor considerably more sincere. "Behold, such is the nature of dwarves, obstinate, proud, ill-tempered, and fond of gold and treasures." Chapter 16. The dwarves engage in battle. This is a spacious and comfortable hall. The dwarves have hewn the gray stone into massive blocks, using the mountains as a roof. On the eastern rock wall, there is even a skylight, allowing sunlight and the frigid air of Erebor to filter through. Additionally, the dwarven craftsmen have carved a fireplace into the northern wall, with flames rising to dispel the dampness and chill of the deep mountains. Yet, this is all there is to it. The strained finances have rendered the royal household unable to meet even the most basic hospitality standards. The teacups provided for guests are made of wood, illustrating the harshness of life for these dwarves. The constructed chambers and the dwarves themselves appear starkly modest when compared to the opulent halls of their ancient kingdoms in Erebor and Khazad-dûm. Were it not for the presence of a finely trained royal guard surrounding the dwarven prince, Gandalf might have genuinely worried that he had come to the wrong place. Nevertheless, even the valiant Dwalin begins to fret for the future of the dwarves, as evidenced by his reluctance to discard the battle axe, now dulled from the fire. The gray-robed wizard observed everything in silence, yet he did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and took a sip of the dwarves' strong tea. "Ah," he sighed softly. "This is the tender tea of Shire, a truly nostalgic flavor." Once the dwarf was assured that the wizard harbored goodwill, Thorin's expression softened considerably. He sat upon a throne carved from rock, exuding a certain majesty. However, the dwarf prince wore no crown, and his attire leaned toward simplicity, save for a golden belt adorned with a ruby at his waist. The sagacious Balin and the valiant Dwalin were seated below him. "Esteemed Gandalf," Balin began, speaking on behalf of the prince, tentatively, "it is a privilege to once more behold the wizard's presence in the halls of the dwarves. The descendants of Durin have not forgotten their exceptional insight and unparalleled knowledge. They consistently resolve the most arduous dilemmas, as effortlessly as a gentle breeze caresses the still waters of a lake." Gandalf set down his teacup, a gentle smile illuminating his aged visage, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Indeed, that is so." The wizard commenced his scheme. "Thrai once inquired of me regarding governance strategies. Thrain too sought my counsel on the labyrinth of fate." As he mentioned the glorious tales of their ancestors, the countenances of Thorin and his kin dimmed. The wizard's voice resonated, rich and imbued with a subtle allure, prompting Thorin and his cousins to exchange puzzled glances, lifting their heads in uncertainty. "I am aware that dwarves are never lacking in courage and the determination for vengeance. Yet if the descendants of Durin remain in the Blue Mountains, when shall their homeland, so distant across half of Middle-earth, be reclaimed? How can the blades of warriors remain sharp when left untouched for so long?" Upon hearing the wizard mention the homeland besieged by the malevolent dragon, the battle-worn dwarf prince's eyes ignited with a searing fury, capable of incinerating those who dared to meet his gaze. The dwarves have not forgotten the anguish of losing their homeland, nor shall they ever cease to hone their blades, he declared. "Should anyone dare to question this, let him come forth and attempt to prove otherwise." With that, Thorin glared fiercely at the gray-cloaked wizard, perceiving his words as a deliberate affront, an insult to a noble dwarf. Beside him, Dwalin was equally displeased, muttering curses under his breath. In contrast, Balin remained remarkably composed, his voice rising above the others. Gray-cloaked Gandalf, wise advisor to the king, a man of profound knowledge. He drowned out the voices of Thorin and Dwalin. Gandalf regarded him with keen interest. Such wisdom is rare among dwarfs. It seems that while the years may have bestowed upon him a greater abundance of white beard, they have also granted him sagacity, the wizard mused. "Certainly not," Gandalf replied with a smile, tempering his sharp words. At this moment, Thorin realized the implications. He furrowed his brow and retorted unhappily to the wizard. "Gandalf, if you possess any profound insights regarding dwarves, do share them directly. Flattery is not the demeanor of a true friend." Yet, this was the nature of the wizard. Gandalf erupted into hearty laughter, his resonant mirth dispelling the tense atmosphere that hung between the wizards and the dwarves. "Noble and venerable son of Thrain," he began, "the courage of the dwarves and their determination to reclaim their homeland should perhaps not be called into question. For this, I must extend my apologies to the descendants of Durin." Rising to his feet, He leaned upon his staff, bowing like an elder before the dwarven prince upon his throne. Along with his kin, Thorin and his companions were momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to regard him as an ordinary old man or a cunning wizard. The dwarven prince, weary, reclined against his rocky throne, propping his head with his hand, and spoke in a sparse tone. "I forgive you, Gandalf the Grey." With that, the disgruntled Dwalin took his seat. Only Balin noticed the faint smile that lingered at the corner of Gandalf's mouth. Yet, recognizing the enigmatic nature of the wizard, the elder dwarf wisely chose to keep this observation to himself. Perhaps the back and forth of their probing had exhausted the dwarf's patience. Thorin Oakenshield straightened in his seat and, with an icy tone, declared, "I know not your purpose in coming here." Wizards are always wont to obfuscate their intentions with ambiguous words, leaving others in a state of unease. "Gandalf, I am weary. If you have no pressing matters to discuss, I must ask you to excuse my absence." His demeanor was one of dismissal. At last, Gandalf unveiled his true intentions. "Esteemed and valiant Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain, heir to the kingdom beneath the mountain, allow me to speak." The once ragged figure of the wizard suddenly grew tall, his aged visage exuding a vitality surpassing that of the youth. His voice resonated with fervor and charisma, his piercing gaze captivating all who beheld it. "I bring tidings of goodwill and urgent plea from the northern elven king, Lindon ruler, the master of Grey Harbor, the great shipwright, certain." While the dwarves languished in nostalgia for their homeland, consumed by anxiety, the northern elves bore the heavy burden of repelling the encroaching darkness. Indeed, just 3 days prior, the ancient sorcerer king of Aumar, Durkarn Doom, rose once more, and a terrifying force of malevolence swiftly amassed, bolstered by an unfathomable darkness. Among them were half-orcs, wicked wolves, as well as the dark humans and demons from the far north. Leading this vile horde was the pallid orc, the desecrator, Azig. "Impossible!" The dwarven prince erupted in fury, a dreadful aura manifesting around him. He shouted vehemently, clutching his hair in anguish, his immense rage contorting his features. His wails echoed for an entire year, and his cries of torment still resonate in the minds of Khazad-dûm. The dwarven prince, consumed by wrath, roared at Gandalf, "Liar, you deceitful charlatan." This provoked the sentinels at the entrance to believe that negotiations had once again fallen apart, prompting them to rush in with drawn blades, surrounding the scene. Likewise, Balin and Dwalin were not faring much better. They had all endured the harrowing Battle of Azanubiza in the year 2799, a conflict during which the elite dwarves faced near annihilation, witnessing the tragic demise of countless friends and loved ones. Thus, both of them gazed furiously at the sorcerer who bore the dreadful news, their eyes ablaze with wrath. Yet, alas, the reality was merciless. Thorin was momentarily stunned, unleashing a frenzied roar of rage, cursing the pale orc as a torrent of horrific invectives poured forth from his lips. I curse him and his filthy, loathsome lineage. May they all meet a wretched end. Calm yourself." At last, the gray-robed wizard could no longer restrain himself. The situation was exceedingly dire, and he could ill afford to squander precious moments with these obstinate dwarfs. Gandalf struck the ground with his staff, unleashing a powerful wave that radiated outward, sweeping through all present. The dwarven guards surrounding him were knocked flat. The furious dwarven prince and his cousin stumbled unsteadily. The flames in the hearth were extinguished. His form grew imposing once more, his voice resonating like thunder from the heavens, terrifying in its might. "I bring tidings of foes to the descendants of Durin, not to incite madness, Thorin. The northern elves are besieged by a dreadful force of evil. As members of the ancient alliance, the dwarves are bound by duty to come to their aid." As if roused from a stupor, the once furious Thorin found a semblance of calm. With reddened eyes, he signaled for his guards to refrain from hostility. Instead, he coldly addressed the audacious wizard who dared to intrude upon his palace and peddle his sinister schemes. By what right? The alliance between elves and dwarves has long since crumbled. Lost in thought, Thorin clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with the fires of hatred, and spoke with deliberate intensity. "Why should I risk my life to save those damned, pointy-eared beings who chose to stand idly by when the dwarves needed them most?" His voice thundered, each word piercing the heart. "Who turned a blind eye to former allies while the dragon ravaged our homeland? Who, while the dwarves were displaced and suffering, hid away in their dark, contemptible caves, indulging in their fine wines and feasts?" Gandalf opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The battle-hardened dwarven prince, filled with wrath, exclaimed, "It is the elves, the hypocritical elves." This time, even Balin could not help but nod in agreement. There is a saying, the deepest wounds are often inflicted by those closest to you. Even wise and composed Balin harbored resentment towards the elves for their indifference in the dwarves' time of need. If Balin felt this way, one can only imagine the sentiments of the other dwarves. The dwarven guards, rising from the ground, glared furiously at the towering wizard encircled by them. Casting wary glances at the staff in his hand, Gandalf sighed, withdrawing his formidable presence, and resumed the guise of an elderly human. He spoke with distress. "Thorin, please do not allow blind hatred to cloud your reason. Lord Círdan is a venerable figure deserving of utmost respect, his achievements ranking among the foremost throughout the annals of history. The Northern Elves, however, have remained uninvolved in the disputes between the descendants of Turin and the Sylvan Elves. To speak of grievances, one must trace back to the First Age, when the dwarves seized Noglamir and took the life of the Lord of Doriath. Are you truly prepared to debate this matter with me? Perhaps this incident is so renowned that even the bold and brash Thorin and Dwalin fell silent. Among the dwarves, there exists a claim that the Lord of Doriath withheld wages from them, prompting their theft of Noglamir as compensation. Yet, any dwarf of sound mind recognizes the numerous flaws in this assertion. For if such a claim were valid, then the act of taking this precious necklace raises the question, why then kill Elfsingalo, the Lord of Doriath? This act shattered a millennia-long friendship between dwarves and elves, forging an unyielding enmity between the two races. The repercussions led to the decline and eventual disappearance of both great kingdoms from the pages of history, a poignant reflection indeed. Thorin and Dwalin have certainly heard of this legend, and they harbor their own perspectives regarding the animosity between elves and dwarves. Observing the cunning wizard exploit this narrative to silence the dwarves, the assembled dwarves could not help but silently curse the shrewd sorcerer. Indeed, Círdan of Grey Havens is a respected elder worthy of admiration, although the elves and dwarves have not mingled for an extensive period. The tales of the northern elven king have nonetheless circulated among the dwarves and other ancient races such as Gondor. Thus, Thorin found himself hesitating once more. He cast a glance at Balin, then at Dwalin, remaining silent. Observing the prince of dwarves wavering, the grey-robed wizard intensified his persuasion. "Thorin Oakenshield, what holds you back? Are not the half-orcs the common adversaries of all noble and free races across Middle-earth? Are the dwarves not a part of this continent? If these vile minions were to breach the last and most sacred elven harbor in the north, do you truly believe that the meager forces of Durin's kin in the Blue Mountains could stand alone against such a dreadful power? It is time to make a decision. Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain," the wizard proclaimed loudly, "will you not rally the dwarven army to journey to the Shire Bend and rescue the besieged northern elven king? There lies your foe, along with the rare treasures prepared for you by the illustrious Lord Círdan of the North." "Wait," interrupted the brooding dwarf prince, his fingers thick and his countenance dark. "What did you say?" His expression was somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, the various bearded dwarven guards around them began to murmur among themselves. In the background, Gandalf caught snippets of words like treasure and gold, which rendered the previously tense atmosphere slightly absurd. A subtle shift occurred in Gandalf's expression, revealing a blend of helplessness and dejection. "There lies your foe." No, the next line. "In the summer of the year 2931 of the Third Age." Following extensive discussions with Beren and other key ministers, it was decided that the dwarves and the grey-cloaked wizards would formalize an extensive contract exceeding 100 pages, meticulously detailing various charges down to the last copper coin. After nearly 3 days of heated debate, the dwarves finally sounded their heavy horns. A battalion of elite dwarf guards, clad in formidable armor and wielding steel spears and shields, rode upon horned rams and drove war chariots, marching in precise formation along the winding mountain paths of the Erd Luin, advancing from the north. Leading them was none other than Thorin Oakenshield. Chapter 17. The Outbreak of War. Azig, the half-orc, proved to be far more cunning than anyone could have anticipated. Just as all believed that the seemingly endless dark army would cross the tributary of the Shire River on the first falling star of summer in the year 2931 of the Third Age. Charging towards the last and most sacred port city of the elves in the north, Mithland, Grey Haven. This malevolent horde halted on a plain merely 10 leagues from Grey Haven. This distance effectively thwarted the elves' swift approach, while allowing the army to regroup and subsequently thrust their line directly against the walls of the city with overwhelming force. Moreover, Azig sought to deceive the pointy-eared elves, creating the illusion that the half-orc army was concentrated solely on this front, all the while unbeknownst to them. He had dispatched another vile dark contingent to stealthily encircle Grey Haven, preparing to launch a surprise assault from the south. Unbeknownst to Azig, his scheme had already been forewarned to see Rudan by Mam, the foremost of the Vala, through the whispers of the wind. At that moment, He was still indulging in the reverie of annihilating the detestable, accursed elves with a concerted pincer movement. Consequently, upon confirming that the Grey Havens were within sight, the treacherous pale orc unexpectedly halted. He dispatched a multitude of orcs and wildlings from the far north to pillage the orchards and oak groves planted by the elves along the banks of the River Lune and at the foot of the Blue Mountains, felling the towering trees to construct siege engines. Sluggards, move your feet, quicken your pace. Vermin, stand firm, raise your spears, and safeguard our camp. Archers in the rear, spearmen in front, hasten, you idlers, stir your stumps. The black Uruk wolf riders, bellowing incessantly, lashed at the diminutive orcs, whose ranks had become disordered and sluggish due to the rapid march, compelling them to reform their lines. These famished and parched orcs from the misty mountains groaned in agony, cursing and jostling, eventually aligning themselves into more than 30 phalanxes, each 1,000 strong, facing towards the Grey Havens. And that was not the end of it. A somber fanfare of horns resounded, as it commanded the remaining orcs to array another 20 infantry squares, albeit unsightly, yet sufficiently dense, on the right flank of the army and behind the encampment, to repel any potential elven incursions. The River Lune formed the left flank, so Azig did not deploy a significant force on that side. Among them, 3 of the 30 phalanxes at the forefront were composed of Orcish archers wielding their distinctive short bows. These vile and hideous creatures of darkness incessantly cursed and howled, their eyes fixated upon the elven harbor that lay tantalizingly close. From the moment of their genesis, an unyielding animosity towards the elves had been deeply ingrained within their hearts. These depraved beings harbored an intense envy for the elves' beauty, resented their prosperity, and were consumed with a heart-wrenching fury at their immortality. They yearned to descend upon the cities of those loathsome, nauseating pointed ears, to slay them, devour them, and tear out their entrails, so that their screams would reverberate across the land. However, the Black Orc wolf riders from Mordor relentlessly kicked and whipped them, eliciting pathetic yelps, unlike their cowardly kin, who would only ambush lone travelers in the darkness. Azig understood the strengths of his side. 60,000 undisciplined orcs would likely be no match for 6,000 elves. Under normal circumstances, a single elf could easily defeat 10 orcs, only under the constraint of a powerful command. By uniting the naturally timid yet brutally savage orcs into a cohesive mass and creating an overwhelming numerical advantage in a localized area, could they hope to triumph over the mighty Firstborn? In essence, they would exploit the attributes of legion warfare, a battlefield where neither side could maneuver or evade, to engage in a crude, meat-grinding battle. Therefore, Azig would not permit these foolish compatriots, who embodied both cowardice and brutality, to act independently and disrupt the formation. Because he understood that only by firmly grasping this sinister army, which had not emerged since the Dark Ages, could he hope to ensnare those detestable pointed-eared beings. He observed the bustling throng of half-beast artisans and the wild folk from the far north, resembling an anthill, laboring tirelessly throughout the night at the center of the camp to assemble various crude and fearsome siege engines. The pale orc, scarred and riding a gigantic wolf, revealed a menacing grin upon his grotesque face. He gazed towards the darkest night sky before dawn, where the shadowy outlines of the elven city flickered, and a glint of cunning malice shone in his murky, cruel eyes. "Oh, vile elves, revel in your pride while you can, for in but a day, my army shall utterly crush you." In the south, countless wild wolves, their sizes akin to that of water buffalo, howled as they sprinted beneath the moonlight. The hobbits residing in Big Hole Town were startled from their warm, cozy beds by this cacophony. This gentle, timid race, whose features bore resemblance to humans yet stood only as tall as a child, 60 to 120 centimeters, clutched their ears tightly, curling up in their snug blankets, clutching their wives, trembling in fear. "You fool, wolves do not feast on cabbages, they only hunger for you." "Ah, Father, why speak such terrifying words?" "Well, while I doubt the wolves would desire a midnight snack tonight, I believe staying snug in bed is indeed a wise choice. The beds of hobbits are the most soothing and comfortable in the world. Good night, Father, and may you ignite your eyebrows while smoking. Moreover, you are a fool, a true simpleton. Tuck, a surname renowned among hobbits in the illustrious tales of yore. Beneath the moonlit sky, a beast of unimaginable size, surpassing the wildest imaginings of elves and hobbits alike, crouched in a hollow on the northern ridge, letting out a mournful wail. Countless wolves, their fangs bared and drool dripping from their cavernous jaws, howled as they surged forth, led by a small band of stout black orcs and their wolf-riding kin. Racing past the western edge of the Shire, skirting the distant heights west of Hobbiton, and entering the narrow mountain path nestled between the Takul and southern arid ruin ranges, Beyond this mountain path lay the southern reaches of Greyhaven. In the end, this terrifying beast vanished as quietly as it had arrived. With the dawn, the diminutive folk, who cherished pastoral life and fertile fields, gathered to discuss the fateful summer night of 1331 in the Shire's calendar, when the wolves howled under the moonlight, devouring a family of hobbits, a tale that had spread like wildfire. Upon receiving the news, Círdan stood upon the eastern wall of Greyhaven, gazing out over the vast plains by the great shorn river, enveloped in silence. There, heavy clouds from the north obscured the stars, and the ominous sound of horns echoed ominously. Undoubtedly, the half-orc army had arrived. Yet, they had come to a halt. Gamiel, tasked with guarding the east gate, remarked that they were evidently preparing siege engines and fortifying their ranks, with battle poised to erupt at any moment. Círdan wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, he surmised that conflict would likely commence before dawn, for he had observed that these half-orcs, unlike their previous fear of sunlight and reluctance to engage under its glare, displayed a newfound boldness. In this dark tide, the northern sky appeared to be shrouded by an ominous force, one so malevolent that it instilled fear even in him. A multitude of foreboding, heavy clouds congregated in the northern heavens, where thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, presenting a terrifying visage of impending doom. Coupled with the alarming swarms of malevolent bats, even at the zenith of Arian's radiance, the brilliance could not penetrate the oppressive gloom above. Consequently, the inherently timid yet savage half-orcs found their aversion to combat in sunlight mitigated to a significant extent. Moreover, audacious Orcish wolf riders brazenly approached within a kilometer of Greyport under the cover of night. An astonishing number of spectral black orc wolf riders from Mordor prowled the vast plains along the inky banks of the Shuin River, guarding a colossal encampment that resembled a hellish hive. Although soon, all the vile and repugnant creatures daring enough to approach the sacred coastal city of the elves at the mouth of the Shuin River were dispatched by the elven archers. They had managed to extinguish Kildan's hopes of launching a surprise attack while the half-orc army was still unsteady. Lindon was not a land of horses, and the elven cavalry was few in number. The elven scouts at the forefront, combined with those who hastily gathered from various parts of Lindon, totaled less than 800 riders. He was loath to squander this potentially game-changing force on mere probing maneuvers before the battle. The Lord of Greyport sensed that these 800 elven cavalry would play a far more pivotal role. Thus, Kildan merely instructed the elves to remain vigilant, preparing for the imminent clash. Certainly, the notion of Gamir is not without merit. The defenses of Grey Harbor are notably inferior when juxtaposed with the resplendent white city of Minas Tirith. The walls of the elves' final and most sacred coastal city in the north are constructed from enormous white stones, each measuring 1 meter in both length and width. These formidable walls soar to a height of 30 feet, nearly 10 meters, and possess a thickness of 10 feet, sufficient to accommodate 2 warhorses galloping atop them simultaneously. Furthermore, it is paramount to note that the craftsmanship of the elves is astonishingly sturdy, seemingly infused with an essence of magic. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, the structure of this elven coastal city emits a faint, ethereal luminescence, coupled with the exquisite and opulent nature characteristic of elven architecture. Grey Harbor evokes not only a sense of sanctity but also an unparalleled weightiness. Thus, both Childern and Gamir concluded that rather than venturing outside the city to engage in futile skirmishes with the filthy Orcish horde, it would be wiser to leverage the protection of the city walls, delaying the advance of this fearsome and malevolent army until the arrival of reinforcements from the dwarves, summoned by the grey-cloaked wizard Gandalf, if such aid were to materialize. The lives of the elves are invaluable. The lords of Grey Harbor, along with Gamir, are unwilling to squander the lives of their firstborn children in a conflict with the fallen and loathsome half-orcs. In their perspective, the age of the elves has undoubtedly waned. Rather than waste their precious lives in such a manner, it is far more prudent to preserve their existence and journey to the blessed western lands of Aman, where eternal bliss awaits. As a result, both parties found themselves in an unexpected stalemate, enduring through the night and into the following day. The vast Orcish army remained encamped merely 10 miles from Grey Harbor, frantically constructing an array of increasingly grotesque makeshift siege engines. The elves stood resolute upon the high ramparts, a serene anticipation gracing their countenances as they awaited the decisive battle. At long last, the twilight of the following day descended, casting an amber hue across the land as the radiance of Aranar waned in the west. A profound, mournful resonance emanated from the horns, signaling the advance of the meticulously arrayed Orcish phalanxes as they surged toward Greyhaven. The final confrontation had begun. Perched atop a modest hillock, a pallid orc astride a colossal white wolf surveyed the fully armed legions of darkness below. his visage contorted in a ferocious snarl. "Advance, my army," he bellowed. "Obliterate the accursed elven city before you. Trample it into oblivion. Decapitate them all without mercy or hesitation. Let the war commence." Cumbersome and rudimentary siege engines lumbered behind the haphazardly aligned ranks of orcs. "They come." The otherworlders stationed upon Greyhaven's southern wall, forewarned of their approach, felt a jolt of adrenaline. He strained his ears, discerning the distant, infernal cacophony of Orcish horns carried upon the sea breeze tinged with the colors of the sunset. Since the preceding day, the northern skies had been obscured as if by a pall of storm clouds, an oppressive, leaden mass that threatened to engulf the heavens. The otherworlder, experiencing his inaugural Western epic-scale war, felt his heart pounding in his chest. He could almost detect the distant clamor and the overwhelming stench emanating from the Orcish horde. An impulse to turn and look gnawed at him, but he knew that his duty lay in maintaining composure and refraining from disrupting the elves. As the otherworldly soul perceives itself merely as a novice on the battlefield, it is wise to leave matters of expertise to those skilled in the art of war. The master of Grey Harbor and the elves, having endured countless battles, are formidable warriors, equipped with the requisite experience and prowess to confront the impending epic conflict. His sole duty is to heed the commands of the master of Grey Harbor and the female guardians, diligently safeguarding the flanks and rear of the northern elves. Contemplating this, the ebony-haired Dragonborn, clad in exquisite silver armor and wielding a formidable warhammer, experienced an unforgettable night. Today, with the resounding call of a great horn, the moment of reckoning had undeniably arrived. However, the anticipation that should have stirred excitement, exhilaration, fear, and dread within the Dragonborn's heart was gradually replaced by a solemn demeanor. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. The narrow mountain path from Eamon Belid, Takidu, to Grey Harbor was uncharacteristically silent, a silence that bred unease. The Dragonborn's long, powerful hand rested against the white walls of Grey Harbor, his golden slit-like eyes peering into the dimming southern valley. For reasons unknown, as the great battle loomed, the southern path transformed into a deep, ominous chasm, as if a colossal beast, capable of devouring the heavens and the stars, lurked within. Chapter 18. The first roar of the dragon. The battle commenced around 8 o'clock in the evening. After 2 hours of relentless marching, the half-orc army finally reached the vast plain, over 1,000 meters from Grey Harbor. The sight of the dark mass, bristling with steel spears and filled with the grotesque figures of the half-orcs, was a terrifying spectacle. On the white walls of Grey Harbor, the elves' breaths quickened, if only for a fleeting moment. Both parties are ancient foxes, each possessing their own formidable strategies, well acquainted with the myriad tactics honed over millennia against the elves and half-orcs. Form your ranks, form your ranks. Shields at the forefront, spears behind. The black orc riders from Mordor galloped upon their wolves, weaving through the disarrayed half-orc phalanx caused by their hasty march, as the long-lost ancient tongue of Mordor echoed through the night sky. One by one, the half-orcs, some brandishing shields and others wielding long spears, were herded back into formation by these fierce and imposing Mordor wolf riders. Once timid and cowardly, the half-orcs now bore a glint of greedy malice in their dim eyes, fixated on the distant, pristine white walls of the elves at Greyport. Wait. Approximately 1,500 meters from Greyport, the desecrator Azig stood atop a rudimentary, towering wooden watchtower, pacing with excitement. Let our siege engines be in position. Let our siege engines be in position. Excellent. Sound the horn. The massive conch shell, located at the rear of the half-orc army, was immediately blown. As the deep, resonant notes of the horns filled the air, the 10 foremost phalanxes of the half-orc army sprang into action. Wag! These filthy, corrupted beings shouted in exhilaration, raising their shields and brandishing bloodstained spears or curved blades, maintaining a basic formation as they marched forward with purpose. Behind them, 5 towering, primitive siege towers moved steadily yet resolutely onward. Prepare. Gamir raised his left hand, his expression calm. Upon the ramparts, a formidable battalion of 1,000 fully armed elves drew their arrows in perfect unison, as if they were a singular entity. Their keen eyes and steady wrists were meticulously aimed. Commanding this legion of elves was Gamir, whose voice betrayed no tremor as he issued the command, "Release." Both factions possessed the gift of night vision, rendering visibility unobstructed. Estimating that the half-orcs had entered the range, Gamir's command unleashed a torrent of arrows from the elves, soaring through the air over a distance of 700 to 800 meters. The horrifying downpour of arrows swiftly claimed the lives of hundreds of half-orcs who, save for their eyes and wrists, exhibited no vulnerabilities. The unfortunate half-orcs either fell victim to arrows piercing their eyes, instantly silencing them, or were struck in their wrists, howling in agony as they relinquished their shields. Those who remained alive might have owed their survival to the concentrated fire of multiple elves targeting a single half-orc, or perhaps fate simply spared them. These fortunate souls either narrowly avoided death as they were jostled by a neighboring half-orc, or experienced a sudden tremor in their wrists or a momentary weakness in their legs, thus evading their grim fate, witnessing their kin collapse like a line of dominoes. The first half-orcs to enter the elves' range felt a surge of rage. They roared and screamed, unable to maintain their formation, and instead, they charged forward in a frantic sprint. As if such reckless abandon could shield them from the deadly, piercing arrows of the loathsome, cursed pointed-eared foes. One might ponder why they did not retreat instead. This was due to the pale orc's firm grasp on the nature of his northern kin, who were prone to senseless cries and were cowards against the strong. After commanding the first wave of half-orcs to launch their assault, he relentlessly dispatched subsequent waves, urging the frontline half-orcs to advance. In the face of the surging tide of beasts, the northern elves mechanically drew their bows, nocked their arrows, and released them in a repetitive motion. Arrows fell like rain, causing large groups of half-orcs to collapse as if they were mere chaff. The elves' formidable long-range firepower was undeniably showcased at that moment. Nevertheless, Azek, overseeing the battlefield from the rear, remained exhilarated as he deployed squad after squad of half-orcs onto the field. He understood that only by closing the distance could they hope to vanquish those despicable, arrow-shooting, pointy-eared foes. After incurring significant losses equivalent to at least 3 formations, the half-orc archers finally entered range. On the city walls, Gamel also took note of the half-orc ranged units. Yet, despite the elves prioritizing their attacks against these distant foes under Gamel's command, the situation was far from favorable. Firstly, these diminutive half-orcs wielded short bows, shielded by their frontline formations. Secondly, with an increasing number of half-orc formations entering the fray, nearly 20,000 had gathered beneath the 6-mile-long walls of Greyport. Clad in armor and standing resolute, even as the rain of arrows continued, the elves found it increasingly challenging to reap lives as effortlessly as they had before. With the distant troops still in position, the pale orc promptly ordered the sounding of another command. The formation of half-orcs, armed with short bows, immediately drew their weapons and released a volley of arrows. The dark-feathered shafts soared towards the elven ramparts, inflicting casualties upon the defenders. Such is the nature of battle. There is no room for evasion. If one were to retreat, the entire line would falter. Simultaneously, the air resonated with the urgent and heavy blaring of horns, heralding the arrival of an increasing number of ladders, siege towers, and even rudimentary catapults and battering rams. The resilient ogres began to enter the fray. Towering nearly 5 meters tall, bearing massive stones and catapults, directed by the diminutive and cunning half-orcs from the Misty Mountains. They unleashed their projectiles with far greater efficacy than any hastily constructed siege engine. Furthermore, the thick-skinned giants were remarkably resilient. Unless the elven arrows struck their eyes or throats, they were nearly impervious to death. Rear ranks, fire, commanded Commander Gamel to a squad of elven archers positioned below the walls. The archers swiftly nocked their arrows, employing a high arc for their shots. With a release, another hail of arrows soared over the walls of Grey Harbor, striking the half-orcs outside with precision. Yet, despite the relentless fall of the half-orc ranks, the pale orcs regarded them as expendable. With each urgent and high-pitched blast of the horn, the catapults and ogres unleashed their might, hurling massive stones over a distance of more than 600 feet, crashing heavily against the walls of Grey Harbor. Though the ramparts themselves remained unscathed, the barrage of colossal stones inflicted grievous wounds upon the elven defenders. A vast horde of orcs now surged against the base of the wall, a testament to Azeg the Defiler's relentless, albeit crude, tactics, which had yielded considerable gains. Gammer, ever vigilant in his assessment of the shifting tides of battle, issued a decisive command. Ballisti, prepare. Upon the battlements, the elves unleashed their formidable weapon. Loose. Gammer's voice echoed, and the elven forge engines of war roared to life with a bone-jarring resonance. With a resounding crack, a volley of spectral metal streaked across the inky sky, finding its mark upon the crude siege engines of the orcs. The result was inevitable. The contraptions, fashioned by the pale orcs to scale the alabaster walls of the Grey Havens, were reduced to splinters. The orcs within were silenced before their screams could even take form, becoming a mass of gore. Yet the onslaught was far from over. The massive metal storm, having shattered the Orcish siege engines, continued its inexorable path, plunging into the seemingly endless ranks of the Orcish army. Another wave of carnage ensued, limbs and viscera painting the night air crimson. As the deadly tempest subsided, the orcs beheld the source of their torment, multifaceted blades of razor sharpness. Furthermore, one such blade, launched from a ballista, struck a troll, cleaving the towering beast in two at the waist with gruesome ease. The dreadful, filthy blood rain cascaded relentlessly, saturating the ground around. Despite the significant carnage inflicted by the elves' crossbows, the Orcish counterattacks swiftly ensued. Under the relentless push of the orcs, who disregarded their own lives, a contingent of them successfully raised a rudimentary ladder, navigating through the elves' deadly rain of arrows. With great exhilaration, they hooked their barbed ladder onto the white walls of Grey Harbor. This fortunate band of orcs clamored loudly, brandishing their weapons as they began their ascent. "Kill them," commanded Gamir, drawing his bow with an impassive countenance. The arrows flew like darts. The overzealous, filthy, and grotesque fallen creatures tumbled from the ladder like hedgehogs, reduced to a bloody pulp upon impact. Yet it was undeniable that the war had escalated to a fever pitch. "What is the matter?" In the southern city, Elirwin approached Dragon, mirroring his stance as they gazed towards the southern wilderness. Unfortunately, the rugged paths of Eamon Bereid and the deepening darkness obscured the view of the female guardian. Ultimately, the unfruitful search led her to shake her head in puzzlement, inquiring of him. At that moment, clad in her battle attire, the elven warrior's well-fitted, lightweight armor not only failed to conceal her beauty but, under the silvery night, accentuated the striking elegance of her long, lustrous black hair, rendering her particularly resplendent in her snug elven battle gear. I cannot articulate it. Dragonborn felt an inexplicable unease. He frequently cast glances toward the south, as the immense shadow of Eamon Bereid instilled within him, for the first time, a sensation he could only describe as a sense of crisis. A sensation of being watched enveloped him, as if something in the southern mountain range was stirring restlessly. He murmured in the tongue of the Noldor. At that moment, Aminas approached as well. Melsthor spoke wisely. This handsome elf, possessing long black hair and gray eyes akin to Illywin and Gamel, rested his hand upon the hilt of his ornate blade and calmly remarked, "The breeze tonight is eerily still." Illywin, upon hearing his words, could not help but furrow her brow. If the Dragonborn's foreboding was not enough, now even Aminas echoed the sentiment. Could it truly be that something was amiss tonight? She recalled the ominous warning from the Lord of Greyport. Could it be? With a sense of astonishment, Illywin mimicked the two, her mind adrift as she stood upon the southern wall of Greyport, gazing vacantly at the increasingly shadowy path winding through the mountains. As time passed, the clamor of battle from the east grew more ferocious, the blaring of horns and the thunderous sound of boulders becoming ever more frantic and intense. Eventually, even Aminas began to feel a twinge of unease. Perhaps it was merely his own imagination. He furrowed his brow, his striking visage betraying emotions beyond mere calmness, hesitantly casting a glance toward the east, his inner turmoil palpable. But in the next instant, Melsthorst, with his raven hair, was the first to exclaim, "Wolves, countless wolves!" In the dim light of night, a multitude of wild wolves raced forth, howling as they surged from the depths of the Amenbold, Takho, path, like a torrent of gray rushing toward Mislonged, Greyport. The son of Asig, the pallid Orkbolg, led thousands of malevolent wolves as they thundered through the vicinity of the Elven realm, traversing the left district of the Shire, the hometown of hobbits, and after passing through the bustling town of Hobbiton, they circumnavigated the distant hills. Entering the narrow path between Eamon Bereid, the hills of the Tower, and South Arran Road, they arrived at a hollow just a few leagues south of Grey Havens. Bolg had inherited certain traits from the desecrator Asig. He was acutely aware that the sharp-eared denizens of Grey Havens were exceedingly vigilant. Any proximity would arouse their suspicions. Thus, this cunning half-orc employed the rugged trails of Eamon Bereid and the dense jungles to conceal the presence of his wolf pack. This was also the reason why the Dragonkin and Amenaz had failed to detect them. As the appointed hour agreed upon with the treacherous Asig approached, Bolg, under the cover of the dim night, eagerly urged his vast pack of wolves to surge forth from the treacherous paths of Eamon Bereid. However, fate had other designs. Their plans had long been divulged to the Lord of Grey Havens by the breath of Arda, as it whispered through the breeze. The elves fortified the southern gate with a heavy deployment of troops, and the Dragon Inn, with golden-slitted eyes glowing like amber in the darkness, immediately spotted the stealthy advance of the wolves. "Wolves, so many wolves!" he exclaimed, rousing the sentinels on the battlements. "Unleash a barrage. Prepare." Amenaz was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming tide of grey wolves, yet his professional acumen ensured he did not neglect to issue commands without delay. The elves swiftly notched their arrows. However, the speed of the wolf pack was far beyond that of the half-orcs. When Balrog and his wolves perceived the elves were already on guard, they completely tore away their disguise, howling as they surged forth from the shadows. Their speed was astonishing. Within mere breaths, they traversed half a league, entering the range of the elves' arrows, and in another breath, they stood beneath the white walls of Greyport. At that moment, the elves had only released 3 or 4 volleys of arrows. The burly half-orc played a bone flute, producing a haunting melody. The massive wolf pack leapt terrifyingly, scaling the sacred white walls of the elves, almost reaching a height of over 10 meters. Fire! Amina's sharp command pierced through the air, more piercing and tense than that of Gamir, who had fought for several hours. Dragonborn wore a beautifully crafted helmet reminiscent of the Dominant's helm from a game of a past life, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. "Now, we are one," he proclaimed, though perhaps he had digressed. The heart of the black-haired Dragonborn raced violently, causing the blood within him to surge as if it were boiling. Beneath the heavy helm, his golden slit-like pupils reflected both excitement and the trepidation of a first battle, feeling utterly at a loss. He raised his silver-white warhammer and exhaled a breath of scorching air. With one swing, he crushed the skull of a towering, ferocious giant wolf into a bloody pulp. Chapter 19. Fenrir the Wolf in Middle-earth. The dire wolves are terrifying creatures. They can stand up to 5 feet at the shoulder and measure up to 8 feet in length from snout to hindquarters. Their short muzzles are filled with enormous fangs, and their bite force is astonishing. The small eyes are positioned on either side of the head, while the ears are located behind the skull, a design that aids in safeguarding the vulnerable areas of the dire wolf. Furthermore, their limbs are robust and powerful, and as they run, one can observe their muscles bulging impressively. This anatomical advantage enhances their speed, with short-distance bursts of energy that can outpace even horses. Additionally, their lumbar region is exceptionally sturdy. Unlike terrestrial canids, the spine and skull of the dire wolf are among their most resilient bones. Were it not for this fortitude, the dire wolf-bred wargs would not be capable of bearing the weight of a towering half-orc. Moreover, the dire wolf is covered in short, dense fur, which minimizes potential injuries from teeth and claws. The finest specimens among them are the wargs bred by the Gronder orcs, characterized by their lighter pelage, often in shades of gray and white. These massive wargs are not only more ferocious but also possess remarkable speed and endurance, capable of carrying the formidable Gronder orcs for an entire day and night without respite. It is these very wargs that the defiler Azog and his progeny Balrog ride. Additionally, akin to the mountain goats cultivated by the dwarves, dire wolves excel at navigating rocky terrains. Their powerful limbs enable them to adeptly leap and traverse steep cliffs. Thus, when you witness a colossal, muscular wolf sprinting with lightning speed, only to leap and scale a smooth rock face, reaching a 10-meter-high wall, do not be astonished. For congratulations are in order, you have arrived in Middle-earth. Let the arrows fly. Amina's executed a graceful sidestep, evading a ravenous wolf that had successfully leaped onto the city wall. With remarkable precision, the steel-tipped arrow in his hand glided smoothly into the creature's eye. In a dazzling whirl, the elf pivoted once more towards the outside of the city, effortlessly drawing a second arrow from his quiver, knocking it onto his bowstring. With a gentle release, a mournful howl erupted from the wolf as it was decisively struck in its eye. Only then did the creature, pierced by his arrow, succumb to its fate. On the battlements, the elves remained composed, drawing their bows and unleashing a volley of arrows downward. Countless massive wolves, their eyes glinting with an icy malevolence, fell to the ground, whimpering as they succumbed to their wounds. Yet, amidst this chaos, more wolves nimbly evaded the onslaught, advancing rapidly, leaping onto the corpses of their fallen kin to scale the walls. One elf, caught off guard, was tackled by a grotesque wolf, its jaws dripping with vile saliva and its fangs bared in a savage snarl. The beast lunged, sinking its teeth into the elf's throat. In a swift motion, Ilúvatar pivoted, releasing her bowstring with deadly accuracy, the arrow striking the wolf's vulnerable throat. With a final, pitiful whimper, the wolf's body slumped atop the fallen elf. Without a moment to revel in triumph or mourn the loss, Ilúvatar deftly unsheathed her blade, her movements akin to a dance as she evaded another wolf's ravenous attack. The gleaming sword found its mark, piercing the creature's neck with lethal precision. The wolf gasped once, convulsed, and then fell silent, its cold, vicious gaze extinguished in an instant. When the wolf pack of Middle-earth charges forward, it poses a significant threat. However, when they come to a halt, the elves possess various means to deal with these wicked wolves. The current dilemma lies in the astounding speed and explosive power of the wolves. which far surpasses that of the orcs on the front lines, and their numbers are overwhelming. Although the elves' arrows have caused many wolves to fall lifeless upon the frigid ground, countless others tread upon the corpses of their kin, effortlessly leaping onto the towering walls. This is a capability that the orcs on the front lines cannot match. Eliwyn withdrew her sword from the carcass of a starving wolf, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the Dragonborn, who had just extracted his warhammer from the shattered skull of another ravenous wolf. The elven maiden's expression softened slightly. Yet, in an instant, a colossal wolf, resembling a brown bear, leapt over the numerous corpses of its brethren, its cold, ferocious eyes fixated on the Dragonborn. In the eyes of this malevolent beast, he appeared as a giant even more formidable than the mighty ogres of Gundabad. Beneath the exquisite and sacred armor, the giant's magnificent figure loomed like a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, exuding an extraordinary aura of oppression. The fearsome silver warhammer in his grasp was smeared with the brain matter and blood of its kin, still sticky and not yet congealed. Its golden slit pupils further unsettled the wolf, emanating a pressure that seemed to resonate from the very depths of the soul. Instinctively, the wolf bristled its fur and bared its sharp fangs. Meanwhile, the giant, shaking off the initial panic of battle, steeled himself. His icy golden slit pupils locked onto the wolf with unwavering intensity. The two adversaries moved almost in unison. The ferocious wolf nimbly leapt to the left, evading the giant's somewhat clumsy hammer strike, and then darted forward like an arrow, lunging fiercely at the giant. Dragonborn was astonished by the wolf's agility. He hastily crossed his left arm over his chest, but unexpectedly, with a swift motion, he seized the beast's jaw mid-air. In that fleeting moment, Draken had no time for contemplation. He grasped the colossal wolf and forcefully slammed it downward. The thud reverberated as the creature, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was crashed to the ground. The immense impact caused the earth around them to tremble as if in response. The wolf's resilient skull could not withstand such force for even a second, shattering into a gruesome heap of flesh and bone, spilling forth hues of red, white, blue, and purple. The ebony-haired Dragonborn, with a stoic expression, withdrew his hand from the nearly obliterated wolf's head. Unlike the elves, who were masters of combat, nimble and adept, the wolf, despite its remarkable agility, remained confined within the limitations of the animal kingdom. In a true battle, it was vastly inferior to the elves. Dragonborn shook his hand in distaste, a wave of nausea washing over him. Yet, at the same time, reason reminded him that this was not the moment for distraction. Thus, the Dragonborn steeled himself and surveyed his surroundings. For him, this presented a valuable opportunity for training. After all, no amount of practice could compare to the reality of combat. He had an inkling that his fate was inextricably linked with that of this continent, and so, beyond the blessed body bestowed by Il Vader, he needed the capability to defend himself, for the elves could not protect him indefinitely. With this thought, the mood of the dark-haired Dragonborn gradually settled, and he began to actively seek out the ferocious wolves scaling the city walls for battle. Although his combat skills remained somewhat clumsy, the might of the dragon and his reflexes enabled him to consistently exploit the weaknesses of the wolves, launching successful counterattacks. Coupled with the exquisite heavy armor crafted by the elven master, the Dragonborn, free from worry, began to adapt to the bloodshed and brutality of the battlefield. He wielded a massive warhammer, running from one end of the wall to the other with unmatched valor. The wolves, unable to evade him, were either crushed by a single blow, their bones splintered and flesh torn asunder, or met their demise from a devastating punch that shattered their skulls, leaving a gruesome scene. In a frenzy, the dark-haired Dragonborn even resorted to brutally strangling one of the wolves with his left hand. Indifferent to its mournful howls and desperate clawing at his splendid armor, his path was marked by carnage, with wolf carcasses strewn about. Gradually, even the surrounding elves began to discreetly distance themselves from his area of combat, for the destruction he wrought was truly astonishing. The elves cast wary glances at the warhammer in his grip, secretly pondering whether they could withstand a single blow. Soon, with the frenzied assistance of the Dragonborn, the elves successfully drove all the wolves from the walls, the creatures whimpering and retreating with their tails between their legs. At this moment, Dragonborn gradually regained his composure. His heart racing wildly from the carnage, blood surging through his veins like molten lava, and his breath escaped in scorching puffs, wisps of white vapor rising. Aminus cast a surprised glance at the ebony-haired Dragonborn and said in a grave tone, "Continue firing arrows. Do not allow the foul wolves to approach the walls." With that, he drew his bow and, with precision, felled a fleeing wolf. Illiman and the other elves reformed their ranks, synchronizing their movements as they drew their bows and released their arrows. Once again, Arrows rained down upon the walls, prompting the wolf pack to retreat with even greater haste. On the elevated ground before the Grey Harbor Administrative Hall, the battle had reached a fever pitch. With the walls on the brink of collapse, a contingent of elves, led by Gammer, donned their melee weapons and bravely charged forward, forcefully pushing a segment of the half-orcs off the battlements, thus securing the eastern defense line. Issue the command for our forces to press on. The half-orcs outnumber the sharp-eared elves by a considerable margin. We must push these vile elves from the walls, even if it means sacrificing lives. The half-orc herald dared not refute the order and immediately sounded the heavy horn. Upon hearing the horn, the 30th half-orc phalanx, marching with uneven steps, surged toward the eastern battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Flower Fall Plaza beneath the administrative hall, 800 composed elven cavalrymen sat motionless upon their noble steeds. In the southern battlefield, in the depths of darkness, Borg frantically played his bone flute, his furious roars and curses spilling forth in a torrent of vile Mordor tongue. Amines keenly sensed the situation and sought the trace of the cunning half-orc amidst the shadows. At last, he spotted the half-orc 1,000 meters away from the southern city of Grey Harbor. After estimating the distance, Amines shook his head in disappointment. Perhaps it was the effect of Borg's curses, or merely the power of the bone flute. The wolf pack, which had fled far away, began to whimper and slowly reassemble. Just when everyone expected the defiant half-orc to launch another assault, an unexpected sound pierced the darkness as Borg played a peculiar signal on his flute. The wolves stirred restlessly, their low growls echoing a profound fear as they recoiled. On the city walls, the elves were no longer tranquil. Their expressions turned grave as they gazed towards the distant rugged path of Amenbald Takio. An unspeakably malevolent presence was rapidly approaching. What could it be? The sharp-eyed Dragonborn was the first to exclaim in alarm. Emerging from the treacherous mountain path was a terrifying creature, nearly the size of an adult Asian elephant. Gliding forth like a specter, it cast a haughty glance at Borg, its eyes filled with disdain and ferocity. However, upon noticing the bone flute in Borg's hand, the creature ultimately chose to heed the commands of the one who wielded it. It took a few steps toward Grey Harbor and then began to trot. In that moment, the elves, including Amines, gasped in unison. A warg? Gorhoth? Dragonborn pondered this unfamiliar Sindarin term, bewildered by its implications. Yet, one thing he could ascertain was that when his gaze met that of the terrifying creature resembling an exaggeratedly magnified dire wolf, its eyes exuding a more sinister malevolence, fangs dripping with a sinister venom, and throat exhaling an ominous black mist, a chill ran down his spine. Dragon instinctively tightened his grip on the warhammer in his hand, his heart pounding like a drum. Ready your arrows. Amina's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, yet laced with a tremor, reminding them of the dark ages of the first epic. Do not let this fearsome beast ascend our battlements. With a swift motion, he signaled, and a deluge of arrows rained forth. However, the monstrous creature surged forward with alarming speed, its massive form presenting no hindrance to its velocity. It raced through the darkness like a thunderclap, outpacing even the elven arrows. Then, with a sudden leap, it effortlessly soared over a distance of more than 10 meters, landing gracefully atop the 10-meter-high wall. It opened its cavernous maw, swiftly severing 2 unsuspecting elves in half. With a tail as strong as steel, it swept through the air, sending 7 or 8 elves hurtling away like ragdolls, plummeting to the ground below. A single, powerful swipe of its formidable claws resulted in several elves being dismembered on the spot. Fenrir, the giant wolf, howled to the heavens, heralding the terrifying reemergence of the Wolf King. Both Kildan and Azig's expressions shifted dramatically. Borg has not disappointed me. The doom of the pointed ears has arrived. The pallid orc gazed eagerly towards the south as the terrifying language of Mordor echoed far into the night. The foul elves could not defend the city. We would flank them, rendering their defenses futile. Sound the horn and mobilize all war machines. With the increasingly urgent calls of the horn, the last 10 infantry formations of the half-orcs also stirred to action. Alongside various siege engines and ogres, the eastern defenses of the elves were on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the Lord of Grey Harbor was consumed by anxiety, for he had not anticipated that the hungry beast spoken of by the avian king Manwë, encompassing air and tempest, were none other than the wolf spirits of Fenrir. In the year 1330 of the Second Age, the dark adversary Morgoth birthed the lineage of the wolf spirits. Their progenitor was none other than the later-known Draugluin, a creature imbued with profoundly malevolent powers. The wolf spirit Karkaroth was the most fearsome descendant of Draugluin. It was this very beast that, in the First Age, severed the hand of the human hero Bern as he grasped the Silmaril, devouring both the hand and the jewel, only to be scorched from within by the jewel's power. Bern's beloved was none other than Eltien, daughter of Thingol, the king of Doriath, who was slain by the dwarves. Thus, Celegorm was a blood relative of Thingol. The wolf spirits of Finrod traced their lineage back to Carcharoth. Behold, how wondrous the world is. As fate circles back, once again entwining the lives of those long past and the events they once knew. Chapter 20, Dragonflame. In the year 3430 of the Second Age, humanity and elves forged their final alliance. By 3434. After a resounding victory over Sauron's dark legions on the plains of Dagorlad, now known as the Fields of War, it was believed that the race of wargs had been entirely extinguished. Led by Gandalf, the Astari, wizards, ventured deep into the southern plains of Gorgoroth. Traversing the central expanse of Rovanion and the far northern regions of Forodwaith, yet they found no trace of the wargs. However, today, the northern elves were once again gripped by terror as they beheld the horrific form of the warg king. The elves did not shy away from resistance, yet. The formidable presence of Finrod, the giant wolf, was overwhelming. The blades of the elves, though capable of inflicting some degree of harm, proved insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Finrod charged forward, his colossal form crashing down like a mountain, rendering the elves incapable of mounting any effective defense. As the terrifying warg king, Finrod, savagely devoured the elves upon the battlements, Amina's suddenly experienced an unprecedented clarity regarding his fate. He envisioned his beloved kin, gathered in a warm and splendid palace, singing joyfully with smiles upon their faces, arms outstretched in welcome for his arrival. Amina's recognized this as the palace of Mandos, the Lord of Spirits. After the physical demise of all elves, their souls would ascend to Mandos, where they would reunite in joyous song, free from care, until the arrival of the final day. Thus, he drew his sword, and in his eyes reflected a brilliant and sacred light. It was over 10,000 years ago, when the radiant and unparalleled glory of the golden and silver trees in the western sanctum shone brightly. Since the dark adversary Morgoth cast down the two trees, no mortal has beheld such divine and beautiful light again. It is said that only a few, who reminisce about the distant past, still carry in their hearts the memory of the time when the elves joyfully basked in the sacred luminescence of one of the most exquisite creations of the Vala, the two trees. However, throughout several ages, such instances have been rare, if not entirely absent. Now, the first High King of the Noldor, Finrod, who once crossed the sea to Aman and witnessed the indescribable beauty of the two trees' sacred light, stood before the elves, who gazed at him in astonishment and disbelief. In their eyes, Eamon shone like a star. "Monster, this is not a place for your display of power. Begone, for you are unwelcome here." Offspring of Glorong. The northern elves have never and shall never succumb to evil. The great wolf Finrod recoiled in fear from the brilliance in Eamon's eyes. For the pure light of the two trees is one of the most feared things by all creatures of darkness. It had not occurred to him that amidst this increasingly corrupt mortal realm, such beautiful and sacred light still resided within the eyes of the elves. The king of the wargs growled ominously, his cold, malevolent eyes igniting with fury. He spoke with the tongue of men. "Ah, what an excruciatingly bright light. Wretched elves, you have harmed my eyes. No, how can this be? How can the elves of today still possess such power? Curse light, how irritating you are. The sprite, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall extinguish this vexatious and loathsome radiance, casting your lifeless form into the abyssal depths of the shadowy sea, submerging it in molten magma. Ah, sprite, cursed sprite, you should never have dared to provoke Finrod, the Wolf King. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" With this, the colossal wolf Finrod lowered its massive form, emitting a low, menacing growl, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. Amina's, however, was undeterred by the intimidation. He strode forward, his sword aimed swiftly at Finrod's throat. The giant wolf, taken aback, let out a series of furious roars, attempting to retreat. Yet, below in the city, the malevolent half-orc Borg raised his bone flute to his lips. Finrod howled in agony, his eyes igniting with a terrifying crimson glow. He found himself powerless against the might of the master who commanded the flute, a force that shackled all of his subordinates. Finrod seethed with rage at the despicable, diminutive Ganda, the ogre, for daring to wield the power of the master, darker than darkness itself, to ensnare him. In the throes of painful struggle, the great wolf Finrod surged forward instead of retreating, opening its fearsome maw to bite down upon Amina's arm. Amina's, caught off guard by the ferocity of the Wolf King, let out a pained scream as Fenrir severed his arm at the shoulder. However, Fenrir did not escape unscathed, for before Amenas' arm was bitten off, his sword had plunged fiercely into the foul upper jaw of the giant wolf. Thus, both Amenas and Fenrir collapsed in agony simultaneously, as the wolf's teeth were not only sharp, but also laced with venom. Before long, Amenas succumbed completely to unconsciousness. As for Fenrir, Amenas' sword harbored the sacred power of the twin holy trees. When the sharp blade pierced the giant wolf's jaw, it ignited in a brilliant white flame. This fierce fire not only ravaged Fenrir's corporeal form, but also seared its very soul. Fenrir howled in agony, rolling incessantly against the expansive city walls, ultimately plummeting beyond their edge. The elves and the Borg outside the city stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that such a formidable entity could meet its demise in such a manner. The treacherous half-orc struggled momentarily, but with a grim expression. He once again raised the bone flute to his lips. The pack of wolves roared in response, surging once more toward mist-lawned Grey Harbor. At this juncture, the colossal wolf Fenrir was not yet entirely vanquished. Although Amenas' sword had inflicted grievous wounds upon it, the dark power it possessed was not to be underestimated. It continued to wail, ominous black mist emanating from its horrific form, battling against the silvery flames that enveloped it, each striving to negate the other. This struggle was excruciating. That night, the lamentations of the Wolf King Fenrir reverberated across the land, becoming a source of terror whispered among the various races of the north. In the main battlefield, the half-orcs, upon hearing the King of Wolves' anguished cries, were suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. The Wolf King was, after all, one of their most formidable trump cards in this invasion. Originally, it was presumed that with the assistance of Fenrir, the king of the wolf demons, the rear defensive line of the elves would crumble like parchment under a mere poke. However, contrary to expectations, the anguished cries of the Wolf King signaled to all that something unfavorable was transpiring on the southern battlefield concerning the half-orcs. The cunning and treacherous Scar, the pale orc, wore a mask of fluctuating emotions as he contemplated the possibility of failure in his master's plan. His gaze drifted towards the dark, shadowy depths behind the army, where whispers from certain creatures of the far north slithered through the air like a demonic breeze, reaching Azeg's ears. Simultaneously, Eloin's expression shifted as she marveled at the fact that such grievous wounds had not claimed the life of the Wolf King. Thus, she made a decision that would be deemed remarkably valiant by all who would learn of this tale in the ages to come. With grace, Eloin leaped from the towering 10-meter wall, swiftly charging towards the fallen Wolf King. In his agony, Fenrir noticed her impending assault. Enraged, he turned his massive head, his colossal paw crashing down towards her. Yet, Eloin remained remarkably composed. With a single hand, she pressed against the immense force of Fenrir's own strength, executing an astonishing maneuver. In a display of unparalleled agility, she rolled and landed atop his gigantic paw. Then, with a powerful push, she vaulted into the air, plunging her sword into the cold, enormous eye of the Wolf King, which radiated with an ominous, malevolent glow. A tremendous roar of pain erupted from Fenrir's maw as Eloin's sword sank deep into the very core of the Wolf King's eye, piercing into his skull. The colossal wolf Fenrir, in its agony, struck the airborne elven maiden with a single paw, sending her soaring through the air. Then, it lay motionless upon the ground. Everything transpired with such astonishing speed that before Dragonborn could react, the valiant Amenas had already wounded the giant wolf, causing it to tumble painfully from the city wall. The elven maiden, displaying her fierce bravery, then poured salt into the creature's wounds, successfully blinding one of its eyes. A terrifying beast descended from the ancient lineage of demon wolves, inflicting significant damage. Witnessing the monstrous creature's desperate thrashing that sent the elven maiden flying, leaving her fate uncertain, Dragonborn disregarded the impending surge of wolves and, emulating the elven maiden, leapt from the 10-foot-high wall to her side. He stood frozen. Across the expanse from the maiden's chest to her abdomen, deep gashes, revealing bone, had torn through her exquisite armor, exposing gruesome wounds from which copious blood flowed incessantly. In a state of utter disarray, he abandoned the meticulously forged silver warhammer crafted by the elven master, kneeling beside the fallen maiden, gently resting her delicate head upon his thigh. As she opened her eyes, a breathtaking smile graced her lips. "Melsters, it is regrettable that I shall no longer hear your song, but you are the last person I see before I journey to the halls of Mandus. It is still a perfect conclusion. Farewell, Melsters, may your path be devoid of sorrow." Upon finishing her words, Valda's starlight gradually faded from her eyes. and Iluvatar's once radiant and captivating gaze was completely shut. Dragonborn found himself at a loss. He yearned to utter something, yet no words would come forth. A wave of anguish engulfed his heart. Beneath the dim celestial glow, a towering giant knelt before the sacred white walls, cradling a tall, ethereal elven maiden with flowing black hair, reluctant to lift his gaze. Not far away, a massive wolf, reminiscent of a small hill, was enveloped in silvery flames. Remaining utterly still, Oclionum, an elf called out anxiously. In the distance, countless menacing wolves, their eyes gleaming with malice and drool dripping from their jaws, crept closer to Grey Harbor. At last, the kneeling giant stirred. He gently laid the elven maiden down, casting one final glance at her before lifting the warhammer from the ground and rising to his full height. A resounding, authoritative roar, infused with terrifying wrath, erupted from the furious Dragonborn, unleashing a dreadful magical force that indiscriminately swept across the eastern and southern battlefields. The northern elves and half-orcs present were left paralyzed by this overwhelming power. In an extraordinary moment, the once chaotic battlefield, filled with clashing blades and the carnage of flesh, fell into an eerie stillness. Azig, seething with rage, directed a furious glance towards the south, his limbs trembling involuntarily. The tremors of his soul ignited an urge to flee immediately. With a grave expression, Kildan turned his gaze towards the direction of the Dragonborn. Beneath the starlit sky, the silver giant brandished his warhammer, charging alone towards the terrified and bewildered horde of grey wolves. With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the head of a massive, foul wolf with a greenish face and menacing fangs, bursting its skull like a watermelon, ignoring the splattered crimson, ivory, azure, and violet brains. The golden slit pupils of Dragonborn blazed with an unparalleled fury. Confused and enraged, he plunged into the chaotic throng of wolves, swinging his hammer indiscriminately, slaughtering those immobilized by his astonishing dragon roar. His thoughts drifted to a time before the war, when he and another sat by the embankment, silently savoring the sea breeze and gazing at the stars. Ah, the enraged Dragonborn bellowed, his blood seeming to boil with rage, exhaling a breath so searing it could scorch human flesh. No one knew the source of his fiery combat spirit. They only beheld him as a berserker, wildly wielding his colossal hammer, reducing the green-faced, grotesquely snarling wolves to mere pulp. The filthy blood and bits of flesh splattered across the Dragonborn's form. That night, the image of the furious Dragonborn confronting the wolf pack remained etched in the hearts of many elves, accompanied by elven songs and a 14-line poem that has endured through time. People were profoundly moved by the valor of the Dragonborn, while simultaneously mourning the sacrifices of Elirwin and Arminas. At that moment, a dark arrow shot forth, striking Dragonborn squarely in the face. With a frenzied swing of his massive warhammer, the Dragonborn paused amidst the slaughter of the wolf pack. In the distance, the cunning and treacherous half-orc chuckled sinisterly, the string of his dark bow quivering slightly in his grip. Borg swiftly shook off the tremors of fear that had gripped him, initially startled by the Dragonborn's thunderous roar. However, upon witnessing this towering figure, nearly as grand as a blasphemer, charging single-handedly into the throng of wolves, he couldn't help but sneer. He menacingly revealed the Orcish longbow slung across his back, trembling as he took aim at the formidable Dragonborn wreaking havoc among the wolves. Indeed, blinded by fury, the Dragonborn failed to notice Borg's subtle movements. With a relaxed hand, Borg released the black arrow from Mordor, which accurately struck the Dragonborn squarely in the face. Only then did the elves, stunned by the magical fury of the Dragonborn's roar, begin to react. They gracefully leaped from the city walls, a small contingent remaining near the city gate to recover the bodies of fallen elven warriors, while the majority brandished their swords, fueled by hatred for the enemy and a profound respect for their comrades, charging forward. From above, a small cluster of gold collided fiercely with a much larger mass of gray, erupting into a tempest of blood and flesh. The elves surged into the ranks of the wolf tide, forcefully driving the numerous vile wolves back. Finally, those wretched wolves, consumed by the tremors of fear deep within their souls, fled in terror, disregarding the half-orc's command with a howl as they tucked their tails and bolted away. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, surprising everyone present. The Dragonborn, believed to have been treacherously ambushed and slain by the sinister half-orc Borg, suddenly lifted his heavy helm, revealing a youthful face still bearing traces of innocence. Borg's aim had been unnaturally precise. The black arrow from Mordor struck flawlessly against the Y-shaped visor of the elven helm, Enraged, the Dragonborn opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying torrent of searing breath that transformed into dragon fire, engulfing the entire battlefield. Chapter 21. Reinforcements. Dragon fire, a unique flame imbued with magical potency. It is birthed within the belly of a dragon and expelled through its mouth, possessing the capacity to melt iron and gold. It is a weapon of cataclysm, a sorcery of annihilation. Since the creation of the first dragon, Glorung, by the dark adversary Morgoth, the elves of Middle-earth have suffered profoundly. The most notable calamities were the War of Sudden Flame in the year 455 of the First Age and the War of Tears in 472. In these battles, the dragon Glorung wreaked unimaginable havoc upon the allied forces of elves, men, and dwarves with his dreadful magical flames, resulting in catastrophic losses. Countless heroes among elves, men, and dwarves fell to the jaws of the dragon. It was from that time onward that all the noble races of Middle-earth indelibly remembered the terror of dragonfire. Now, the elves present were rendered motionless. They swiftly sheathed their blades and regrouped, disregarding the retreating wretches of the vile wolf, stepping back repeatedly to evade the dreadful flames. The flames danced and flickered, not mere fire, initially slender as an arm, but swiftly transformed into a towering inferno, propelled by the Dragonkin's breath, spreading fiercely over 100 meters. This spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. Countless ferocious and savage giant wolves, once brimming with malevolence, found themselves unable to escape the onslaught of this terrifying blaze, their anguished howls echoing as they were reduced to mere heaps of ash. The remaining vile wolves, like defeated hounds, whimpered in despair, tucking their tails and fleeing in haste. Yet the Dragonkin, engulfed in fury, turned his gaze, and the dragonfire followed suit, incinerating hundreds more of the wicked wolves into cinders beneath its formidable might. Morg's courage was nearly shattered. He could scarcely fathom the terror that loomed before him. That was the roar of a dragon and the wrath of dragonfire. He was not some wretched, pointy-eared creature. The foul elves lacked such prowess. He was a fallen star, a dragonkin. Oh, Dark Lord above! The towering half-orc's heart cried out. How could such a fearsome being exist in this world? How could he report back to the merciless desecrators? Accompanying him were a few fortunate orcs from Mordor, riding upon their direwolves. Meanwhile, gazing upon the vast expanse of Mislong to the plains of Aemon Bilade, take you, all was engulfed in a hellish sea of flames, the acrid scent mingling with the aroma of charred flesh. The elves, eyes tinged with fear and hesitation, ultimately regained their composure. They beheld the Dragonkin cradling Illiman, his face a mask of sorrow, witnessing his valor as he fought fiercely for his comrades, undeterred by the specter of death. Recognizing that the figure before him possessed a noble character, he was acutely aware that he was not akin to the despicable and ignoble orc. He blinked helplessly, steeling himself, and closed his mouth, causing the terrifying flames to vanish instantly. A cough escaped him. Cough, cough. The newly minted fire-breathing dragon, Dragonborn, found himself in discomfort as he coughed a few times, resulting in sporadic sparks emanating from his lips. Alarmed, he promptly shut his mouth again. Clearly, akin to a dragon's roar, he had yet to fully master this newfound ability. Or perhaps, he was simply bewildered by the sudden acquisition of the dragon's breath, a power he had never anticipated. He could only recall that, following the death of the elven maiden, he had plunged into a deep abyss of guilt and rage. In a fit of fury, he had recklessly charged into a pack of wolves, embarking on a frenzied slaughter. The chaotic carnage had accelerated the rhythm of his heart, growing stronger and more vigorous with each beat, until he felt as though he was engulfed in flames, an overwhelming impulse compelling him to unleash his pent-up fury. Just then, a towering half-orc had unexpectedly ambushed him, catching him off guard. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, as the half-orc's dark arrow was mysteriously deflected by the nose guard of the helmet forged by the elven master. Regaining his composure, Dragonborn became even more enraged. In his fury, he unleashed the tempestuous force that mingled with his inner wrath. To his astonishment, this amalgamation of his fury and raw power, upon meeting the air, transformed into flames in a miraculous display. In that moment, Dragonborn himself was left utterly astounded. However, it must be said that witnessing the enemies turn to ashes beneath his wrath, Dragonborn felt a flicker of satisfaction within his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, I have avenged you, Elliman. Meanwhile, observing his disheveled demeanor, which was endearingly clumsy, the distant elves regarded him with warmth. A tall and handsome male elf, evidently the leader among them, approached. You were truly astonishing, O Krinamu, he remarked. the very same cinder elf who had previously offered him counsel. The elf's gray eyes followed the gaze of the black-haired Dragonborn, landing upon the charred wolf corpses and pools of bloodied ash. His expression tinged with a hint of sorrow and fear. You remind me of the ancient dragons, albeit they were malevolent. Yet, I believe this time. The fury of the dragon stands with us, does it not? The black-haired Dragonborn blinked his golden-slit pupils but remained silent. In the eastern main battlefield, as the reverberation of the dragon's roar faded, the half-orcs grew increasingly agitated. They realized that the lamentations of the Wolf King had utterly vanished, and no one knew what had transpired. It was evident, however, that this was no harbinger of good tidings, for the southern sky was awash in crimson, as if something were ablaze. Yet, to their knowledge, the wolf pack did not possess the ability to ignite flames. Coupled with the seemingly impenetrable elven defenses, every time they assailed the walls of the pointed-eared folk, those damned, terrifying pointy ears relentlessly repelled the mighty half-orc legion. The brutal, unimaginable meat grinder of the wall battles played out repeatedly along the lengthy defensive line. Gradually, these inherently savage yet timid fallen creatures found their frenzied hearts consumed by terror. They crumbled, and as yet another batch of orc carcasses was hurled down from the walls of the sanctified white citadel by the elves. The orcs below abruptly discarded their weapons and fled. These wretches emitted meaningless howls, their screams resonating with fear as they displayed a visage of sheer panic. They yearned to escape this hellish battlefield, desiring no further confrontation with the seemingly inexhaustible onslaught of the pointed-eared adversaries. In their desperation, they recklessly charged through the ranks of the remaining orc formations. Azig was filled with fury. The panicking orcs disrupted the last 10 formations, which had until then remained relatively intact. Yet, no matter how vehemently he sounded the horn, the collapsing orcs seemed oblivious, singularly focused on their flight. Their chaos even affected the last 10 orc formations that had maintained their cohesion. The remaining orcs exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to advance or to flee alongside their brethren. Witnessing this, Azig acted decisively. He bellowed at the over 1,000 wolf riders who had remained by his side. Wolf riders, slay any coward who dares to retreat. The towering black orcs mounted on their formidable dire wolves immediately urged their steeds, infiltrating the relatively intact formations of orcs, brandishing their wolf-headed clubs and other peculiar weapons. They crushed the skulls of those who dared to flee, simultaneously shouting in the tongue of Mordor, "Maintain formation, maintain formation. Any who dare to waver shall be consumed by the Master's boundless wrath. Raise your long spears, I say, raise your long spears, and slay all who dare to breach your ranks. This is the command of the Desecrator." The wavering half-orcs finally managed to steady themselves, hoisting their lengthy black iron spears, pushing back all their timid kin who dared to disrupt their formation. Retreat. The defeated half-orcs, their faces contorted in rage, screeched, "The Desecrator commands you to continue the siege." Yet, these remnants, already paralyzed by fear, frantically jostled against their comrades' lines with wide eyes and empty hands, as if their actions were far gentler than the arrows of the elves raining down from the walls. "Run, you fools, the stinking elves are descending upon us. Alas, an arrow has struck my dairy ree. The odious sprite's arrow has pierced my backside. What a terrifying sound. Grimace's ears are nearly shattered by this dreadful cacophony. The foul sprite possesses a monstrous voice that threatens to devour Grimace's ears, eyes, and heart. No, Grimace cannot confront such a fearsome adversary. He must flee. Yes, he must escape. You foolish beings, do step aside for Lord Grimace. You are obstructing his path." Yet, regrettably, when juxtaposed with the brutal and fearsome black orc wolf riders, these mostly unarmed and defeated half-orcs, having discarded their weapons in their haste to flee, appear as soft as freshly baked white bread. Thus, the somewhat intact formation of half-orcs, gritting their teeth, thrust their long iron spears forward with great force. A multitude of defeated half-orcs was instantly skewered upon the iron spears, resembling a skewered delicacy. "Retreat," they cried, as the formation began to advance. The defeated half-orcs were caught off guard by the ruthless actions of their cold-blooded kin, who turned against their own. Lord Grimace and the other vanquished half-orcs hastily recoiled in fear, presenting a pitiful and wretched guise. Upon the battlements, Gamiel and several remaining elves stood with their swords drawn, speechless as they beheld the absurdity of the half-orcs' internecine conflict below. "This is a splendid opportunity," Gamer exclaimed to Kildan, who had finally arrived at the eastern battlefield. "If we charge forth at this very moment, the half-orcs will surely rout. Such is their nature, belligerent yet cowardly. opportunistic yet treacherous. They cannot change who they are. However, the master of Grey Harbor continued to scrutinize the formation of the half-orcs, gazing towards the northern mountains. Shaking his head, "Let us wait a little longer, just a little longer." Beneath the pristine white walls, a regiment of impeccably disciplined cavalry stood motionless, their expressions inscrutable. At Blue Mountain, in a secluded pass, Thorin Oakenshield sharply lifted his head. With a note of anxiety, he remarked, "What is that sound? I seem to hear the roar of a dragon. Yet that cannot be. How could there be dragons in the north?" Beside him, Dwalin, almost entirely encased in a suit of iron, replied in a muffled tone, "As far as I know, Smaug is the last known fire drake. It is improbable that any other malevolent dragon exists." However, Fili, the second in line to the throne of Durin, had also arrived. Clad in heavy armor adorned with the royal insignia and wielding a battle axe, he sat atop a stout ram, curiously surveying his surroundings as he interjected, "Recently, the ravens of Blue Mountain have been chattering about the northern dragon, speaking of great men and claiming that a dragon has appeared by the Shire River. But I find that implausible." His words garnered the simultaneous attention of the dwarven prince and Gandalf. "What say you, Gandalf? Have you ever encountered a dragon?" Unlike the astonished dwarf prince, the gray-robed wizard, perched upon a robust brown steed and wielding a staff and a pipe, emitted a rather unnatural cough, causing white smoke to billow forth from his mouth, nostrils, and ears, which was quite amusing. At that moment, they traversed the narrow pass leading from the Blue Mountains to the mouth of the Shire River, with an endless expanse of dwarven forces behind them. Smaug is not the last of the dragons, contrary to popular belief. The gray-robed wizard anxiously observed the seemingly unending army of dwarfs, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Thorin and Fili, among others. He stated, "There remain many dragons to the north of the Grey Mountains. Smaug is merely the largest among them. Of course, when I say many, I refer to no more than 10. The dwarves were indeed captivated by this explosive revelation, with all eyes, including Thorin's, wide with astonishment, momentarily forgetting the thunderous roar that had once raised their suspicions. Is it truly possible that so many dragons exist in this world? Fili, born in the Blue Mountains, exclaimed with enthusiasm, his youthful curiosity piqued by tales of dragons and adventure. Thorin, however, shot him a stern glare, declaring, "Dragons are no mere myth. They are living, breathing fiends that have devoured our homes and kin. They are murderers, greedy demons. They are the sworn enemies of all dwarves. You must not take this lightly. It is no jest." Clearly intimidated by his uncle's rebuke, Fili recoiled, falling silent. Yet, soon enough, he lifted his head once more and posed a question to Gandalf. "Wizards, are there truly 5 of you?" At this moment, it was Gandalf who felt the weight of concern. Fortunately, the dwarves soon emerged from the narrow passage, and in the distance lay the brutal and tumultuous battlefield of Grey Havens. Thorin, Gandalf quickly abandoned the spirited young dwarves and urged his horse towards the troubled dwarf prince, who had been burdened with worry since their departure. "Hasten the dwarves across the river. The elves have drawn most of the beastmen's forces. If the dwarves charge from the rear against their weakened line, victory shall surely be ours." Thorin stood atop a war chariot drawn by 8 stout mountain goats, gazing grimly at the fierce battlefield at the mouth of the Shire River, lost in his own thoughts. Without the towering Blue Mountains to shield him, Thorin clearly beheld the fiery night sky on the opposite shore and the ominous darkness that loomed behind the beastmen's army. This sight caused him to falter. Gandalf's subtle maneuverings had not escaped Thorin's keen perception. It was evident that the wizard had concealed some truths behind the earlier terrifying roars, deepening the prince's unease regarding this rescue mission. "Thorin," Gandalf exclaimed urgently, bewildered by the dwarf's sudden reticence. "Patience, wizard," Thorin Oakenshield replied coolly, casting a steely glance at him. Clad in formidable dwarven armor and wielding a war hammer, he exuded a regal authority. "The dwarves have pledged their aid to rescue these insufferable elves, and we shall not break our word. However, the timing of our involvement in this battle is for me to determine. Now be silent. Wizard, this is the authority of the king. You have no right to interfere." Gandalf was nearly exasperated by such obstinacy. There, Azig had finally rallied the morale of the last band of orcs, and the final, most ferocious wave of their assault commenced. Enough. Witnessing the orcs deploy even their last reserves, Thorin Oakenshield could no longer contain his fervor, casting aside his inner doubts. This valiant dwarf prince pointed his sword towards the mouth of the Shire River and proclaimed loudly, "Cross the river. Dwarves, the moment of reckoning has arrived." Chapter 22. The Horn Before Dawn. When Dragonborn arrived once more at the eastern gate, the situation for the elves had grown exceedingly dire. A horde of grotesque and filthy orcs, their faces twisted in malice, screamed as they brandished their curved blades and iron hammers, charging up the walls of Greyport. With eyes filled with hatred, they fixated on the Greyport master, encircled by the elite forces led by Gamiel, continuously howling in fury. The orcs recognized him, aware that he was a figure of great importance. The exquisite armor adorning the Greyport master was adorned with shattered diamonds and gemstones, embellished with mithril more precious than gold. An unparalleled treasure. Even the kings of men would be unable to suppress their envy, for their vaults contained no marvel comparable to the splendid armor worn by the master of Greyport, crowned with a diadem forged from mithril. It reflected the purest light of Middle-earth under the starlit sky. At his waist hung a formidable weapon, yet the half-orcs were unable to discern which renowned blade it was. They could only feel the icy aura emanating from it, piercing their skin even before it was drawn. Thus, these filthy, grotesque creatures gazed with greedy malice, their mouths filled with yellowed, grimy teeth babbling incomprehensible words as they brandished their weapons, charging towards the distinguished elves who were evidently of high status. Leading the charge were the loyal defenders, spearheaded by Gamir, who unsheathed their blades and effortlessly dispatched the waves of encroaching half-orcs, ensuring that their filthy hands did not desecrate the noble Kildan. However, due to the brutal suppression by the blasphemer Azig, the routed half-orcs, driven by the black orc wargs from Mordor, scrambled to retrieve their weapons, howling chaotically as they surged forward once more. Their numbers were overwhelming, and even Gamir and his comrades found themselves momentarily flustered. As the battle intensified, a robust and brawny stone troll seized the opportunity. Shielded by a barrage of half-orc arrows and shields, he charged forward, bearing a bizarrely carved massive triangular battering ram atop his head, thundering towards the sturdy oak gates of Greyport. "Kill him! Slay that brute!" shouted a familiar voice. It was Chef Fina. However, at this moment, the elven woman had exchanged her chef's garb for exquisite armor, wielding a Galaland bow with unparalleled precision. The chef we knew was, in fact, a ranger general serving under the Lord of Greyport, commanding the elven archers with extraordinary skill and remarkable marksmanship. Thus, when the elves donned their battle garb once more, her absence was keenly felt. Hence, the city guards, mocking the ebony-haired Dragonborn, trembled in her presence. Kildan would assert that with her protection, the safety of the ebony-haired Dragonborn was assured. Immortal elves require diversions to alleviate the tedium of their interminable existence. Thus, a ranger general's passion for culinary arts is hardly an unforgivable vice. After all, the northern elves have enjoyed peace for over 2 millennia. From this perspective, the head chef's centuries-long indulgence may seem trivial. At this moment, the head chef remained unaware that Elirwin had already perished, and the ebony-haired Dragonborn had unlocked newfound powers. Adorned in battle attire, the female ranger beheld a bizarre ogre, charging towards the city gate with an unwavering zeal. Without hesitation, she loosed an arrow, blinding the creature in one eye. Yet, despite this setback, the ogre, clumsily but resolutely, leaped forward, its grotesque triangular stone crest crashing thunderously against the durable gates of Grey Harbor, inflicting damage far exceeding that of all prior battering rams. Although the ogre staggered and collapsed, another surged forth. Eliminate them. Fina's expression shifted dramatically. Though the elven gates were robust, they could scarcely withstand such relentless assaults from the ogres. Elven arrows fell like rain. Yet it was too late. One ogre succeeded in ramming against the elven gate. The once impenetrable gates began to emit a creaking sound. The half-orcs erupted in jubilation. "Grond! Grond!" they shouted. The cacophony of sounds gradually transformed from a dissonant clamor into a harmonious resonance, as a peculiar name reverberated across the battlefield. The elves' expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was not long before they beheld an oddly shaped, colossal, and menacing contraption being slowly maneuvered towards the city gates by several ogres. This was the Orcish siege hammer, a fearsome creation named after the weapon that had once vanquished the mighty Noldoran king, Efaner, by the dark adversary Morgoth. Its design was predominantly forged from iron and other vile metals, shaped into the visage of a gigantic wolf's head, with a roaring inferno ignited within to augment its lethality. The immense size necessitated the strength of 4 ogres to maneuver it. "Grondek!" The orcs, as if witnessing a miracle, shouted exuberantly, their voices echoing through the land. The tumult of battle, combined with the inky darkness of the night, effectively masked the elves' entrance. A cloud, emerging from unknown origins, stealthily obscured the moon. as if the Vala themselves were aiding the dwarves. Beneath the city walls, orc archers relentlessly unleashed a torrent of arrows upon the elves near the city gates, providing cover for the dread weapon known as Grondeg. Simultaneously, some orcs, driven by reckless abandon, charged towards Einar and her companions. The toll of death on both sides remained unknown, yet when this terrifying weapon finally arrived, after much struggle, at the threshold of Greyport, a path of blood and corpses stretched from the distant battlefield to the pristine white walls of Greyport. Grondeg! Grondeg! The triumphant cries of the orcs resounded through the heavens. In the distance, Azek suddenly came to a halt, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed towards the city gates. A moment of anticipation hung in the air. And then, crash! An ominous horn sounded forth, reverberating ominously. Boom! The first strike. The dreadful weapon slammed heavily against the elven gates, causing tremors akin to an earthquake. The Lord of Greyhaven finally drew forth his gleaming blade, a weapon of remarkable craftsmanship, shining like a pool of autumn waters. With a swift motion, Churden severed the heads of 5 filthy and grotesque orcs, whirling into the tide of marauding creatures. Not a single filthy claw of the orcs could touch the hem of the Lord's sleeve. He fought like the whispers of willow leaves in the wind, elusive and ethereal, akin to the furious tempests of the Belagar Sea, fierce and unrelenting. He wielded his silver blade with grace, gliding through the orc horde, cleaving countless grotesque heads while remaining untouched. Boom! The second strike. The elven gates began to tremble. Within the gates, hundreds of somber-faced elves stood resolutely, armed with spears and shields, forming an unyielding line directed at the gates. Further afield, the elven cavalry led by Galador fidgeted restlessly upon their steeds, snorting and stamping. Yet, the anticipated or dreaded third strike did not come. Fina loosed an arrow that pierced through the heads of 2 wicked orcs, their eyes gleaming with malice and drool pooling at their lips. Seizing the moment, she hoisted Galadriel's onto her back and, like a fawn, leapt down from the towering city walls. The 2 daggers were miraculously held in her grasp, plunging deeply into the bald skull of an ogre. With a soft thud, the ogre collapsed, never understanding why an elf had descended from the heavens. The valiant Fina swiftly rose, swooped down, and with a flick of her wrist, her left-hand dagger pierced the forehead of a filthy, grotesque orc like a hot knife through butter. Without a second glance, she withdrew it, dancing and weaving through the attacks of 2 towering ogres. With unparalleled agility, she leaped onto the arm of one ogre, using its momentum to vault onto its head, her sharp daggers simultaneously piercing its eyes. Then, with a roll, she dismounted from the ogre's head, and before she could rise, Galadrim was already in her hand, an arrow streaking like a meteor and striking the 3rd ogre in the eye. With a howl, this ogre simultaneously dropped its massive club, instinctively reaching to cover its wounded eye. The ogre, blinded by the daggers, collapsed to the ground, causing chaos among the nearby orcs as the behemoth crushed several of them beneath its weight. Seizing the opportunity, Fina immediately turned her attention to the 4th ogre. The last ogre stared blankly at the club in its hand, then at the female elf, seemingly unable to comprehend how such a small creature had managed to defeat its 3 kin. However, its limited intellect soon abandoned this profound question, and it swung its club down with a crash. Having learned from its companion's mistakes, it used its thick, sturdy left hand to shield its eyes. Such a diminutive sprite could hardly pierce my eyes, she mused. With a swift sidestep, Fina deftly evaded the attack of the foolish ogre, as the massive iron club crashed into the ground beside her, sending tremors through the brute's hands. In quick succession, 4 arrows flew forth, and Fina, seizing the opportunity presented by the ogre's exposed throat, dispatched the clumsy creature to its demise. Observing the elven maiden's remarkable prowess, having single-handedly vanquished 3 foes, Azek seethed with rage from afar. Eliminate that mother elf. Kill her. At his command, a horde of half-orcs surged towards Fina, intent on severing her head as a grim tribute to the desecrator Azek. Fina gripped her divine bow, Galalands, her expression as resolute as the depths of the sea. Unwavering and unafraid. Were elves truly this reckless? Just then, a towering figure descended from the heavens, landing heavily before the elven maiden. The robust and powerful silhouette offered an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It was none other than Dragonborn, who glared with fury at the rabble of diminutive, despicable creatures, and with a single swing of his hammer, sent the first wave of 7 or 8 half-orcs flying as if they were mere golf balls. You filthy scoundrels. Meet your end. In an instant, those clad in iron armor were swept away by the Dragonborn's formidable strength, their bodies crumpling like straw. meeting a tragic fate akin to the harrowing scene from the opening of the Fellowship of the Ring, where Sauron emerged to scatter the elven and human alliance. There was no time for jubilation. Fina quickly took refuge behind the Dragonborn's broad and sturdy frame, swiftly knocking her arrows to provide vital support fire. His hammer is truly terrifying. Oh no, he is a monster, and his hammer is more fearsome than that of the pallid orc. Alas, yet another 7 or 8 loathsome half-orcs, who had just bullied Grimace, have met their demise, instilling dread. Grimace does not wish to be crushed by his hammer. Filled with fear, Grimace seeks to flee. Yes, Grimace is determined to escape, and this time, no one shall impede my retreat. Behold the Dragonborn, resplendent as a celestial being. Clad in silver armor, wielding a colossal hammer, single-handedly sending the surrounding half-orcs soaring into the sky, their bones shattered, their end gruesome. A diminutive half-orc, with eyes darting nervously, felt his legs weaken. Seizing the opportunity while his foolish kin, those who continued to charge heedlessly, were oblivious, he slithered away, contorting his body to the fringes of the battlefield. Here. He was far from the city wall, nearly reaching the watchtower where the desecrator Azig commanded his half-orc army. However, due to the utterly dire situation, Azig paid no mind to this cowardly deserter. He did not recognize the Dragonborn, yet the formidable prowess of the silver giant sent shivers down his spine. Kill him. Slay that elven harlot. The pallid orc paced in a frenzy, his impotent rage erupting in a series of roars. Just then, a sound unlike the dismal and mournful horns of the pallid orcs emerged. A grand and resonant dwarven horn blared from the rear of the half-orc army, its timbre resonating with vigor in the night. Everyone, save for those still engaged in combat, halted in astonishment. Following the sound, they beheld Ocrium upon the city walls, Kildan emerged. His form drenched in the blood of half-orcs from the mountain of corpses that lay in a gruesome sea of lifeless bodies. In his hand, his gleaming silver blade remained unblemished by blood. He called out to the Dragonborn below, urging them to clear the path. With his colossal frame and the impenetrable elven armor that radiated an aura of divinity, Dragonborn stood resolutely at the gate, a veritable bulwark against the tide of adversaries. For a moment, Dragonborn hesitated, bewildered by Kildan's demand. How could this be accomplished? The Dragonborn, already reeling from a series of unforeseen events, turned to behold a colossal siege hammer looming nearby. In an astonishing display that left all witnesses awestruck, Dragonborn single-handedly lifted the massive weapon's base and, with a tremendous heave, sent the seemingly 10-ton siege hammer tumbling over. The sheer force of his might sent the surrounding half-orcs into a panicked frenzy. Monster! He is a monster! Run! The monster approaches! Cried the diminutive, fallen creatures, their fear manifesting in tears as they flailed and scrambled, retreating in disarray once more. However, this time, Azig could not concern himself with their plight, for the dwarven army had arrived. Azig, a familiar voice boomed like thunder, belonging to the scion of the Durling royal lineage. He soon beheld the loathsome figure of his old rival, the dwarf prince, radiating like a beacon of light that pierced through the darkness. Behind him surged a multitude of dwarf knights mounted upon horned rams, accompanied by dwarf war chariots. The fully armed dwarf guards advanced slowly yet resolutely, marching in perfect formation with a thunderous rumble towards this direction. It was unclear why the dwarves had suddenly appeared here, yet when foes meet, animosity flares intensely. Observing the equally furious dwarf prince, the pale orc felt a phantom pain in his severed left arm. An astonishing hatred gleamed in his malevolent eyes. Hold your lines, he bellowed in fury, commanding the wolf riders to intercept the dwarven assault. At this moment, Azig still commanded nearly 10 to 20,000 troops, and he foolishly envisioned rallying his forces, deploying the most intact 5 half-orc formations to block the encroaching dwarven army. Just then, the elven horn sounded. Unlike the horns of the half-orcs and dwarves, the elven horn resonated like a cry of life, a surging wave, a gentle breeze flowing through the woodlands. A glimmer of hope before dawn. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the Lord of Grey Harbor surged forth, leading the sacred and solemn elven cavalry. Stepping through the last starlight of dawn, charging forth like a whirlwind from the holy white Mythland, Grey Harbor. This moment was immortalized in the elven hymns, echoing through the ages. Chapter 23. The Fire Demon. Although the dwarf prince was resolute in his determination to engage the pale orc in a fight to the death, the dwarves faced a pressing dilemma that required resolution. Gandalf. Thorin summoned the insistent grey-robed wizard, now assigned a rather troublesome task. Gandalf furrowed his brows. He understood that this was the dwarven prince's distrust and test of him. Yet, as the wizard gazed upon the increasingly dire battlefield of Grey Havens, He could not suppress a sigh. Gandalf dismounted from his steed, leaning upon his staff, and approached the great river flowing from Erd Luin, the Blue Mountains, through the Twilight Hills, and into the western ocean of Beligare. He knelt by the riverbank, dipping his hand into the cool waters. Closing his eyes, he silently murmured in a tongue both ancient and sacred. Fili, filled with curiosity, glanced at the wizard, wondering what enchantment could resolve their plight. Dwalin, the stubborn dwarf with little fondness for the wizard, could not help but sneak a curious look as well. Then, they all witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The wizard's form seemed to transcend even the highest peaks of the Blue Mountains, radiating with a divine luminosity, as a brilliant starlight cascaded upon him, rendering him extraordinarily sacred. "By Durrant's beard," Fili exclaimed, incredulous, believing he had witnessed a miracle. Thorin's expression changed drastically, as he feared that the wizard's manifestation would surely alarm the half-orcs across the river. "Grond, Grond," echoed throughout the land. Astonishingly, none noticed the miracle unfolding behind them. In that moment, the dwarves seemed to hear the river singing and the ocean surging. It was the dominion of the waters, the king of the seas. The dwarves had only heard his name in legends and songs, knowing of his greatness. However, the dwarves, lacking reverence for rivers and seas, even harboring a certain disdain, have never experienced the radiance and benevolence of the water deities. Presently, it seems that the will of Ulmo is conversing with Gandalf in a language beyond mortal comprehension. Or perhaps, language is merely a manifestation of their capabilities. Gandalf swiftly elucidated something to this will, gesturing towards the distant battlefield. Then, the dwarves beheld the waters of the Shire River before them begin to freeze, swiftly extending to the opposite bank. Thorin gaped, rendered speechless by shock. As for Fili, it is needless to say, he trembled, pointing at the wizard and then at the astonishing miracle, nearly bursting with excitement. The wizard! Thorin regarded the figure of the wizard, now restored to his normal form, his eyes filled with awe. The dwarves, witnessing this spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. "By my beard, what sorcery is this? Durin, above. Someone punch me. My eyes must be deceiving me. I cannot believe a river has suddenly frozen." "Silence!" A venerable dwarf, with dark hair and gray eyes, commanded sharply. Yet, this was a mere prelude. At this moment, Beorn was not the old dwarf with an axe embedded in his head, his sanity wavering. He was the captain of the Royal Ram Guard of Durin, entrusted with commanding 500 ram riders. Upon hearing their leader's command, the long-bearded fellows finally fell silent. However, they failed to notice that as their murmurs ceased, a flicker of incredulity also crossed their leader's eyes. Beaver widened his eyes, gazing at the towering figure of the human. And for the first time, he gained a clear understanding of the wizard's power. Gandalf reverently bowed to the being of immense will, addressing him in sacred language, lavishing him with compliments until he was satisfied and departed. At last, the gray-cloaked wizard resumed his ordinary demeanor, his expression slightly weary as he inquired, "My kings, your request has been fulfilled. May we now cross the river?" Thorin detected the sarcasm in his words, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, persuading the obstinate dwarf to yield was no simple task. Soon, however, Thorin contemplated a means to extricate himself from this awkward situation. He pointed towards the shadow looming behind Azog's formidable army and remarked, "I must say, regarding the bridge, you have done remarkably well. However, there remains another pressing concern. It appears there exists a most malevolent force between us and Azog. Whenever I cast my gaze upon this place, I am overwhelmed by an unshakable sense of dread. Pray tell, my esteemed advisor, what is it?" As he spoke, Thorin's tone had grown increasingly earnest. It was evident that the dwarven prince had begun to regard the wizard with utmost seriousness, genuinely apprehensive of the inky darkness that seemed impenetrable to light. Nevertheless, Gandalf exuded greater confidence than Thorin. He replied, "Rest assured, it shall not trouble us, for they are not allies of the half-orc's master. Since the inception of this species, they have formed no alliances with any party. Their allegiance lies solely with themselves, a fact determined from the very beginning of their lineage. Therefore, once you cross the Shuan River, I can assure you they will choose to flee at the first opportunity." "What, then, is the matter?" the dwarf prince persistently inquired. Witnessing his incessant prattle akin to a vacillating woman, Gandalf grew rather displeased. "Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain, where has your prior courage vanished? Was it not you who requested I conjure a bridge for you? Did you not proclaim that the hour of battle had arrived? Who, then, is hesitating now? Asking questions like a coward?" The wizard's taunting provoked the dwarf prince's ire. Thorin, no longer wavering, took the lead and drove the war chariot onto the ice bridge. reaching the opposite bank of the river. Following him, a formidable throng of 3,000 dwarves traversed the miraculous ice bridge, conjured from thin air by the Lord of Waters. Observing the fiercely contested battlefield merely a mile from the crossing point, the dwarf prince decisively commanded, "Form ranks, form ranks. Rams in the front, chariots behind. Nori, Ori. GLN, you are responsible for leading the heavy infantry. Philly, Keely, you shall command the ram riders. Dwalin, charge with me into their ranks." Leaving them no time to regroup. As if the heavens themselves were aiding the dwarves, a cloud drifted through the sky, obscuring the moon and dimming the starlight, plunging the earth into near darkness. This was the darkest hour before dawn. It is also the eve of Hope's arrival. This prompted Thorin to exclaim loudly, "By the beard of Durin, behold, the heavens themselves are showing us favor. Favor upon us, the dwarves resolute in our quest for vengeance. The darkness has granted us the finest cover. While the blasphemer Azig remains oblivious to our presence, we must act swiftly, for revenge is at hand." Only the Grey Wizard understood that this was no mere coincidence. Vala's gaze was fixed upon this war, upon the rise of the Dragonkin. His eyes pierced through the shadows, resting upon the towering figure wreaking havoc before the city gates. At last, the ranks of the dwarves were arranged. As vanguards, Philly and Keely raised their polearms with excitement, while the ram beneath them pawed restlessly at the ground. Behind them were 50 dwarven war chariots. The sharp blades of their wheels would instill fear even in the bravest of dwarfs. Furthermore, among the Nedine, Dori, Ori, and GLN led the heavily armored infantry, forming the rear guard. They comprised a formidable contingent of 3,000 dwarven guards, a force that the half-orc horde engaged in battle before them could hardly hope to withstand. No matter the circumstances, the Grey Wizard drew his long sword, a glimmer of satisfaction shining in his wise eyes. "My work is complete," he mused. "Now, descendants of Durin, sound the horns. Let us charge forth, for victory lies ahead." As the scent of iron and blood filled the air, Thorin Oakenshield felt exhilaration surge within him. His gaze filled with hatred fixed upon the pale orc, mocking him for his ignorance of impending doom. The call of the dwarven horns resounded. 500 dwarven rams, unique to their kind, burst forth with exuberance, their riders, the dwarven knights, bellowing with excitement, following closely behind, under the leadership of Thorin. The dwarven war chariots charged forth as the second wave, with heavily armored infantry trailing in their wake. The ominous darkness, which had long unsettled Thorin, sensed the impending doom. Whispers of unease filled the air, punctuated by incessant hissing. To their horror, the creatures lurking in the shadows revealed themselves to be a horde of colossal spiders. By Durin's beard, Azig, the dwarven prince, undeterred, felt a surge of exhilaration as he vigorously urged his ram onward towards the enemy. It was at this moment that the half-orcs realized the arrival of a formidable army poised to annihilate them. The pallid orc, enraged, bellowed commands and curses, dispatching the wolf riders from Mordor to confront the dwarven vanguard while he mounted a great wolf, rallying more half-orcs to reform their line. Just then, the horn of the elves sounded in retaliation. 800 elven cavalry, led by the Lord of Grey Havens, Círdan, emerged under the last glimmers of dawn. Akin to the final stroke of an epic masterpiece, breathtakingly beautiful and deeply stirring, charging forth from the sacred white shores of Grey Havens. Behind them flowed the resplendent banners of the northern elves, bearing the legacy of millennia. With a thunderous collision, the dwarves and elves plunged into the ranks of the half-orcs. A multitude of gray, diminutive half-orcs were tossed into the air like waves crashing upon the shore, falling heavily back to earth. Under Círdan's command, the elven cavalry sliced through the dense formations of half-orcs with the ease of a hot knife through butter. Upon the elongated blade of the lance hung no fewer than 3 or 4 grotesque half-orcs, their faces contorted in terror. The elves released their lances and unsheathed their exquisite swords, resuming their relentless assault. The cowardly creatures, upon witnessing this, dropped their weapons and shields in sheer panic, turning to flee. This precipitated a complete collapse of the half-orc ranks. Meanwhile, the gray-robed wizard, astride his steed, raised his staff high, leading the charge ahead of all the dwarfs. Suddenly, the gem atop his staff emitted a blinding white light, a radiant beacon of hope and inspiration that struck fear into the hearts of the half-orcs, rendering them weak and trembling, while invigorating the elves and dwarves with fervor. With a thunderous clash, the cavalry of Philly and Beaufort crashed into the towering, swift Orcish wolf riders, unseating the far larger and robust half-orcs from their monstrous mounts. Following closely, the dwarven war chariots unleashed their own onslaught, as the dwarves fired volley after volley of crossbow bolts, bringing down the formidable black orcs one by one. The wheels of the rumbling chariots crushed them into a gruesome pulp. Furthermore, should they manage to evade the initial 2 waves of attacks, the well-ordered phalanx of dwarven guards would demonstrate to them how heavy infantry could decisively vanquish light cavalry. With an exhilarating fervor, countless dwarves wielding lances measuring nearly 3 meters in length, under the command of the 3 dwarven leaders, Dori, Ori, and Gielin, leveled their lances and thrust forward, piercing through the ranks of black orcs, toppling them from their steeds. No, you fools. Hold your ground. Do not retreat. Lower your long spears. Lower your long spears. Bring down those wretched dwarf spawn. Do not let them escape. Yet, no matter how vehemently the blasphemer Azek shouted, the orcs beneath the city of Greyport were engulfed in panic, turning to flee, utterly disregarding their half-orc commander. Among them, the cunning and timid Grimmoss was the first to sense the impending doom. In the end, even Azek succumbed to despair. The dwarves and elves launched a simultaneous assault on his army, flanking them from both sides, causing the once cohesive orc formation to falter dramatically. They were paralyzed, unsure whether to confront the onslaught of dwarf cavalry and war chariots or to turn and engage the comparatively fewer elven heavy riders. Ultimately, Azek could only watch helplessly as his forces were mercilessly shattered, resembling headless flies being struck by both elves and dwarves, reduced to smaller, isolated formations, and devoured. At this moment, the darkest hour before dawn had passed. In the sky, the radiant light of the great morning star Eärendil shone brilliantly, overpowering the ominous presence of the 7 stars of Valaquenta, symbols of blood and fire. It seemed to herald the triumph of the Elven-Dwarven alliance in this battle. Yet, in the depths of darkness, the light of Yavanna flickered faintly. Dragonborn crushed the last hideous, diminutive orc spawn with a single blow, raising his gaze towards the battlefield now pushed far away by the elven cavalry. There, along the banks of the dimly lit Shun River, countless terrified, anxious, and panic-stricken orcs, grotesque and filthy, fled in chaos, shrieking like headless flies. The number of elves and dwarves was evidently far fewer than theirs. Even before the elves and dwarves had engaged in battle, the foes were already disintegrating in chaos. As the half-orc army appeared on the brink of defeat, the blasphemer Azek glared bitterly at the master of Greyport and the dwarven prince, contemplating as he retrieved a black horn, adorned with silver and gemstones. A sound, heavy and peculiar, akin to a drumbeat, reverberated from the horn. A collective shudder coursed through the hearts of all present, as an ominous premonition surged forth. There, a sinister crimson light pierced the darkness before dawn. A terrifying roar, infused with hatred and jealousy towards all life, erupted, causing elves, dwarves, and even dragonkin to tremble in unison. What was that? A dreadful monster. Dragonborn, unaware of the Sindarin term for fire demon, pondered for a moment before gravely referring to it simply as a monster. Chapter 24. The Lament of the Dwarves of Dolan Balrog. In Sindarin, this translates to the mighty demon. Certain, having lived through the First Age and the era of the great conflict against the dark enemy Morgoth, quickly recognized that the fearsome roar belonged to the ancient demon Balrog. This revelation transformed the expression of the renowned elven hero in an instant. Let these half-orcs be, for the great enemy of life has descended. My people, the fate of the northern elves is about to be unveiled. Certain halted, his treasured blade radiating an indescribable beauty in the light of dawn. Thus, the elves halted their majestic steeds, realigning their ranks to face the north. The gray-robed wizard recognized the true form of the beast, exclaiming in horror, "Flame of Udn." Ignoring the panicked half-orcs around him, he called out to the furious Thorin, who was charging towards the desecrator Azek, protected by a horde of black orc riders from Mordor. "Thorin, do not pursue. The true enemy has arrived. Let the dwarves regroup and flee for their lives." Yet, the dwarven prince, blinded by rage, seemed oblivious to the warnings. Resolutely driving his war chariot in pursuit of his formidable foe, the pale orc Azek, who had slain countless dwarves, and his grandfather, Tichar, are the first. After a relentless chase, Thorin finally caught up with the fleeing Azek, who had sounded a peculiar horn, a mile away from the battlefield. At that moment, only a few subordinates remained on both sides. By Thorin's side stood the valiant Dwalin and Bifur, amidst the foolish remnants of dwarven refuse. The scarred, pale-faced Azek grinned malevolently. "You dare abandon your subjects, leaving them to face the bane of Durin, the flames of death, while you come seeking your own demise. It was only then that Thorin grasped the unfolding horror behind him, discovering that on the distant battlefield, the half-orcs, like frightened birds, were fleeing in a frenzy, disregarding their pursuers as if being chased by some unspeakable terror. The elves ceased their movements, seemingly reordering themselves, perhaps awaiting or embracing their fate. Only the dwarves continued their relentless pursuit of the vanquished orcs. Fili Kili, the gray-robed wizard, bellowed amidst the chaos of the battlefield, calling upon the second heir of the Durin line and the commander of the Ram Riders. Cease tormenting these unfortunate beings at once. Command the dwarves to regroup and retreat to the elves' harbor. The impending conflict is beyond their capacity to withstand. Do not allow them to linger here and meet their demise in vain. Reluctantly, Fili halted his fervent assault. The young dwarf was splattered with the foul blood of the orcs, his weapons and armor stained with gore. Yet it was evident that our youthful heir had not sullied his ancestors' valor. What has transpired? Fili surveyed the battlefield, noting the absence of his uncle Thorin, and inquired urgently, "Where is my uncle?" Gandalf, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Do not concern yourself with your obstinate uncle, Fili. Gather the dwarves and lead them towards the elven harbor swiftly. Time is of the essence. An imminent threat approaches, one that you cannot confront. Flee for your lives." The dwarves exchanged fearful glances, gripped by a profound terror. "What is that?" Fili stammered, pointing at the malevolent creature shrouded in red light and shadow. His tongue rendered almost immobile, unable to articulate a second word. "Do not dawdle, dwarves. Quickly, rally the others and do not sacrifice your lives here," Gandalf shouted, heedless of the stunned young dwarf, as he galloped furiously towards the elves on the opposite side of the battlefield. "Lord Círdan," he exclaimed, bowing respectfully from his mount to the master of Grey Havens. However, a look of concern flickered in Círdan's gray eyes. Perhaps the arrival of the dwarves was not, after all, a cause for celebration. "Where is Thorin? Where is our king?" Groin, the commander of the 3,000 dwarven guards, along with Ori and Dori, shouted with a mix of urgency and determination. "Hold the line, dwarves." In a moment that could be deemed foolish yet admirable, amidst the chaos of frantic escape, a rallying cry emerged. "Doran's gaze is upon us, for the glory of our ancestors." The dwarves swallowed hard, their stubborn nature refusing to yield in the face of fear. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared before them, resembling a gigantic humanoid with burning yellow eyes, immense horns, and a gaping maw. Its arms were long and powerful, adorned with steel claws, while its thick hands and grotesquely twisted knees suggested a terrifying strength. It exhaled not air, but searing flames. Though it possessed a form, its essence was a raging inferno. It was a fallen Maya, once a holy spirit. Shadows served as its armor, flames its weapon. As it consumed and obliterated all in its path, it was the ancient demon, the Balrog. Groin and his companions could not help but swallow hard, a flicker of fear crossing their resolute faces. The dwarves, of course, recognized the fire demon known as the Bane of Durin. After all, the ancestral home of the Durin dwarves, Khazad-dûm, had been laid waste by such subterranean fiends. Nevertheless, the heavily armored dwarves tightened their grips on their long spears and raised their shields, foolish yet resolute, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Although he had yet to be formally crowned, Thorin had already assumed the mantle of kingship in the eyes of the Durin dwarves, who stubbornly refused to abandon their king and flee alone. Thus, tragedy ensued. The fire demon, emerging from unknown depths, was incensed by the dwarves' defiance to it. All were in a frenzied retreat, yet this band of stout-hearted dwarves stood resolutely before the flames of Udn, as if to insult its might. With eyes ablaze like burning coals, a creature that had not been seen in the lands of Middle-earth for countless years prepared to unleash its wrath. In its grasp materialized a sword forged of pure flames, alongside a whip with multiple tails. Then, before the horrified gazes of the steadfast dwarves, the fire demon swung its sword. A massive wave of dwarves was sent soaring through the air. The terrifying force instantly cleaved a vast gap in the stout formation of dwarves. Following this, the dreadful demon swept its weapon once more, sending dozens of dwarves flying. Groin and the other captains of the guard turned pale with fear. In that singular moment, the dwarves' folly exacted a grievous toll. In the briefest of encounters, the losses among the 3,000 dwarven guards far exceeded those suffered in a protracted battle against half-orcs. The weapons of the dwarves proved utterly ineffective against the towering fire demon, engulfed in fierce flames. Their finely forged spears simply melted into molten metal upon contact with the fearsome beast. Witnessing his kin being mercilessly slaughtered by this horrifying creature, Thorin, driven to madness by hatred, finally regained his composure. He cast a desperate glance at his nemesis, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet ultimately, the dwarf prince chose to retreat. However, it was now Azog's turn to thwart him. Dwarven scum, now you wish to flee? It is too late. Thorin Oakenshield. Your arrogance is akin to a cup of deadly poison, destined to spill the last drop of blood from the royal lineage of Durin. The scepter of the kingdom below will ultimately fall into emptiness, just as I severed the head of your grandfather, THRR, so long ago. Upon hearing the vile, shameless beast, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against the dwarves of Durin, mention his slain grandfather, Thorin's calm was shattered, and his eyes blazed anew with fury. Ignoring the attempts of Dwalin and Fili to restrain him, he turned back to engage Azog in fierce combat. Meanwhile, as the dwarves faced the relentless onslaught of the ancient demon, Gandalf and Círdan finally arrived on the scene. The old wizard raised his arms high, his staff radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. Within this illumination, Gandalf's figure loomed large, his voice resonating like thunder. Hurry, descendants of Durin! Amidst the explosive sounds, the Lord of Grey Havens, against the blinding light, urged the dwarves, flee while you still have the chance. Escape far away. The battle that lies ahead is beyond your capacity to endure. At that moment, Fili had also liberated himself from the dread instilled by the terror of the Turin king. Galloping towards them on his horned ram, he proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, follow closely behind me." As the young dwarf was one of the heirs to the royal lineage, Groin and his companions exchanged knowing glances, ultimately relenting. They helped the injured dwarf and fled from the scene in disarray. The fire demon, incensed by the blinding light wielded by the gray-robed wizard, found the radiance overwhelmingly piercing, evoking memories of certain profoundly unpleasant experiences. Consequently, it raised its fiery longsword and struck downwards. Gandalf's expression shifted. The glaring white light coalesced into a luminous sphere that shielded him. The clang of the fiery longsword met the sphere, shattering into a shower of sparks. Yet Gandalf did not rejoice, for the wrathful fallen spirit yanked forcefully, conjuring an identical fiery longsword once more into its grasp. With a fearsome roar, the beast opened its gaping maw, emitting a chilling bellow. All the dwarves and elves who heard that terrifying roar froze in place, engulfed by an overwhelming darkness that enveloped their hearts. Each recalled their most harrowing nightmares. Perhaps it was the witch from the most terrifying tales heard as children on dark nights, or the dreadful specter that haunted them when awakened from a doze beneath the willow by the riverside. More often, it was the desolation of wandering alone through the frigid wilderness, devoid of sound or human presence, utterly isolated. Thus, Gandalf understood that this was the dark sorcery of the fire demon, intent on stripping away humanity's pursuit of happiness and hope for light, plunging them into despair. With a resolute determination, the ancient ring in the wizard's hand, adorned with a resplendent ruby, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In the name of the 8 kings, let light forever prevail over evil, he proclaimed, his voice imbued with a potent essence of hope, a manifestation of the power bestowed by the Ring of Fire, Narya, one of the 3 rings of the elves, an invaluable force on the continent of Middle-earth. The crowd was healed by his voice, the dark sorcery of the fire demon dissipated, and both dwarves and elves shivered in unison, as though awakening from a nightmarish reverie, beads of cold sweat dotting their brows. It was then that they comprehended the true horror of the creature before them. Its terrifying form was merely a superficial aspect of its dreadfulness. What rendered it truly fearsome was its ability to strip away humanity's pursuit of all that is beautiful, leaving behind only a frigid, hopeless shell. You shall not extinguish the hope of the righteous, servant of Morgoth. Your power, in the face of the servants of the secret fire, is but a mere drop in the ocean. The gray-robed wizard advanced boldly, the brilliance of Narya nearly eclipsing the starlight above. In the east, Eärendil seemed to respond to a summons, shining with renewed vigor. The 8 kings, Manwë, Varda, Ulmo, Yavanna, All, Mandos, Nienna, and Orem, were the mightiest among the great creators of this world. In this moment, the wizard invoked their names to fortify his resolve. Morgoth, the tyrant and brutal adversary, was the very embodiment of darkness, as denoted in the tongue of the Noldor. Clearly, the gray-robed wizard did not believe that the shadow of the east could compel ancient demons like the fire demon to serve its will. Deep within his heart, a terrifying thought began to take form. The fearsome fire demon appeared utterly astonished, for it had not anticipated that the figure before it could dispel its dark magic, a feat even the elves could not accomplish. Moreover, the power contained within the ring held by this individual instilled dread in the demon, while simultaneously igniting an insatiable desire. The demon yearned to possess it. a longing it had not experienced in many years. Consequently, the ancient evil creature's flames surged, and its terrifying shadow swept over the land like a dark cloud. With a fierce roar, it swung its flaming sword down once more. This attack was so formidable that Gandalf's white orb of light could no longer withstand it. With a resounding crash, both the orb and the fire demon's sword shattered simultaneously. Mithrandir. Círdan advanced swiftly, his enchanted blade piercing the demon's right foot, inflicting a wound upon its otherworldly form. Lava-like blood cascaded down. The ancient demon let out a furious bellow, retreating several paces in rage. It glared at the blade in the hands of the Master of Grey Havens, recognizing it as a divine weapon forged by the ancient elves of Gondolin to combat the enemies of their era, including demons and half-orcs. Thus, it realized that the elf before it was not to be trifled with. Yet, its desire for the wizard's ring of power was insatiable, and it did not believe that in this increasingly corrupt age of light, anyone could defeat it. This wretched elf had merely taken advantage of its momentary lapse. He was but a coward. With renewed vigor, the fire demon charged once more. The battle between the gray-robed wizard and the master of Grey Harbor against the ancient fire demon was nothing short of cataclysmic. Those fortunate enough to witness this clash during the summer of 2931, outside the last and most sacred port of the elves, Mithland, were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yet, as time elapsed, both the wizard and the master of Grey Harbor gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. The malevolence of the ancient demon surpassed all expectations, and even Gandalf and Círdan, in their fierce struggle, began to show signs of fatigue. In the distance, Dragonborn blinked his golden-slit pupils, having made a momentous decision. Addressing the bewildered Finna beside him, he instructed, "Stay here and do not wander off." With that, the Dragonborn hefted his warhammer and strode toward the distant battlefield. Finna hastily attempted to grasp the giant, but only managed to clutch at empty air. Chapter 25. Listen to the dragon's roar. The fire demon wielded two formidable weapons, a longsword forged from flames and a fiery whip with multiple splitting tails. These weapons allowed for both close and ranged combat, enabling the demon to assail foes near and far, coupled with its terrifying shadow and searing flames. Even the combined might of Gandalf and Círdan struggled to gain the upper hand against this primordial evil. "Can this thing be slain?" Dragonborn inquired, his silver warhammer resting against the ground as he approached the beleaguered wizard, his voice deep and resonant. Gandalf, panting heavily, his white hair disheveled and limbs weakened, clearly did not embody the ease suggested by the grandiose words he had uttered moments before. This fallen spirit proved to be far more formidable than anticipated. Gandalf mused silently. He possesses a myriad of tricks, acquired over the years from various beings of the Holy Spirit and the mouths of Vala. Yet, in the presence of this once sacred creature, now twisted into a monstrous form by the terrifying dark foe Morgoth, these skills prove of little consequence. The fallen former spirit may have forgotten many of its great powers, but one truth remains intact, its eternal essence. Like the Balrog and Sauron, it is immortal. Their corporeal forms serve merely as vessels for their souls. When their bodies perish, their souls merely wander the expanse of the world, transforming into formless phantoms. Perhaps after many years, their distorted souls will become utterly lost in the boundless passage of time. But that is a distant matter. To completely annihilate a Balrog or Sauron is no trivial endeavor. In simple terms, the Balrog before them emanates an aura of terror and searing heat, along with considerable magical resistance and formidable physical defenses. Without the hammer of enemy-smashing, Grond, in Gandalf's possession, he clearly finds himself at a disadvantage against the Balrog. The ordinary iron at his waist holds little effect against this ancient demon. However, wielding the legendary sword, Glorfindel instills considerable apprehension in the Balrog. The elves of the First Age, in their craftsmanship, imbued the blade with curses and enchantments, amplifying its damage against the Balrog and the half-orcs, leaving the wounds inflicted by the Lord of Grey Havens unable to heal. However, in contrast to Gandalf, who remained at a distance to unleash fireworks, Círdan had to exercise utmost caution against the terrifying flames of the Balrog, a torment that even the elves could not endure. Thus, for a time, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. As time progressed, the wizard and the Lord of Grey Havens gradually began to find themselves at a disadvantage. "You might try twisting its head off," the Dragonborn remarked, his jest ill-timed, eliciting a somewhat irritable response from the wizard, who felt rather helpless. The Ring of Fire, Narya, granted him immunity to the Balrog's insidious influence over the heart and the ability to heal those corrupted by dark forces. However, it did not imply he could vanquish the fallen creature before him. The rings of power were not designed for warfare or slaughter, and all bearers of such rings must bear this in mind. To his surprise, the dark-haired Dragonborn nodded. Perhaps this is a splendid idea, he declared. Can you help me restrain it? The Dragonborn gestured animatedly, his awkward demeanor lifting the grim mood of the gray-robed wizard slightly. It seemed that after several days apart, his Elvish was still as poor as ever. If you have a plan, execute it, the wizard replied sternly. Do not worry about the servant of secret fire. He will provide the necessary support when you need it. It appeared that Gandalf was in agreement, and Dragonborn nodded in satisfaction. He took a deep breath, hefting the exaggerated warhammer, and strode toward the Balrog. Ocrian, Círdan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Dragonborn was not a foolhardy individual. Previously, when the elves and dwarves were eroded by the dark magic of this monster, he merely felt a heaviness in his body before succumbing to unconsciousness, experiencing no particular discomfort. Clearly, the will of the dragon rendered him impervious to the terrifying aura of the fire demon. This detail is of great significance and will be emphasized later. Additionally, the dragon's constitution granted him immunity to the flames emanating from the fire demon. Thus, Dragonborn believed he had a substantial chance of vanquishing this fiery beast. Of course, this was contingent upon the support of the Master of Greyport and the wizard, who would divert the fire demon's attention. Fear not. For what is it but a mere creature engulfed in flames? Come, taste my hammer. As he gazed upon the towering, fiery beast, a profound sense of oppression enveloped him. Dragonborn spoke softly in a language only he could comprehend. The fire demon, infuriated by the audacity of this mortal who dared to provoke it, seethed with rage. The fire ring in the hands of the gray-robed wizard blazed with resplendent light, casting a brilliant radiance that enveloped Kildan and the ebony-haired Dragonborn. Light and darkness clashed in an intangible duel of forces. Although Draken had little knowledge of magic, even his ignorance could not obscure the terrifying shadows unleashed by the ancient demon, as though they sought to devour all that is beautiful and luminous. Yet, the sphere of light emitted by the wizard stood resolute, akin to a rock that has withstood the ravages of time and tempest, unyielding amidst frost and snow. However, it was evident that the wizard was not as composed as he appeared, as he exclaimed, "If you have any plans, please execute them swiftly. I cannot hold out much longer. Cover your ears." Dragonborn pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Did you think that only you could roar? Allow me to demonstrate the might of a dragon's roar." Soon, accompanied by a sound that seemed to rend the very heavens, the clash of light and shadow was shattered. Unlike Gandalf and Círdan, who were mentally prepared, the Balrog was utterly unprepared for the thunderous voice that emerged from one of the three diminutive figures. A voice louder than its own. It was a roar that no mortal could emit, imbued with an unfathomable power. The mountains trembled in response, creatures fled in terror. And the trees, rivers, skies, and earth all felt the reverberations of this roar filled with overwhelming magic. Indeed, when the dragon roared, all things bowed in submission. Philly, Glin, and Ori, along with the other dwarfs, huddled together, trembling in fear. For they were reminded of their past nightmares, the malevolent dragon that had driven them from their ancestral home and seized their halls. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the dwarven prince, who was fiercely battling the pale orcs. "This voice, I shall never forget even after centuries. This is the roar of a dragon." This was a wicked provocation. As the impending failure of the assault became inevitable, Azig, the cunning half-orc, muttered a curse. "The dwarves shall forever be ensnared by this fate, unless the bloodline of the dragon is extinguished." Upon hearing this malevolent curse, the dwarves, deeply scarred by the dragon's tyranny, felt a tremor of doubt within. They exchanged anxious glances. Even the escaped desecrators momentarily forgot their flight. Thorin and Dwalin spoke in fearful tones. The valiant beaver was struck by an axe from an unknown half-orc, clutching his blood-soaked head in silence. Thorin Oakenshield gazed darkly at the retreating pale orc, then cast his eyes towards the tumultuous battlefield, remaining mute. Meanwhile, the fire demon shook its head in astonishment, the flames enveloping its form dimming to mere billowing smoke. It was the roar of the dragon, a force that could not be overlooked. Since the defeat of Glorung and Encalagon, the fire demon had not heard such a soul-stirring roar from any creature. Yet today, the dragon's bellow reverberated once more across the skies of Middle-earth, this time with its wrath aligned with the forces of light. As a result, the grotesque visage of the fire demon was finally revealed amidst the tremors of this revelation. This was the moment of opportunity. I would charge forth. The dark-haired Dragonborn tightened his grip on the warhammer and shouted in Sindarin, launching himself towards the fire demon. The Lord of Greyport followed suit, charging alongside him. The fire demon, filled with rage, roared repeatedly, but its wounded psyche required time to regain its former might. And this interval was precisely what Dragonborn sought. With the suffocating shadow of terror and flames dissipated, the Dragonborn and Childers successfully breached the fire demon's defenses. Dragonborn swung his warhammer, striking the demon's robust knee. The fire demon let out a howl, toppled by the devastating blow, its massive form collapsing uncontrollably. The Lord of Greyport executed an impressive ground-level sprint, skillfully evading the demon's grasp. He rose to his feet, brandishing the elven blade, and with a single stroke severed the robust right hand of the fire demon. Mere mortals could scarcely fathom the dreadful roar that erupted from the demon's gaping maw. Wreathed in black smoke, a searing whip, launched from an unexpected angle, ensnared the form of Kildan, constricting the Elf King's armor with a shrill creak. The situation was dire. The Dragonborn, with an impassive countenance, swung the meticulously crafted silver hammer of the elves, striking the grotesque, yet formidable head of the fire demon. It had never endured such a fearsome blow. A pained howl escaped its lips as half of its visage was obliterated, and a viscous, magma-like substance splattered upon the Dragonborn. This substance, presumably its blood, was of an exceedingly high temperature, causing the silver armor of the Dragonborn to emit wisps of smoke upon contact. Fortunately, the exquisite armor, forged with great care by the elven masters, proved resilient enough to withstand the assault. Yet, the Dragonborn pondered whether, even if the elven armor faltered, he himself would not fear the fire demon's searing heat. The agonizing injury compelled the fire demon to instinctively release Kildan, transforming its whip into a colossal sword of flame, which it swung fiercely towards the Dragonborn. "You shall not harm him, servant of the fallen Begriel," Gandalf's thunderous voice rang out. A brilliant white light once more enveloping the proudly standing Dragonborn and the shaken Lord of Greyhaven. With a resounding clash, the fiery sword shattered into a cascade of light. However, within the terrifying form of the fire demon, the blazing firelight rekindled. Evidently, the intimidation brought by the dragon's roar had dissipated, and shadows were poised to engulf once more. "Lord Kildan!" The Dragonborn bellowed furiously. The master of Grey Harbor, with a keen intuition, swiftly hurled his treasured blade. Clang! The enchanted sword traced a flawless arc through the air, firmly grasped by a colossal hand. The Dragonborn surged forth from the radiant light, cleaving the grotesque head of the ancient fire demon in one decisive stroke. Roar! Amidst the torrential rain of flames, the imposing figure of Dragonborn stood proudly, wielding the silver warhammer Gladius in his right hand, its name meaning the Shatterer in Sindarin. In his left hand, he brandished the elven blade, Obo Telepad, which had severed the head of the ancient fire demon Balrog, its name translating to Blade of the Demon Slayer. Chapter 26. The Battle of the Four Kings. As the hideous, snarling head of the ancient demon fell to the ground, the long-anticipated radiance of Arion burst forth like a sword, cleaving through the thick black clouds, heralding hope and light to the lands of Middle-earth. The nascent sunlight illuminated the silver armor of the Dragonborn, casting a gentle golden glow, and with his towering, muscular form, Dragonborn appeared akin to a deity. Those who witnessed this breathtaking battle in the summer of 2931 spoke of it in awe. Even the most obstinate dwarves acknowledged this. Had they experienced that fateful conflict, they referred to the Dragonborn as Loliadgon, meaning the roar of the great dragon. Old dwarves like Groin, Oriai, and Noriai, who had endured the dragon's invasion of their homeland, Irub, alongside Thorin, never forgot the terrifying roar of the great dragon. It was the nightmare of all dwarvenkind. However, unlike the somber, furious, and fearful Thorin, the dwarven guardians who had personally confronted the terrifying ancient demon, the Balrog, harbored a profound sense of gratitude towards the ebony-haired Dragonborn, who possessed the voice of a dragon. Groin, Ori, and Nori expressed their appreciation for the Dragonborn's valiant stand during the darkest hours of the dwarves, protecting their wizard and the master of Greyhaven. The dwarves held the Dragonborn in high regard for vanquishing the demon that had tormented countless of their kin, viewing him as a harbinger of vengeance. Even though the Dragonborn wielded the fearsome roar reminiscent of the great dragons that the Durin dwarves dreaded, the dwarves were still willing to accept him as one of their closest allies. In contrast to the dwarves' mixture of gratitude tinged with a hint of trepidation, all the elves who had witnessed the wrath of the Dragonborn shared a common understanding, bestowing upon him an additional name beyond the titles of the two elven clans, Ocrian and Maestals. They called him Drachnes, meaning Fire of the Dragon in Quenya. This title was one of great honor. Nearly all elves, upon their first encounter with Dragonborn, would humbly refer to him in this manner, offering their utmost respect. This was a tribute to all that the Dragonborn had accomplished during that harrowing battle. Subsequently, the various mortal races, influenced by their diverse customs and languages, would further adapt and assign the Dragonborn with additional titles, which shall not be enumerated here. My Lord Kil'jaeden. Your blade. Unbeknownst to him, his renown was destined to spread to the most remote and obscure villages of Middle-earth, even to the farthest north, where his deeds would be extolled. Dragonborn respectfully returned the master of Greyhaven's treasured blade with both hands to its rightful owner. While others may boast of their accomplishments, Dragonborn never forgot that it was the master of Greyhaven who, with a swift strike, severed the hand of the fire demon, thus granting him the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. He also recalled that it was the wizard Gandalf's magic that provided him with the most timely and steadfast protection against the demon's frenzied death throes. Furthermore, he would never forget that it was the master of Greyhaven, in a moment of inspired urgency, who cast his precious sword to him, allowing him to behead the fearsome and dreadful ancient fire demon. One could argue that it was indeed the formidable support of Gandalf and Certain that rendered Dragonborn's victory seemingly effortless. Certain, with a smile, observed the humble black-haired Dragonborn, who, after receiving this honor, extended his unblemished left hand to accept the ancient sword that would come to be known as Obatilpad. He remarked, Ocrium, my friend, your performance never ceases to amaze me. What I once perceived as a fledgling has proven to be an eagle soaring high in the sky. Well done. You have achieved a monumental feat that even elves have never dared to dream of. Every noble race across the continent of Middle-earth shall remember the valiant deeds you have accomplished today, and your courageous spirit shall echo through the ages. Kil'jaeden, who is almost both mentor and friend to the dark-haired Dragonborn, gazed with satisfaction at this brave novice on the battlefield, who had only wielded weapons for a mere week. May the benevolent gaze of Takas forever rest upon you. The elvish tongue of the dragon was learned from Kil'jaeden, a vessel of vast knowledge and wisdom, making him the perfect instructor for the naive newborn Dragonborn, who was utterly bewildered by the myriad complexities of the continent of Middle-earth. Thus, in the presence of his disciple, who had rendered monumental services, the magnanimous and sagacious shipwright, Kil'jaeden, could not help but erupt into hearty laughter, rivaling that of any ancient monarch. However, Dragonborn keenly noticed the Grey Harbor Master's right hand, almost entirely covered in blisters and tainted blood, and could not suppress an exclamation. Lord Kil'jaeden, your hand. Gandalf approached swiftly, carefully examining the injuries of the Grey Harbor Master. The wounds were inflicted when the valiant Kil'jaeden had struck the thigh of the fire demon, and the lingering venomous heat was eroding the health of the northern elven king. Although perilous, it was not life-threatening. Kil'jaeden nodded in agreement with Gandalf's assessment. They both placed their hands upon the injured arm, softly murmuring incantations. Dragonborn could sense a gentle power emanating from them, flowing into the Grey Harbor Master's arm, causing the blisters and the scars from the searing flames to gradually diminish, with blood ceasing to flow. As the repulsive blisters and unsightly scars began to heal, the two halted their incantations and sighed. Dragonborn swiftly turned his gaze towards the east. There, the brooding dwarf prince rode forth on a robust ram, wielding a warhammer with great fervor. Clutching his formidable weapon, his countenance darkened, the prince of our kingdom descended from the mountains like a tempest. The gray-robed wizard, with eyes reminiscent of stars peering through the mists of history, displayed a flicker of contemplation and distress. Casting a glance at the Na'vi Dragonborn, he kindly advised, In the presence of Thorin Oakenshield, I implore you, refrain from speaking of your abilities. Dwarves hold their secrets regarding dragons very close to their hearts. Yet, Dragonborn could hardly comprehend the wizard's verbose warning. Curiously, he gazed eastward, where a diminutive dwarf, scarcely reaching his thigh, rode a peculiar mountain goat adorned with grand, curling horns, darting through the chaotic battlefield with the swiftness of the wind, approaching them. Thorin Oakenshield, astounded, felt an intensifying sense of pressure as the dark-haired Dragonborn drew near. His towering figure akin to a celestial being, by Durrant's beard, his eyes. Thorin's heart quaked as he dismounted from the ram, placing his war hammer upon the ground. Maintaining the poise befitting a king, Lord Certain, Thorin recognized the esteemed master of Greyhavens with a mere glance, offering a slight nod as a gesture of respect. This monarch, a living testament to the shifts of Middle-earth's history, had endured far longer than most birds, fish, insects, trees, or mountains, and thus, Thorin willingly rendered this homage. However, deep within his soul, The icy golden vertical pupils of the Dragonborn captivated his entire being, and in his mind, there continually emerged the fleeting yet profoundly shocking scene he had witnessed earlier. No need for excessive formality, descendants of Durin. Before outsiders, the master of Greyhaven adeptly maintained the regal dignity of a king. He addressed the sullen-faced dwarf prince in the tongue of the dwarves, saying, "The northern elves owe a debt of gratitude to the dwarves. It was your valiant rescue that spared Mistral from a tragic fate engulfed in flames. This I shall remember for all eternity." With that, the master of Greyhaven positioned the treasured blade, Obertlepad, against his chest and performed a deeply respectful gesture towards Thorin Oakenshield. Gandalf seized the opportunity to lend his support. "Thorin, the dwarves have played a pivotal role in this battle. You have indeed upheld the illustrious name of your ancestors. This band of heroes rightfully belongs to the line of Durin." Thorin was suddenly flustered, although he had once harbored a certain pride in dispatching troops to aid the elves. Believing his actions to be akin to propping up a collapsing edifice or steering a tumultuous tide back to calm, the subsequent events nearly stripped him of all dignity. Confronted by the fearsome bane of Durin, as the king of the dwarves, he had recklessly abandoned his subjects, making the foolish choice to engage the pale orc in single combat, resulting in his people suffering immense casualties that could have been avoided. In a moment of dire urgency, the gray-robed wizard and Círdan did not forsake the dwarves in need of rescue. Rather, they bravely and compassionately extricated the majority of the dwarves from the terrifying flames of the fire demon, guiding them into the elven harbor for refuge. Upon reflection, the northern elves indeed lived up to their alliance with the dwarves of Durin. They fulfilled the responsibilities expected of allies, even at the cost of injury to one of their own kings. Indeed, Thorin beheld the dreadful wound upon the esteemed hand of the Lord of Greyhavens. Contemplating the countless dwarves who were saved by the efforts of these three, the prince of the dwarves felt a weight lift from his heart, and his previously somber expression softened considerably. He earnestly addressed the elven king, stating, "Dwarves and elves are meant to be allies, sharing both life and death. We have not forgotten the endless ages past, when dwarves and elves fought under the same banner against the Dark Lord and his most nefarious and cunning minions. In those times, darkness thrived, and evil besieged the lands. The continent of Middle-earth was engulfed in an ocean of blood and suffering, with good people trembling in fear amidst the shadows. During that epoch, men, elves, and dwarves united in earnest collaboration, courageously advancing for the sake of glory and light. The banners of the Seven Kingdoms and the flags of the Elven Kings waved freely across Middle-earth, achieving one resplendent victory after another, as memories of the glory and honor of our ancestors flooded back to him. The shadow of discontent and resentment within Thorin was vanquished by the dawn that shimmered like gold upon the horizon. He proclaimed loudly, "Thus, in the end, we have persevered. We are the victors. If history has taught us anything, it is this: darkness shall inevitably fade, and light is ever within reach, just as it is in this moment, just as it is in this battle." Thus spoke the dwarf hero, whose imperfections did not overshadow his valor and righteousness, as he raised his warhammer high, proclaiming his unwavering resolve and courage against the encroaching darkness. The finality of this conflict was being realized amidst a resounding victory in the vast northern lands. Witnessing the lifting of their inner shadows, the regal demeanor of Thorin Oakenshield shone forth, while Gandalf and Círdan inclined their heads in acknowledgement of his bravery and indomitable spirit. The dark-haired Dragonborn, though unable to comprehend their words, could not deny the imposing presence of the dwarven prince, clad in battle armor, with blood from half-orcs staining his beard and visage, standing resplendent in the golden dawn. In turn, he mimicked the gestures of the Lord of Greyhavens and Gandalf, bowing slightly in respect. In the distance, the valiant Dwalin and Bifur gazed with fervor as this grand conflict, later immortalized as the Battle of the Four Kings, reached its conclusive end. As night fell, the elves and dwarves, having endured the rigors of battle, finally settled down to savor a moment of tranquility. The Elven King, dwarven royalty, Dragonborn, and the Grey Wizard, among the heroes of this conflict, gathered in the Elven banquet hall, spacious, serene, yet imbued with an understated elegance, partaking in the sweet fruits of victory and the peace it brought. "There are too many green leaves. I prefer hearty portions of succulent meat. Please replace all the greens with generous servings of crimson, sweet, and juicy fare. Do you understand? The elves, you must not be stingy. You ought to graciously host your guests." Throughout the day, both elves and dwarves busied themselves with the arduous task of clearing the battlefield and accounting for the casualties. Consequently, neither Thorin nor Keely found the opportunity to convene the long-awaited victory feast, much to the chagrin of the dwarves who had anticipated this celebration all day. While they could endure the sorrow of loss, they could not bear the absence of a hearty beer following their triumph. Led by the boisterous dwarven leaders, including Groin and Philly, they clamored loudly, their stout feet thumping against the ground and their short yet sturdy hands striking the elves' exquisite dining table. This table, crafted from a single piece of oak, was adorned with lifelike engravings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, an exquisite representation of the beauty found in forests and rivers. Such masterpieces were plentiful among the elves, showcasing their opulence. Beer, beer, beer. Having changed into more casual attire, Thorin appeared considerably more at ease since delivering his heroic declaration earlier in the day. His gray eyes, while filled with a keen interest and vigilance towards a certain individual, displayed little else in terms of emotion. Perhaps it was the contrast of being amidst the elves' seemingly simple yet secretly lavish hall that made Thorin feel somewhat awkward regarding the boisterousness of his kin. "Silence, Philly," he muttered, referring to his troublesome nephew, while his gaze pointedly surveyed the many dwarfs present, including the valiant Dwalin, Groin, Ori, and Nori, all of whom belonged to the royal lineage of Durin. As for the unfortunate Bjorn, he has been confined to a serene chamber due to an axe embedded in his head, refusing to allow this valiant dwarf to display his prowess at the banquet table. Upon witnessing the king's ire, the dwarves, led by Dwalin, reluctantly silenced their complaints. However, on the surface, their grievances appeared to be quelled. Yet in truth, I believe you could benefit from consuming more leafy greens, as they are said to be advantageous for one's health. By Durin's beard, silence yourself, if you wish to indulge. Do so, but I shall certainly not swallow those dreadful, green leafy vegetables. I detest anything green. Well, to be honest, I too find this feast exceedingly lacking. I swear by my beard, it is the first time I have encountered a banquet devoid of wine. How heretical! Listening to the dwarves' resounding whispers, the master of Grey Havens, now clad in comfortable, yet undeniably luxurious attire, chuckled. He explained to the dwarf prince seated below him, "Pray forgive us. For this evening the elves must conduct a farewell ceremony for our departed kin, and thus the hosts neglected the customary hospitality. Since the dwarves are disinclined to partake in light fare, what harm is there in serving you the food of your preference? Victory indeed calls for celebration, and the departed deserve remembrance. These two notions are not mutually exclusive." The master of Grey Havens articulated this as a decree. Consequently, the elves swiftly prepared the feasts and Alesh requested by the dwarves, extending their warm hospitality to their esteemed guests. Seated beside Gandalf, directly opposite Dwalin, the Dragonborn's countenance brightened with joy. Chapter 27, The Lament for the Departed. This minor interlude during the feast was soon overshadowed by the jubilant cheers of the dwarves. Such is the nature of dwarves. Whether as friends or foes, they possess an uncanny ability to provoke exasperation. Upon first witnessing these stout, sturdy beings, barely standing at 1.5 meters, the Dragonborn was undeniably captivated by their seemingly boundless enthusiasm. Forged in the depths of the mountains, this resilient race, regardless of the harshness of their surroundings, always finds reasons to sing and laugh. They clapped, stomped, and sang boisterously, bidding farewell to sorrow and dispelling gloom. It struck the Dragonborn that while all others fled in panic, the dwarves stood resolute and unyielding against the fiery demon, forming the first line of defense against evil. A sense of admiration welled up within him. They were indeed a tenacious people. At that moment, a young dwarf with golden hair and a beard rose, holding aloft a cup brimming with ale, and began to sing a lively dwarven ballad. The melody was exuberant and fervent, seemingly in celebration of something, or perhaps in homage to another. He raised his cup in salute to the host, certain, and downed the contents in a hearty gulp. This delighted the dwarves even further. Truly, they were a remarkable race. The Dragonborn, caught in their infectious spirit, smiled curiously as he observed this group, now vocally expressing their gratitude for the hospitality of the Grey Havens lord. Little did he realize, those on the bridge admire the scenery, while those beneath the bridge watch you. As he savored the exquisite delicacies prepared by the elves, he observed the dwarves in their fervent, yet boorish demeanor. At the banquet, no fewer than 4 or 5 pairs of eyes were scrutinizing him. What a terrifying gaze it was. During the day, Thorin had noticed up close the oppressive chill of the Dragonkin's icy vertical pupils and his towering physique. Yet, in the light of day, neither party had the opportunity to further their understanding of one another. Thorin could only discern that this was a taciturn individual. For, while the master of Grey Havens, certain, and the wizard, Gandalf, Engaged in a discourse of hollow pleasantries, the dragonkin stood silently by, listening intently as if the thunderous roar that had erupted from his mouth was but a figment of imagination. This constituted Thorin's second impression of the dragonkin. His first, naturally, was the chilling golden vertical pupils and the godlike stature he possessed. The dragonkin's gaze was fixed upon the dwarves, not malevolent, but rather curious. Such was not the countenance of an evil being. Thorin mused silently, continually assessing and speculating whether this awe-inspiring figure with his bizarre eyes was friend or foe to the dwarves. Unlike during the day, the giant was now adorned in a splendid robe of elven design, devoid of a crown, which rendered him considerably softer in appearance, his expression animated and innocent. Starkly contrasting with his frigid gaze, when had such a figure emerged in Middle-earth? His presence was indeed a cause for concern. The elves and the wizard were evidently already aware of his existence, yet they chose to remain silent. They left the dwarves wandering in doubt and trepidation, for this individual, with eyes and abilities reminiscent of a dragon, had emerged. Indeed, a humanoid dragon began to tread upon the wilds of Middle-earth. Yet the elves and wizards chose to conceal this fact. Meanwhile, Gandalf, seated above, turned his head to scrutinize the youthful and vibrant visage of the Dragonborn, which he had only briefly glimpsed before. With a smile, he spoke in the elven tongue. "Do you not find the dwarves to be a remarkable race?" "Oh." Dragonborn felt an awkward sensation of having his innermost thoughts exposed, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he turned to gaze innocently at the cunning old wizard, feigning ignorance with a look that seemed to say, "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend." "Cunning little fox," Gandalf mused internally, shaking his head. The old wizard cast a meaningful glance at the dwarven prince, whose expression was cold and whose eyes were filled with uncertainty, and spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Do not disguise it. Your expression has already revealed to me that you understand my words. You know, you are truly not a skilled actor. Even the most mundane jester in the Shire possesses greater talent than you. Lastly, let me caution you, do not display your abilities before Thorin. His heart has been overshadowed by the menace of the Northern Dragon for far too long. Perhaps in moments of calm, Thorin Oakenshield remains one of the most valiant kings of Middle-earth. However, when the darkness within him takes precedence, his stubborn arrogance may lead him into the deepest abyss. Be wary, bearer of dragon blood, and do not allow the concealed blades lurking in the shadows to sever your throat." Well, at this moment, Dragonborn was utterly perplexed. He simply turned away, disregarding the ramblings of the mad old man. Ignoring him completely, he could sense the dwarf prince's wariness and indifference. What puzzled him was the source of this unease and animosity. Was it merely due to his eyes? Dragorn cast a glance at the dwarf prince, shook his head, and chose to ignore the tragic figure, who was nearly driven mad by hatred and the burdens of his homeland. Instead, he contemplated his own gains and performance in this battle. Firstly, a new ability had been unlocked, Dragon Flame. Dragorn felt the surging power within him, distinct from the dragon's roar. This force seemed to emanate from the heart of a dragon and the searing blood coursing through his veins. As his heart beat fiercely, this tumultuous energy flowed from his robust heart through his molten blood and ultimately converged at his throat. Much like the dragon's roar, this power was not merely a physical manifestation. The voice of a mere mortal, no matter how loud or fervent, could not unleash a cataclysmic disaster akin to an avalanche or a terrifying heat that could melt bone and gold. Both phenomena represented a magical occurrence, or, at the very least, it was a unique skill that blended physical prowess with magic, or perhaps a racial talent. Dragorn tentatively urged his strong heart. Thump, thump, thump. As his dragon-like heart gradually quickened, he distinctly sensed his blood beginning to boil. A terrifying and tumultuous force surged forth from his heart, coursing through his searing blood and spreading throughout his entire being. He exhaled softly. As a result, the nearby Gandalf was astonished to detect a whiff of sulfur. It was the scent of burning air. What a rebellious little fellow. Gandalf, with a headache, retrieved his old wizard's pipe, deftly packed it with longbottom leaf tobacco, a specialty of the Shire's Southfarthing. With a flick of his fingers, a spark leapt from his hand. He quickly took 2 puffs, barely savoring the rich aroma of the exquisite tobacco before exhaling. The white smoke from the longbottom leaf transformed into a vividly animated little bird, adorned with a long tail, which fluttered past the dark-haired Dragonborn, dispersing and concealing the wisp of smoke that had escaped from the corner of his mouth. Dragonborn quickly closed his mouth, feeling as though he had been caught cheating. Under the wizard's control, the little bird miraculously circled the hall of the elven feast before vanishing into thin air. Gandalf exclaimed a tipsy filly in delight, What manner of magic is this? Is it a new firework trick you've devised? The other dwarves also took note, seemingly roused into a fervor of applause and stomping, clamoring for the master of tricks and king of fireworks Gandalf to perform a few more, to the delight of all. I do not recall having such rustic epithets and titles. The gray-pointed hat was set aside, revealing the old wizard with a head of fluffy gray-white hair and a beard, who cheerfully smacked his lips a few times before conjuring a magical smoke ring that transformed into a cloud bursting with explosions, scattering everywhere. Sing, dance. This joy is rightfully yours. Though the dwarves often give me a headache, they are certainly easier than some colossal beings, he declared with a whimsical tone. Indeed, I am the master of illusions, the king of fireworks, Gandalf, your friend. As he spoke these seemingly nonsensical words, the wizard cast a stern gaze at the black-haired Dragonborn, who was a source of his unease. The Dragonborn merely pursed his lips in silence, yet the boiling blood within him gradually cooled. Both Círdan and the wizard sighed in relief, sensing the giant's heart, which had thundered like a drum, begin to steady, and the aura of danger dissipate faintly. Thorin observed everything intently, his gaze fixed upon the towering giant opposite him, who, even seated, surpassed the tallest dwarf in stature, with terrifying golden vertical pupils. The unease and fear within him deepened. The dwarf prince whispered to his companion Dwalin, exchanging furtive glances in this direction, their expressions heavy with concern. Círdan and Gandalf exchanged knowing looks, revealing a shared, resigned understanding of the trouble the Dragonborn had unwittingly stirred with the Master of Grey Havens and the wizard. Disinterested, the Dragonborn watched as the dwarves grumbled and shouted in a lively uproar, no longer enchanted by Gandalf's magical displays, lost in his own thoughts. A little later, as the twilight deepened, the stars in the sky once again illuminated the night. The raucous and boisterous clamor of the dwarves had faded into the distance. The elves, alongside a portion of the dwarves, gathered anew in the Hall of the Departed, situated to the north of Grey Havens, near the slopes of the Blue Mountains. Here, nearly 2,000 elves would forever depart from the land they once cherished, Arda, leaving behind this weighty realm to journey to the eternal shores of Aman, where they would reunite with old friends and loved ones in the hallowed halls of Mandos, basking in eternal bliss until the end of time. Among them were even Amrys and Elrond, who had wounded and slain the great wolf Finrod. Their serene and tranquil visages, bathed in the gentle moonlight, radiated a sacred luminescence, as if they still breathed the air of the living. Perhaps for the elves, eternally bound to the resplendent realm of Arda, death offered a form of liberation. At least they would no longer bear the burdens of this heavy land, nor endure the harshness of wind, frost, and rain, nor suffer from hunger and strife. They would simply lay down their heavy loads in the eternal halls of Mandos, rejoicing in song with old companions, witnessing the rise and fall of the sun and stars. Yet for those who remained, both the living and the elves, was this not an unfathomable sorrow? Who could they confide in regarding this boundless grief? The elves, including Círdan, concealed their sorrowful faces within white hoods, shrouding their anguish from the gaze of outsiders. They ignited a white fluorite that emitted a faint glow even in the dimly lit room. The hazy moonlight cast a spectral illumination upon the face of the deceased, lending an eerie atmosphere to an already peculiar setting. Are we indeed resolute in our decision? For it is known that over 500 dwarves perished in this conflict. In gratitude for the aid rendered by the allies who journeyed from afar, the elves graciously enacted a privilege never before extended to outsiders. They permitted the interment of the fallen dwarves alongside the elves' own tombs, which had housed the remains of their departed or missing kin over the millennia. As a token of their appreciation, after conferring with his fellow dwarves, Thorin acquiesced to this request. The dwarves' ancestral homeland lay far away, and to rest alongside the noble elves in the embrace of the earth, basking in the dignity of the afterlife, was not an unwelcome fate for them. Thus, it came to pass that the presence of dwarves was observed during the elven funeral rites, a most extraordinary occurrence. Among the few dwarves privileged to witness this ancient and sacred ceremony were Nori, Ori, and Gielin. The atmosphere created by the pointed-eared elves instilled a sense of trepidation within me, akin to falling into an unfathomable abyss, cold, fearsome, and suffocating. The golden-haired Ori voiced his concerns to his brother Nori. Silence, dwarf. Among the onlookers was the wizard Gandalf. Indeed, one could always find these bothersome beings in the most incongruous of places, as if there were no event in this world from which they abstained. The ritual of the elves can be traced back to an era even prior to the First Age. It is an exceedingly sacred and ancient ceremony that has never been witnessed by outsiders. Today, you are graced with this fortune. Indeed, I deem it a blessing. To personally experience the sanctity and antiquity of this rite, is it not a true privilege? It is to be noted that when the elves conduct this ceremony, the great soul sovereign may even depart from his sanctum to the port of Aqualand to welcome the returning souls of the elves. Therefore, hush, listen intently, observe with care, and be a good dwarf. Oriai, Noriai, and Groin were all startled by the sorcerer's thunderous inquiries, hastily covering their mouths to prevent their alcohol-soaked tongues from uttering foolishness. The brief interlude in the corners soon quelled. Not even a ripple was stirred. For tonight, the hearts of all were destined to be engulfed by sorrow and grief. The moon ascended high, and the stars shimmered. In the profound silence of Grey Haven, the elves began to sing an exceedingly mournful ballad. Their voices were imbued with a poignant reminiscence for the departed and a reverent awe for fate. This melody could move even the most obstinate dwarf to set down his axe and hammer. Even the bravest of men would bow their noble heads. Birds would linger. Trees would mourn, and mountains, rivers, and seas would cease their tempests and roars. For they knew that the most beloved firstborn of Eru Ilúvatar had permanently departed from this land, blessed by both Vala and Eru. And they would never meet again until the end of the world and the dawn of a new age. Dragonborn's elongated, athletic fingers gently caressed the serene and exquisite visage of the female elf, enveloped in silence. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of wrath named vengeance igniting within his golden slit-like pupils. Chapter 28. The secret meeting and dream warning's gratitude is extended to my esteemed classmate, Jin Aslan, for his generous rewards into Grey Harbor. Following the solemn farewell ceremony for the departed, the master of Grey Harbor and the wizard invited Thorin and his cousin Dwalin, along with the dark-haired Dragonborn, to the Hall of Falling Flowers, Administrative Hall. Here, Dragonborn encountered the elf Galadorn, clad in his armor, the aura of a warrior still emanating from him. He stood like a statue beneath the radiant moonlight. Gentlemen, began the gray-robed wizard Gandalf, evidently the convener and presiding figure of this assembly. The reason for gathering you here is that the matters to be discussed concern us all. We are all aware that many have perished today under the shadow of this nefarious war. I would like to express special gratitude to our esteemed Thorin and Dwalin, for it is through their valiant and fearless combat, alongside the selfless aid of the dwarves, that the northern elves have been spared from calamity. Lord Círdan has already etched this in his memory. The established agreements will undoubtedly be upheld. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the master of Grey Harbor, who seemed to have already conferred with Gandalf. Círdan nodded, affirming the wizard's words, which alleviated the anxiety that had long gripped Thorin and Dwalin regarding the potential dissolution of their contract. Two individuals whispered conspiratorially to each other, then, with a shared understanding, nodded toward Gandalf and Círdan. Observing their cryptic exchange, Dragonborn wore a look of utter boredom. He failed to comprehend why the wizard and the Lord of Grey Havens had summoned him, struggling with his proficiency in Elvish. He noticed that the wizard and the dwarves conversed entirely in the common tongue, rendering him little more than a wooden puppet. Standing idly while the elves and dwarves meticulously debated the remuneration for their impending military endeavors, how could he discern that they were discussing finances? Surely, nothing incites more fervent debate among men than those glittering, golden coins. Initially, Dragonborn found amusement in watching the lively discourse between the wizard, the dwarves, and the elves regarding monetary matters, but his interest soon waned, and he diverted his gaze. He began to ponder why the wizard had deemed it necessary to include him in this gathering. As his eyes fell upon the elven knight, who appeared to have just descended from the battlefield, he contemplated deeply. Perceptive to Dragonborn's scrutiny, Galadriel offered a polite nod in his direction. Oh? Dragonborn was slightly taken aback, straightening in his seat. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, the elves and dwarves reached an agreement on the price. Dragonborn noted the most satisfied smiles he had seen that evening on the faces of the two dwarves. As for the elves, the Lord of Grey Havens maintained his serene demeanor, the smile at the corners of his mouth betraying not the slightest flicker of change. Presumably, the extent of his injuries was bearable. The Dragonborn thought irreverently of the wizard Gandalf, no less than a puppeteer in this unfolding drama. At this moment, he finally recalled the presence of a Dragonborn beside him, who appeared so bored that he had begun to count the intricate patterns of the smooth marble floor. He removed the pipe from his mouth, cleared his throat a couple of times, and transitioned the topic of the meeting to the next agenda. If there are no objections from either party, I believe we may proceed to the subsequent issue. This time, the gray-robed wizard adopted the Sindarin tongue and proclaimed, Orcs do not instigate a grand war without reason. They lack the audacity. In this conflict, I even caught sight of the Black Orcs of Mordor, who were decimated by the dwarven cavalry and the guards. Yet, a considerable number managed to survive and slip away from the battlefield, along with their commander, the pallid orc Azog. Not to mention the ancient entities such as the Balrog and the Wolf King. Azog does not possess the authority to command such demons. Nor does he have the capability. The once stooped figure of the venerable old wizard suddenly grew tall, his eyes gleaming with a fierce majesty. He declared, even his master, the former Dark Lord. Yes, you all know to whom I refer. Sauron, the Lord of Barad-dûr, the Dark Lord, the despicable master of treachery. The nemesis of all good races in Middle-earth, one may refer to him by countless ignoble titles. Yet, one thing we must concede, Sauron wields formidable power. A truly malevolent and fearsome force. Nevertheless, even such wicked beings as the Balrog and the Wolf King are beyond his control. Dragonborn pondered deeply, gradually grasping the words of the wizard. The term Sauron seemed to possess an arcane power, although he was certain it was the first time he had encountered this word. At that moment, he felt as though he glimpsed a colossal shadow, an evil presence intent on consuming everything in its path. So, esteemed wizard, what is it that you have summoned us for? He inquired, furrowing his brow, his voice resonating with a low hum. His towering form sat silently, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, and as he spoke, half of his visage fell into shadow, evoking the image of a sovereign addressing his subjects with commanding gravitas. Thorin cast a look of astonishment towards the Dragonborn. This marked one of the first instances since their meeting that he had spoken. The dwarves exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with peculiarity, and soon began to murmur among themselves. Before long, the dwarf prince and his cousin voiced their thoughts. Indeed, Gandalf, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. While the patience of dwarves is commendable, we do not wish to squander our energies engaging in riddles with a wizard, for such a pursuit is exceedingly foolish, more so than grappling with a troll. The dwarves articulated this in the common tongue, having been estranged from the elves for far too long, to the extent that they had nearly forgotten the elvish language. Now, they could only comprehend simple phrases in Sindarin, while more complex tongues such as Quenya or the languages of the Noldor and Teleri eluded them entirely. As for the ancient Quenya, the dwarves might only uncover traces of such texts and languages in ancient manuscripts. Regrettably, dwarves have never been renowned for their erudition. Thus, during conversations, Thorin preferred to communicate in both the common tongue and the dwarvish language. With the war concluded, what pressing matters remained? The dwarven prince furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the silent elf, Galad, who had remained mute from the beginning. From him, Thorin sensed the lingering essence of war, a scent of iron and blood. What you speak are mere baseless conjectures of the unlearned, Gandalf, Thorin Oakenshield remarked, his expression tinged with impatience and skepticism. Perhaps the orcs simply emerged to wreak havoc? Azog, that beast, possesses considerable power. He commands forces from numerous orc strongholds, including Khazad-dûm, Dol Guldur, Gundabad, and Mordor, serving as a leader of malevolent forces. What is so strange about his desire to reclaim this world for his dark, terrifying, and evil master? Evil never truly dissipates. It merely lurks in the shadows. This is a saying among us dwarfs. At first, he maintained composure, but as the conversation progressed, the dwarven prince grew increasingly agitated and incensed over the release of the pale orc. He roared loudly, pacing with fury, his small yet robust frame radiating a blazing wrath. Gandalf and Círdan observed with great concern. They worried that in an era where light wanes and darkness resurges, a leader like Thorin Oakenshield, who embodies a faction's strength yet is marked by volatility and quick temper, could hardly inspire confidence. With such thoughts in mind, the wizard and the master of Grey Harbor could not help but cast their gaze upon the Dragonborn, who stood aside, seemingly in a state of spectatorship. Dragonborn sensed this keenly and felt a twinge of unease, as if he were at risk of being betrayed by these two cunning figures. Meanwhile, in the Eaton Wastes, 30 miles from the glooming hills and 50 miles from the northern heights of Fernost, Arathorn and his kin were in pursuit of a group of isolated half-orcs. The valiant Halbarad led the charge, his spear skewering a fleeing half-orc, and then he unsheathed his sword to behead another half-orc, who was paralyzed by panic. In total, they vanquished 22 half-orcs, none of whom escaped. A knight, mounted on a tall steed, reported the outcome of the skirmish to Arathorn, who nodded and sheathed his sword. They were the Dí na Dine, descendants of the Inmin-Reen humans of the West, remnants of the northern realms of Arnor and Poseidon. The blood of their forebears coursed through their veins. The Dí Nedain were long-lived, tall, and handsome, possessing exceptional insight and noble manners, far surpassing ordinary humans in dignity and grace. Arathorn, the leader of this noble lineage, inherited the title of the 15th chieftain of the Dí Nedain in the year 2930. At the age of 58, he still appeared youthful, with keen eyes that commanded respect. Dismounting, Arathorn approached the fire of the defeated half-orcs, inspecting the remnants and discerning that they were a band of routed soldiers. Their provisions consisted of repugnant fare, mice, worms, and moldy bread, revolting and nauseating. How many batches of fleeing half-orcs have we encountered thus far? Arelon discarded the refuse in his hand and gazed toward the southwest, where, beyond the dusky lake in the snow-capped twilight hills, lay the elven port of Mithland. His deputy, the younger yet valiant warrior Halbarad, approached. This marked the third group. The previous two had been vanquished merely 4 hours prior. The young ranger remarked, "They are in a frenzied haste, filled with trepidation, at the slightest rustle. They scatter like frightened mice." Arelon's keen eyes surveyed the vicinity, recognizing that they were nearing Anominus, the ancient capital of the Kingdom of Arnor, one of the original homes of the Dí Nedain. The half-orcs fled from the west, seemingly having endured a fierce battle, their weapons and armor abandoned, leaving them clad only in tattered robes and reeking provisions. Through the distance, Arelon seemed to perceive the sacred white port, where the elven banners, having withstood the ravages of war and time, remained a beacon of hope for Middle-earth. Countless half-orcs surged toward this hallowed city, intent on extinguishing the last flicker of hope for the lands of men. Though Arelon was consumed with urgency to reach the city that symbolized the final hope for all virtuous beings of Middle-earth, the knight had already witnessed 3 skirmishes. The warriors were weary and parched, in dire need of rest and sustenance. Thus, Arelon ultimately commanded them to rest for a few hours. Intending to set forth at dawn toward Mithland, the human rangers busied themselves with clearing the battlefield and finding respite. In the dead of night, Arelon had a vivid dream. Within it, a towering figure, illuminated by the radiant light of Erendil, let forth a thunderous shout, pointing his sword towards a fearsome fortress. Behind him stood an army of elves, dwarves, and men, their long spears rising like a forest, banners fluttering proudly. They marched in unison, their spirits high, as though advancing from the north. Arelon even beheld the banner of the Dí Nedain, adorned with the emblem of the 7 stars. In the distance, the sacred walls of Minas Tirith gleamed with divine light in the golden dawn. Suddenly, Arelon awoke. The ancient bloodline inherited from his forebears imparted to him the understanding that this was a portent of the future. The blood of Isildur possessed the gift of foresight. "Halbarad," Arelon called out, a mixture of astonishment and urgency in his voice. Even Halbarad, who slept with his sword close at hand, sprang up, his eyes glimmering with alertness. "I am here, my king. The crown of Isildur has fallen to the dust," he replied. "Do not speak of kingship. I am merely a companion among you. You owe me no duty, and I shall not assert claims to any royal authority. My friend, do not forget this." Arelon corrected him swiftly and then added, "Yet I must issue you a command, my friend. Please gather our kin as swiftly as possible and bring them to Minas Tirith. Remember, if within 2 days you cannot assemble enough people or reach the elven port in time, then bring them here and wait for me." Halbarad was profoundly astonished, unable to comprehend what foresight all the Dúnedain kings possessed. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Is it everyone, Lord Arelon?" As Arelon began to fasten his sword, he replied while adjusting his gear, "You heard correctly, everyone. Now that all have been informed, time waits for no one. A glorious battle awaits us ahead. Quickly. We cannot afford to squander any more time here. Let us set forth at once." Under the dim twilight, the vigilant rangers had already risen, preparing their gear and steeds. Following the orders, Halbarad did not hesitate, being the first to mount his horse and dart away like an arrow. Soon, Arelon led this band of northern rangers into the obscurity of the night. Their company of 15 swiftly traversed the shadowy Lake of Dusk, racing towards the elven port of Mithland. Chapter 29, The Sacred Oath. Calm yourself, Thorin. Gandalf's gaze shifted from the Dragonborn to the irritable dwarf prince, his brow furrowed. "No one blames you for allowing Azig, that beast, to escape. We all share a deep-seated enmity with him, yet this is no justification for losing our composure. Act as a worthy heir, Thorin Oakenshield, and do not let hatred cloud your judgment. This is my counsel and wisdom to you." The old wizard's voice resonated powerfully, as if echoing from the heavens. Dwalin sprang to his feet, advancing towards the prince with caution, keeping a wary eye on the wizard and his minions. Thorin, momentarily taken aback, felt his fury subside. Mithrandir. Círdan furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Gandalf then reigned in his formidable presence, assuming the guise of an ordinary old man. He sighed and addressed the glum, yet now composed Thorin, saying, "Son of Thrain, has no one warned you to act with caution and avoid impulsiveness? In the not-too-distant future, you and the dwarves of Durin shall face the most arduous and darkest of trials. Do not allow stubbornness and hatred to cloud your heart, for such folly could lead to your utter ruin." Upon hearing this ominous prophecy, Dwalin's expression shifted, interpreting the wizard's words as a curse upon the prince and his kin. Enraged, he was poised to confront the sorcerer, but was restrained by Thorin. The now-calmed prince of the dwarves keenly sensed a strange feeling welling up within him, coinciding with the wizard's revelation of his fate. "Then I shall accept it with equanimity." Thorin Oakenshield's expression was peculiar, embodying a blend of solitary heroism and obstinacy. The loyal Dwalin nodded fervently, visibly moved. Círdan and the wizard both sighed in unison. "So it shall be." Silence enveloped the hall, marking the conclusion of discussions regarding fate, with a heavy atmosphere weighing on all present. Yet, the tides of fate are ever-changing. Who can truly claim mastery over destiny? Círdan broke the oppressive silence of the secret meeting, casting a glance towards Gandalf. The gray wizard spoke not a word, yet the pallor surrounding him had noticeably lessened. The two exchanged a silent understanding through their gazes, and then the master of Grey Havens began to speak. Chiltern nodded at Galdr, who had been standing and observing the performance for quite some time, signaling him to commence. The armored elven knight stepped forward, composed yet dignified, and spoke. "We have divided our forces into several groups, commencing from the north and east to drive back the fleeing half-orcs. However, due to the dwarves advancing from the north, the number of half-orcs escaping that direction is limited. Most have retreated eastward, traversing the valley between the Twilight Hills and Shire, either veering north into the desolate ruins of and Minas or continuing eastward towards the Dead Marshes." Here, Galdr paused, seemingly unimpressed by the mention of this place. "That is Fernost," he remarked, "the capital of the last kingdom of men in the north, Asidon, where elves and men once battled the malevolent forces of that era. Now a site littered with corpses and haunting shadows." Upon hearing this familiar name, Chiltern, who had personally experienced that conflict, could not help but furrow his brow. Dragonborn Byrne listened intently, his thoughts shrouded in mystery, perhaps understanding little of what was being conveyed. Thorin and Dwalin, upon hearing these legendary ancient place names, began to whisper among themselves once more. Soon, they reached a conclusion akin to that of the elves. The majority of half-orcs continued their flight northward, navigating through the narrow plains and gorges between the Twilight Hills and Fernost, heading towards the desolate expanse of Ettenmoor, their trajectory aimed at the northern stronghold of evil, the sorcerous realm of Angmar, specifically Carndum. What is their number? The heart of the dwarf prince has long been overshadowed by the malevolent dragon, and the hatred stemming from the loss of his homeland and kin has rendered him susceptible to bouts of obsessive fury. However, when calm, Thorin Oakenshield undeniably proves himself to be a capable leader, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Having regained his composure, Thorin promptly inquired about a question on everyone's mind. Galdr, the elven knight responsible for tracking the retreating Orcish soldiers, swiftly provided a figure that elicited frowns from all present. This number exceeded their expectations far too many. Thorin's expression darkened. "I had assumed most of them were vanquished on the battlefield. By the time our cavalry charged, they had already fled in disarray." He turned to Dwalin, who was by his side but was equally uninformed about the ongoing conflict, and thus shook his head gently. It was Gandalf's subsequent words that elucidated the situation. When the elven and dwarven cavalry penetrated the ranks of the orcs, the latter had indeed begun to falter. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, preventing the cavalry from annihilating them in one fell swoop. Instead, they merely inflicted cuts and disarray, while the true devastation to the orc ranks was wrought by the dwarven guards. At this point, the wizard cast another glance at the dwarf prince. However, the dwarven guards soon succumbed to utter chaos, allowing a significant portion of the Orcish forces to successfully escape the battlefield, which is precisely what concerns us, he remarked. The wizard's demeanor was laden with apprehension, his eyes reflecting anxiety, and the creases on his face revealed deep-seated worries about the future of Middle-earth. As the skies over the misty mountains grew increasingly shrouded in shadows, I became increasingly apprehensive that if this threat was not swiftly eradicated, it would eventually give rise to a far greater and more perilous dark tide. He articulated the true essence of tonight's clandestine gathering. Thus, I fervently hope that the dwarves, alongside the elves, can seize the opportunity to catch the beast Azog off guard before he firmly establishes himself in Khazad-dûm, thereby extinguishing this burgeoning orc force in the north. Upon hearing the wizard's revelation, Thorin Oakenshield exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. A frown creased his brow, and a flicker of dissatisfaction danced in his eyes. We have already suffered considerable losses. Many dwarves have had their bodies and spirits eroded by the shadow of the Dínadain's bane. These dwarves will no longer see the battlefield. They can only tend to the goats and engage in agricultural toil, with those who have already journeyed to the halls of our ancestors. We have lost at least a quarter of our fighting strength. For the Dínadain dwarves, who have been displaced and stripped of their home, this is akin to adding insult to injury. Thorin cast a cold gaze upon the gathered wizards and elves, the king's cunning and ruthlessness merging flawlessly in that moment. The fate of every individual in Middle-earth must be fought for. Wizard, the dwarves have honored the price you set. We assisted the elves in repelling a great foe. But the blood of the dwarves is not an inexhaustible resource. I must respectfully decline this proposal. Thorin's rejection came abruptly, yet was entirely fitting, even bordering on impolite. However, such is the nature of dwarves. The world often perceives them as obstinate, arrogant, and imperious. Indeed, upon witnessing the dwarf prince and his cousin embarking on yet another round of discord, both Círdan and Gandalf found themselves once again plagued by a throbbing headache. What can I do? A voice interrupted the cacophony of the assembly. It was Dragonborn, who rose to his feet, his towering stature casting a small shadow. The golden slits of his eyes sparkled brilliantly in the dimly lit elven hall, akin to two precious gems. If a person falls, like a hero, they should be honored. If we live, as a gift from heroes, we must take up the unfinished endeavors of these champions, ensuring their flame does not extinguish. Henceforth, I shall heed the call of my heart and pledge a sacred oath. As long as I have yet to sever the head of the pale orc, my vengeance shall know no respite. For this is the last act I can perform for Elwyn, for all the northern elves who have perished today. It is a cry from the soul, a confession of the heart, witnessed by both Vala and Eru Ilúvatar, imbued with an inexplicable magic. Ocrianum. Círdan's expression reflected profound shock, for he understood that in Arda, a sacred vow, once uttered, is bound to fate's recognition. This meant that once the oath was established, it would eternally entwine with one's destiny, becoming a shackle that oppresses and compels until the vow's essence is fulfilled. Gandalf, too, was deeply moved. For when the dark-haired scion of dragons uttered that fateful oath, the wizard immediately sensed an aura of unparalleled sanctity and brilliance. He believed that a certain Vala had cast his sacred gaze upon him, witnessing the oath of the Dragonborn. Consequently, the gray-robed wizard lowered his head, adorned with a mane of white hair, in a gesture of reverence. The elf Galder was even more overwhelmed, the moment the dark-haired Dragonborn swore his oath. He knelt upon one knee. This was the conduct of a hero, he thought. I shall follow. Thorin Oakenshield's mouth fell agape, seemingly incredulous that such a terrifying oath was being witnessed and immortalized before him. A powerful impulse compelled him to exclaim, No, Azog's head is mine. I shall not allow you to claim it before I do. The dwarves will take vengeance ourselves, perhaps moved by the sanctity radiating from this divine oath. The dwarven prince felt somewhat uncomfortable and a tinge of shame for his own cowardice, for he had never dared to make such a resolute vow, even in the name of revenge. Thus, under the witness of the elf and the wizard, Thorin Oakenshield lowered his proud head for the first time. He declared, I shall fight for you, O Oath-bearer. The dwarven prince sincerely placed a hand upon his chest, making a decision that left even Dwalin astounded. The dwarves would muster their forces, unwavering in their commitment to the noble cause of heroes. Chapter 30. The Princess of the Evening Star in the Modern World, Awash in Materialism. People have long since lost their faith and no longer believe in the deeds of heroes or the power of oaths. They worship money. Yet in Arda, the elves remain noble and humanity has not yet fallen entirely. Though dwarves are as stubborn as stone, they are nonetheless an indispensable part of the noble alliance on the continent of Middle-earth. Here, in the third age of Middle-earth, although darkness looms ever more heavily, it is undeniable that the radiant virtues and heroic deeds continue to inspire the heart. Thus, when the Dragonborn resolutely uttered their sacred oath, even the conflicted Thorin Oakenshield was moved by their character, casting aside his inner prejudices to embrace a more noble side. This force not only shaped the fate of the dwarves but would soon influence the destiny of all Middle-earth. After concluding this momentous meeting, the dwarves chose to take their leave. Simultaneously, Thorin needed to confer with Dwalin and the others to determine which forces would ultimately accompany them to the northern front. An ancient elven proverb once stated, "The end of one matter signifies the beginning of another." Ocrion, the master of Greyport, beckoned the Dragonborn to stay. Dragonborn stood in astonishment, turning to him. Kil'dan rose and approached the side door of the hall, introducing a distinguished guest. "A visitor wishes to meet you." As a tall elven woman, nearly 6 feet 4 inches in height, entered and removed her hood. The once dim hall seemed to be illuminated as if by the brightest stars, radiating a luminous glow. A figure of exquisite beauty graced the scene, yet devoid of any semblance of youthfulness. Her raven tresses bore not a trace of silvery frost, and her alabaster arms and flawless visage exuded an ethereal smoothness. Her bright eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars, their hue reminiscent of a cloudless night. Simultaneously, she possessed the regal poise of a queen, her gaze revealing a depth of knowledge and thought, as though she had traversed the vicissitudes of time. Adorning her brow was a silver diadem, embellished with delicate gemstones that shimmered like white light. Yet, her attire was a simple, soft gray robe, secured by a belt crafted from silver leaves. She was Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn's granddaughter, the daughter of Elrond, representing lawful reign in Rivendell, here to inquire about the celestial events concerning you, Ocrion. She is Arwen, the Evening Star Princess, as explained by Certain. Gandalf immediately rose, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He bowed slightly, paying profound homage to the renowned elven princess before him. "Do you know me?" Her melodious voice, more enchanting than the most beautiful starry goddess known to the Dragonborn, resonated directly within his mind. Her lake-like gray eyes casually fell upon the Dragonborn's golden-slitted pupils. "You appear surprised yet familiar. You have heard of me and my lineage. However, I suspect the Northern Elves do not often speak of us. How do you know of us, mysterious being of the heavens? You have piqued my curiosity. Can you delve into my heart?" "No." A voice, seemingly the most exquisite and melodious of all, gently resonated within the mind of Dragonborn. The two stood not far apart, gazing intently into each other's eyes. "I can merely sense the fluctuations of your emotions. Perceiving the depths of the heart is beyond our capabilities." "And you?" "My abilities stem from my maternal lineage, the Lady Galadriel, as you refer to her. She was born in the age of the two trees, bearing the blood of the ancient 3 elven clans, thus inheriting a divine essence. I have inherited this gift." Arwen lifted her gaze towards the towering figure before her. He was one of the envoys sent by Celeborn and Galadriel to Rivendell to deliver urgent news. The power and identity possessed by the elven princess made her the most fitting choice to journey northward, to observe the extraordinary event that transpired in the summer of the year 2931 of the Third Age. After 20 relentless days of riding, Arwen had traversed much of Middle-earth, first arriving at Rivendell, located on the other side of the Misty Mountains, and then bringing with her the concerns of Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell and father of the Evening Star Princess, to the realm of the shipwright, Certain. There, she witnessed the astonishing battle between the Northern Elves and the half-orcs, and bore witness to the oath of the Dragonborn. Consequently, Arwen found herself increasingly intrigued by this individual, whose arrival had stirred much of Middle-earth. Radiant light flowed across his majestic form, embodying the power of destiny. The Vala were observing him. Meanwhile, a tremendous force, like molten lava, lay dormant within him, the golden light of fate igniting the fierce fire of the dragon. The Princess of Twilight, endowed with the ancient bloodlines of the 3 great elven clans, beheld a radiance in another that was unparalleled. Even her grandmother paled in comparison to the brilliance of this individual. In that moment, Arwen realized that the being before her was a favored child of destiny, destined to achieve remarkable feats in this increasingly dark epoch. She paid homage to him, the vows practitioner, bowing her head slightly in respect, honoring him with the reverence of Rivendell and Lothlorraine. It had been many years since anyone on the continent had dared to pledge such lofty oaths as he. Dragonborn instinctively nodded in acknowledgement, then abruptly became aware of his surroundings. "I apologize. I am not accustomed to this form of communication." The ability to converse without words liberated the dark-haired Dragonborn, evoking a sense of profound relief. "Can you truly perceive what I wish to convey?" Dragonborn, with an amused glimmer in his amber-like vertical pupils, eagerly spoke within his mind. "As long as your thoughts are clear and resolute." "Indeed, I can." A curious expression flickered across the goddess-like beauty of Arwen's face. Single dog Gandalf, smoking, drinking, and causing mayhem. The gray-robed wizard felt an unexpected itch at the tip of his nose, as he and Certain exchanged innocent glances at the two. It was evident that the elven princess was likely engaging in a mental dialogue with the Dragonborn, and recalling the latter's lamentable command of Elvish. Gandalf and Círdan deemed it a splendid method of communication. Yet there lingered an unsettling sensation that someone was disparaging him. No, a hint of suppressed laughter emerged on the exquisite visage of the elf. "Mr. Dragonborn, you are being exceedingly rude." "Ah, you indeed heard that. Your ability is quite convenient." Dragonborn blinked, a broad smile gracing his lips, the most genuine he had displayed that evening. "I thought you would be quite resistant." The princess of the evening star from the golden forest lifted her gaze, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her star-like, brilliant gray eyes. "It is indeed rather unusual," the Dragonborn honestly admitted, his eyes involuntarily drifting toward the wizard beside him. After all, having a certain perennial bachelor delve into his mind from the outset left him feeling as if his secrets had been laid bare. However, he countered to the enchanting elven princess standing before him, more captivating than all the gemstones combined. "Will you pry into all my thoughts?" "I cannot do that." Alwyn's expression turned earnest. "Nor would I ever. Your heart belongs solely to you, my Dragonborn. Then there is no issue." In the eyes of the dwarven prince, the usually taciturn yet profoundly authoritative giant now resembled a hobbit struggling to contain himself, ensnared by the incessant mental pollution of the evening star princess from Lothlorraine. A being blessed by the Vala and as radiant as the stars above, whom all Middle-earth elves held most dear. "Mr. Dragonborn," he said, his eyes dimming as the deepest sorrow surfaced on his face. "To touch another's wounds is most unkind, my princess. But are those not the most genuine thoughts within your heart? You are engulfed in sorrow for the loss of your friend. You are plagued by self-reproach. Seething with anger at your own helplessness and gripped by the fear of death." Arwen's voice nearly penetrated the defenses of the Dragonborn's heart, touching upon his most tender vulnerabilities. "Yet, I must assert, it is not your fault. Elrond chose her fate and faced it with courage. What a remarkable act that is." "And you?" The evening star princess from Lorien extended her alabaster arms, gently smoothing away the furrow of unease and guilt from the Dragonborn's brow. "May the compassion of Nienna dwell within your heart, my dear Dragonborn. You are still so young, and the burdens of life should not rest upon your shoulders. Open your heart, for in the future you shall find more friends and lovers who will care for you and cherish you. A most precious gift bestowed upon you by Eru Ilúvatar." Arwen lowered her graceful arm and sincerely offered her blessings. "I come bearing the goodwill of Rivendell and Lorien." "Dragonborn, the path of a hero is fraught with difficulty. May your journey be devoid of sorrow." The Dragonborn lowered his gaze, locking eyes with her. The sorrow within him diminished under the gaze of the elven princess, whose eyes sparkled like the most radiant stars in the heavens. Gandalf and Círdan smiled as they beheld this beautiful scene. Chapter 31. The Unfolding of Fate's Narrative. In this world, there are those who pass like a gentle breeze, quietly departing yet leaving profound imprints behind. Thus, upon confirming that the celestial being was a fated child destined for glory in this era, Princess Eveningstar departed that very night. Before her departure, the enchanting elven princess bestowed upon Dragonborn an exceedingly precious farewell gift. "May this gem bring you vitality and healing in your most perilous moments," she gently articulated as she presented a vibrant green gemstone. This gem, reminiscent of lush leaves, was embedded in a silver brooch shaped like a soaring eagle. It is said to encapsulate the brilliance of the sun. Through this gem, one could witness the revival of the withered or the rejuvenation of the weary. The bearer, by mere touch, could mend the wounds of all things. This Alessa gem was originally crafted in the First Age by the Noldor artisan Eärendil of Gondolin, who cherished flora in the sunlight filtering through leaves, thus creating the Alessa gem, as verdant as foliage and infused with sunlight. Eärendil gifted the Alessa to Princess Idril of Gondolin, who wore it while fleeing to the mouths of Sauron as Gondolin fell, later bequeathing it to her son Eärendil, the very star in the sky that symbolizes hope. When Eärendil ruled the mouths of Sauron, the healing powers of Alessa rendered the land vibrant with life. Until the year 534 of the First Age, Eärendil resolved to sail westward in search of the legendary Aman, heralding the onset of the most grand, yet final, battle of the First Age, known as the War of Wrath. "Thus, have I turned Aragorn green?" Dragonborn stood upon the banks of the river, his fingers gripping a gemstone that was destined to serve as the token of love between King Aragorn II and Princess Evenstart. The hue of the gem instilled in him a peculiar unease. He vividly recalled the moment when the enchanting Arwen presented the gem. Gandalf, who had previously worn a smile akin to that of a doting ant, suddenly transformed, inadvertently snapping several strands of his gray beard between his fingers. This unexpected reaction compelled Dragon to accept the gem, dispelling any prior reluctance. He mused, rather impolitely, about the irony of Gandalf's pretensions, relishing the moment. He genuinely pondered whether, had this gem not fallen into Aragorn's hands, the title of King Elisar and the love story with the Evenstar would have ever come to fruition. However, he quickly dismissed this notion as mere jest. In truth, Dragonborn felt a genuine warmth from Arwen's gesture. She truly wished for the vibrant gem to heal his inner turmoil and to safeguard him during the impending expedition. The elven princess's spirit was as gentle as her gaze and voice, prompting Dragonborn to refrain from tainting such beauty, and he carefully stowed the gem away. Elves are always so generous with their friends, he mused. At that moment, an aged voice resonated through the air. It was the Grey Pilgrim, seemingly anticipating his presence. Gandalf emerged from the starlight, clad in a flowing gray robe, his bright eyes resembling stars in the night sky. Clutched in his hand was his cherished pipe, from which the tobacco known as South Farthing Star emitted a faint glow. "What of that gemstone?" he inquired. Gandalf remained silent as the two stood quietly on the embankment of that day, the briny sea breeze gently tousling their sleeves and hair. Lord Círdan once uttered a profound truth. Though outwardly a wizard, Gandalf is, in essence, a Maya. The affairs of the world are ever-changing, he suddenly remarked. Who can truly claim to possess mastery over fate? Dragonborn pondered this, recognizing the familiarity of the statement, and upon further reflection, recalled that it had indeed been spoken by the Lord of Grey Havens, causing him to smirk. Regardless, the gem is in my possession, and it is utterly impossible for me to part with it. As if sensing his thoughts, a fleeting smile graced Gandalf's wise eyes. Fear not. I harbor no interest in your gem. Safeguard it well. It shall undoubtedly aid you when you find yourself in dire need. The wizard furrowed his brow. Seemingly confronted with an insurmountable dilemma, his pipe exhaling swirling tendrils of smoke, the dark red aura fluctuating like his mood. I believe that fate arrives before us both when we require it and when we do not, he asserted with solemnity, enunciating each word carefully. Suddenly, the gray-robed wizard grasped the essence of his words, forgetting to draw from his pipe, his expression one of astonishment. The Dragonborn, too, chose not to elaborate further. Thus, as quietly as he had come, the wizard departed. No one knows what the wizard truly understood that night. All that is certain is that thereafter, the being we refer to as Gandalf, whom the elves call Mithrandir, and known in Valinor as Rin, adopted a far more respectful demeanor towards the dark-haired Dragonborn. By the cold banks, only the Dragonborn remained alone once more. At that moment, the radiant light of Eärendil began to swell in the east. Reminiscent of that fateful evening, Dragon let out a deep sigh as he gazed upon the shimmering surface of the sea in the Bay of Shun beyond Grey Haven. Stirred by a wave of nostalgia for his dear friends and family. The passing of elves does not succumb to oblivion. There is no need for such mourning. It seemed as if it had been agreed upon that unexpected guests would arrive one after another this evening. The Dragonborn, feeling exasperated, remarked, I have heard enough for today. Might I have a moment of peace for my ears? Nevertheless, despite his words, Dragonborn turned his head, murmuring, and gazed upon the newcomer. Fina, under the starlight. The head chef burst into the Dragonborn's view, striding with vigor, utterly unlike an elf. Huh. Fina crossed her arms and regarded him with little courtesy. I have heard. Heard what? The dark-haired Dragonborn looked at her in confusion. The half-elf princess has come to seek you. She even brought you a gem. At that moment, the elven maiden resembled the girl he had first encountered, rather than the ranger she had become in her battle attire. So, Fina glared at him, her eyes fixed intently upon him, remaining silent. Dragonborn sighed once more, his expression reflecting greater exasperation. Do you like it? He conjured forth the emerald gemstone, brandishing it momentarily before her eyes. Regrettably, I cannot bestow it upon you. In that instant, Dragonborn experienced an inexplicable sense of unprecedented relaxation. This is a parting gift bestowed upon me. I cannot relinquish it, yet I assure you, I shall present you with a gift more exquisite than this gem. Fina's eyes sparkled, her enchanting visage radiating with delight. So it is settled. The elven maiden's eyes shimmered with unmatched brilliance. I shall await it eagerly. I too am curious to see what gift could rival the elven stone. With that, the elf darted away like a gust of wind. The familiar joy uplifted Dragonborn's spirits. He contemplated the Elasa gem, which glimmered with a purer green under the starlight, lost in thought, the nature of which remained elusive. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Ah! The insufferable gray-robed wizard has once again appeared from the shadows. Forgive this old man for his uninvited presence, I mean to say once more. Ahem. Gandalf took a deep breath of the finest pipe weed from the Shire, his countenance bright with mirth as he observed the increasingly agitated Dragonborn in the moonlight, and leisurely uttered, Do you know how to ride a horse? Taken aback for a moment, Dragonborn soon comprehended his inquiry. Of course I do. Upon realizing this, Gandalf exhaled a puff of smoke, allowing the rings to drift and expand until they vanished. Will you serve as infantry? Ocrian. A long journey awaits, fraught with toil. A most impolite thought whirled relentlessly in the mind of Dragon, ultimately manifesting as a deep sigh. Is it permissible for me to commence my studies tomorrow? The future luminary of Central Continent felt, at this moment, as forlorn as a child. He hoped to discover a steed capable of bearing the weight of his aspirations. The petty elder finally seized an opportunity to deliver a subtle mockery. At this juncture, Dragonborn yearned fervently for his hammer. Believing it imperative to convey to the sorcerer that words, however obstinate, could not rival the might of a hammer. Just then, a resounding neigh echoed throughout mist-longed Grey Harbor, interrupting their exchange. It was. Gandalf's eyes widened in astonishment, an unfamiliar sensation welling up within him, jealousy, as later recounted by Dragonborn. The sacred Nahar emerged from the light, traversing the shimmering waters of Shuan Bay, approaching the dark-haired scion of dragons. I have heard in the west that a knight, bearing the blood of dragons, is about to embark on a quest. I too wish to accompany you, to cleanse the darkness. Gandalf fell silent, his expression a masterpiece of emotion. Dragonborn, equally taken aback, pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "It is indeed wonderful to have someone up there." The poem The Spirit of Nahar in the Third Age perfectly encapsulated the scene at that moment. The Holy One descended from the light, bringing tidings from the lands of the west. The others trembled, cleansing the darkness. Chapter 32. The Might of Nahar. Nahar is the steed of the Vala Orum. It is said to be entirely snow-white under the sunlight and to shine with silver at night, with golden horseshoes adorning its hooves. In the year of the trees 1085, as Orum rode eastward during a hunting expedition, he turned north along the banks of Helker, traversing the shadows cast by the eastern mountains of Olorkani. Suddenly, Nahar let out a resounding cry and came to a halt. It was at this moment that Orum heard songs echoing from afar, leading the Vala to discover the elves. By the year of the trees 1105, Orum, mounted on Nahar, led the elves towards the west. The aforementioned accounts of Nahar in the lore and poetry of the elves, stripped of their embellishments, reveal that Nahar is undoubtedly a blessed spirit, and it is even possible that it is a Maya. Thus, when the dragon appeared before the elves and dwarves atop the towering Nahar, which stood over 2 meters high, reaching nearly 3, the gathered crowd, including Thorin, was utterly awestruck. "O mighty Nahar, O holy Nahar," said Certain, bowing his noble head. "The elves have not beheld your presence for many ages. We are astonished to witness once again the ancient spirit of your, O great Nahar. What brings you here, and to where do you journey? Does the gray sky and earth of Middle-earth still hold your favor?" In the sunlight, the snow-white Nahar, pure as silver, flaunted its long mane in the morning breeze. It paused before Certain and spoke in the tongue of men. Certain, filled with joy, humbly stepped back, his spirit greatly uplifted. Clearly, the Vala had not abandoned Middle-earth. The gaze of the powerful still watched over this land and its people with sacred and profound affection. Yet, the decree that the wise should not dwell among mortals bound them. The allure of immortality juxtaposed with the mortality of ordinary beings can induce obsession and madness. A poignant lesson etched in the blood of the Númenóreans. To prevent further mortals from succumbing to endless jealousy and resentment, the sacred realm of Aman ultimately severed its ties with Arda, ascending into the outer sea. This hallowed land was henceforth reserved exclusively for the immortal elves, while humanity and dwarves, along with other mortal races, were barred from entering Aman. With a complex expression, Thorin gazed upon the Dragonborn riding atop Nahar, stirred by an emotion reminiscent of Gandalf's presence from the previous night. Mahal, the Vala, who exactly is he? Yet, the Prince of Dwarves quickly dispelled any lingering shadows within his heart, illuminated by the radiance emanating from Valinor. He bowed his proud head, bestowing the utmost reverence upon the divine being from the undying lands. However, the dwarven culture lacked an appreciation for horses, leaving them utterly speechless as they stared at Nahar, unable to articulate their awe. Fili, Kili, Dwalin, and Nori stood agape, gazing at the magnificent creature from afar, hesitant to approach. Nahar, unlike with the elves, did not extend the same warmth towards the dwarves. Instead, it merely acknowledged the creations of all with a nod, then galloped away, its powerful hooves pounding the earth as it raced along the eastern banks of the River Shire. The morning sun bathed its form in an almost blinding, sacred light. "Can we not begin by learning to run slowly?" Dragonborn clenched the holy creature's mane, somewhat embarrassed, as he nestled upon its back, his legs clinging tightly to its broad, muscular spine. The morning breeze pierced his face like an arrow as the elements along the riverbanks rushed past him, reduced to mere shadows. The laws of Arda constrained me. The sacred voice of Naharl, tinged with excitement, echoed in the air. It had not traversed this blessed land for many years. To once again set foot on this hallowed ground, to feel the winds and scents of this realm, stirred Naharl's spirit. It galloped with abandon. Akin to a streak of white lightning, the thunderous sound of hooves resonating like distant thunder. I shall gradually meld with this land, it proclaimed. The divine power from Valinor exerted its influence over them, and the exchange between the Dragonborn and Naharl unfolded in a peculiarly unique manner. Dragonborn could comprehend its words. And when he spoke, Naharl understood him directly. This was a law established by Vala and the most sacred Il Vader, one that I too could not defy. For at that time, both my strength and speed would be curtailed. Thus, a man and a horse traversed the vast, dim plains with exaggerated speed. Entering the gloomy forest of the Twilight Hills, 120 miles from Greyport. We must cleanse the tainted bloodline of Ugal Liani before then. Even the Dragonborn, with his extraordinary constitution, felt that not even an elf could withstand Naharl's remarkable swiftness. The pristine walls of Greyport had long vanished from the horizon, and before him lay a range of unfamiliar mountains he had never reached. In this place, the low yet sinister woods are sparse, cloaked in a carpet of moss, with sunlight filtering through in dappled patches. The leaves and most of the underbrush appear unnaturally curled and wilted, as though afflicted by some ailment. A dark force pervades the forest. We, Nahar, nimbly leap along the narrow mountain path, our steps surprisingly steady, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing amid the jagged rocks. This secluded grove has been eroded by nefarious powers, greedily siphoning the vitality of the trees, relentless and insatiable, much like their creator. This sacred creature bears Dragonborn, advancing and leaping until we arrive at a shadowy realm. Here, a peak formed of stone rises abruptly amidst the relatively gentle hills, enveloped by towering yet ailing fir trees, where even the light of Arian cannot penetrate. Shadows stretch between the rocks and trees, and it feels as though something lurks in the darkness. I find this place unsettling. Dragonborn tightened his grip on the silvery warhammer, Gladius, and furrowed his brow. Thus, we must eradicate it. Nahar's golden hooves lifted high and descended heavily. A spark erupting violently, swiftly transforming into a blazing circle that radiated outward. The inky darkness of the woods crackled as it met Nahar's fiery light, hissing as if boiling, then seemingly recoiling in fear. Come forth, come forth. With resounding valor, Nahar proclaimed, O night imbued with the essence of a dragon. Let us immolate the encroaching darkness with hallowed flames. A look of bewilderment crossed the visage of Dragonborn. Yet, he was ultimately captivated by the zealous ardor of the sacred entity. Before him stood a being of resplendent purity, so immaculate, so divine, emanating from the very heart of luminescence. Its commitment to expunging the darkness was not mere rhetoric, but a creed it earnestly upheld, as it had since time immemorial. Thus, the Dragonborn, with a hearty laugh, unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, a conflagration of immense intensity. From within the tenebrous depths, a multitude of abhorrent creatures, each adorned with a plethora of eyes, emitted shrieks of terror, spewing forth curses as they scurried towards the central peak of the woodland. These were the very monstrous arachnids that had participated in the assault upon Mythland, Grey Havens, only to abandon Azig in his hour of need. It seemed that since their ignominious rout from the battlefield, these abominations had taken refuge in this locale, only to ultimately succumb to the purifying flames. In their wake, the dragon fire relentlessly consumed all that was combustible. The once impenetrable darkness, so dense that it defied visibility, receded like a tide under the combined assault of the incandescent flames in the radiant light of Valinor. Those arachnids unfortunate enough to lag behind were reduced to cinders, leaving not even skeletal remains. In the end, approximately 145 of these arachnids, each the size of a buffalo, fled in disarray, their cries echoing as they sought refuge within the mountain at the heart of the forest. Unperturbed by the raging inferno, the knight and his steed, with a resounding neigh, ventured into this domain, once consumed by darkness, now a desolate hell's cape devoid of life, save for the pervasive stench of decay and death. One is a knight imbued with the blood of dragons, and the other is a holy spirit radiating the light of Valinor, impervious to flames and searing heat. Soon, the two traversed the inferno-engulfed forest, arriving beneath a towering rocky peak. Lord Naharl, they stood before the purged woods behind them, cleansed by flames and the luminous essence of Valinor. Dragonborn wielded a heavy hammer, his silvery armor shimmering with a sacred glow under the finally descending sunlight. What shall we do here? The rocks are unburnable, and it seems this swarm of spider creatures has excavated numerous caverns within the mountains, or perhaps these hollows were always present, merely uncovered by them. Inside, they exuded an ominous darkness, akin to gaping maws reeking of decay, ready to devour any unwary soul that dared to intrude. I have no desire to venture inside. It is far too repulsive. The light of Velenar in Naharl's eyes blazed with fervor as he proclaimed, "Let us instead push them aside, burying them beneath stone and earth, consigning their carcasses to eternal darkness, never to see the light of day again." Dragonborn was taken aback by the Holy Spirit's belligerent spirit. In that moment, he envisioned a time long past, when the spirit carried another equally valiant warrior, galloping across vast lands, battling myriad evil beings. The warrior sounded a thunderous horn, causing countless monsters lurking in the shadows to flee in terror. They roared triumphantly, exulting in victory, hunting recklessly upon the land of the middle continent, where only the stars glimmered and the sun and moon remained unseen. Shaking his head, the battle fervor within the Dragonborn ignited. His already boiling blood seemed to seethe with an intensity akin to flames. Before long, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the shadowy hills, a place seldom trodden by human feet. The peaks trembled in response to the bellow, while the trees rustled ominously. The remaining birds and creatures hastily fled from the mountains and woods, escaping to safety. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a piercing whinny of a steed, the towering mountains crumbled. Chapter 33. The formation of the expeditionary force in the new week. The call for recommendations and collections continued. After a relentless night of travel, Alarson, leading 15 elite Dúnedain Rangers, finally arrived at the port city of Mithland, Grey Haven, 4 hours after sunrise. The sight that greeted him was one he would remember for the rest of his life. This very moment was immortalized in verse by elves, dwarves, and men alike. The spirit of the king arrived from the north, bearing light and fire, achieving the grandeur of imperial deeds, witnessed by the sovereigns of elves, men, and dwarves together. Alarson, son of Alador, had encountered the lord of the northern elves and the prince of the Dúnedain dwarfs. Upon recognizing the banner of the Dúnedain, he dismounted gracefully, approaching as a humble ranger and offering his respects. The elves compensated the dwarves with an array of gemstones, including lustrous white diamonds, deep blue sapphires, fiery red rubies, and vibrant green turquoises, the abundance of which was enough to elicit a quiet nod of approval from the heavily burdened Thorin. Furthermore, the injured dwarves shall remain in the Grey Havens, under the meticulous care of the elves, until these boisterous and ardent short folk have fully recuperated, at which point they shall depart from this resplendent coastal city. Thorin, Dwalin, Gloin, and the Oin and Ori brothers will lead 800 dwarven guards and 200 ram riders to join the expedition. At this moment, as the dwarves and elves bid farewell, Aragorn's company intruded upon the scene. The Grey Wizard, as if foreseeing their arrival, bypassed the astonished Círdan and Thorin, approaching them and proclaiming, "Welcome, son of Aradar, Aragorn. What brings men to the elven harbor at this hour? As you can perceive, the dwarves and elves have recently endured a great battle, and thus, a visit to Mithland is ill-timed. Perhaps you recognize me. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the Grey." Behind him, Círdan and Thorin simultaneously furrowed their brows. The man before them was tall and robust, his eyes bearing the marks of countless trials, yet he maintained a noble bearing and refined demeanor. Without a doubt, these were the Dúnedain, the descendants of western men in the north. The elves and dwarves exchanged glances, perplexed as to why the human rangers would arrive at Mithland, Grey Havens, at this particular moment. Aragorn's keen gaze absorbed the expressions and countenances of everyone present. He looked in surprise at the old gray-clad man who called himself Gandalf, paying particular attention to his shaggy white hair and beard. "Gandalf, you are that Gandalf, the elf of the staff in our tongue, Gandalf the Grey Wanderer? But how can this be?" he exclaimed. "I had presumed you had long since departed this world, for you have not graced the sight of the Dúnedain for many years, Gandalf. It brings me joy that my name still lingers in the bedtime tales of the Rangers." Gandalf laughed heartily, delighted by the astonishment of the Northern Rangers' leader. "I have indeed witnessed your forebears in the Etten Moors and have guided them, though you have long forgotten. Yet, I take solace in the knowledge that the lineage of Isildur endures, O son of Arathorn, Arathorn." Ah, Círdan and Thorin were even more taken aback. This weary, weathered man, with eyes sharp as frost, is indeed the most formidable heir to the Northern Kingdom and the Southern Gondor. This revelation was quite unexpected for them. Given that the Kingdom of Lindon has chosen to remain reclusive for the past 2 millennia, These rangers have fostered a closer bond with the elves of Rivendell and Círdan. For a moment, truly could not recall their origins. However, upon Gandalf's mention, the Lord of Grey Havens discerned the traces of kingship in the gaze and countenance of this young, yet resolute man. "Welcome," Círdan said, heir of Isildur. "The northern elves are heartened to learn that the glorious bloodline has not been severed. We once fought alongside your ancestors under a shared banner. Now, as we reunite, could this not be the hand of fate guiding us?" Arathorn hastily bowed to the Lord of Grey Havens, releasing the reins of his steed, the great grey horse, which stood quietly beside him. He spoke, "I have heard the horn of the Elven King of the North, yet I have arrived too late. My kin and I have scoured the northern wilderness in search of traces of malevolence. We vanquished no fewer than 100 half-orcs and gleaned from their confessions that the alliance of the northern elves and dwarves had recently triumphed over the sinister blasphemer, Azog. The nefarious schemes of the half-orcs have been thwarted." This revelation filled us with both joy and relief. We rejoiced that the northern elven kingdom continues to stand proud, and we were relieved that the wicked conspiracy had failed. However, just last night, I was beset by an extraordinary dream. In this vision, I beheld a towering figure of great majesty. He commanded the armies of elves, dwarves, and men as they advanced towards the north, while the walls of the sanctified city of Mistharon radiated a divine luminescence behind him. Thus, I understood that this was the fate of the northern human realm. I roused my companions, and we hastened through the night, covering over 100 miles. Finally, before the sun had fully risen, we arrived at the elven port of Mistharon, where we sought an audience with the esteemed Círdan and Thorin Oakenshield. Though Thorin was astonished to hear his name invoked, he retained his composure and nodded graciously. Only then did Alas' son continue his tale. "Now, I find myself intrigued. Who can enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the hero in my dream? That radiant figure akin to the kings of old? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Could this merely be a whimsical fantasy conjured by the Dúnedain?" Upon hearing Alas' son's lengthy exposition, all were taken aback. It is said that the blood of Númenóreans flows within the veins of the Dúnedain. Yet now, having borne witness firsthand, Círdan and Thorin truly recognized the marvel of this power. Alas' son seemed to foresee all events with uncanny precision, as if he had witnessed them himself. Chiltern and Solon exchanged astonished glances. "You have not misjudged, son of Alardu, our son." The gray-robed wizard smiled and proclaimed, "The visions you have dreamt are precisely what we are about to confront. The elves and dwarves are set to march northward, poised to assault the greatest stronghold of the halflings in the north. Now, even the Dúnedain have come forth to lend their aid. Is this not a harbinger of our inevitable success?" Upon hearing this, Alarson's countenance brightened with joy. Just then, from Blue Mountain to Fernost, and from Grey Haven to the Shire, all goodly folk were suddenly roused by a resounding roar echoing from the horizon. The sound was imbued with authority, reminiscent of a dragon's fierce roar. Everyone turned their gaze toward the north, toward the shadowed hills, as an inexplicable shiver surged from the depths of their souls. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" The inhabitants of the Shire scurried in terror. The timid feared the sky might collapse, while the bolder, though trembling, did not forget to hide beneath their windows, peering curiously yet fearfully through their bright and cozy panes of glass. "Last time it was a wolf. What could it be this time?" murmured Bilbo Baggins of Hobbiton, frantically grasping the silver fork and knife that his grandmother, the kind-hearted old Laura, had bequeathed to his mother and then to him. Shivering, he nestled into the warm embrace of his bed in Bag End. "This day has been utterly dreadful," thought the young Baggins, his pointed ears occasionally extending beyond the covers, straining to listen intently to the sounds outside. "Perhaps I should venture to the north to see for myself." In the days to come, a mere mortal, a hobbit, lay concealed beneath the covers of his bed, his complexion pale. He had heard from old Took of the Took family in Long Ca on that recently. In the northern valley and along the main road, the ethereal presence of elves had been sighted. This was a legendary race. Perhaps fortune favored me, and I might encounter a noble being or two, allowing the ill fate of the Baggins family to dissipate more swiftly. Alas, poor old Bungo and Belladonna, you departed from Bilbo far too early. Though Bag End is warm and delightful, I find myself longing for the company you once provided. Thus, our Mr. Baggins murmured to himself before succumbing to a deep slumber. Suddenly, Bilbo Baggins awoke with a start. He hastily leapt from his bed, and to his astonishment, everything within Bag End appeared perfectly normal. No danger, no monsters. The sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting its warm glow upon the white petals of the flowers on the windowsill and across the table. With this, Bilbo's heart found tranquility. Yet, he could not remain still. The young hobbit sprang to his feet. Perhaps I should heed old Turka's advice and venture near the Wood of the Gathering, a forest in the northern part of the Shire, situated north of Hobbiton. Who knows, I might truly see elves, and thus bring an end to my misfortune. I have grown weary of this life, filled with trepidation and confusion. Regardless of the outcome, I shall journey north. Yes, I shall depart at once. The impetuous, adventurous spirit of the Took blood surged within Bilbo Baggins, compelling the young hobbit to dash out of his home, leaping over fences and streams, and calling out as he ran toward the north. Throughout the journey, the residents of Hobbiton, still shaken from their fright, gazed at Bilbo Baggins with pitying eyes, believing that this orphan soul had finally succumbed to madness. Meanwhile, Arathorn was astonished to see a radiant white light racing towards them from the north, its speed akin to that of thunder. The sunlight illuminated this divine white glow, exuding an indescribable sense of sanctity and majesty, as though a king were making an entrance or a hero were returning home. The elves and dwarves present bowed their proud heads in reverence to this awe-inspiring and holy light. As the white light halted before Arathorn, a towering figure, resplendent like a deity under the sun, addressed him. "Strange traveler, who are you?" Arathorn's right hand trembled slightly as he placed it upon his left breast, offering the utmost respect to the regal figure. "I am willing to fight for you, Silver King. I am Arathorn, son of Arator." In the summer of the year 2931 of the Third Age, the allied forces of elves, dwarves, and men finally assembled under the watchful gaze of the returning dragon-blooded with golden vertical pupils. The northern conflict was on the verge of erupting. On August 23rd, 2931 of the Third Age, 3 days after the Battle of Demes Tlong, Greyport, a contingent comprised of Lindon elves, Durin dwarves, and Dúnedain warriors, fully equipped with weapons and armor, and accompanied by the neighing of steeds and horned rams, set forth from Greyport, traversing eastward towards the direction of the Shire. As formidable races of this world, this well-equipped alliance advanced with remarkable swiftness. In the east, the radiant dawn revealed a round face, as 200 elite elven cavalrymen trod upon the golden light of the morning, arriving at the valley between the northern region of the Shire and the Twilight Hills. Poised across the river. Here, the Baranduin River, flowing from the tranquil waters of Lake Evendim, cleaves the Hobbit's homeland of the Shire into two. On the left bank of the Baranduin lies Hobbiton, the beloved home of the protagonist Bilbo and Frodo Baggins from The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. Situated at the confluence of a tributary and the North River. To the north of Hobbiton stretches the Stock Forest. Beyond the Stock Forest, one can find the magnificent road and ferry constructed by the Númenóreans of the ancient northern kingdom of Arnor. It was along this very road that the last king of Gondor, Irnur, traversed the Baranduin River to assault the capital of the besieged kingdom of Arthedain, Fernost, held captive by the malevolent Witch King of Aumar. Now, 2 millennia have elapsed. The coalition of elves, men, and dwarves once again sets foot upon this time-honored and resplendent thoroughfare. Fording the ever-constant Baranduin River, which glimmers with a beautiful golden-brown hue under the gentle caress of the morning sun, the term Baranduin in Sindarin inherently signifies the golden-brown river. Bilbo Baggins, nervously biting his nails, concealed behind a grand tree in the Stock Forest, gazed in awe as noble beings clad in resplendent armor that gleamed with dazzling gold in the sunlight marched in an orderly fashion from the west, raising their sacred banners. My goodness, what have I stumbled upon? Elves. Not 1, not 2, not 3, nor 5 or 6 or 7, but countless fairies. The young hobbit from the Shire, whose home was but a stone's throw from the bustling town of Hobbiton, was so astonished that he nearly bit his own tongue. He stamped his foot, eager to shout. Yet the excited hobbit sorrowfully realized that he could utter not a single word, for he felt utterly insignificant, akin to a filthy little beast. In comparison to these ethereal beings, whose handsome visages and noble presence could be sensed from miles away, he glanced down at his grimy, oversized feet, then at the exquisite armor and helmets adorned with pristine white plumes worn by the fairies, and a wave of pitiful inferiority washed over him. Perhaps I should not intrude upon them. After all, they appeared to be in a great hurry, as if attending to some momentous affair. Bilbo Baggins from Hobbiton bit his fingernails, his eyes darting about. Or perhaps the fairies were hastening to the battlefield. Bilbo recalled the recent decree issued by the esteemed Mayor Isambard took 4 of the Shire, declaring that the Shire had no king, and that they were, in fact, an autonomous realm of the kingdom of Arthedain. The highest office was that of the Mayor of Hobbiton, who also served as the town's magistrate. The decree forbade all hobbits from lingering outside at night, and a squad of town guards was summoned to expel a band of half-orcs that had fled from the west. To be honest, when the residents of Hobbiton first heard the proclamation, they unanimously believed that Isambard took 4 had lost his wits. However, Bilbo, having witnessed a legion of fully armed elves crossing the ford of the Baranduin River, heading north, began to sense the peril that had befallen the world. This young hobbit, endowed with a cleverness and courage rare among his kin, contemplated with dismay whether his fortune was indeed favorable or adverse. Yet, ultimately, Bilbo Baggins could not bear to forfeit such a rare opportunity. He chose to remain concealed behind the ancient tree, peering at these illustrious beings, whose nobility was now seldom witnessed. The elves, of course, soon detected the presence of this little creature lurking in the foliage. Merely a halfling, remarked Galdr, the elven commander of the vanguard, who led a force comprising 300 elven cavalry and 200 dwarven ram riders. He instantly recognized the diminutive figure, akin to a nimble thief whose eyes were perpetually darting about, as one of the hobbits from the Shire. Thus, the elves did not attempt to chase away this audacious fellow, but swiftly crossed the Baranduin River, continuing their journey northward. Bilbo, who had been quietly observing from behind the great tree, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, as he saw the elves depart only to be followed by a thunderous procession of dwarves riding rams. First the elves, and now the dwarves, surely. Soon there would be men as well? What was happening in this world? Was the end nigh? Bilbo, caught between exhilaration and trepidation, gnawed at his nails, his frame trembling incessantly. The allure of adventure had begun to wane, replaced by a longing for the cozy comforts of Bag End. He reflected on his momentary lapse in judgment that had led him to forsake his idyllic existence for the hardships of the north, enduring the relentless bites of insects and the pangs of hunger in the sweltering August heat. The dwarves, like the elves, were in a state of hurried mobilization. Adorned in helmets and armor, it became evident that they were not embarking on a leisurely excursion, but rather hastening to a battlefield where conflict had erupted. Bilbo's imagination conjured vivid images of elves and dwarves launching valiant offensives against a malevolent adversary, only to be overwhelmed by a sea of blades and fire, their fallen bodies littering the desolate landscape. The sheer horror of the vision caused Bilbo to gasp for breath, paralyzed by fear. A piercing shriek escaped his lips as he desperately attempted to flee, but his limbs betrayed him, leaving him collapsed on the ground, his face pallid. Engrossed in the ghastly phantasmagoria of his own creation, Bilbo remained oblivious to the dwarves' crossing of the river, lost in his terror. As time elapsed, Bilbo was roused from his reverie by the ethereal cadence of approaching hooves, their rhythm imbued with a soothing, restorative quality. He opened his eyes and gazed westward, where a radiant beam of light captivated his gaze. Bilbo vowed that he had never beheld a being of such profound majesty. With a mere glance, he was captivated by the ethereal figure of the Dragonborn, rendered speechless, his mouth agape, trembling in awe. Dragonborn rode upon the sacred Naharl, unencumbered by a helmet, instead adorned with a diadem of elven design, forged from mithril and embellished with diamonds. At his waist, a peculiar horn crafted from white shell, its ends encased in gold, was secured by a silver chain, a gift bestowed upon him by the Lord of Greyport before his departure. Additionally, a verdant gemstone was affixed to the mantle of his armor, reflecting emerald hues as sunlight danced upon its surface. Surrounding him were knights exuding regal presence, among them the sagacious wizard and the sharp-eyed Allerson to his left. And to his right, the brooding yet dignified dwarven prince. I contend that we ought to bypass the accursed place of Minas and head straight for Khazad-dûm. Our forces are limited, and we cannot afford to squander them on trivial pursuits. It is folly, and Minas stands as a barrier between Khazad-dûm and Mithland. Should we neglect it, the half-orcs here may retaliate, striking our rear as we march northward toward Khazad-dûm, and what then of Lord Círdan's garrison at Greyport? We must first eliminate this thorn in our side to proceed without concern. The dwarves have faced their share of conflict. Wizard, do not presume us to be mere children of men. The half-orcs of Minas are but remnants of a defeated force, their hearts consumed by fear and trepidation. These half-orcs dared not take up arms again. They were not elves, nor dwarves, nor even humans. Cowering in terror was their present demeanor. That you cannot assure. The gray wizard retorted, his eyes gleaming with sagacity. The master behind Azog is no simple personage. We cannot guarantee he has no hidden cards. After all, he has employed such formidable characters as a Balrog and the king of the wargs, ancient demons of immense power. We must not indulge in complacency. These words served as a reminder to Thorin and evoked a sense of dereliction of duty. He brandished his warhammer in vexation, as if to vent his inner frustration. Nevertheless, the obstinate dwarf persisted. Regardless, I stand by my words. Squandering our forces on that forsaken place is by no means a judicious decision. Furthermore, the dwarf prince's rationale was equally compelling. We have no time to waste. We must strike at Karn DM before that beast Azog can react. Otherwise, should the orcs be granted the opportunity to regroup, the siege of that fortress will cost the lives of countless elves and dwarfs. At this, Gandalf was rendered momentarily speechless. The aged wizard puffed incessantly on his pipe, muttering under his breath. Nearby, Aragorn rode his gray horse, pied, in taciturn silence, trailing the immaculate Nahar by a full horse length. The dwarf rode abreast of him, while the wizard advanced slightly, yet remained a half-length behind the Dragonborn. Thus, the principal leaders of the allied forces formed a peculiar, yet balanced, ensemble. The elf stood in solidarity with the Dragonborn. The dwarves dutifully adhered to the commands of the Dragonborn, yet their views clashed with those of the sorcerer, while the Dúnedain remained silent, offering no assistance to either side. This discord had begun the previous night, prior to their departure, escalating into a full night and morning of fruitless argument, with neither party able to sway the other. The cacophony had left Dragonborn with a throbbing headache. In his past life as an ordinary man, he lacked the prowess to command and direct with authority, which had led him to refrain from voicing any opinions on the matter. After all, both the aggressive advance and the cautious approach seemed to possess their own merits. Commanding an army was not within his expertise, thus, he could only listen quietly and weigh the options in silence. Ultimately, it was best to leave the decision to the Silver King. Upon hearing this, Thorin Oakenshield ceased his complaints and turned his gaze towards the Dragonborn, the nominal leader of the coalition. Dragonborn sat astride his sacred steed, Nahal, remaining utterly silent. Operian, what are you doing here? Just as Bilbo Baggins found himself overwhelmed by a scene he would never forget, his heart racing and limbs trembling, wishing for paper and ink to capture the moment, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. Fina seized the collar of the fleeing Bilbo, lifting him effortlessly, her gray eyes revealing a hint of curiosity mixed with discontent. Hobbit, eavesdropping and spying are not the actions of a virtuous soul. Are you a spy? Or perhaps a thief? The young hobbit was utterly terrified, struggling helplessly like a small creature caught in a grip. A thief? Nay, Bilbo Baggins had never pilfered so much as a pin in his life. The female ranger, amused, released him. Yet, Bilbo remained rooted to the spot, as a dozen elven arrows targeted his heart and brow. This brief interlude near the woods had successfully eased the Dragonborn's awkward predicament. The leaders of the allied forces all paused, their attention drawn to the child apprehended by the female ranger and her scouts, who were tasked with reconnaissance and flank protection. Dragonborn cast a questioning glance at the female chef who had chosen to join the expedition, his expression a silent inquiry. However, he swiftly grasped the situation. A hobbit? The Holy Spirit spoke for the first time. So, these are the later children? Their sin is not particularly pleasant. This hobbit appears far weaker than both the firstborn, elves, and the secondborn, men. Are they truly the blessed children of the most holy Aiel Vader? It is rather disconcerting. Nahar, evidently unfamiliar with hobbits, circled the diminutive figure, who stood no taller than a human child of 78 years, much to Bilbo's dismay. The Holy Spirit loomed so grand and divine that the hobbit barely reached his thigh. Moreover, Bilbo furtively glanced at the towering figure seated upon the Holy Spirit, only to be met with the chilling gaze of his majestic, golden, vertical pupils, which nearly caused his soul to depart his body. He stammered and mumbled, unable to articulate a coherent word. These towering beings exude an air of majesty, each resembling a regal monarch, while I find myself cast as the interrogated criminal. The young hobbit is engulfed in a tumult of fear and indignation, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Behold, Bilbo Baggins, witness the lengths to which you have gone in pursuit of adventure, though your intentions were merely to satisfy your curiosity about the elves. You have found yourself ensnared in such dire circumstances. Indeed, it seems that tales of adventure are but fabrications. The cozy confines of Bag End remain the ultimate and singular refuge for Baggins. Henceforth, anyone who dares to speak of adventure shall be deemed a fool and a nincompoop. The sight of the hobbit, reduced to tears from fright, left all present in a state of shock. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Bilbo Baggins, what are you doing here? Upon hearing his name called, Bilbo felt a rush of surprise and joy. He lifted his tear-streaked eyes, filled with profound bewilderment. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, do I know you? The smoke from the gray-cloaked wizard Gandalf thickened. Bilbo Baggins, the singular individual who once possessed the One Ring, only to relinquish it of his own volition. A mortal greater than many heroes, who, in his youth, encountered those intertwined with his fate, under such circumstances. It is difficult not to perceive this as a twist of destiny. Eru Ilúvatar, O most holy and all-knowing, what design do you have for me? Observing the evidently frightened yet inquisitive little hobbit, Dragonborn felt as though he were adrift amidst the tides of fate. Gandalf, do you know him? The Dragonborn feigned ignorance of the little fellow before him. At that moment, the gray-robed wizard, dismounting his great steed and extinguishing his pipe, moved with an agility belying his venerable age. With a slight bow to the assembled monarchs, he gently drew forth the worrisome hobbit, proclaiming he is merely an inconsequential Perianath. His name is Bilbo Baggins of Bag End, Hobbiton. They have never ventured beyond their cozy burrows, and his presence here, causing a stir amongst dwarven royalty, Nedine chieftains, and the Silver King, is but the fault of the foolishly impetuous Took lineage. I implore you, do not condemn him, allow him to depart. I assure you, he is no spy. Our adversaries have not the reach, nor the depravity, to employ a humble Perianath in such a role. So, he is a burglar? Anar shrewdly inquired. The gray wizard, taken aback, his eyes momentarily flashing, responded, that I cannot say with certainty. Perhaps not. But it is undeniable that hobbits possess a lightness of foot, akin to feathers. Hearing his reputation impugned, Bilbo Baggins could not help but protest. No. I have said, I am no burglar, neither in the past, present, nor future. Bag End has never produced a burglar. At this juncture, Bilbo Baggins failed to recall the itinerant wizard, Gandalf, who was wont to traverse the land, setting off wizards' fireworks in early spring and late autumn. In his estimation, the eccentric Gandalf bore no resemblance to the imposing figure before him, who possessed the bearing of a king. Dragonborn discovered that Bilbo Baggins was speaking in Elvish Sindarin, and he could not help but remark, who can foresee the future? The hobbit, Bilbo Baggins, perhaps intimidated by the cold, regal gaze of the Dragonkin, stiffened and dared not argue further. However, the unexpected occurred when the Silver Knight, more majestic than the legendary kings, spoke from atop his noble steed. Since our wizard is willing to vouch for him, we need not trouble ourselves with this pitiful little creature. Our challenges lie ahead, not beneath our feet. Thanks to the light of Valinor, all present comprehended the Dragonkin's authoritative decree. Thorin and Alaron nodded in reluctant agreement, their interest in a feeble, insignificant halfling waning. Had it not been for this audacious creature's brazen eavesdropping on the advancing army, the dwarf prince and the leader of the Dúnedain would likely have walked past without a second glance. The gray-robed wizard gratefully inclined his body, giving a gentle kick to the still-dazed hobbit. It was only when Bilbo Baggins, astonished by such a turn of events, hurriedly bent down that he found the words of gratitude. Thank you for the mercy of the Holy King. In Bilbo's mind, the Dragonkin had already assumed the guise of a majestic sovereign. With tears of gratitude, he proclaimed, though I do not believe that hobbits have committed any grave transgression. It is indeed inappropriate to offend the king and his companions. Moreover, when the elves seized my collar, they caused my neck considerable pain. Yet I remain eternally grateful for this judgment. You have truly saved my life, revered and sacred sovereign, riding upon the legendary spirit of the Silver King. May the mercy of Nienna forever illuminate your path. Anar cast a stern glance at him, attempting to intimidate. It seemed that Bilbo Baggins, emerging from the depths of his own pocket, had forgotten he was still in the hands of the elves. Bilbo, taken aback, fell silent once more, his eyes welling with tears. His pitiful demeanor elicited faint smiles from the surrounding elves and Dragonborn alike. Esteemed Lady Anar, Arathorn could not restrain himself, being the first to speak today. The voice of this king bore a hint of coldness and dryness, reminiscent of the unchanging winds of the Eden moors. Yet, his words were imbued with such gentleness. I believe that Bilbo Baggins from the Shire has come to acknowledge his transgressions, and the Silver King has pronounced his judgment, forgiving his impertinence. Noble lady of the elves, why not extend your gracious hand and pardon the foolish prattle of this inconsequential little fellow? Then, the leader of the Dúnedain offered this counsel to the young hobbit. When faced with those of greater nobility, one should approach with reverence. Understand that swords are ever sharper than words. Do not let your silver tongue lead you to your demise, Bilbo Baggins of the Shire. This was a kind-hearted and philosophically rich admonition, and young Bilbo Baggins felt that no words he had ever heard in his life could rival the wisdom imparted by this tall and handsome knight. Indeed, swords are always sharper than tongues. Merely a pitiable and diminutive hobbit, reveling in simple pleasures and tending to the fields, such is the forte of my kind. Why then engage in fruitless debates with those wielding swords? Bilbo Baggins, awakening from his reverie, offered a deep bow to Aragorn, and indeed, in the years to come, he grew markedly more composed. The Rangers, led by Finner, honorably released the nearly terrified Peregrine, observing the small, flustered figure retreating into the grain forest. Both the black-haired Dragonborn and the wizard contemplated in silence. However, it was evident that Dragonborn had formulated a thought. He addressed Aragorn, saying, "Your wisdom shines like the stars in the heavens, though hidden within, it cannot conceal its brilliant radiance. You are also aware of the matters concerning the wizard and the dwarfs. Thus, wise Aragorn, what counsel might you bestow upon me?" Due to the light of Vilya emanating from Naharl, the Dragonborn's voice resonated directly within the minds of all present. Upon hearing the Silver King seek his opinion, the usually taciturn human ranger, who had joined the northern expedition, swiftly inclined his head. He replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to share my limited wisdom and experience with the Silver King, but rather that the insights of the dwarf prince and the wizard are already exceedingly profound. The advantages and disadvantages of attacking in Minas are laid bare before the allied forces. I possess no superior solution to extricate the Silver King from this predicament." Upon hearing the ranger's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dragonborn's visage. Thorin muttered softly, remaining otherwise silent. Only the gray-robed wizard smiled at him, as if he were aware that there was more to come. Indeed, the human ranger paused for a moment before continuing. "Although I lack a better method to resolve this issue, the Dúnedain know of a back route that can lead directly into the grand capital abandoned by the once mighty Númenóreans, bypassing the need to assault its gates directly." This revelation even startled Thorin, who gazed at him in astonishment. While it may not provide a comprehensive solution to the pressing dilemma at hand, it undeniably presents a viable strategy. A pincer movement, a dual-line offensive, simple yet practical. If a contingent were to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's rear while the alliance assaults the front of Minas, the adversaries would undoubtedly be unable to respond adequately, resulting in chaos that could allow the alliance to seize victory in a single decisive strike. Thus, all eyes turned to the Dragonborn, seated astride the noble steed Nahar, awaiting his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Dragonborn spoke. "I have not beheld that magnificent ancient city with my own eyes, and thus cannot make a firm decision. Allow me to inspect it personally." His voice was both authoritative and sincere, imbued with a persuasive power. Consequently, the dwarves, the wizard, and the ranger all lowered their heads in agreement. "So be it," declared the dark-haired Dragonborn, and then he rode forth on the holy Nahar, like a beam of light across the Baranduin River, racing northward toward Minas. Behind him, the gray-robed wizard Gandalf, the dwarven prince Thorin Oakenshield, and the Dúnedain Arathorn followed closely. Yet, even so, the speed of Naharl was incomparable to their steeds, and soon, all traces of the towering figure of the Dragonborn vanished from sight. At that moment, along the western boulevard, a regiment of fully armed elves and dwarves marched in perfect synchrony, hastening eastward. They crossed the Baranduin River and turned northward, heading towards Minas. Having gleaned the rough location of this ancient city from the previous night's military map, Dragonborn oriented himself and, accompanied by his steed, surged northward towards a continuous range of mountains, the southern hills of Dusk. Following the lengthy mountain chain for over 30 miles to the northwest, he arrived at the area where Dragonborn and Naharl had vanquished the tainted bloodline of Uglant. They swiftly reached the foothills of this low-lying northern mountain range. Gazing at the relatively modest elevation, Naharl maintained its pace, ascending the slopes as if traversing flat ground, and soon it surged to the summit, transitioning from motion to stillness. Both rider and steed stood upon the peak, several hundred meters high. Bathed in the morning light, Dragonborn felt an overwhelming clarity before him. To the east, distant hills emerged vividly. This range was slightly smaller than the southern hills of Dusk, stretching in a northeast-southwest orientation, with the ruins of the once great city of Fernost, the former capital of the fallen kingdom of Asidon, situated at its southernmost point. This also marked the terminus of the north-south boulevard. The golden vertical pupils of the Dragonborn penetrated the morning sunlight, revealing the grim and dilapidated remains of Asidon's ancient capital. Dark forces were spreading within the eerie confines of this haunted city, where Dragonborn spotted a foolish cave troll. To the south lies a verdant and tranquil expanse, nestled alongside the banks of the Baranduin River. This is the homeland of the Hobbits, known as the Shire. These industrious and peace-loving halflings tend to their domain with meticulous care, where birds sing and flowers bloom in abundance. Their gardens are arguably the most exquisite in all of Middle-earth, second only to those of the elves. To the west, the holy Minas Tirith bathed in the soft glow of morning light, radiates a divine brilliance. The shimmering waters of the Bay of Lune dance in the breeze, while the elven sails billow majestically upon the ocean's zephyr. Yet, when the Dragonborn casts his gaze to the north, he is met only with desolation, the barren expanse of the Eden Moors. Here, amidst the parched sandstone and withered grass, he finds no oasis to symbolize hope. It is as if all beauty halts abruptly at this threshold, beyond the frigid winds that perpetually scour the northern reaches of the Eden Moors. This land has endured ceaseless devastation since the arrival of Arindal and the exiled Númenóreans in the year 3320 of the Second Age, when they established the Kingdom of Arnor. This territory has been ravaged by endless warfare. The Númenóreans, elves, orcs, trolls, wargs, and hobbits have all clashed and bled upon this soil in succession. Over millennia, the once thriving north, filled with the melodies of birds and abundant vegetation, has been reduced to desolation. Ultimately, the once mighty capitals of Anna Minus and later Fornost, which had stood for centuries, fell into decline and abandonment. The northern realms of men have vanished entirely. The Orcish dominion in the north has been eradicated. The halflings have claimed their independence, and the elves have retreated to Grey Havens and Rivendell. Now, flames of war are rekindled. This is a lakeside city, perched upon the gentle slope of a hillside. The Númenóreans of old adopted an architectural style akin to that of Minas Tirith, dividing their cities into distinct districts of varying elevations. Even through the ravages of time and warfare, Dragonborn could discern, from the still-standing ancient structures and crumbling ruins, vestiges of what once were bustling marketplaces, residential quarters, serene pools, verdant gardens, and other man-made amenities. At the city's heart, an imposing circular tower, nearly half the height of the mountain peak upon which he stood, radiated an ineffable beauty under the sun's golden gaze. This was the chamber of Anna Minus, the seat of royal power, where ancient Númenórean kings, even Elendil himself, once conducted affairs of state. It also served as the repository for the Anna Minus stone, one of the three Pallant-Ree of the Northern Kingdom, or what we know as Seeing Stones. Also enshrined here was the scepter of Anna Minus, once belonging to the lords of and Eni of Minor, later becoming a symbol of the kingship of Arnor. However, both the Seeing Stone and the scepter have been lost to the ages. The scepter of Anna Minus, emblematic of royal authority, is safeguarded by Elrond in Rivendell, awaiting the day when a rightful heir to the throne shall ascend and bring it forth once more. To the east of the city lies the King's Road, the final resting place of the kings of Arnor, including the tomb of Elendil, its grave goods a tribute to the city's founder. All this, in addition to the magnificent city gates and towering walls, and the shimmering, twilight-kissed lake. Even in its derelict state, the once greatest city of northern humanity exudes an ineffable beauty and profound historical weight. Serenely situated southeast of Lake Nurnen and adjacent to the source of the Baranduin River, it whispers tales of Western humanity's grandeur and decline to passing travelers under the sunrise, sunset, and gleaming starlight. However, much of the once hallowed city is now submerged, infested with the specter of malevolent entities, the Orcish remnants of the Battle of Mithland. Unbeknownst to these vile creatures, a celestial figure with golden, serpentine eyes gazes impassively upon them from a mountain peak a league away, poised to unleash an inexorable torrent of destructive wrath. The repugnant horde cavorts raucously, emerging from and disappearing into the ancient Númenórean structures, engaging in cacophonous squabbles over sustenance, often escalating into brutal altercations that cease only when a combatant is beheaded or their chest brutally lacerated. This magnificent creation, a testament to human ingenuity, deserves better than its current degradation. Atop the mountain, bathed in the dawn's resplendence, a fervent conviction surges within the heart of the dark-haired Dragonborn. As if sensing the Dragonborn's impassioned resolve, Nahar rears up on its hind legs, standing tall and majestic. At the mountain's base, Dragonborn reunites with the allied commanders. His resolution now solidified, he declares to Thorin, "I am resolved to reclaim this resplendent city. Will the dwarves heed my command?" The dwarven prince, astride his mountain goat, immediately bows his head, hand clasped to his chest. "I pledge my unwavering commitment to fight for you." Thus, Dragonborn nodded and issued the battle command. "Prepare the dwarves for combat. I shall reclaim this magnificent city for the forces of light." Thorin Oakenshield's expression was grave as he turned his ram towards the formation of dwarves and galloped away. Dragonborn then inquired of the human ranger, "And you, son of Arathorn? Your counsel resonates deeply with me. Are you willing to lead your kin and the elves to launch a rear assault on the orcs within the city?" Arathorn nodded earnestly, a look of resolve crossing his weathered face, worn by the biting winds of the Ettenmoors. Your command is our mission. The swords of the Dúnedain shall be wielded in your service, my lord. Excellent, Dragonborn replied, satisfaction evident in his voice. I ask that you lead 500 elves to stealthily infiltrate in Minas via the path you mentioned, inciting chaos among the enemy within the city. While we draw their attention at the main gate, Fina will assist you. He contemplated briefly before naming the head chef. In this context, the head chef displayed remarkable diligence. Her demeanor calm yet resolute as she, without hesitation, joined Arathorn's contingent along with her rangers. As the Dúnedain and a small cadre of elves departed from the main force, navigating through the southern hills of twilight towards a northwestern path, Dragonborn turned to the quietly observing, smiling figure of the gray-robed wizard. Gandalf, do you perceive any oversight in my decision? Gandalf inclined his head slightly. Not at all. My lord. Indeed, this was the truth. Dragonborn merely made the decisions, while the execution was left to others. The elves and dwarfs, seasoned by the trials of war, required no guidance in matters of military formation. Thus, the dark-haired Dragonborn nodded, his already towering and formidable figure appearing even more majestic against the backdrop of the colossal Holy Spirit, Nahar. Let us commence the ensuing battle, he declared, his golden vertical pupils fixed upon the grand city nestled among the distant mountains. The wizard lowered his gray-white head in solemnity. At the Dragonborn's command, the allied forces of elves and dwarves sprang into action. 1,000 elegantly clad elves in resplendent golden armor followed 800 heavily armored dwarven guards, marching in flawless unison with astonishing vigor toward Anaminas. To the southeast of Anaminas, in the direction of the main city gate, the confluence of Lake Ninuial and the Baranduin River formed a vast, orderly valley plain. This region had once served as a granary for the In-Min rains, flourishing with expansive fields of barley and wheat to sustain a portion of Enumenas's populace. However, the relentless wars had drained the population potential of the Kingdom of Arnor, leading to the eventual decline of this magnificent city, as their numbers dwindled to the point where they could no longer inhabit even a single district of their once great capital. The descendants of Villiandil were compelled to abandon Anaminas, their seat of power for centuries, and relocate to Fernost in the North Downs. In other words, Minas is distinct from Fernost. It was actively abandoned, thus its gates and walls remain remarkably intact. Nestled on the mountainside, the lowest tier of Minas' fortifications rises nearly 30 meters, complemented by a series of concentric inner cities constructed around the slope. In terms of defensive capability, one could argue that the northern Minas is not significantly inferior to the southern Gondor's Minas Tirith. Even the most valiant warriors would feel a shiver run down their spine at the sight of Minas, resembling a turtle's shell. This is precisely why Grimmash chose this ancient human city as the stronghold of his modest kingdom. He has endured enough of the humiliations inflicted by the eastern Uruk-hai and the domineering presence of the northern Olog-hai. The diminutive, one-eyed Grimmash, hailing from the misty mountains, yearns to declare himself king. You read that correctly. Just 3 days prior, he fled the battlefield of Mistrand, and with his cunning and ferocity, he rallied a significant number of fellow half-orcs from the misty mountains, seizing Minas, the ancient capital of En-Minor, to revel in a life of dominion. Thus, the ambitious Grimmash began to fantasize about the envious gazes from his kin in the north and east as he envisioned himself triumphing over the diminutive hobbits of Shire, clad in finery and commanding authority. Yet, alas, fantasies are often delightful, while reality can be harsh. However, after years of abandonment, Minas harbors no sustenance to nourish these half-orc remnants. The idyllic vision of sustenance through fishing proved to be a mere figment of their imagination. These indolent and predatory creatures were hardly inclined to engage in the patient art of angling in the lake. Furthermore, the orcs lacked the necessary vessels and nets for such an endeavor. Thus, Grimaldus's optimistic fantasies suffered an immediate and critical blow. After enduring 2 days of gnawing hunger, these diminutive orcs from the misty mountains descended into internecine strife. They shrieked and cursed, with the stronger orcs dragging their weaker brethren from the shadows with kicks and shoves, even brandishing blades for a morsel of moldy bread concealed by one of the smaller orcs. As a particularly brutal and robust orc viciously extracted his blade from the chest of his kin, he nonchalantly seized the blackened and putrid bread from the grasp of the pitiful, unblinking corpse, stuffing it into his yellowed and jagged maw. The surrounding ravenous orcs were consumed with envy. Food, fresh flesh, fresh flesh. Once the stronger orc had sauntered away, sated, the famished orcs, their eyes gleaming with avarice, succumbed to their baser instincts, tearing the deceased orc into pieces. Such depravity was rampant. The orcs were self-destructing with alarming alacrity. Grimaldus, positioned atop the second tier of the N- city walls, grimaced as he bore witness to the repulsive and execrable behavior of his kin below. At this moment, he donned a suit of armor of unknown origin, with certain insignia still partially worn away, faint traces of a tree discernible upon its surface. A sharp weapon was sheathed at his waist, and he bore no helmet. The ferocity in his single eye flickered with malevolence. You filthy, stench-ridden sluggards. All you do is consume, devoid of any other ability. Grimace seethed inwardly, cursing furiously while his lips remained sealed. Surrounding him was a small band of fully armed half-orcs, their faces devoid of hunger, gazing menacingly at their emaciated, famished kin below, their weapons clutched tightly in hand. At long last, when these repugnant, foul-smelling sluggards managed to scrounge a meager morsel of food, Grimace stood atop the towering walls and proclaimed loudly, "Listen well, you lazy vermin. It is I, Grimace, who has granted you a sliver of shelter. It is I who has provided you with this pitiful sustenance. It is I who protected you while you scurried like rabbits, pursued by the foul, point-eared elves. You owe me your gratitude. You must proclaim me as your king and heed my commands." Yet, the savage, foolish, and short-sighted half-orcs below erupted in mockery, exclaiming, "Ha! Grimace, the blind Grimace, a grotesque figure of unknown origin, a one-eyed coward, and a self-proclaimed king." These are the derisive epithets hurled at Grimace, the so-called leader who dared to seek refuge in this desolate human city. "What right do you have to call yourself our master?" they sneered. "You are nothing more than a craven who fled here before us. Foolish Grimace, damned Grimace," they roared. "You lured us here, only to leave us starving. We'll tear open your belly and rip out your guts to see if your heart truly resembles that of a leader." Grimace, whose reign had barely spanned 3 days, was livid at the sight of the seething mob threatening to revolt. He erupted in a tirade of curses. Flailing about like a buffoon, he berated the orcs for their ingratitude, for devouring the meager rations he had provided, only to turn against him. He cursed them to a gruesome demise, wishing them all beheaded by the pointy-eared elves. But the orcs only responded with uproarious laughter, mocking Grimace's pathetic display. "Food?" they scoffed. "The food Grimace speaks of is nothing more than dead rats and maggot-infested bread. And today, there isn't even bread. How dare you spout such nonsense about being our master? If we are destined to have our heads lopped off by the stinking elves," they bellowed, "then you, Grimace, the king of cowards, the one-eyed craven, deserve to be dismembered and left to rot under the scorching sun." Grimace was beside himself with rage. His eyes gleamed with malice as he gestured to his sinister henchmen, signaling them to attack. Surrounding him were a group of rogues, their equipment markedly superior to that of the Orcish horde below, and in a state of readiness. They drew their crossbows and swiftly dispatched the loudest of the orc kin, silencing the raucous clamoring that had filled the air. "There's been a death. A death." The orcs scattered in terror, seeking refuge within the ancient structures of N-Menor, trembling in fear. At this juncture, it was the turn of Grimace, self-styled Lord of the Tower, to make his presence known. He harbored a profound fear of the towering edifice at the heart of N-, yet was simultaneously consumed by desire for it. Thus, he crafted a name for himself that he believed to be imposing. With a voice brimming with arrogance, he proclaimed, "Do not harbor resentment, do not succumb to anger. Your desires have been acknowledged by the Lord of the Tower. When night descends, we shall venture into the verdant southern lands to pillage and slaughter. The halflings possess abundant provisions and delectable beverages, yet lack the sharp arrows and blades of the pointed-eared folk, making them the perfect targets for our display of prowess. In due time, you wretched, ungrateful sluggards shall indulge to your heart's content, free from the pangs of hunger." Under Grimace's command, life would not be a cruel fate. It must be said, this cunning half-orc was quite adept at wielding his tongue. Upon hearing of the promised plunder and the cessation of hunger, the orcs, who had been hiding in the shadows, cautiously emerged from their ghastly nooks. These wretched, corrupted beings glimmered with a malevolent and avaricious light in their eyes, while foul drool dripped from their yellowed, jagged teeth. "Grimace! Grimace! Grimace!" they shouted, casting aside their previous anger and fear, witnessing a rebellion ultimately quelled by their own cunning and might. The master of the spire finally straightened its stooped back with pride. Perhaps it believed that today was the day to claim dominion. Yet, it was evident that Ilúvatar would not indulge this timid and cunning half-orc. A sudden, thunderous blast of a horn shattered its dream. All the half-orcs froze in place. It had only been 3 days since the siege of Miss Long, and this familiar sound was still fresh in their minds. Dwarven scum, A half-orc cried out in fear. Silence! The master of the spire trembled with rage, or perhaps fear. Its shrill cries echoed through the desolate ruins of Animinus. Damn those foolish idiots! To the city gates, everyone! To the city gates! It is our turn to stand behind sturdy, towering walls. The dwarven scum shall not breach them. Grab your bows and crossbows. Do not forget your blades, you imbeciles. If the dwarves enter the city, we are all doomed. All right, do not be afraid. Let us show the dwarven scum what we are made of. The master of the spire is with you always. Perhaps it was the mention of the towering walls that instilled courage in them, or perhaps it was merely the pressure from Grimmas. The half-orcs grumbled and jostled one another as they surged towards the main city wall at the southwestern gate of Animinus, peering down in terror. Hold your ground. Raise your shields. Under his command, 800 dwarven guards formed a formation that, while not particularly thick, was sufficiently resilient, slowly advancing towards the grand city before them. Behind the dwarves stood 1,000 elves, armed with bows and spears, their steps synchronized in perfect harmony. Witnessing the towering walls of Animinus and the magnificent structure of the city was undeniably imposing, particularly the grand cylindrical tower of Elendil's chamber. Standing tall at the heart of the city, seemed to loom ominously, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure, coupled with the elves' and dwarves' lack of adequate siege equipment. The prospect of scaling the walls heavily guarded by half-orcs appeared nearly impossible. This was one of the reasons why Thorin Oakenshield had been reluctant to initiate an assault. The losses from a direct attack would be staggering, a burden neither the dwarves nor the elves could afford. Gazing at the colossal city, even Dragonborn could not refrain from suggesting to Thorin, there is no need for immediate assault. We should await news from Arathorn. Should they succeed, it would significantly mitigate our losses. Thorin nodded in agreement, as he had always been unwilling to squander their limited forces here. Not to mention the towering walls. The sheer volume of arrows from the half-orcs above was enough to send a shiver down his spine. Halt! The dwarven prince commanded. Immediately, the dwarves ceased their advance, stopping just a bowshot away from Animinus. The elves behind them naturally came to a halt as well. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of impending doom lingered beneath the walls of Animinus. Upon the battlements, Grimmas beheld the towering figure astride a steed that instilled dread in the hearts of all half-orcs, making him shudder uncontrollably. He recognized that fearsome silhouette. The very embodiment of the silver-white monstrosity, a bloodthirsty demon, from the day beneath the gates of Mifflin. The thought of countless northern kin perishing beneath that dreadful warhammer sent piercing screams through the heart of the Spire Lord, causing his body to tremble violently, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, Grimmas ultimately found solace in the notion that this time, it was they who hid behind the lofty walls. The pointed-eared vile elves and the dwarven scum would need to breach their fortress to harm the unfortunate Grimmas. This timid yet cunning half-orc's spirits calmed somewhat. He shouted defiantly. In truth, neither Thorin Oakenshield nor Dragonbane intended a direct assault. The leaders of the Alliance gazed upon the formidable walls of Minas and the seemingly impenetrable gates, exchanging knowing glances. It was then that Gandalf the Grey, alone upon his steed, wielding his staff, approached within 100 paces of the wall. Servants of the Dark Lord, I come to negotiate on behalf of the forces of light. I request the presence of the acting lord of the city. The gray-cloaked wizard scrutinized the shadowy figures of half-orcs upon the battlements while meticulously observing the city constructed by Elrond. The ancient Inmen Reans had gleaned much knowledge from the elves. It was evident that the walls of Minas employed elven magic. Not only were they towering and majestic, but the white stone edifice, bathed in the morning sun, emanated a faint, ethereal glow, incorporating the majestic multi-tiered structure of the city. I must assert that the concerns of the dwarf prince are far from mere folly. In the absence of superior alternatives, should the elves and dwarves resort to a full-scale assault, the inevitable casualties would be considerable. The Grey Wizard ought to be grateful that the Deen Nedine, led by Arathorn, still recall the secrets of their ancestors. Otherwise, his ambitions to reclaim this grand citadel would amount to naught but a jest. Furthermore, Minas has languished in abandonment for millennia. Not even the most resplendent light of Elendil can endure such an expanse of time without diligent care. The elven magic upon the colossal walls has grown exceedingly faint, nearing the brink of oblivion. As thoughts raced through his mind, the Grey Wizard maintained an outward composure. Suddenly, the master of our spire called out from behind the city walls, "Wizard, I recognize you." Giarma Wordtongue would not deign to parley with the sorcerer. You would cast spells to befuddle our minds and transform us into your thralls. Huh. Ma is no fool like those simpleton country bumpkins. He is well aware of the wizard's capabilities and will not fall for your tricks. If you and your pointy-eared elves, along with your dwarf scum, believe yourselves capable of breaching my fortress, then come forth. Ma's arrows are not to be trifled with and will surely serve the dwarf scum and foul elves their just deserts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen into the wizard's snare, for the so-called negotiations of the alliance were nothing more than a ruse to buy time, granting Finrod and Arathorn's detached forces a precious opportunity. Thus, the Grey Wizard deliberately called out, "Which imbecile stands beneath the walls? Before you stands Gandalf, the Grey Wizard, representing the Northern Elves and the D-Nedine army. I demand to converse with the envoy of the Lord of the City, rather than with a cowardly wretch who dares not even show his face." Grimmas has indeed been deceived. The master of the spire anxiously paced behind the towering city walls, feeling a mixture of indignation at being looked down upon by such a prominent figure and exhilaration at finally having the opportunity to engage in dialogue on equal terms with one of such stature. Cautiously, he poked out a small head, both proud and fearful, and shouted down to the wizard beneath the wall. Grimmas was no longer that despicable, pitiable one-eyed half-orc. He was a formidable lord in his own right, deserving of negotiating with the wizard. Gandalf pondered this unfamiliar name, struggling to recall any half-orc of such lineage named Grimmas. Dragonborn and Thorin Oakenshield exchanged glances, amusement and impatience reflecting in their expressions as they observed the wizard toying with the self-important half-orc atop the wall. "Can we not simply eliminate him?" the dwarf prince remarked, casting a glance at the elven archers behind them, his tone tinged with impatience. Surely the elves could accomplish such a feat. Dragonborn glanced at the sky, suggesting they endure a little longer, although shooting the half-orc leader might incite a measure of chaos. Gandalf was within their range, and such an action felt ill-advised. Furthermore, Middle-earth still adhered to a certain feudal spirit. Among all races on the continent of Middle-earth, the rule of not slaying envoys during warfare was generally upheld. Even the treacherous and untrustworthy Dark Lord Sauron would, under certain conditions, abide by this principle. Ultimately, it became evident that Thorin was merely engaging in idle talk, failing to compel the elves to slay the loathsome half-orc. Consequently, all could do was helplessly observe the wizard and Grimmas exchanging barbs from atop the battlements. Meanwhile, Fina and Alarsun had circumvented to the side of Lake Ninuil adjacent to N-. Gazing at the docks, now largely submerged by the lake's waters, Fina inquired, "Is this the place?" Alarsun nodded in affirmation. This location once served as one of the largest ports of the Kingdom of Arnor by Lake Ninuil. In ancient times, the N-Menreans thrived here, engaging in fishing and trade. However, following the calamity of the Goldflower Marsh, when Isildur was betrayed by the One Ring and met a tragic end in the icy waters of the Anduin, the descendants of Elrond began to decline. Ultimately, the northern men forsook this magnificent ancient city, relocating to Fernost in the north. A glimmer of remembrance and reverence for the illustrious achievements of their forebears flickered in Alarsun's keen eyes. He remarked, "Few remember this dock now. The most recent records of N- date back over 2 millennia. It is only natural that the half-orcs remain oblivious to this secret passage. The Dúnedain, too, learned of this hidden route through age-old legends and texts, which have now proven fortuitous. Contemplating the fact that the present humans were descendants of the Western men, Fina accepted his explanation. Thus, the elves, guided by the human rangers, cautiously waded through Lake Ninuil, entering the unguarded dock area. Fina closed her eyes, intently listening to the sounds around her. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and spoke. "I can sense that the malevolent presence predominantly accumulates in the southeast." She gestured towards a direction. "The restless winds whisper to me that the coalition has arrived at the gates of N-. The elves and dwarves are currently holding their ground against these fallen and corrupt beings, and a battle may erupt at any moment." Aragorn surveyed the surrounding environment, contrasting it with the legends and the intelligence gathered by the Rangers of Ur. He finally declared, "Follow me. I am aware of the positions of the Uruk-hai throughout the city. We can take a circuitous route and catch them off guard." Thus, Fina led a contingent of elves, accompanied by 15 Dúnedain, as they divided into several small teams, moving swiftly and silently towards the city's vital points. Among them, Fina and Aragorn's group, while traversing the deserted garden district, spotted a vigilant sentry atop a 10-meter-high watchtower. Over 100 meters to the left front of this outpost, a patrol of Uruk-hai roamed the vicinity. Additionally, 2 fierce-looking Uruk-hai, armed with spears, stood guard before a warehouse-like structure, alert to their surroundings. Fina signaled, and immediately, an elven ranger drew back his longbow. The barely audible twang of the bowstring heralded the swift demise of the sentry atop the tower, as an arrow pierced his throat. Without hesitation, the elves glided with grace, blending into the shadows of the corner, stealthily advancing towards the warehouse under Uruk-hai guard. In mere moments, they dispatched the patrol squad with deft precision. Together with the two guards, an elf pushed open the door and peered inside. This space appeared to be their armory and food storage area, filled with the stench of rancid dried fish and bread, alongside weapons that seemed uncharacteristic of orc craftsmanship. They resembled human armaments, seemingly unearthed from some ancient grave, still imbued with the lingering essence of the deceased. Upon hearing this, Arathon immediately stepped inside, only to emerge shortly thereafter, seething with fury. In his grasp was a long sword, its brilliance undiminished by the passage of time, emanating a chilling light. The blade bore intricate runes, glistening like autumn waters under the sun's rays, while the hilt was adorned with the insignia of the Arno royal family. They had excavated the tomb of the late king. These weapons were marked with the royal emblem, serving as funerary offerings of ancient monarchs. Fina cast a sympathetic glance at him. For the half-orcs, this act was akin to desecrating the ancestral graves of Arathon and his kin, an affront that could hardly be taken lightly. Regrettable news indeed. Shaking her head, Fina remarked, "However, our more pressing concern is to obliterate this evidently Orcish stronghold. In doing so, it is likely that these filthy, wretched creatures will be shaken." The she-elf could sense the wind from the dusky hills growing increasingly fierce, reminiscent of the foreboding calm before a tempest. "I personally suggest that if you feel a sense of loss, you might retrieve these weapons. They could very well offer you some measure of protection when the battle ensues. I can sense that conflict is on the verge of erupting." Alarson hesitated momentarily, but ultimately steeled himself and instructed the two clansmen accompanying the group retrieve the weapons and equipment from within. The two Dundane promptly entered the orcs' warehouse and emerged bearing several blades and axes reminiscent of the Second Age's craftsmanship. Alarson followed suit, and shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a suit of armor and a shield, upon which the emblem of the Kingdom of Arno was prominently displayed. "Are we ready?" Fina inquired. Alarson nodded, his expression betraying a mixture of disappointment and relief. The flames, initially small, rapidly expanded, growing fiercer under the increasingly biting northern winds. Thick smoke billowed upwards, reaching for the heavens. Alarson's countenance grew grave as he tightened his grip on the gleaming sword of the Arno royal family. In fact, Grimmas soon noticed the sudden surge of thick smoke rising within the city. He bellowed in fury, "Liars! Thieves! Murderers! Look at what you despicable dwarven scum and pointy-eared fiends have done. My city is engulfed in dark smoke. Quick, you fools! Someone is setting fire to the town. Hurry and extinguish the flames. Oh, the thieving scoundrel must be punished. Arsonist, Grimmas demands your demise." Just like the skeletons in those graves, the surrounding orcs exchanged bewildered glances, yet soon enough, these foolish imbeciles were spurred into action by their tower master, who screamed and lashed at them, hastily descending the walls to combat the flames. The chaos atop the walls quickly caught Gandalf's attention. He warily drew his sword and raised his staff. Indeed, in the very next moment, the maniacal roar of the tower master resonated downwards, urging the guards to exclaim, "Kill him! Slay that deceitful old trickster!" The half-orc sentinels atop the battlements swiftly knocked their short bows, echoing the call for blood. The coalition forces, witnessing the billowing smoke rising from within the city, felt a surge of elation. Dragonborn and Sauron understood that Aragorn and his comrades had evidently succeeded in their endeavor. Observing the pandemonium among the half-orc guards, as a portion of them fled from the walls, Dragonborn decisively commanded, "Eliminate that half-orc." With that, the Dragonborn donned a helmet handed to him by an elven attendant and grasped a 2-meter-long, over a meter-wide square shield. Upon its surface, the mithril-etched symbol of Telperion, the silver holy tree, and the gold-engraved emblem of Laurelin, the golden holy tree, shimmered with a sacred radiance in the dawn's light. "Sauron, I entrust the battle formation to you. I shall go to aid Gandalf." In the midst of the urgent conflict, the dwarven prince wasted no words, proclaiming loudly, "Do not worry, I shall conquer this city for you. All troops, heed my command, attack." Meanwhile, the dwarven guards, aligning their pikes, advanced towards the city gates. On the elven side, at the Dragonborn's command, a marksman stepped forward, drawing his bowstring taut, and loosed an arrow that struck Grimace, who was capering about like a jester atop the lofty walls of Animinus, hundreds of meters away. The Tower Master clutched his grotesque visage, pierced by the elven arrow, gasping violently like a bellows before collapsing onto the ground. The Master is dead. The Master is dead. The half-orcs, already disoriented by the sudden blaze and thick smoke engulfing the city, were plunged into further terror as the advancing army neared. These timid and fallen beings from the Misty Mountains discarded their bows and blades in a frenzied retreat. Among them were those who, like mice, fled in panic, as well as the cruel and foolish who were resolutely intent on avenging their master. Do not flee. We shall avenge our master. Amidst the chaos, more half-orcs, under the furious commands and lash of the cunning and robust lieutenant of the tower's master, began to retaliate with their crude, Orcish bows. They shouted in sharp, hoarse voices, "The despicable, shameless, pointed-eared fiends have slain our master. We must avenge him." They drew their bows and aimed at Gandalf below. With a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, the wizard moved with remarkable speed, deflecting the incoming arrows to the ground. "You fools!" In the shadow of the rain of arrows, Gandalf seemed to grow in stature, standing tall like a stone monument of an ancient king, exuding an aura of menace from the mountaintop. "I am the servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Aenir." He leaned down like a cloud, bellowing at the half-orc wretches atop the wall. "Your vile arrows shall not touch a single thread of my garment." The half-orcs, struck by his divine-like roar, faltered, their limbs trembling as they forgot to shoot. The arrows that had been loosed were repelled by the sudden eruption of white light radiating from the wizard. Gandalf. Dragonborn rode in on Naharl, a radiant force sweeping in from behind him. "Are you all right?" The Dragonborn raised his astonishingly enormous shield, pressing it against the heads of the two. The wizard's inflated figure reverted to that of an ordinary person. He spoke, "Ocrian, the situation is dire. We must breach the city gates swiftly, or the casualties among the elves and dwarves will be catastrophic." Listening to the clattering rain of arrows overhead, Dragonborn realized that the half-orcs atop the walls had regained their composure. He hesitated, casting a glance at the wizard, then surveyed the coalition forces now within the range of the half-orc archers. He nodded gravely. It seemed Naharl understood his intent, with a mighty flourish. The golden hooves of his steed propelled them forward, racing towards the gates of Ana-Minus, bathed in the dawn's golden light. The half-orcs, recovering quickly, desperately unleashed a torrent of arrows upon the dark-haired Dragonborn. However, they were left in the dust by Naharl's lightning speed, and the massive heavy shield raised by the Dragonborn deflected the projectiles effortlessly. Meanwhile, the elves were not idle. They drew their longbows, their arrows striking accurately at the half-orcs atop the walls. Numerous unarmored and helmetless half-orcs were pierced by the elves' arrows, plummeting from the towering battlements. In their panic, the half-orcs redirected their aim towards the elves and dwarves. The battle commenced. The gates of Ana-Minus were forged from fine iron, with steel pillars standing the test of time. The rivets on the gates even glimmered faintly, a testament to the enduring power of elven magic. "Lord Naharl, please grant me your aid," Dragonborn shouted. The Holy Spirit immediately rose to its feet, the golden hooves elevated high. As the colossal golden hoof of Nahal descended, the silver-white hammer gladiolus wielded by Dragonborn struck the iron-forged city gate with a thunderous roar. The deafening sound echoed like a clap of thunder, causing the elves, dwarves, and even the half-orcs on the battlefield to stagger in shock. All eyes turned in fear towards the city gate. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the ancient, formidable gates constructed by the Enmen Reans shattered under the combined might of the dark-haired Sion and Nahal. The knights of elves and dwarves, who had been lingering along the banks of the valley, suddenly brightened with renewed purpose. "Charge!" With the resounding blast of the elves' melodious horn, 500 elven knights and 200 dwarven ram riders surged forward from a slow trot to a galloping charge. They raced through the path cleared by the dwarven guards, barreling straight into the city gate that Dragonborn had obliterated. Half-orcs, caught off guard, either found their heads severed by the swift blades of the elven cavalry or had their skulls crushed by the heavy hammers of the pursuing dwarven ram riders. These cowardly yet ferocious corrupted beings screamed in terror as they scattered in all directions, utterly petrified. The once mighty gates, which seemed impenetrable, had crumbled like paper under the might of the dark-haired Sion and his celestial mount. "Monsters! The silver-white monsters are upon us! Flee for your lives!" The cries of panic spread rapidly among the half-orcs, akin to a plague. The elven and dwarven cavalry charged forth along the bloody path carved by Dragonborn, racing towards the inner city of Ana-Minus. After being abandoned for millennia, Ana-Minus once again echoed with the fervent cries of battle. Moreover, Dragonborn wielded a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right. With the assistance of Saint Nahal, he ascended the city walls from the staircase near the gates. The diminutive, grotesque creatures could not impede the relentless advance of this warrior and his steed. Nahal's colossal golden hooves struck with resounding force, shattering the filthy heads of two hapless half-orcs. Dragonborn let out a furious battle cry, a terrifying sound that sent shivers through the half-orcs stationed upon the walls. In a stroke of ill fortune, an unfortunate soul trembled, releasing a short, dark arrow that struck Dragonborn's kite-shaped shield. This arrow acted like cold water splashing into hot oil, igniting a frenzy of slaughter. The man and his steed swiftly recalibrated their course, charging into the throng of half-orcs with the ferocity of a tank. Countless diminutive and repugnant half-orcs shrieked in disarray as Nahal's massive form barreled through them, leaving broken bones and shattered bodies in its wake. The bolder half-orcs, undeterred by the carnage, clumsily drew their short bows, trembling as they aimed at the ebony-haired Dragonborn and Nahal. Yet, all their efforts were thwarted by Dragonborn, who shielded himself with unwavering resolve. As he swung Gladiolus, the heavy hammer collided with the grotesque craniums of the half-orcs, erupting in a nauseating display of color. Consequently, the morale of the half-orcs plummeted. In the throes of panic, many cowardly half-orcs discarded their weapons, screaming as they leapt from the towering walls. Thorin and Gandalf gazed in astonishment at the ebony-haired dragonkin, whose ferocity seemed reminiscent of Tulkas himself, as he wreaked havoc upon the towering walls of Minas. Their spirits were uplifted as they led a coalition of 1,000 elves and 800 dwarves into the ancient city of the Menreans. Indeed, the moment the formidable gates of Minas were shattered, the outcome of the battle had already been sealed. A thunderous roar reverberated, echoing deep into the shadowy hills, startling flocks of birds and beasts alike. Within the city, Arathorn observed in amazement as the relentless tide of half-orcs began to retreat, as if confronted by some unspeakable terror. Fina's ears perked up. She discerned the familiar sound of horns and the thunderous gallop of cavalry. Okhrin and his men had breached the gates, and the coalition surged into the city. As the final arrow found its mark, piercing the head of a fleeing half-orc, the elven maiden sheathed her Galadrim bow. The half-orcs were in disarray. The battle was ours. Only then did Arathorn and his kin exhale in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was evident that Arathorn was not in good condition, a wound marred his left shoulder. And had it not been for the royal armor of Arnor he had discovered in the half-orc's storehouse, his left arm would have surely been severed. It was the strike of an orc's axe that caused it, as he was preoccupied with an adversary before him, never anticipating the cunning orc's assault from behind. Had the elves not intervened promptly, piercing the insidious orc's throat with an arrow, the axe would have undoubtedly severed Arathorn's arm entirely. Nevertheless, the orc's axe, with undiminished momentum, struck his shoulder, nearly dislocating it. Observing the orcs finally casting aside their weapons in terror and scattering, Arathorn's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. This was arguably the most brutal conflict he had ever encountered. The vicinity was replete with orc corpses, their vile blood inundating the ground. However, beholding his sword, still reflecting the light of Arion like an autumn stream, Arathorn was filled with affection. This would become a family heirloom, succeeding Narsil. The pain from his injuries seemed to diminish. The elven cavalry, led by Galador, finally arrived. Upon seeing Fina and Arathorn unharmed, the valiant elven commander proclaimed, "The allied forces have entered the city, Arathorn, son of Aradar. If the Dínedine possess the strength, they might assist us in locating the orcs concealed throughout. Of course, should the Dínedine require respite, they may proceed to the vicinity of the city gate, where we have secured a safe area." Arathorn struggled to his feet. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of wielding his sword, and reluctantly he declared, "Perhaps I can no longer ride into battle. Yet my kin shall undertake this task in my stead." Thus, two unscathed Dúnedain rangers promptly stepped forward. Galdr nodded in acknowledgement, paying homage to the valiant human rangers. Subsequently, the elves, guided by these two rangers well-versed in the terrain, resumed their relentless pursuit of the scattering half-orcs. Fina, meanwhile, led Arathon and a small contingent of wounded elves towards the city gates. As the dwarves and elves surged into Minas, the storm of slaughter upon the walls finally subsided. Dragonborn and Naharl stood tall atop the formidable walls of Minas, one man and one horse. A sigh escaped Dragonborn's lips, his powerful heart pounding vigorously, the blood within him churning like molten lava. These vile creatures had become even more depraved and feeble than before. Naharl's colossal golden hooves eagerly scraped the ground, seemingly yearning for more. Beneath them, hordes of terrified half-orcs screamed and cursed, pursued by the dwarven guards and elven warriors led by Thorin. Annihilate these wretched, loathsome beings. Under Thorin's command, the coalition formed a dense formation and surged towards the throngs of half-orcs. The already terror-stricken half-orcs stood no chance of resistance under a hail of arrows. They were pierced and strung together like grotesque blood gourds. Thus, the last vestiges of the half-orcs' resistance shattered against the rocks, scattering like foam upon the shore. Never to coalesce again, all half-orcs fled in panic. Fearing the pursuit of the diminutive scoundrels and the foul elves, they were gripped by dread. Yet, what terrified them more was the shadow of a figure towering atop the high city walls, the Silver Demon, the sworn enemy of the half-orcs. He could breathe fire, roar ferociously, and shatter skulls with his relentless might. Flee for your lives, they cried. Curse Grimace. Curse that blind coward who lured us here to our doom. The flames roared, fierce and consuming, threatening to sear their very skin. Dragonborn averted his gaze. With the bulk of the allied forces led by Thorin entering the fray, only the final touches of the battle remained. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Acreon. Gandalf ascended the stairs of the city walls upon his majestic gray steed. Dragonborn focused his attention on the wizard. Gandalf cast him a curious glance, and the Dragonborn shifted his gaze to the dwarves and elves, who were diligently cleansing the city of half-orcs. Suddenly, he inquired, would the people accept a ruler who emerged unexpectedly? The gray-robed wizard raised his head, surprised by the sight of the Dragonborn upon Nahar. He chose his words carefully. No one would reject a wise king. With a slight curl of his lips, Dragonborn pressed further, including you? Gandalf responded with a knowing or cunning smile. Wizards were neither elves nor men. They answered only to the command of Mam, the Lord of Arda. Their eyes locked, the cold, authoritative golden slit of one versus the starry gray of the other. Neither could best the other. The old fox, the little fox. Both individuals silently passed judgment on one another within their hearts. Ultimately, the Dragonborn nodded in acceptance of the wizard's words. Maya could only be a vassal to Vera. Dragonborn did not aspire to possess a Maya as a subordinate. This was evident from how he addressed Naharl. The relationship between him and the Holy Spirit was one of equality, devoid of any master-servant dynamic. Dragonborn's remark was merely a prelude to subsequent matters, stemming from a potent impulse ignited upon witnessing the grandeur of Numenus, the ancient city constructed by the Númenóreans atop the dusk-hued hills. It was an immature notion. Nevertheless, both Dragonborn and Gandalf tacitly refrained from further discussion. Naharl, evidently, had his own tasks and intentions, showing little concern for the interplay of words between the two. Dragon, shall we engage in battle once more? Standing here is exceedingly dull. Dragonborn chuckled, replying, indeed, Master Naharl, orcs are undeniably a wretched breed. Yet, if their numbers swell sufficiently, they could pose a significant threat to us. But let the light shine eternal. Naharl raised his forehoof, striking the ground with a resounding thud, a shower of sparks erupting from his hooves. Dragonborn and Gandalf nodded in unison, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. At that moment, the dark-haired Dragonborn caught sight of a familiar figure, Fina. Naharl lowered his head, and the lithe, graceful form of the elven maiden came into view. With agility akin to that of a rabbit, he leaped down to the staircase below and then to the ground. Are you hurt? Dragonborn descended from the spirit, inquiring with concern. So it is our valiant champion who has sustained injuries. The dark-haired Dragonborn set aside his shield and the Shatterer, embracing Alarion's son, Arathorn, with a smile. The human ranger displayed remarkable fortitude, a gentle smile gracing his weathered face. In comparison to the valiant Silver King, my wounds are of little consequence. Arathorn had witnessed the horrifying scenes upon the city walls. Dragon fire continued to blaze relentlessly in certain areas, while a noxious stench, a grotesque amalgamation of blood and charred flesh, permeated the lower city. Coupled with the sight of the shattered city gates nearby, Arathorn could not help but feel a profound reverence, reluctant to claim any glory for himself. Perhaps I can alleviate your pain, the dark-haired Dragonborn said, releasing the steadfast ranger. He noticed Arathorn's unnatural arm. With a gentle touch, he placed his large hand upon Arathorn's shoulder. A surge of vibrant energy emanated from the Elacid gemstone at his collar, flowing into the wounded shoulder of Arathorn. To his astonishment, the agonizing, fiery pain that had previously afflicted him transformed into a soothing coolness, the damaged tendons rapidly mending. Before long, his arm regained its full range of motion. The king's hand is indeed a healer's hand, Arathorn exclaimed, dropping to one knee and kissing the Dragonborn's hand. uttering a saying from Gondor. This elicited a flicker of surprise from the gray-robed wizard behind him. There is no need for such reverence. Dragonborn laughed heartily, lifting a last son with sincerity. This is not my doing. It is the gift from the princess of the evening star of Lothlorraine that has healed you. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards her. Alas, son noticed the emerald gemstone on the blue cloak of the Dragonborn and exclaimed in surprise. Is that the Elisar gem? Indeed, it is a precious gift. He continued, however. While the princess of the evening star of Lothlorraine is truly a lady deserving of respect, we must also remember the benevolence of the Silver King. The Dúnedain shall not forget this day, for our ancient homeland has finally been restored, allowing all Dúnedain to once again behold the glory of our ancestors. Dragonborn's golden slit pupils flickered, yet he merely patted Alassan's shoulder without uttering a word. With the human ranger's tasks complete, the Dragonborn began to assist other elves and even dwarves with their wounds, observing the formerly injured soldiers swiftly recovering under the power of the Elisar gem. Dragonborn could not help but glance down at the diamond-shaped gem on his chest, its verdant hue glistening in the sunlight, conjuring the image of a tall, beautiful figure in his mind. Hey, Fina interjected, hands on her hips, standing before him and breaking his reverie. It reeks in here. Can't we find a better place? Dragonborn looked down at her with a smile. Then let us celebrate in the city. He raised his weapon, Gradieth, and proclaimed under the radiance of Arion. This battle is won. Rejoice, warriors. Countless elves and dwarves erupted in cheers at the sound. That night, the task of eradicating the remaining half-orcs proved unexpectedly tedious and challenging. The outcome was nearly determined under the blazing midday sun, yet even as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, sporadic skirmishes erupted in various corners of the city. This endeavor was facilitated by the adept Dúnedain, who were well-versed in the terrain. Alarion and his kin spent nearly the entire afternoon assisting the elves and dwarves in unearthing these subterranean creatures from the grand ancient city of En-Menor, severing their heads one by one. The flurry of activity continued until Tilion hung high in the sky, gradually bringing the scattered battles to a close. Nevertheless, even Alarion believed that more half-orcs lurked within the shadowy recesses of the city, and it would require another day and night to thoroughly cleanse the place of these vile beings. However, it was evident that the coalition could not afford to linger any longer. Thus, after hastily concluding a long day of pursuit and execution, Dragonborn issued a decree for celebration. Although it consisted merely of a small pouch of mead and the elven travel bread, limbas, a delicate biscuit with a distinctive flavor. Its exterior a warm brown and its interior a creamy hue, wrapped meticulously in elven leaves to ensure prolonged preservation. Rich in nutrients, it nourished the spirit, provided stamina, replenished energy, and expedited the healing of wounds, enabling the consumer to control muscles and limbs in an extraordinary manner. A single piece sufficed to sustain one throughout an entire day's journey. In the days to come, Celeborn of the Golden Forest bestowed limbas upon Frodo and the members of the Fellowship, which proved invaluable in their journey to Mount Doom. He remarked, "What is the significance of victory if it cannot be celebrated? Tomorrow may present us with further trials and sorrows, yet at least today we stand united. Friends, let us raise our flasks in a toast, sip a little, and then enjoy a restful slumber, for a new journey awaits us on the morrow." The Dragonborn's words were met with enthusiastic applause from the dwarfs. These spirited men gathered together, setting aside their axes and warhammers. And under the brilliant moonlight and twinkling stars, they erupted into joyous song and laughter, as if no hardship could extinguish the fire within their hearts. "You are becoming quite eloquent," Gandalf remarked, seated alongside the dark-haired Dragonborn, the dwarven prince, Aragorn, and the elf Galder, as he indulged in his cherished long-bottom leaf tobacco, his pointed hat resting beside him, embodying the essence of a true king. The topic, however, was somewhat sensitive, and all eyes turned toward him. They found themselves in a deserted hall within the innermost district of En-Minas, situated in the King's Ring where the circular spire of Elendil stood. It appeared to be a place where the ancient kings of En-Menor would summon their subjects to rest. The dwarves encircled the outer courtyard, laughing heartily, bustling about, and singing the folk tunes of their homeland. The elves, apart from those stationed as sentinels, were predominantly dispersed in silence throughout the various abandoned chambers and courtyards of the King's Ring, as if the morning's battle had no bearing on their existence. This place was situated over 400 feet above the lowest tier of the Undercity. In this regard, Ana-Minas paled in comparison to Minas Tirith. For the highest court of Gondor's southern stronghold was a staggering 700 feet above its lowest gates. Such an elevation could induce despair in mortals. Had it not been for humanity's own abandonment of that grand city, it would have been exceedingly difficult for any external force to breach such formidable defenses. Indeed, even after years of desolation, this tower, emblematic of the pinnacle of northern human achievement and craftsmanship, still harbored an astonishing arcane potency. Here, the air felt as if it had crystallized. The windows of the white citadel resembled profound eyes, seemingly imbued with the gaze of the former king, piercing through the endless annals of time, observing them. Coupled with the massive foundation stones and towering spires, an overwhelming sense of history permeated the atmosphere. This was also the reason why Grimmas ultimately refrained from desecrating this tower. Within it lay an unsettling force, one that instilled both fear and covetousness, compelling him to avert his greedy, malevolent gaze from the Tower of the Ancients, despite his ludicrous self-proclamation as the master of the spire. Oh, so much has been said. For this tower and city will play a pivotal role in the protracted saga of Dragonborn. Yet, at present, the Scions of the Dragon have no intention of unveiling this to the world. A king, the imposing figure of Dragonborn, even while seated, exerted immense pressure upon the present Thorin and Arathorn. They had both either witnessed firsthand or heard tales of the astonishing spectacle during the day, when the Dragonborn single-handedly breached the gates of Minas, obliterating over 200 half-orcs with his draconic roar and flames, a feat that utterly shattered their morale. Without subjects, one cannot speak of a king. The voice of the dark-haired Dragonborn resonated softly, tinged with a hint of indifference, as if perplexed by the wizard's words. Yet, neither Thorin nor Arathorn dared to disregard the Dragonborn's statement. A king? The dwarf prince and the human ranger exchanged glances, speechless, particularly Arathorn, who felt an unmistakable weight coalescing upon his shoulders since the wizard made that declaration. My friends, why do you misunderstand? I harbor no such intention. Is this not merely the idle chatter of friends after a few drinks? Dragonborn felt a fire igniting within him, the thought atop the dusky hill growing ever clearer. However, he firmly restrained himself. This was not the appropriate moment, he admonished inwardly, casting a reproachful glance at the wizard. With a smile, he addressed Arathorn and Thorin, assuring them that it was all but the drunken ramblings of the wizard, and there was no need for concern. Gandalf merely chuckled, savoring a puff of smoke, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Nevertheless, both Thorin and Arathorn sensed an undeniable truth in the air. The authority of Minas had shifted at that very moment. The Dínedai no longer held dominion over the city. Perhaps they may still come and go freely to this city to pay homage to the graves of their ancestors. Yet, it is undeniable that the most resplendent jewel of the northern human kingdom shall no longer belong solely to the Dúnedain. In contrast to humanity's bewilderment, the dwarfs, after contemplating the implications of this matter, seemed to find it rather acceptable and thus chose to remain silent. The elves, on the other hand, welcomed this turn of events. If the Dragonborn believed himself worthy of a crown, then why not? Throughout it all, the elf Galadorn sat quietly, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, it was only Arelon who wrestled with confusion and unease, feeling as though the gazes of countless former kings were upon him. However, upon uttering his words, a wave of relief washed over Arelon's heart. The Dúnedain had long since lost their glory. Now, it was merely a matter of following the current. The ancient kings, were they aware, could hardly reproach him. In particular, he recalled the visions he had seen in dreams. Humanity was part of this narrative as well, he pondered. His keen eyes sparkled anew with invigorated light. If one has never possessed something, then what is there to lament upon its loss? Thus, beneath the profound gaze of the gray-robed wizard, a momentous resolution was hastily forged within the shadows enveloping the realm of Minas. That night, having heard of the events, Fina sought out the dark-haired Dragonborn, who stood beneath the stars, admiring the magnificent chamber of Arendelle. She inquired, Ocrian, do you aspire to be a king? Instead, he pointed towards the magnificent tower, radiating an ethereal glow under the pallid moonlight, and said, Fina, if I were to bestow this upon you, could it rival the elven gems? Fina was momentarily taken aback. A hint of uncontainable joy flickered across her exquisitely beautiful face. No, she replied. Though this is splendid and grand, is it not the property of the king? How could it possibly serve as a precious gift for another? But what if the king were willing? Dragonborn remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his golden slit pupils glistening like two exquisite amber stones in the moonlight. Fina blinked. Yet, I would prefer it to be a truly unique gift rather than a cold, unmoving object devoid of warmth. The dark-haired Dragonborn paused, then laughed. You are right, he said, turning to grasp the elven maiden's hand, just as she had once held his. I think the same. This is not an appropriate gift. A flush of color rose to Fina's cheeks, mingling with her delight. Thus, the seeds of love took root within their hearts, akin to the countless lovesick souls in the world, arriving unexpectedly yet fittingly. The following day, as dawn broke, the allied forces set forth. Dragonborn left behind 100 elves and 2 Dúnedain rangers to eliminate the remaining half-orcs, while the rest pressed on towards the final stronghold of the half-orcs in Fernost. They encountered a group of Dúnedain who claimed to be of the Arathorn lineage, led by Halbarad. The news of the Arathorn's arrival was met with great joy. He remarked, "Halbarad has indeed not disappointed me. He has brought reinforcements." Dragonborn, seated upon his steed Naharl, glanced at the approaching elf and inquired, "How many are there in total?" The elf responded, "They all ride horses, numbering 120. Dragonborn nodded and addressed Arathon. "In that case, let the son of Alar do the honor of leading this contingent. I trust that the valor of the Dúnedain will surely bring torment upon evil." "Indeed, my lord," Arathon replied gravely, "our sword shall defend the light. This is our collective vow." It seemed that the arrival of the Dúnedain reinforcements also heralded good fortune. After the allied forces marched swiftly eastward for over 5 hours, they arrived at the southern range of the North Ridge. This area was somewhat lower than the Twilight Hills. Like the Twilight Hills, North Ridge was carpeted in moss, with scarcely a towering tree in sight, only the diminutive winter holly, yellow willow, and beech, along with the common shrubs of the north. The erstwhile capital of the northern human kingdom, Acidon, known as Fernosta region, rested atop a hill approximately 100 meters high at the southernmost edge of the range. A grand avenue led directly to the now-ruined former capital of the northern human kingdom, a thoroughfare that traversed the continent from north to south. For many ages, all virtuous folk across Middle-earth have journeyed along this ancient road, built by their forebears, facilitating the exchange of goods and ideas. Yet now, as the shadows of the sky deepen and the night elongates, the majority of people have become too fearful to venture outside their homes alone. Dark phantoms from the east gradually envelop the heads of all, though many remain oblivious. The once grand city of Fernost, perched at the terminus of the North-South Avenue, has long since been reduced to a mere heap of ruins. Apart from the carrion crows and vultures, not a single living creature remains amidst the remnants of this once magnificent metropolis. Among the crumbling walls and shattered pillars, various corpses and bones lie unabashedly exposed to the air. Although the sun is well past its zenith, the midday light fails to completely dispel the shadows that linger here. An atmosphere of dread pervades the remnants, as if countless cold eyes are watching you. "I do not like it here," Fina remarked. "In truth, no one harbors affection for this place. It is devoid of life, save for the chilling winds of death. It seems the half-orcs have long abandoned this territory." The elven ranger who ventured forth confirmed this grim reality. "Aside from the multitude of corpses and skeletal remains, I could find no living half-orc," he stated. "They have fled." Gandalf gazed towards the ruins of the ancient city atop the hills, a deep furrow creasing his brow. Thorin was not mistaken. The half-orcs that once occupied this land had indeed retreated, yet a shadow still loomed over this ancient capital. A sinister force lurked in the depths of the ruins, preying hungrily upon all living beings, thriving on fear, yet trembling at the touch of sunlight, a specter caught between the realms of the living and the dead. The wizard's words carried an eerie weight, as the elves and dwarves felt as though malevolent specters lurked in the shadowy corners, poised to drag them into the realm of the deceased. Thorin shuddered, his demeanor growing even more somber. The dwarves would rather engage in combat with ogres than meet the gaze of these terrifying apparitions. "This is beyond our capability," I suggested. "Let them rot in eternal decay. The living should not disturb the world of the dead." Arathorn's expression was equally grave. He remarked that the northern humans, as well as the legends we hold, believe this place to be haunted. The souls of the departed linger here, clinging to the vestiges of their former lives. Unless absolutely necessary, the Dúnedain would never enter the city of the dead. "Then why do the half-orcs dare to linger here?" Galder inquired in astonishment. "Do they not fear the phantoms that inhabit this place?" Even the noble steed beneath the elf seemed to sense the chilling, malevolent gaze that pervaded this city, restlessly stamping its hooves and snorting, unwilling to advance. For these specters were birthed from the nefarious magic of the sorcerer Amar, the same master of the half-orcs. The words of the gray-robed wizard hung over everyone like a dark cloud. Dragonborn also felt the coldness emanating from the depths of Fernost. Yet the blood of dragons instilled in him a defiance against the malevolence of this place. He sensed that his dragon fire could vanquish these phantoms. Nahal, being a sanctified entity, expressed its profound disdain for the evil that pervaded this location, declaring, The stench of necromantic magic within this ruin can be detected even from 100 miles away. Thus, Dragonborn inquired of the gray-robed wizard beside him, "Gandalf, what is your counsel? Let us disregard this city of the dead." The wizard replied, "Our objective is to confront the half-orcs of the north. Since they have forsaken this place, Fernast Irain poses no threat to our endeavor. The wraiths that linger here cannot depart from their burial grounds. This is where their strength lies, and also their prison, unless one can break the curse that binds them. These departed souls shall find no rest." In the gaze of all present, Dragonborn pondered briefly and conceived a plan. The situation before the allied forces was now quite clear. The half-orcs of Animinus had been vanquished, and those of Fernast had scattered. What lay between Carn Diem and the alliance was merely time and the vast expanse of the Ettenmoors. Galder, led your elven cavalry to track down and eliminate the fleeing half-orcs. Ensure they do not join forces with Azig at Carn Diem. At once, my lord. Galder proclaimed loudly, and all the elven cavalry, under his command, fanned out to the east and north in pursuit of the scattered half-orcs. The expressions of Thorin and Arathorn grew solemn, for all understood that the final hour was drawing near, and a restless atmosphere spread among the alliance. The nominal commander of the allied forces, the dark-haired Dragonborn, raised his voice under the sunlight, resonant and powerful. "To the north, all. We must reach that treacherous stronghold before more half-orcs regroup at Carn Diem. Until then, we shall not halt, nor shall we rest. We are racing against time. Come, valiant warriors, forsake the comforts of your beds and the sweet mead of last night. Let us mount our steeds and march forth to the north. A glorious fate awaits us ahead." The words of the Dragonborn resonated deeply, inspiring the sacred Nahal to rise, bathed in golden sunlight. The silver-clad figures upon their steeds appeared utterly divine. The coalition was invigorated. Thus, a resounding call of horns echoed through the air, marking the commencement of a long expedition. A race against time. No one could pause or rest until they beheld the treacherous summit of Angmar Mountain. All pressed onward, northward, ever northward. Even the stout dwarves grumbled not, for the alliance must arrive at this bastion of malevolence before more half-orcs congregate under the Dark Lord's minions at Carn Dûm, the greatest fortress in the north. Little did they know, this expedition would not unfold as they had envisioned. Shadows were gathering ominously. A foul stench of decay mingled with the chill of the northern winds, permeating the hearts of all. The sky darkened, thick clouds roiling above, illuminated by terrifying flashes of lightning, as though heralding the end of days. Ravenhill, Lothlorien, the dark forest. Our kin from the west were embarking on a harrowing journey. Galadriel spoke to her husband. "I can sense that the strings of fate have been plucked. Elves, dwarves, and men are all entwined in this impending conflict. Never has war loomed so closely as it does today. Perhaps we should prepare, so that when the horn sounds, the elves of Kars Galadhan will not be caught off guard in confusion." Her husband, Celeborn, nodded thoughtfully, his handsome visage revealing a trace of regret and bewilderment as he gazed to the northeast. "Elrond of Rivendell may accept this fate without hesitation. Yet our kin in the shadowy woods of Lothlorien seem reluctant to heed the call of the ancient alliance, which greatly concerns me. The queen of the woodland folk." The exquisite and noble Galadriel gracefully descended barefoot onto the terrace of their realm. Kars Galadhan, the capital of Lothlorien, a breathtaking city built upon majestic trees, came vividly to life. Beneath the golden melon trees, the elves danced amidst shimmering silvers of lanterns, and the crystalline fountain sparkled, while staircases nestled within the boughs of the forest painted a scene of unparalleled beauty, indelibly etched in the hearts of all who beheld it. The queen of the tree folk radiated such beauty, adorned with a crown embellished with diamonds, clad in robes as white as snow. And on the ring finger of her right hand, the subtle glow of the ring of water shimmered faintly. Her eyes, as brilliant as the stars, seemed to peer through the annals of time, witnessing the fates of many. What troubles me further is that mortal beings may have long forgotten the ancient pact. Neither Gundor nor Rohan will respond to this summons, casting a shadow over their destinies. Kellerping approached his wife, and together they gazed down upon their realm. "We cannot ask for more. Mortals are bound by mortal fates. The age of elves is destined to fade, and the era of men is on the verge of dawning. However, if the people of the south and the cavalry fail to seize this opportunity, they shall have no grounds to lament the injustice of destiny." Celebrindle nodded in agreement with her husband's sentiments. She added, "The Dúnedain have participated in this expedition. The glory of the western men shall be upheld through them, and the ancient kingdom shall welcome its new sovereign." Kellerpung concurred with his wife's assertion. "Indeed, but that is a matter for the not-so-distant future." Celebrindle fell silent. Thus, the elves of lawful reign prepared in secret, awaiting the call of antiquity. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded across the misty mountains in Rivendell. The wise Elrond foresaw the impending battle and instructed his subjects to ready their steeds and bows, awaiting the day when the horn would sound. He often wandered alone along the woodland paths, lost in contemplation, seemingly grappling with an insurmountable dilemma. The light in his star-like eyes had dimmed, and his days were filled with heavy thoughts or restless agitation. This troubled Legolas Greenleaf, son of Thranduil, the prince of the woodland realm. However, when he kindly inquired of the king, he was met with anger and told to refrain from further questioning. Legolas could only fret over his father's growing unease. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Dol Guldur had already begun its dark machinations. Thus, the formidable adversary, whom we dare not name and many presume deceased, summoned its most devoted and malevolent servants. Northward, an incorporeal specter commanded from the abyss, extinguished the life of the prophesied child, whose eyes blazed with dragon fire. Instantly, 9 wraiths, devoid of shadow or the essence of life, surged forth from their macabre lair, astride steeds resembling horses of immense size and uttering guttural growls. They galloped towards the north. In their wake, verdant meadows withered and foliage frosted over. Meanwhile, the siege of Mithland had only just commenced. Unbeknownst to all, the incorporeal specter soon regretted its actions. It sensed another force entering the increasingly chaotic Middle-earth, the radiance of Valinor from the west. This sacred aura, though leagues away, pierced its malevolent senses. In mingled terror and wrath, it shrieked and trembled in the darkness, struggling to maintain its form. Therefore, when Dragonbane issued the command for the glorious charge, the formless, evil did not hesitate to conceal itself further. The denizens of Dol Guldur could no longer detect their master's presence. In the depths of Dol Guldur, they shrieked and wailed in terror, believing their malevolent lord had forsaken them. Their lamentations echoed throughout the depths of Mirkwood, where they were detected by the elves dwelling there. The elves conveyed the tidings of the southern upheaval to Thranduil, king of the woodland realm, who became even more agitated. He commanded the guards to seal all routes, forbidding the elves of the woodland realm from venturing forth until the tide of darkness had receded. This incited profound discontent in Prince Legolas Greenleaf. At that moment, the Dragonborn was leading a coalition of elves, men, and dwarves, tirelessly traversing the vast desolation of the Etten Moors during a critical juncture of their advance. Day turned to night, and the stars shone brightly as the morning breeze wafted through the air. As the army delved deeper into the barren wasteland of the Etten Moors, the vegetation dwindled and the temperature plummeted, finally following yet another exchange between Tilion and Arion. The coalition's gaze was suddenly met with a seemingly endless range of snow-capped mountains. Those were the Onwar Mountains, where Carn Dûm lay nestled. The Northern Expedition, occurring from late August to early October in the year 2931 of the Third Age, was destined to be a momentous event etched in history. However, the minor incidents along the expedition's path remained largely unknown. As they drew ever closer to the malevolent fortress in the north, the flame within Dragonborn burned ever brighter. Throughout the journey, he consistently rode ahead on Nahar, leaving the bulk of the coalition far behind. Racing alone for miles with an eager and restless gaze fixed upon the north. It was only when Finna and Gandalf caught up with him that he regained his composure. Yet, even then, he soon reverted to his previous state, swiftly abandoning the main force once more. This caused Gandalf considerable concern, for he understood that this was a test of his resolve, a trial imposed by his sacred oath. Unless he fulfilled the destiny of that vow, the trial would persist. Finna, too, recognized this, but like Gandalf, felt powerless to intervene. This ordeal is one that only the ebony-haired Dragonborn must confront alone, for no one else can lend him aid. Such is the potency of oaths in the realm of Middle-earth. They are not trifling jest, but hold an unimaginable magical force. Fortunately, in the ensuing days, Dragonborn seemed to recognize his transformation, beginning to deliberately rein in his emotions. He no longer hastened northward upon Naharl, but rather meandered patiently, neither too swiftly nor too sluggishly, at the forefront of the allied forces. By night, the sacred luminescence emanating from Naharl served as a beacon, guiding the coalition forward. Yet, despite this, a flicker of flame perpetually danced within the eyes of the ebony-haired Dragonborn, instilling trepidation in all who dared approach him or his endeavors. This manifestation reached its zenith when the Alliance finally arrived at the Onwar Mountains, a fortress perched upon the mountainside, connected to the plains below by a rugged mountain path. Steep rock walls flanked either side, while 2 towering spires, one to the left and one to the right, constricted the sinuous trail. resembling hellish hounds guarding the path to the netherworld. Furthermore, the walls of Carn Dûm were constructed entirely of dark stone, formidable and weighty. Flanking structures included arrow towers and trebuchet towers, while the gates, forged from black iron, loomed like a gaping maw leading to the abyss, foreboding and exuding dark vapors. Malevolent enchantments adorned both the walls and gates, ensuring that any who dared to touch or assault them would suffer dreadful repercussions. This is Carn Dûm, the largest and most sinister stronghold of the half-orcs in the north. Almost all elves and dwarves who beheld this fortress could not suppress a profound thought rising within their hearts. Perhaps this is our final expedition. The halls of Mandos Mahal beckon me. The Dúnedain Rangers stand awestruck before the formidable fortress. And Halbarad cannot help but express to Arathorn, "Our fate is no longer in our hands, my lord Arathorn. I hope your decisions remain wise and visionary." For when I gaze upon that dread stronghold, my heart quivers. Arathorn, too, is struck by the sight before him, and he whispers, "Halbarad, I do not regret this choice." Yet, as you have stated, when we stand before this terrifying dark fortress, our destiny is beyond our control. Thus, I wish to bestow upon you another task. Please escort my son and wife to Rivendell, so that, even if I fall here, I may find solace. However, Halbarad shakes his head. He replies, "My previous words stem from concern for our fate, not from fear of facing it. Let another undertake this task. I have already left you once. Now, I would rather protect you with my sword and life, my lord." His resolve is unwavering, which ultimately ensures the continuity of the realm of Gondor. Warriors, our destination lies before us. Prepare your armor and blades, check your bows and arrows, and join me in confronting our fate, with the enemy in sight. Dragonborn can no longer contain himself. The power of his oath compels him, and the flames in his golden slit-like eyes threaten to burst forth. The expressions of all the coalition members, including Thorin, shifted dramatically. They commenced the process of reorganizing their scattered formation. The elves, armed with spears and swords, stood resolutely in the rear, their banners flying high. The dwarves, gripping their shields and wielding long spears, stood steadfastly at the front, immovable as mountains. The ram riders lined up on the left, while the Dúnedain gathered on the right. Gandalf, Thorin, and Arathorn conferred closely, strategizing for the impending confrontation. All were preparing to face their destiny. As the coalition's ranks were reformed, the call of their horns resounded in unison. First, the dwarves' deep, thunderous blasts echoed 3 times, followed by the elves' melodious and powerful horn calls, also resonating thrice. At that moment, the horns of men remained silent, for the kingship of the Dúnedain had not yet been proclaimed. Had it been otherwise, the half-orcs of Carn Dûm would surely have been gripped by greater fear. Nevertheless, as the resounding calls of the dwarves and elves pierced the northern skies, even the icy peaks of the Almar Mountains recognized the return of the forces of light. Fueled by rage and vengeance, they vowed to overthrow the dominion of the northern half-orcs, instilling profound terror among the half-orcs within the fortress of Carn Dûm. Under the curses and lashes of their cunning and ruthless leader, the pale orc Azig, they trembled in fear, surging up the towering walls of Carn Dûm. The sharp-eared elves and detestable dwarves would not breach their defenses. Carn Dûm would become their final resting place. Azig relentlessly kicked at his diminutive kin, his furious roars reverberating throughout the ancient, malevolent fortress. The pale orcs were consumed by a furious rage, although it was somewhat anticipated that this day would arrive. The appearance of the elves and dwarves came far too swiftly. At present, Azig commands a mere 13,000 or so half-orcs, a disheartened and terrified amalgamation of wild men and ogres, utterly ineffectual in battle, were it not for the protection of Carn Dûm. The mightiest and most formidable fortress in the north, it is likely that the coalition forces would have caused these timid kin to scatter at the first sign of conflict. Indeed, Azig has resolved to staunchly defend Carn Dûm, a bastion both treacherous in terrain and steadfast in structure. In his estimation, the forces of the coalition are insufficient to breach its defenses. Perhaps the towers perched upon the steep cliffs flanking the rugged mountain paths will claim many of their lives, at which point he will unleash his own forces in a counterattack, crushing the alliance of pointy-eared and dwarven scum completely. He also possesses a final trump card, though the moment for its revelation has yet to arrive. It must be acknowledged, however, that both Azig and the half-orcs within Carn Dûm underestimate the might of the Dragonkin. They remain oblivious to the extent of devastation that an enraged Dragonkin can unleash. This miscalculation extends even to Gandalf, Thorin, and Arathorn of the Light Alliance, who have vastly underestimated the situation. Ocrion, we require a more prudent strategy. The wizard seemed taken aback by the rapid response of Azig and the half-orcs. Gazing at the formidable fortress constructed upon the mountainside, Gandalf urgently addressed Dragonborn, who was already donning his helmet. This place is exceedingly perilous. A reckless assault would lead us into the enemy's snare. I am aware that this place has become a cage, our cage, or perhaps theirs. Dragonborn seized the warhammer and shield from the elven attendant, and beneath his helm, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, I shall shatter all shackles of this realm, allowing the purifying fire of light to incinerate all. With this declaration, the Dragonborn roared and, accompanied by his steed, charged forth like the wind, unimpeded by the coalition. The radiant light of Valinor erupted from Naharl, the most sacred illumination since the first era in Middle-earth. It surged forward like a sphere of divine brilliance, ascending the rugged path of Angmar Mountain, propelled by the luminescence of Arion. At that moment, the half-orcs stationed in the towers on either side had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Kill him! Azig's furious cry echoed through the lofty mountains, even causing the icy peaks of northern Angmar to tremble, a testament to the deep-seated fear harbored within the heart of that treacherous half-orc. Yet, the speed of Dragonborn and Naharl was astonishing, akin to lightning. While the thunderous hooves still resonated in the distance, they had already leapt onto the precipice to the left. Battling the howling cold winds of Angmar Mountain, the Dragonborn brought down the warhammer Gladius with tremendous force upon the iron gate of the tower on the left. A resounding crack echoed throughout the fortress of Carn Dûm, audible to both sides. The iron gate of the tower on the left crumbled under the Dragonborn's formidable strength. And thus, he and his steed boldly charged into this perilous stronghold guarded by over 200 half-orcs. However, according to the legends passed down by the surviving elves and dwarfs, as the wrathful dragon charged in, flames erupted within the tower, and the dragon's fire eradicated the evil that dwelled there. With a thunderous roar, amidst the exhilaration of the allied forces and the trepidation of the half-orcs, the left tower collapsed with a resounding crash. A lone figure and steed emerged from the thick smoke and flames, reappearing before the world. The morale of the coalition soared to unprecedented heights. Led by Thorin, the dwarven ram riders were the first to charge forth. With fervor coursing through his veins, he shouted, for the Silver King, for the continent of Middle-earth. The royal guard of the Dí Nedain erupted in a mighty cheer, brandishing their spears as they followed their king into battle. The rangers of Arathorn and the Dí Nedain were inspired by this rousing battle cry. And under the leadership of Arathorn and Halbarad, they too surged up the mountain path of Khazad-dûm. Bringing up the rear were the northern elves, led by Finrod, marching in perfect unison, unleashing their fierce volleys of arrows to support their dwarven and Dí Nedain allies ahead. O mighty lord of the breath of Arda, bless the subjects beneath the starlight, let her arrows find their mark. In the heat of the battle, Finrod knocked an arrow from his Galadrim bow, striking a half-orc's eye from 1,000 paces away, just as the creature was about to draw its bow to shoot at the dragonkin below. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly within the elven ranks. Consequently, the half-orcs of Khazad-dûm found themselves momentarily suppressed, unable to lift their heads against the mere 1,000 elves. However, buoyed by their numerical superiority and advantageous terrain, the Orcish counterattack soon erupted in response to Azig's furious roar. What caused Dragonborn's heart to leap was the sight of a massive ballista, its long bowstring taut, atop the walls of Khazad-dûm. With a resounding thud, a piercing iron bolt, as thick as a man's thigh, was loosed from the ramparts. Additionally, a torrential downpour of black arrows, commanded by Azig and his nefarious minions, rained down upon him. Dragonborn's golden slit-like eyes narrowed to mere slits. He raised his massive square shield with his left hand to protect his vulnerable side. The sound of iron arrows striking his shield was deafening. Although he managed to withstand this barrage, the force of the ballista still forced Nahal to take a small step back, igniting a fierce rage within the holy Nahal. With a long, piercing cry, he reared up, eager to leap upon the tainted, malevolent fortress walls and exterminate those loathsome, corrupted beings. Yet, Dragonborn observed that as Thorin and Alarson surged up the rugged path before Khazad-dûm, arrows from the right tower rained down upon them with unrelenting malice. Dwarves, men, and even elves fell beneath the onslaught of arrows. Although Finna and her companions displayed remarkable accuracy, their effectiveness paled in comparison to the orcs fortified by the tower. Thus, Dragonborn's fury intensified, and with a firm squeeze of his legs, Nahal instantly understood his intent. As the golden hoof struck the ground, a brilliant radiance erupted, sending all arrows flying. With a graceful leap, it traversed over a chasm of more than 100 feet, alighting upon the sheer cliff to the right. That sacred and majestic silhouette was indelibly etched into the hearts of all elves, dwarves, humans, and even half-orcs who participated in this battle, becoming an everlasting mark within their souls. Even Azog, overwhelmed by the blinding light of Vilya, felt an unprecedented terror surge within, causing him to stagger back. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning the half-orc army and his master's plans, seeking refuge in a place where this divine spirit could never find him, hiding deeply away. However, the darkness within this malevolent half-orc ultimately compelled him to suppress his fear of the light, bellowing, "Let the Black Knights emerge. We have no retreat." Thus, with a sound that grated on the nerves, a sinister crack appeared in the foreboding iron gate of Carndum. 9 knights, devoid of shadows and the breath of life, surged forth through the fissure, bringing with them an endless tide of darkness and chilling winds, rushing toward the dragonkin upon the right cliff. The elves forged 3 rings. The dwarves of the deep crafted 7, and mortal men possessed 9. In the realm of shadows, the Dark Lord reigned supreme with the 1 ring. These lines are almost universally recognized by aficionados of Tolkien's epic trilogy, resonating deeply with fans of both the films and the literature. Around the year 1500 of the Second Age, Sauron, taking on the guise of Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, successfully deceived the Lord of a region, Celebrimbor, along with elven artisans, into forging 19 rings of power. Subsequently, he stealthily journeyed to Mount Doom, where he crafted the 1 ring, which would dominate all others. Upon realizing their deception, the elves hastily removed 3 of the rings, known to us as the rings of fire, water, and air, Narya, Ninya, and Vilya. As these 3 rings were forged later, they remained untainted by Sauron's malevolence. Nonetheless, even these elven rings would ultimately fall under the dominion of the 1 ring. The dwarves and men, however, were not so fortunate. It is said that the 7 dwarven kingdoms were founded upon a singular ring of power, bestowing upon them wealth and might. Yet, this led to an insatiable greed, as they relentlessly mined the treasures of the mountains, oblivious to the world beyond. Although the dwarves, due to their obstinate nature, did not become mere pawns of Sauron, their greed intensified. As for mortal men, the influence of the rings was even more profound. Former kings became nothing more than Sauron's servile minions, enslaved and bound to eternal servitude. The reason for recounting these tales of yore is clear. For now, 9 figures shrouded in shadow, their hoods obscuring the void above, clad in iron armor and bearing enchanted swords at their waists, approach with dread. These are the 9 ancient kings of men, long imprisoned and enslaved by Sauron, forever marked by the burden of the rings of power they once wore. After death, these once mortal kings of humanity have transformed into mere phantoms. They traverse the shadow realm, devoid of physical form. Should they require manifestation, these Nazgûl must rely on their master for an external material anchor, typically a tattered black cloak and iron armor. Consequently, ordinary physical harm bears no effect upon them. However, this very limitation necessitates that their every action in the world is bound to the cloak and armor they wear. In essence, they are invulnerable to death. Yet, inflicting damage upon their cloak can strip them of their form, rendering them incapable of manifesting in the material realm. The Nazgûl serve Sauron, acting as his eyes and ears. Their knowledge and sensations are but extensions of Sauron's own. Thus has Sauron, one of the architects of chaos upon the continent of Middle-earth, finally made his appearance before him. The fiery impulse within Dragonborn fills him with an unwavering courage. He grips his warhammer and shield tightly, his golden vertical pupils gleaming with excitement, as the dragon's blood within him simmers like molten lava, exhaling a breath that is both searing and laced with wisps of white smoke. Though the Nazgûl have never encountered a descendant of dragons, the golden vertical pupils of the figure before them instill profound dread, not to mention the Dragonborn's godlike stature and the magnificent steed beneath him, a paragon of Western grace, are strikingly conspicuous. Thus, with merely a cursory glance, these dark minions have chosen their target. "You must die," intoned the leader of the Nazgûl, his voice a hoarse, piercing echo, as if it emanated from the void, reminiscent of a long silent, desiccated corpse, harsh and imbued with an aura of chilling malevolence. Almost all the dwarves and rangers of Dúnedain who heard the voice of the ringwraith shuddered in unison, their eyes wide with terror. Thorin felt as if the very blood within his veins had begun to congeal. What manner of monstrosities are these? Beside him, Dwalin trembled, rendered speechless. Many present failed to recognize the ringwraiths, yet they were all profoundly unsettled by the vile aura that enveloped them. Only a few elves and Gandalf cast bewildered glances toward the steep cliff to their right. How could this be? A notion in Gandalf's mind was confirmed. Yet he remained incredulous. Their master should have long been vanquished. Why had he resurrected, and why had the White Council received no forewarning? Finna cast a worried glance at the shadowy figure high above, for the elven host still required her leadership, and their battlefield lay atop the towering cliffs, where neither elves nor wizards could advance to assist. Your master's time has long since passed. You are but the remnants of a bygone era, discarded and forgotten by time. How dare you speak so boldly? Nahar sensed the dark, repugnant stench of decay emanating from the approaching foe, and with great disdain, he stomped his hoof, causing the sacred light of Valinor to erupt forth. The black beast beneath the 9 riders shrieked in terror, unwilling to advance. That light dispelled the shadows of the netherworld, scorching their already dwindling sanity, compelling them to emit anguished cries. The sound was so malevolent and chilling that it nearly destabilized the alliance. You fools, do not stand there foolishly. The figure of the gray-robed wizard burst forth from the mountain path, raising his staff high. A blinding radiance suddenly emanated from the gem atop it. Nearly eclipsing the sun above, this was the power of the Ring of Fire, Narya, which always bestowed hope in the darkest of times. This was a war of survival. A battle where it was either you or I who would perish. Stealing their courage, let them taste the might of dwarven swords and axes. The wizard's voice resounded like thunder across the battlefield, his form towering and regal, akin to a sovereign of great authority. He brandished his staff, the dazzling light transforming into a bolt of lightning that struck heavily upon the Orcish horde atop the walls, reducing several of them to mere charred remains. The acrid stench of burnt flesh swiftly enveloped the battlefield. Thorin and Alarion were instantly invigorated, their spirits rekindled amidst the anguished cries of the Nazgûl. Over 200 dwarven guards surged forth from the mountain path, some bearing ladders crafted by elven artisans, while others raised shields to form a protective front. More dwarves and the towering Dúnedain followed closely behind, with the elves trailing in their wake. The elven archers, unceasing in their advance, deftly drew their bows, accurately striking every orc that dared to expose itself. Their toll of destruction surpassed even that of the combined dwarves and Dúnedain by more than double, leaving the blasphemer Azog too intimidated to show his face. Meanwhile, Angmar, the Witch King, the foremost of the ring wraiths, was the first to launch an assault against the enemy, being the mightiest of the 9 Black Riders. In his grasp, a myriad of malevolent magical lights and curses flickered incessantly, yet they bore no effect upon the raven-haired dragonkin. For, just as Eru Ilúvatar had once bestowed his blessing upon him, all that he loathed and abhorred could not inflict harm upon the dragonkin. The Nazgûl, being distorted and unnatural entities, were precisely what he detested. Thus, the assaults launched by the ringwraiths fell like mud into the ocean. No matter how fervently they urged or howlingly they cried, they remained utterly incapable of touching even the hem of Dragonborn's sleeve. In stark contrast, a radiant and sanctified aura emanated from Dragonborn. This brilliance was so resplendent that it surpassed even the sacred light of Vilya worn by Enhar. Within this divine luminescence, the form of the dragonkin appeared magnified and imposing, reminiscent of a deity surveying the mortal realm. The twisted beings quivered in their resolve, their hidden consciousness trembling beneath their hoods. They incessantly clamored in their hearts for the name of their wicked lord, yearning for strength and courage from him. Alas, their master recognized the blessing of Ilúvatar upon the dragonkin long before they did, and in terror, he severed his connection with his minions, retreating to the deepest caverns of the earth, quaking in fear. This moment nearly altered the course of history as we know it in Middle-earth. It was only when Sauron realized that the dragonkin was oblivious to his location and entangled in trivial matters that the Dark Lord re-emerged. Enhar, being of the Mayor as well, comprehended this well. Praise be to the most holy Ilúvatar. The proud and resplendent being let out a piercing cry, as the light of Valinor from the sacred land of Amen burst forth, abruptly interrupting the assault of the 9 riders. Aware that in a contest of martial prowess, he would undoubtedly fall short against these long-established malevolent entities, he recognized that conventional physical harm would prove ineffective against the ringwraiths. Thus, the Dragonborn unleashed a torrent of seething dragon fire. The leading Witch King of Angmar, without hesitation, swiftly drew his enchanted sword, rasping an exceedingly nefarious incantation. The dreadful torrent of flames split asunder, surging past him. However, this very act resulted in at least 3 of the less formidable Nazgûl being engulfed by the dragonfire, imbued with astounding arcane power. Their black cloaks and hoods held out for but a few breaths against the dragon's inferno before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the void. The chilling shrieks that accompanied their disappearance sent shivers through the nearly 20,000 elves, humans, dwarves, and half-orcs on the battlefield, as an overwhelming dread loomed large in their hearts. Yet, when the Allied forces recognized that their own commander had eradicated these vile beings, a wave of exhilaration surged among them. Thorin Oakenshield, wielding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, ascended a ladder and leaped onto the walls of Carn Diem, Azog. The dwarven prince bellowed in fury, the grievances of his kin igniting within him. With a mighty swing, he crushed the skull of a grotesque and foul half-orc, shielding himself with his shield as he wreaked havoc among the throng, desperately seeking the elusive pale orc. Yet, the pale orc cunningly concealed himself. The formidable Black Knight found himself restrained by the Dragonborn, while the coalition began its ascent upon the city. The situation was as precarious as a fragile egg, and Azog discerned that entangling himself with the dwarven scum of the Durin royal family was not a judicious course of action. Thus, he stealthily concealed himself in the shadows, incessantly maneuvering his forces, intent on repelling the coalition that surged towards the ramparts. At this juncture, behind Thorin, a multitude of human rangers and dwarves surged forth. Both Arathorn and Balin ascended the walls. They wielded their swords with valor, driving back wave after wave of half-orcs. This display of courage unsettled Dragonborn. In that moment, the oaths sworn long ago, once a source of boundless courage and strength, now turned upon him like a double-edged sword, inflicting wounds upon his very soul. The torrent of fiery wrath abated, and Dragonborn turned his gaze towards the walls of Carn Diem, granting the opportunity to Longmar, the Witch King of the Nazgûl. He emitted a chilling, anguished shriek. From the depths of Carn Diem, a malevolent force was awakened. Pairs of eyes, radiating an eerie, frigid glow, ignited with life. They jubilantly burst forth from the coffins that had bound them, emerging like phantoms from the abyss. These terrifying creatures, with voices low, rigid, and ominous, possessed hands as cold and unyielding as iron, yet bore no corporeal forms. Their disheveled figures resembled towering black shadows, unafraid of the sun above. They surged upon the ramparts like a tide, instilling fear in the half-orcs, who recoiled in terror. They were wraiths, malevolent spirits that inhabited the remains of the deceased. Ordinary blades held no sway over them, yet the scent of death lingered ominously in their wake. A dwarf, filled with terror, struck at the creatures with his axe, only to be ensnared by the ghastly claws of a corpse wight. The long hair of the wight wrapped around his ankle and yanked him down with great force. Immediately, more of these monstrosities surged forward, tearing the unfortunate dwarf to shreds. Such scenes were all too common. The blades of dwarves and humans alike struck against these fiends as if they were merely hacking at tattered leather, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Soon, Thorin and his companions found themselves confined to a small area atop the city walls, on the verge of being overwhelmed. Why was this expedition plagued with such calamity? First Azog, then the Spectre, and now the terrifying Black Knight alongside these grotesque shadow creatures. Very well, by Durin Esbeard. Thorin gripped his hammer and shield tightly, a wave of resolute despair washing over him. Come what may, today shall be the day of reckoning. Dwarves do not falter, for we shall never tarnish the honor of our ancestors. The dwarf prince's eyes blazed with unbridled fury as he charged toward the advancing orcs and the dreadful wights, roaring into battle. His cousin Dwalin followed closely behind, causing more orcs to cower and flee, too afraid to confront the wrathful prince. Meanwhile, the corpse wights were momentarily daunted by the bravery of Thorin Oakenshield, circling around him while emitting fierce howls, neither advancing nor retreating. We cannot contend with these abominations. Arelon wielded the royal sword of Arno, entering with determination, standing back to back with Thorin. We require a wizard, he exclaimed. Gandalf, Gandalf, can you not allow me a moment of peace? I am not endowed with extraordinary powers. The agile figure of the gray wizard ascended from beneath the ramparts, brandishing his sword and staff, repelling the surrounding orcs and undead. Have I not already addressed enough issues for both men and dwarfs? I scarcely have time to tend to my beard. The wizard raised his staff high, and a blinding white light surged forth, illuminating the battlements of Khazad Diem like a beach at dawn. Then, Gandalf brought his staff down with force. The dazzling light transformed into a white flame, instantly engulfing the heights of Khazad Diem, toppling the onslaught of orcs and reducing dozens of foul undead to ashes. Yet, the expressions of Arelon and Thorin remained grave. For more undead surged forth. We must retreat, Dragonborn observed as the wizard and the dwarven prince, along with Arelon, fled the walls in disarray. A multitude of terrifying creatures descended from the heights, flooding into the ranks of men, dwarves, and elves, compounded by the orcs upon the battlements, resulting in significant casualties among the alliance. He even witnessed several monsters charging towards the head chef, although they were swiftly dealt with by Fina. Wielding the elven-crafted bow Galadrius from the first age, his heart raced nonetheless. At last, the fiery turmoil within Dragonborn subsided considerably. Yet, simultaneously, the formidable dragon heart within him throbbed with fervor. He took a deep breath and roared, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of flames, intertwined with a thunderous bellow that erupted upon the battlefield. The Witch King of Angmar and the other three Nazgûl, sensing the imminent peril, fled the scene in utter disarray. However, two Nazgûl were unable to escape the wrath of the enraged dragon-blooded, resulting in their complete annihilation, along with their steeds. Subsequently, that searing torrent of flames swept down upon the entire battlefield, incinerating the pursuing undead without mercy. Initially, the coalition's offensive progressed with remarkable ease. Dragonborn, whom we would later come to know as the Silver King, alongside the spirit Naharl, charged forth like a manifestation of Aurum, or some say Tulkas, surging towards the towers of Aumar and demolishing the one on the left. The half-orcs of Karn DM were struck with profound fear, unable to meet the fury of the dragon-blooded with their gaze. The morale of the coalition soared. Dragonborn engaged in fierce combat with the Nine Riders. As the earth-shattering roars and terrifying shrieks reverberated across the peaks of the Angmar Mountains, Thorin Oakenshield was the first to scale the ramparts, valiantly wielding his warhammer alongside Dwalin's axe, repelling wave after wave of half-orcs. Apart from the Dnedain, Arathorn, and Halbarad, none could rival the valiant deeds accomplished by the Dwarven Prince and his cousin on that fateful day, against the overwhelming hordes of the undead. They emerged from the deepest recesses of Khazad-dûm, impervious to the bite of blade or axe. The wizard Gandalf raised his staff, repelling a multitude of these vile creatures. "Ocrion," he cried, invoking the name of the silver-haired king's elf. "Look behind you. The enemy is too numerous. We cannot withstand them. We must retreat." Thus, Dragonborn extricated himself from the fray with the Nine Riders, unleashing his dragon fire to vanquish the pursuing wights, thereby saving the coalition leaders, including Thorin and Arathorn. Henceforth, the first siege of Khazad-dûm came to a close. On August 30th, 2931 of the Third Age. Since that fateful day, the coalition retreated from the dark walls of Khazad-dûm, journeying for 3 days to the frigid hills of Aeshaelprus, situated 20 leagues from the mountains of Angmar. During these 3 days, the leaders of the coalition engaged in fervent disputes over the question of whether to withdraw. Each time, their arguments grew heated, nearly escalating into duels. We speak of dwarves and wizards, for it was the dwarves who charged at the forefront and bore the brunt of the White's onslaught. The losses among the Dnedain were severe, with the Rams' cavalry nearly annihilated, as many of the Rams fled. The Dwarven Guard suffered a quarter of their number. Coupled with the previous battle at Mistrand, the Dnedain had seen the fall of nearly 1,500 of their 3,500 elite. This was a devastating blow for Thorin Oakenshield, as it represented nearly the last vestige of hope for the survival of the royal lineage of Durin. Now, having lost more than a third of their forces, how could he not feel sorrow? The Dnedain, being a dwindling race, could ill afford further losses, prompting Arelon to solemnly suggest a temporary retreat. Only the elves voiced a resolute dissent, represented by Fina. The northern elves under her command had also suffered considerable losses in the previous battle. However, in comparison to the dwarves who charged ahead, the elves endured relatively lesser casualties. Out of 1,000 elves, over 700 remained capable of continuing the fight. Additionally, the head chef was aware that the inner turmoil of the Dragonborn, who had remained silent since their withdrawal from the battlefield, was rooted in a deep reluctance to retreat, evidenced by his occasional rides on Nahar, gazing longingly at the distant Angmar Mountains. Yet, Fina's perspective could not sway the obstinate dwarves. Arelon from the human faction also deemed further assaults on the fortified Karn Dûm to be unwise, resulting in a stalemate between the parties. As for the wizard, his behavior was even more perplexing. The gray-robed wizard vociferously argued against retreating with the stubborn dwarfs, while simultaneously acknowledging, albeit discreetly, that assaulting the well-prepared Karn Dûm with their current forces was a folly. This duplicity engendered discontent among both the elves and dwarves, who found the wizard's ambiguous stance untrustworthy. Thus, the leaders of the coalition bickered for 3 days. Had it not been for the Dragonborn's authority keeping the situation in check, it is conceivable that the most vociferous dwarves and the wizard might have come to blows. I mean, a unilateral hammering. Meanwhile, the morale among the ranks of the coalition plummeted dramatically, until the arrival of the sorcerers or Dragonborn, who might employ magic or the power of the illicit gems to soothe these frightened souls. The farce would persist. Only the firstborn children of Ilúvatar maintained their timeless grace and nobility. The elves were sorrowful, yet not in despair. They hastily buried some of their severely wounded kin beyond salvation, while softly singing mournful songs to bid them farewell, hoping for a reunion in the halls of Mandos. Overall, a pervasive sense of pessimism enveloped the coalition. However, no one cast blame upon the Dragonborn. For Dragonborn was not only the nominal leader of the coalition but had single-handedly withstood the mightiest foes, the Nine Knights, in the battle 3 days prior and obliterated a perilous tower, thereby significantly restraining the enemy's firepower and providing the coalition with a favorable environment and conditions for their siege. Had it not been for the subsequent unleashing of the vile undead army, the coalition could have captured the treacherous fortress of Canjuum 3 days ago. Even so, in the aftermath, it was still our nominal commander who tended to the wounded elves, dwarves, and humans. Thus, from the highest ranks of Thorin and Alarson to the lowest of dwarves and men, no one could demand more from the Dragonborn. They could only lament why they could not endure just a little longer. Some even speculated that had the coalition counterattacked at that moment, the outcome might have been different. Yet, such is the nature of fate. Once the pieces are set, there is no turning back. At that moment, the majority of the coalition forces found themselves engulfed in chaos, utterly incapable of issuing effective commands, resulting in a squandered opportunity for a counterattack. Finally, following yet another feudal dispute, Dragonborn spoke. The Dragonborn, often taciturn, commanded attention whenever he chose to utter a word. His unexpected directive not only rendered the dwarf prince, who was embroiled in a heated argument with the sorcerers, momentarily speechless, but also compelled Alarson, who stood nearby, to rise and kneel on one knee. As he did so, the human ranger unsheathed the crystal-clear Arno royal sword, reminiscent of autumn waters, and solemnly reaffirmed the oath of the Dúnedain. This gesture stirred something within the Dragonborn. He hastily approached the valiant warrior and said, "I merely wish for the Dúnedain not to spill their precious blood upon this desolate land." Alarson lifted his gaze to the towering figure and replied earnestly, "Life, indeed, is invaluable, yet there are always causes worthy of such sacrifice." The Dragonborn's expression shifted, though he remained silent. Beside him, Thorin's countenance displayed a myriad of emotions, but ultimately, he too rose, placing a hand over his heart, and solemnly declared, "Please do not doubt the unwavering resolve of the dwarves, my lord." Alongside Fina, representing the elves, the upper echelons of the coalition once again reached a consensus. The Dragonborn surveyed the assembly, ensuring that no further objections lingered, before slowly nodding, his demeanor infused with authority. At that moment, the gray-robed wizard, seemingly pulling a smoking pipe from thin air, exhaled clouds of smoke while observing the assembled individuals with a knowing, smug expression that was quite irksome. However, as the dwarves and the Dúnedain exited the tent of the coalition's commander, Gandalf deliberately chose to remain behind. "My lord, if the wizard had previously been merely conjecturing, the battle of 3 days prior, where the dark-haired Dragonborn valiantly faced the malevolent Nazgul, had bestowed upon him a transcendent aura that confirmed his suspicions. The man before him was indeed the fated child of Eru Ilúvatar, destined for greatness." Consequently, Gandalf's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Dragonborn shot him a curious glance, his expression stern as he responded, "Why do you perceive this as a speech? Could it not be my genuine sentiment? The valor of Thorin and Arathorn is indeed commendable. Their kin have spilled sufficient blood. I grant them the honor of retreat. Is there an issue with that? Then perhaps I have misspoken," the wizard noted, perceiving the dangerous glint in the king's eyes and wisely opting not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he artfully redirected the conversation. "While the hearts of the dwarves and men have been assuaged for the time being, there remains another quandary, my lord." "What quandary?" The Dragonborn, having endured 3 days of relentless bickering, approached the tent's entrance, gazing northward. Gandalf mimicked his stance, peering towards the Angmar Mountains. In the distance, the foreboding silhouette of the great fortress of Carn-diem emerged, its imposing dome partially shrouded in shadow. "Our forces are insufficient, my lord. We require additional reinforcements." Gandalf fixed an unyielding gaze upon Dragonborn, a cunning expression adorning his countenance. Miss Lander, the dark-haired Dragonborn, sighed, addressing the wizard by his elven name for the first time. "Has anyone ever mentioned how truly insufferable you are, my lord?" The wizard bowed deeply, Kings may dislike me, yet they all find themselves in need of my counsel. This observation proved quite astute. The Dragonborn, harboring a tumultuous fire within, could not suppress a faint smile. Indeed, the wizard was self-important, yet certainly not a fool. Never has been, my lord. Do not call me my lord. However, the Dragonborn soon adopted a stern demeanor once more. You are aware of the problem, Miss Lander. So what is your solution? I can endure this no longer. Gandalf, do you not understand? The mere thought of Azig, that beast, reveling in its taunts fills my heart with a burning fury. The regal, icy golden slits of Dragonborn's eyes bore into the wizard, the flames of his vow igniting anew. Should you fail to resolve this issue, or if the coalition proves uncooperative, I shall venture alone to Khazad-dûm and slay that foul creature. The battle 3 days prior had indeed altered much. Firstly, the dark-haired Dragonborn could ascertain that the threat posed by the ringwraiths was significantly less formidable than that of the Balrog. Neither their aura of dread nor their malevolent sorcery held any sway over him. On the contrary, the light of Valinor emanating from the Holy Spirit, Har, constrained them with unwavering intensity, rendering them utterly incapable of approaching. Consequently, their remarkable swordsmanship and combat skills became entirely ineffectual. Moreover, the draconic flames of the ebony-haired dragon-blooded one wielded immense power against them. In truth, Dragonborn had underestimated the potency of the dragon lineage. If dragons were truly inconsequential, the tales of hobbits would never have come to fruition. A single smog was sufficient to instill trepidation among all factions of Middle-earth, let alone this dragon-blooded one blessed by Eru Ilúvatar. Among the ringwraiths, only the Witch King of Aumar posed a significant threat to him. Thus, Dragonborn found himself deliberating the odds of success should he dare to confront the half-orc stronghold alone. The gray-robed wizard, too, adopted a grave demeanor, his gaze fixating on the horn at Dragonborn's waist. Crafted from white shell and adorned with gold at both ends, it emanated a gentle luminescence in the sunlight. This was the Horn of the Waters, Ilúvatar. Ocrian, are you familiar with the ancient tale of the elves uniting with dwarves and men to combat the dark adversary? You mean? Dragonborn inquired with raised brows in astonishment. Sound the sacred horn, Ilúvatar, my lord. The wizard set aside his pipe, his stooped form instantly transforming into one of towering stature, his aged visage radiant and regal, akin to that of a monarch. Invoke the ancient alliance, summon forth erstwhile allies. Noble Silver King, they shall gather beneath your banner and expel darkness and evil from this land once and for all. Dragonborn widened his eyes. On August 30th, 2931 of the Third Age, in the height of summer, all beings across the continent of Middle-earth, from the west of Mistraland, Greyhaven, to the east of Iron Hills, from the northern reaches of the shadowy forest to the southern lands of Gondor, heard a resounding horn echoing from ancient times. The sound was magnificent and imposing. Thus, in the lush depths of Lothlorraine, the ethereal and stirring horns of the elves once again filled the air. This marked the first appearance of the elves of Kara's Galadhon to the world since the end of the Second Age, following the last alliance of men and elves. Celebrimbor and Galadriel, the noble couple of the Golden Wood, were the first to respond to the call of the ancient covenant. They dispatched an army that crossed the river Celebrant, traversed the mountain passes, and scaled the misty mountains to unite with Elrond on the other side. Indeed, following Lothlorraine, Rivendell was the second to heed the sacred summons of the horn. Accompanying Elrond were his twin sons, Elladan and Elrohir. Subsequently, from Mistraland, Círdan unhesitatingly sent forth another contingent led by Galdr, heading northward. In the shadowy forest, Thranduil stood rigid, listening to the monumental sound of the horn from the horizon, as if he had turned into a statue. My lord, Legolas Greenleaf burst in, his face a mask of astonishment. What is this sound? Why does it stir my heart so profoundly? I feel a voice calling me, urging me to venture north. But how can this be? I have never heard this voice before. Only then did Thranduil awaken from his astonishment. He vociferously reprimanded his only son, believing he had forsaken the princely decorum of the woodland kingdom and subsequently banished him. Thus, Legolas found himself firmly obstructed by the guards at the threshold of the king's chamber, his handsome visage betraying a profound anxiety, while unease enveloped his heart. In Gondor, the ruler at that time was Turgon, the son of Tí-Rin II and father of Ecthelion, making him the 26th steward of Gondor and the grandfather of the final steward, Denethor II. This steward was neither particularly wise nor foolish. Mediocrity was his defining trait. Under his governance, the people of Gondor encountered neither greater prosperity nor increased misfortune. On this day, the once glorious citizens of the holy city gazed up at the sky. A mix of apprehension and curiosity etched upon their faces. What was this sound? It resonated with an uplifting fervor, as if ancient kings were summoning their subjects to partake in a glorious battle. But where had such conflict arisen? I had heard no word of it from the knights of the regent. Gondor already faced a multitude of its own challenges. Why invite further troubles? Let it be. Whether it be an apparition or an anomaly, it remained too distant to concern us, and Gondor had neither the strength nor the will to address it. The guards could only retreat, bowing in acquiescence. In Rohan, at Edoras, the capital of the Rohirrim, the venerable Fingal, aged 61, reigned as the 15th king of Rohan. On this day, when the grand and majestic sound of horns reverberated through the air, the descendants of the Oth-Odi were both awed and bewildered. Unlike the Edenites who were bestowed in Minor by Vra, they had never set foot in Beleriand. Thus, could such a grand and majestic sound be the horn of Orem being sounded? How should the descendants of Yril respond? In the Golden Hall, Fingolfin sought counsel from the ministers, yet none of the commanders of the cavalry could answer the king's query. Consequently, Fingolfin had no choice but to regretfully dismiss them. After much hesitation, ultimately, both Rohan and Gondor declined the summons. The dwarves of the Blue Mountains expressed a desire to support their prince. Yet Thorin had previously taken the most formidable of the dwarven guard away, leaving only the elderly Balin and the younger, less capable dwarves behind, thus rendering their intentions futile. However, before fleeing, Sauron issued a nefarious command through his consciousness to the Witch King of Almar, the leader of the Nazgûl. Soon after, the orcs of Gundabad, separated from the Almar Mountains by the plains of Falder, began to reinforce Carn Diem. Clearly, the Dark Lord was unwilling to accept defeat. Or perhaps Sauron, knowing that failure was his only outcome, decided to take reckless measures, preparing to extract a few teeth from the elves as well. Thus, in the year 2931 of the Third Age, at the end of August, a great war erupted across the continent of Middle-earth. This would be one of the most monumental conflicts since the last alliance of men and elves in 3430 of the Second Age. On September 1st, the elves of Lothlorien crossed the Misty Mountains, arriving in Rivendell. On September 7th, after a wait of 6 days, the Elven Alliance of Rivendell and Lothlorien finally received the long-anticipated arrival of Legolas and Captain Toriel, who led a formidable force of 4,000 woodland elves from the Dark Forest. It was evident that Thranduil, the king of the Woodland Realm, had surmounted his inner turmoil and responded to the call of the ancient alliance. Thus, in the Third Age, the remnants of the elven lords had gathered in near completeness. With the armies of Rivendell and Lothlorien included, a grand host of over 8,000 elves had convened in the valley. Witnessing this vast, distinct yet harmoniously united coalition, Legolas and Toriel were left in awe. Among them, the woodland elves donned green robes adorned with golden armor, while the slightly fewer elves, clad in gray robes with golden accents, hailed from Karas Galadhon, their queen being the illustrious Lady Galadriel, a figure legendary even among elves. The smallest contingent, numbering merely 1,000 and dressed in blue robes, belonged to Lord Elrond of Rivendell, led by the esteemed Glorfindel, another hero of renown. All these signs heralded that this summons would mark a momentous event in this glorious era. The new generation of elves, born in the Third Age, including Legolas and Toriel, were filled with exhilaration. On September 8th, 2931 of the Third Age, the 8,000 elven reinforcements departed from the valley, heading northward. With only 15 days remaining until the Second Battle of Carn Diem, Ace Helprus, an inconspicuous hill once lost to the annals of time, gained prominence only due to the events of the Third Age in the year 2931, specifically the First and Second Battles of Carn Dûm. Prior to this, one might have struggled to locate it on a map. However, when the Silver Kings sounded the sacred horn of Urimuri here, invoking the ancient covenant and rallying former allies to mount an offensive against the half-orc stronghold of Carn Dûm, this once nameless hill was catapulted into the limelight as one of the most renowned codenames of the Third Age. On September 6th, as the Elven Alliance of Rivendell and Karas Galadhon awaited the arrival of Legolas and Toriel from the Woodland Realm in the valley, the Elven cavalry, led by Galder, finally rejoined the coalition. The reintegration of nearly 500 Elven horsemen significantly bolstered the alliance's mobility. Dragonborn had commanded Galder to send the swift Elven cavalry to patrol the vast expanse surrounding the Angmar Mountains, preventing any potential escape attempts by the Pale Orcs. The half-orcs within Carn Dûm showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they continued to fortify their ranks with reinforcements and fleeing half-orc soldiers converging from the north. It was evident that the Nazgûl had received orders from their master and were poised for a fierce confrontation against the alliance in the Angmar Mountains. To bolster the morale of the coalition and ascertain the half-orcs' resolve to engage in a decisive battle at Carn Dûm on September 9th, the dark-haired Dragonborn once again rode alone upon the sacred steed Naharl, ascending the Angmar Mountains to challenge the Nazgûl within the fortress. However, they were repelled by the pale orc Azog, who commanded the half-orcs atop the city to unleash a rain of bolts and arrows. The remaining 4 ringwraiths in the army of the necromancer Angmar did not reveal themselves. In a fit of rage, the Dragonkin once again demolished the tower on the right cliff, eliminating a treacherous stronghold for the impending battle. Azog could only watch helplessly, not daring to confront the wrath of the Dragonkin outside the city. The walls and gates of Carn Dûm were fortified with exceedingly malevolent magic, a fortress meticulously constructed by the necromancer Angmar, impervious even to wizards and elves. It was fortunate that Azog remained within the city. Should he venture out, he would surely be devoured by the Dragonkin. The coalition was emboldened by the valor of the Dragonkin, while the half-orcs, witnessing the arrival of more towering kin responding to commands from above, thought to themselves that with so many, surely it would not be their own lives at stake. Concurrently, the gray-robed wizard Gandalf encountered a peculiar visitor on a dark and stormy night. The wizard stealthily slipped away from the coalition's camp, undetected. Undoubtedly, when a wizard wishes to conceal his whereabouts, even elves find it exceedingly difficult to perceive their presence. Much like the guards of Grey Havens failed to notice his entrance into the Hall of Fallen Leaves. Old friend, what news do you bring me? In a location several miles from the coalition's camp at Isengard, the gray-robed wizard met his enigmatic companion, a great eagle, its wingspan nearly 30 meters wide. It is the foremost of Vala, the messenger of Man, the king of Arda, and the ruler of the majestic eagle kin. At this moment, it perches upon a towering stone, its sharp talons gripping the frigid rock, while its keen eyes dart about with agility. Gandalf, that bothersome creature. I have heeded the tidings you conveyed via the hummingbird, traversing northeast from the Misty Mountains, soaring over the vast wilderness, crossing the Iron Hills, and then passing over Rohan and the Helcarax Sea, as well as the Erdingrin Mountains, also known as the Iron Mountains, into the long-forgotten ruins of Utumno. The very name seems imbued with enchantment. Not only did this magnificent eagle shift its head uncomfortably, but even the gray-cloaked wizard furrowed his brow deeply. He puffed on his beloved long-bottom leaf tobacco, his mouth smacking incessantly, a manifestation of his agitation. Speak on, my friend. Please continue, he urged. The Eagle King sidestepped slightly, wary of the wizard's smoke encroaching upon its sleek, resplendent feathers. What more is there to say? The wizard remarked. The great eagle's wings have been clipped. The splendid creature lamented. The great eagle has lingered here for a full week. We dared not descend, for the land is cursed, and we have no fondness for it. Ah, I know, the wizard replied. We have all, knowingly or unknowingly, forgotten that land and the tales it harbors. For the master of that sinister realm once wrought unspeakable harm upon the earth, a dark adversary. Its name has slipped from our collective memory, Melkor. As the dreadful name escaped Gandalf's lips through gritted teeth, the King of Eagles felt the biting cold of the winds in this realm intensify, a terrifying darkness looming ominously, threatening to engulf them both. We shall not speak this name. The King of Eagles' voice was sharp, tinged with desperation. Let us curse this name. Countless ages have passed, yet the earth remains deeply afflicted by its malevolence. The heinous deeds wrought by this entity cannot be cleansed even by the depths of the Beligare Sea. Countless lives have been annihilated by its hand, the skies torn asunder by its presence. The very ground is sunk beneath its weight. The passage of ages cannot heal such wounds. Wizard, you should not utter this name. Gandalf, already burdened by age, seemed to stoop even further. He anxiously puffed on his pipe, remaining silent until the agitated eagle regained its composure. Then the wizard tapped out the remnants of his smoke and stowed the pipe away. You are right. Let us curse that name, he said. However, dear friend, I did not summon you merely to provoke your ire. Come now. Let us calm ourselves and proceed. You have ventured into Utumno and witnessed the former hell. So, my old friend, pray tell, did your keen eyes perceive anything unusual? You know of what I speak. The King of Eagles flapped his enormous wings, visibly unsettled. The great eagle shook his head, as if to say, what did you mention? I seem to have forgotten something. Gandalf, troubled, tapped his head, speaking in confusion. Where was I just now? Ah. The wizard suddenly seemed to recall everything. Yes, indeed. He furrowed his brow. If it were not the Dark Lord, then who was commanding creatures such as the Fire Demon and the Wolf King? Could it truly be Sauron? He murmured, appearing deeply troubled. In any case, the Lord of Eagles spread his vast wings. My task is complete. What remains is no concern of the great eagle kin. Gandalf, farewell, and I hope that when we next meet, your beard will still be as long. Gandalf also raised his head, waving to the great eagle, saying, Farewell. My old friend, may the mighty winds beneath your wings carry you to any place illuminated by sun and starlight. Thus, the Lord of Eagles let out a clear cry and soared high into the skies, his majestic form resembling a vast black cloud against the rising sun, gradually vanishing into the northern mountains. The next meeting would not occur for several more years. However, at that moment, he had no further energy to devote to other matters. For the most pressing concern was the impending Second Battle of Khazad-dûm and other conflicts. On September 21st, after days of rapid marching, the Elven alliance from Rivendell and the forces from western Mithland arrived almost simultaneously at a small hill in the northern Eddon Moors. The melodious and resounding elven horns sounded in succession 6 times. A meticulously arranged battalion of armored warriors, bearing the banners that signify their sovereign lords, emerges from the south and west, marching in unison through the darkness, their feet treading upon the dawn's light, a manifestation of hope and courage as they arrive in the north. The northern elves immediately recognize the foremost banner, that of their kin from the east, Lord Elrond of Rivendell. Leading this valorous assembly is Glorfindel, flanked by 2 strikingly handsome young elves, Elrond's twin sons, Elladan and Elrohir. Above them, the banner of Kara's Galadhon flutters in the breeze, resembling a gleaming star. Following closely is the royal standard of the woodland realm of Thranduil, under which stand Legolas, Greenleaf, and Tauriel, brimming with excitement. They bring with them a contingent of 8,000 elven reinforcements. From the west comes the esteemed Gamel of Grey Haven, accompanied by an additional 1,000 newly arrived Linden elves, their presence igniting elation among the elves. On the hill, Dragonborn rides upon the sacred steed Nawal, the sunlight casting an ethereal glow upon him, akin to a deity. He instinctively clenches his fist, flames of fervor igniting within his golden vertical pupils. Observing the rows upon rows of well-equipped and solemnly composed elven reinforcements, Groin and the other dwarves stand agape, tugging at their beards, struck with awe and envy. Thorin and Dwalin exchange glances, their expressions complex. Alas, Sun and Halbarad, overwhelmed with excitement, find themselves on the brink of jubilant celebration. In contrast, Glorfindel naturally beheld the dark-haired Dragonborn, standing majestically upon the hills like a sovereign. He was unhelmed, and the diamonds encrusted upon the mithril diadem sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The familiar golden vertical pupils and the towering physique exuded an air of great authority. Notably, Glorfindel recognized the sacred spirit, the most revered Eru Ilúvatar. Unable to contain his admiration, he internally praised him fervently before resolutely bowing his proud head. As the silvery monarch would have perceived, he declared, the elves respond to the ancient covenant and come forth to aid in battle. Behind Glorfindel, an army of 8,000 elves came to a synchronized halt. Legolas gazed curiously at the tall figure on the hill, then shifted his gaze to the snow-white Naharl bathed in sunlight. Elbereth is present. Legolas's expression transformed, reminiscent of Gandalf's and Thorin's from times past. Meanwhile, Dragonborn had already dismounted and awaited their arrival. He stepped forward, gently grasping the arm of the powerful elf before him, a sincere smile gracing his face. Welcome. I am Dragonborn, and I am grateful for the elves' assistance today. I shall remember this. Glorfindel, the wizard, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, exclaimed joyfully, Lord Elrond has sent you forth. At last, the north can find peace. Mithrandir. Glorfindel's demeanor lightened as the two embraced warmly, as if they were long acquainted. That very evening, the coalition convened a meeting among the leaders of the various races. Present at the meeting were Glorfindel, Legolas, Thorin, Arathorn, Gimli, the wizard, and the Dragonborn. Our forces are ample, yet one issue remains unresolved. The wizard, with clarity of purpose, initiated the discourse, seated at the lower end beside the Dragonborn, directly opposite Glorfindel. It was evident that among the coalition, the Dragonborn held the highest esteem, followed closely by these two esteemed individuals. Even Thorin appeared overshadowed by Glorfindel, as the latter's prowess and the numbers of our coalition firmly placed him above the dwarf in stature. Fortunately, the elves did not completely diminish his dignity. Apart from Glorfindel, Legolas and the twins ranked just behind him. Opposite the dwarven prince sat Arathorn, representing humanity. The walls and gates of Khazad-dûm are imbued with malevolent magic, rendering direct assault impossible. We must ascend by ladders, a method fraught with unnecessary peril. The wizard's words cast a pall of silence over the assembly. Was there truly no solution to this dilemma? Gandalf's lips moved as if to light his pipe, only to be met with a sharp glare from the Dragonborn, compelling the wizard to mutter, "You will need to summon another wizard." What? Thorin, distracted by Legolas across the way, failed to catch the full import of the statement. Arathorn articulated the question he wished to pose. Are there other wizards? Dragonborn felt a sense of déjà vu at this moment. Our greatest among us is Saruman, the White Wizard. Many here are likely aware of this. As the attention of everyone present was captivated by the idle chatter, Gandalf, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "There are also 2 blue-robed wizards. I nearly forgot their names. When did they arrive in Middle-earth? Let us set that matter aside for now. The 4th is I, the pitiable old Gandalf." The wizard spoke with a playful tone, deftly producing his beloved pipe. Many in the assembly were aware of his little ruse, yet none chose to expose him. And the 5th? Who might that be? The young Legolas could not contain his curiosity, disregarding the disdainful glares from the dwarves. The enmity between elves and dwarves had become a convoluted affair, as mutual animosity was hardly surprising. Moreover, with the woodland realm providing a substantial contingent of 4,000 troops, the elven prince indeed had the audacity to remain indifferent to the opinions of others. The wizard laughed heartily, indulging himself with a puff of his cherished long-bottom leaf tobacco, blissfully exhaling a smoke ring. Young Legolas Greenleaf, the 5th wizard, is the brown-robed Radagast. He resides in the southern part of Mirkwood. A gentle soul who delights in the company of animals. Tales of him are undoubtedly woven into the legends of the woodland elves. Legolas gasped softly, clearly recognizing the name. You speak of the friend of the forest? My kin encountered his presence in the farthest reaches of the southern woods, where he tirelessly guarded the vast wilderness, ever watchful of the dark and malevolent ruins lurking deep within the forest. Indeed, that is he. The wizard nodded, his expression becoming somewhat more serious. Although Radagast was known for his eccentricity, with Saruman attributing it to an overindulgence in mushrooms that clouded his mind, we all understood that he was fundamentally a good man. He diligently safeguarded the vast southern regions of the Darkwood Forest, preventing evil from taking root there. Given this, Thorin interjected, could you not summon one of the other wizards? He continued, if what you say is true, that it requires 2 priests to dispel the malevolent magic over that castle, then why not do so? The wizard was momentarily taken aback by his query. After a couple of puffs of tobacco, Gandalf finally replied, we generally do not act in concert. Such collaboration is perilous, both for us and for you. Wizards are participants and guides in this world. While we may assist the good people of Middle-earth through various trials, ultimately, it remains the concern of the diverse races of the continent. Despite the familiarity of the scene, Dragonborn could not restrain himself from interrupting. Do you possess any means to resolve this dilemma, Mithrandir? The wizard paused his ramblings, exhaling the last of the fragrant white smoke. My lord, I am awaiting someone. If my instincts are correct, he should be arriving shortly. Even Glorfindel could not suppress his curiosity. Mithrandir, who are you expecting? Soon, very soon, he will arrive. Dragonborn discerned that the wizard was once again indulging in his tricks, connecting this to the other wizards he had suddenly mentioned. A vague suspicion began to stir within the Dragonborn's heart. Indeed, just as the leaders of the various races commenced to voice their opinions regarding the impending conflict, a bird flapped its wings and flew into the room, landing upon the table before Gandalf. An immediate silence enveloped the gathering. The expression of the gray wizard brightened remarkably. Ah, our friend has finally arrived. In the next moment, Galdo pushed aside the tent flap and entered. My lord, there is a disheveled old man outside claiming to be a friend of the gray wizard, stating he has an appointment with Mithrandir. He spoke truly. Gandalf rose with delight, exclaiming, this is the second wizard we have been awaiting, Radagast the Brown. The coalition leaders were indeed astonished, casting their gazes towards the Dragonborn seated at the head of the table. After a moment's contemplation, Dragonborn nodded subtly. Galdo then turned and exited to bring in the friend of Gandalf. Before them stood a peculiar figure, slightly taller than Thorin, resembling a slightly stooped elderly human. He wore a tattered felt hat, his hair unkempt, with a substantial mysterious stain upon it. His face bore the marks of age, yet his eyes radiated an extraordinary gentleness. His beard was considerably shorter than Gandalf's, more disordered in appearance. Clad in a worn brown robe that matched his hat, he had various peculiar pouches affixed to his waist, and held a long staff adorned with a blue gemstone. Oh, Encountering him in the wilderness or forest would undoubtedly send shivers down one's spine. However, upon truly engaging with Radagast, one discovers he is, in fact, an exceedingly gentle and amiable gentleman. Gandalf, the disheveled elder, upon spotting the gray wizard, exuberantly called out. Yet, midway through his exuberance, he abruptly halted. To everyone's astonishment, he removed his hat, revealing a bird's nest nestled within. One might recall the peculiar stain upon his head earlier. Gandalf, who had intended to embrace him, found himself momentarily frozen. It's all your fault, Gandalf, making me trek such a long distance. My poor rabbits nearly ran themselves ragged. With so many elves around, is there truly a dilemma they cannot resolve? The brown wizard Radagast rambled on, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Coupled with Gandalf's prior remarks, the leaders of the Alliance began to comprehend the peculiar expression that arose when he spoke of the brown wizard. Radagast, Gandalf interjected with exasperation, prompting Radagast to finally cease his chatter. As I was saying, the gray wizard continued, his silvery brows quivering slightly. Allow me to introduce our second needed wizard, Radagast. The brown wizard Radagast, immediately adopting a courteous demeanor, inclined his head in respectful greeting to the raven-haired descendant of dragons seated at the head and the golden-haired lord to his side. One couldn't help but worry whether the bird's nest might tumble forth from his hat. Moreover, it became evident that this wizard's inner charm surpassed his outward appearance. His manners were impeccable, akin to an elegant envoy presenting himself before a sovereign. Moreover, if he truly is another Astari as spoken of by the Grey Wizard, it is entirely reasonable for him to pay homage solely to the Dragonborn and the Lord of Goldflower. Thorin maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining silent. The esteemed Radagast, the dark-haired Dragonborn, inclined his head towards him. Gandalf mentioned that you possess the means to dispel the malevolent magic upon the walls of Carndale. Hence I extend this invitation to you. Might the friend of the forest offer any wise counsel? Having journeyed from afar, Radagast finally comprehended the purpose of Gandalf's summons. He cast a troubled glance at the towering figure upon the dais, radiating with the light of destiny and the searing fire of the dragon. Grumbling to Gandalf, he remarked, I had anticipated your summons would bear tidings of good fortune. The sound of Euryloki's horn has already instilled fear within me. And now you present me with such a troublesome matter. Radagast, the Grey Wizard interjected loudly, his hunched form suddenly appearing more imposing, his face aglow with radiance. Do not lament. You know well this is our duty. Radagast paused, his eyes, at times shrewd, at others befuddled, finally cleared. I did not refuse to act, Gandalf, he replied. But what can the two of us accomplish? Have you recalled something? The Grey Wizard smiled without responding. Thus, Radagast understood that this old friend before him had indeed remembered certain things long forgotten, which accounted for his confidence. Once the two Astari had completed their silent exchange, Dragonborn declared, Very well, the matters of magic can now be entrusted to the wizards. Only the Nazgûl and the Corpse Wraith remain. This is indeed an extraordinarily explosive revelation. At this moment, everyone is aware of the significance of the 9 riders they encountered that day. The news of the Dark Lord's resurrection spreads like wildfire. Representatives of the Alliance engage in hushed discussions, filled with trepidation. Among them, Lord Jinhua asserts, We can hold back the Dark Lord's minions. Though the Nazgûl are malevolent, the elves possess the strength to confront them. As for Sauron, the Dark Lord will undoubtedly regret revealing his power too soon. This time, the continent of Middle-earth shall no longer be a playground for his tyranny. As he speaks, his gaze involuntarily drifts towards the dark-haired Dragonborn seated at the head of the table. No one can dispute Lord Glorfindel's words. He is a formidable elf, so powerful that even the Vala and Il Vader deemed it necessary to resurrect him and return him to Middle-earth. His ability to contend with the Ringwraiths is beyond question. As for Sauron, every eye turns to the dark-haired Dragonborn at the helm. Thus, only the Corpse Wraith remains. The Grey Cloak Wizard also smiles knowingly, surveying the assembly of heroes. Although Dragonborn feels a slight pressure, he simultaneously senses a divine destiny guiding him, an inexplicable feeling of invincibility. Their opponent is merely one Maya. While they possess at least 4 of equal stature, coupled with the couple nestled in Lothlorraine, certain of Grey Havens, and Elrond of Rivendell, defeat seems impossible. Moreover, Sauron currently lacks the One Ring. Should he dare to show his face and lead his army to Mordor, they would scatter his ashes to the winds. Very well. This is merely a jest. Dragonborn, internally harboring a plethora of irreverent thoughts, nonetheless rose without hesitation, his golden slit-like eyes scanning all present. The undead shall be dealt with by myself and Lord Naharl. The rest shall await orders and return to your posts." Including Thorin, everyone immediately stood up, expressing no dissent. Thus, the coalition reaffirmed the Dragonborn's title as their commander. On the following morning, September 22nd, the resonant and stirring call of the horn echoed repeatedly. It signified the elven armies lining up in formation. Elite troops from the shadowy forests, Lawful Rain, Rivendell, and Mirkwood marched in disciplined unison, departing the camp towards the northern Angmar Mountains. Following the elves, the deep horns of the dwarves sounded alongside the indomitable Dúnedain. Due to prior losses, neither the dwarves nor the men would bear the brunt of the siege in this battle. However, the dwarves and human rangers were not idle. According to intelligence from scouts like Galder, the Orc-Wolf riders of Gundabad had gathered in the northern region of Flod. They were likely to launch a surprise attack on the coalition's rear while the forces besieged Carn Diem. Consequently, the heavily armored dwarves were strategically positioned to defend the flanks of the army, should the half-orcs dare to mount an ambush. The fully armored dwarven guards would surely make them regret their audacity. Additionally, to prevent the dwarven formations from being overly exposed, Dragonborn assigned all the Lawful Rain elves to Thorin, ensuring that the main battlefield was bolstered by the elven reinforcements from Rivendell, Lawful Rain, and the Woodland Realm. In this manner, the coalition's flanks would also be adequately protected. Beneath the majestic Angmar Mountains, a battalion of fully armed elves congregates. Unbeknownst to Azog and the ringwraiths at the midslope of Khazad Diem, the mournful horn of the orcs echoes. A multitude of filthy, grotesque half-orcs, lashed and cursed, rushes towards the city walls, poised to engage in a deadly confrontation with the foul, pointed-eared elves. Meanwhile, Azog's countenance is one of extreme displeasure. He paces restlessly, the blade on his severed arm stained with the blood of his cowardly kin. Given his cunning nature, one would expect him to flee from the northern conflict at this juncture. Yet, he is powerless. The Nazgûl's authority supersedes his own, and the Witch King of Angmar bears the commands of his master, leaving Azog no room for defiance. Amidst the howling northern winds and the dawn's first light, Dragonborn, clad in armor and mounted upon his steed, wields a heavy hammer and shield. Accompanied by Glorfindel, Legolas, Elladan, Elrohir, Gandalf, and Radagast, he leads the charge towards the battlefield. Einar casts a lingering glance at the tall figure astride the white horse before turning to venture westward with the dwarves, reaching the plains beneath the towering Angmar Mountains. The dark-haired dragon scion and his followers come to a halt. The 8,000-strong elven army behind them also ceases its advance. The formidable sight of such a unified legion, as if a single entity, instills a palpable sense of dread and oppression. Observing the banners fluttering and weapons glistening like rain among the elven host below, the half-orcs of Khazad Diem tremble, on the brink of collapse. Were it not for the commanding presence of the Dark Lord Nazgûl and the formidable pressure exerted by the Pale Orcs, these inherently timid and brutal corrupted beings would have long since scattered in disarray. In their moment of desperation, the Pale Orcs revealed a final glint of ferocity in their eyes. At that juncture, two powerful Astari emerged from the throng. The gray wizard Gandalf and the brown wizard Radagast stood resolute before the armies, intoning their incantations with resounding authority. The wizards' voices, profound and commanding, transformed their formerly stooped figures into towering presences, their faces radiant with an awe-inspiring luminosity that instilled fear. Soon, the sky darkened swiftly in response to their incantations. Massive clouds surged ominously over the Angmar Mountains, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The Sorcerer King of Angmar, a practitioner of dark sorcery, began to emit a discordant shriek of unease. Yet, his power paled in comparison to that of the two mighty wizards. In no time, the sorcerer's strength was vanquished, and a tremendous bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, striking the thick, obsidian walls of Carn Diem with a resounding crack. The resounding noise, whether it was the sound of thunder or the impact of lightning upon the fortress walls, remained a mystery. The once impenetrable walls of Carn Diem were breached by the combined might of the wizards, and the malevolent magic that clung to them emitted a chilling, human-like wail before dissipating into the ether as a plume of black smoke. Dragonborn let out a fervent battle cry, and the spirit Naharl, sensing the call, rose to its feet. With his war hammer pointed decisively forward, he and his steed charged into the fray. Glorfindel, Legolas, Tauriel, Elladan, Elrohir, and even the incanting Gandalf and Radagast, inspired by this surge of valor, followed closely behind. Behind them surged the valiant army of 8,000 elves. Azog's face turned ashen, his previously fierce gaze now filled with terror. When the Dragonborn launched their charge, despair was the only thought that remained. This was inscribed in a hasty journal by a half-orc who had participated in the Second Battle of Carn Dûm. The notes were scrawled and written in black speech, evidently by a remarkably learned individual, rare even among the depraved and corrupted half-orc kin. This journal would become one of the invaluable resources for future research on the Dragonborn. Indeed, the combined might of two Astari, wizards, shattered the walls of Carn Dûm. Dragonborn led the charge, racing up the rugged, winding path of Almar Mountain, emerging first. Azek, the holy Nahal, surged forth like a beam of light through a breach in the walls of the malevolent fortress. Dragonborn wielded the Shatterer Gladius with reckless abandon, brutally carving a path paved with the blood of half-orcs. Virtually none dared to stand before the Silver King in Nahal. Whether they were the massive orcs of Grandaba or the diminutive half-orcs of the Misty Mountains, under this dreadful might, they scattered in disarray. Thus, Dragonborn finally caught sight of the pale orc attempting to flee at the end of the throng. Do not flee. Confront the destiny that lies between us. In a moment of desperation, the Dragonborn unleashed a newfound power, his voice imbued with arcane energy, compelling listeners to halt in their tracks. His eyes, bearing an enchantment, rendered onlookers motionless, akin to lifeless statues. Thus, Azeg indeed came to a standstill, his expression contorting into one of fury. He swung a black hammer, the blade on his severed arm glinting ominously, advancing toward the Dragonborn with heavy strides. Yet, Azeg remained oblivious to the fact that this was precisely what the Dragonborn desired. Today, my wishes shall be fulfilled. Dragonborn sighed deeply upon Nahal's back, the flames of his inner vow burning fiercely. Like a valiant knight, he charged at Azeg. The pallid orc viciously swung his hammer, aiming to crush the Dragonborn upon Nahal's back. However, Dragonborn was swifter. With a surge of speed, Nahal propelled forward, and the gladius in the Dragonborn's grasp sliced through the air, striking the orc's chest with a force that shattered ribs and heart alike, sending the towering figure hurtling backward. The golden hooves of the sacred Nahal echoed through the depths of Carn Dûm, as Dragonborn urged his steed towards the orc, who clung to the last vestiges of life. He leaped from the saddle, discarding his shield, and seized a curved blade abandoned by a half-orc, swiftly decapitating the blasphemer Azeg. I have fulfilled my vow. The silver-haired monarch raised Azeg's unblinking, filthy head high with his left hand, while gripping the shattered gladius in his right, proclaiming under the rising sun, his voice piercing the heavens. Azeg has fallen here. Thus, all gazes turned towards the majestic figure, resplendent as a sovereign under the sunlight. That day, many would remember the valor of the Dragonborn, observing the lifeless head of the pale orc, raised high by the Dragonborn. A cacophony erupted from both friend and foe alike. Glorfindel and Gandalf shouted in exultation, their spirits uplifted. In stark contrast, the half-orcs of Carn Dûm succumbed to terror, screaming in panic as they dropped their weapons and fled. The Dark Army's commanders, the Nazgûl, could no longer contain themselves. Angmar's Witch King unleashed his horde of wights, seeking a desperate gambit or a final struggle. Countless shadowy monsters, unseen by the allied forces until that moment, emerged from the murky corners and dark caverns, charging towards Dragonborn and his companions. Yet, they were met by the resolute stand of Glorfindel, Gandalf, and Radagast. Among them, Lord Glorfindel revealed his true elven form, reminiscent of a time before the light of the two trees had dimmed. You shall face me, he declared, single-handedly confronting two Nazgûl. The Witch King of Angmar recoiled, scorched by the intense light of Valinor emanating from Glorfindel, unable to breach his barrier, and was compelled to join forces with another ringwraith to assail Glorfindel. Unfazed, Glorfindel's eyes reflected the radiance of the two trees, the light of Valinor blazing fiercely around him. He stood as one of the mightiest of the elves in the Third Age. The shrill cries of the wraiths echoed incessantly, yet they failed to sway the formidable Lord of the Golden Flower. Each strike he delivered was imbued with boundless power, and soon, Angmar's sorcerer and another wraith found themselves at a disadvantage. Gandalf and Radagast each engaged a wraith, fiercely battling their foes. As Astari, they found it no arduous task to confront a single wraith. In the face of the overwhelming tide of the undead army, Dragonborn, having avenged his deep-seated grievances, seemed to shed a heavy burden. He cast aside the filthy head of Azeg and leapt onto the broad back of Naharl. May the gaze of Elend be upon me. The Dragonborn bellowed triumphantly in the dawn's light. I shall incinerate all foulness with dragon fire. Inspired by Dragonborn's resolute spirit, the sacred Naharl let out a mighty roar, and the light of Valinor surged forth, exploding in tandem with the dragon fire. The holy flames swept across the battlefield, turning countless malevolent undead into mere ashes. The chilling wails of these creatures in their final moments were so hauntingly terrifying that nearly every elf who heard them shuddered involuntarily. Legolas gazed in astonishment at the torrent of flames before him, murmuring, "A new legend is born. The events of this day shall be sung for generations." Loyal Toriel stood steadfastly by the prince's side, dispatching the retreating half-orcs while anxiously urging, "Legolas, do not lose focus. We are still amidst war." Behind them, countless elves surged forth from the mountain path, pouring into the breached walls of the city of Khazad-dûm. Among them, the most valiant were Elradan and Elashur, the twin brothers, one wielding a sword and the other an arrow, who charged into the midst of the half-orcs like a whirlwind, leaving none able to withstand their onslaught. In the northwestern direction, the thunderous roar of the wizard shattering the walls of Khazad-dûm echoed far and wide, accompanied by the fierce cries of the Dragonborn and the infernal blaze that illuminated the horizon. It was evident to all that the great battle had commenced. Additionally, the chilling howls of wolves and the tremors of the earth heralded the southern advance of the wolf riders from Grandaba. Form ranks. Form ranks. As he accepted the task of safeguarding the flanks of the army, he was fated to entirely miss the enmity between the dwarves and Azek. This caused a profound inner conflict for Thorin Oakenshield, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Pale Orcs. Alarion perceived his unease and offered words of comfort. "Thorin, gather your spirits. Protecting the flanks of the army is indeed an honorable endeavor. It is a testament to the trust bestowed upon us by the Silver King." A faint smile graced the rock-like visage of the human ranger. "When else would you command the elves to fight on your behalf?" Thorin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected wit of the usually taciturn human ranger. However, he soon realized that Alarion was merely attempting to console him. Observing the wise human ranger, the gloom in the dwarf prince's eyes began to dissipate. "Son of a Rodder, Alarion, you truly live up to your title as a sage. Rest assured, the dwarves shall never waver in the face of personal gain." As he spoke, he respectfully bowed to the human ranger, his expression gradually calming. "Raise your spears. Let those accursed half-orcs know that the dwarven formation is as steadfast as stone." The dwarven prince brandished his warhammer at the front of the line, and in the golden light of dawn, Thorin Oakenshield displayed the regal aura befitting a king. Thus, Arathorn also bowed to him in deference. Fina rolled her eyes from the rear of the formation. However, no one uttered a word, for in the distance, the wolf riders appeared. Without embellishment, without hesitation, the elves swiftly knocked their bows. "Fire!" Fina shouted. The elves' arrows soared across hundreds of meters, raining down like a tempest as half-orcs and their mounts fell to the ground, pierced by the arrows. Yet, these ferocious beasts continued their relentless advance from the north, retaliating fiercely. Soon, the two sides clashed with a thunderous impact. Thorin and Arathorn led the charge, shouting as they thrust their spears, toppling the towering and menacing Gandalf ogres from their mounts. The cries of the wolves and half-orcs echoed across the plains of Eton. However, the Gandalf wolf riders were numerous, despite many being impaled by the dwarves' formidable phalanx. A large contingent still flanked the dwarves, leaping into the ranks of the elves. Now it was Gamiel's turn to take the stage. The Noldor elf bellowed, and rows of elves switched to their dual blades, slicing through the half-orc wolf riders that had breached their lines as if they were mere chaff. Meanwhile, Galdr's cavalry began their flanking assault on the side of the Gandalf wolf riders. The battle intensified to a fever pitch. In the years to come, countless poems and legends would recount this conflict, chronicling the tales of humans, elves, and dwarves alike. The mountains trembled under the sorcerer's might, and with a resounding explosion, a fissure was torn in the walls of Khazad-dûm. The Dragonborn surged into the city first, vanquishing their sworn foes. The elven lord Glorfindel, resplendent as a regal monarch, proclaimed with conviction, "Your adversary is I." He confronted two Nazgûl and ultimately triumphed over them. The king shouted from the front lines, "The dwarven ranks are as unyielding as stone." This rallying cry invigorated the dwarfs. "Behold, the light of the Durin dynasty, the valiant Thorin Oakenshield." He guided all dwarves forward. Much like the ancient kings in their hour of need, the dwarves chanted in unison, "Long live the king beneath the mountain, Thorin Oakenshield." Thus, more extravagant legends and laudatory verses emerged, yet space is limited. Let us return our focus to the present. The great battle raged on for the better part of the morning. At last, as the last snarling, drooling warg was struck down by Thorin's mighty hammer, the remaining wargs and their masters fled like lost dogs, whimpering towards the north. Gasping for breath, he lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the vast and desolate plains of Eton lay strewn with the carcasses of wolves and their foul blood. "Long live the king! Dwalin, bloodied yet resolute, stood not far from the dwarven prince, having witnessed the prince's valiant prowess in battle, and in a surge of emotion, he cried out. The remaining dwarves gazed at the silhouette standing proudly in the midday sun, unable to suppress their loud exclamations. Fina and Gamir, along with the other elves, exchanged knowing glances, instinctively sheathing their bows and weapons as they turned their attention towards the main battlefield. Meanwhile, the fate of the battle at Carn Diem had also been decided. The Witch King of Angmar, the leader of the Nazgûl, fell before the Lord of the Flowers, pierced by the elven sword wielded by Glorfindel, which struck the void within his hood. The sorcerer emitted an ear-piercing shriek, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The remaining Nazgûl, isolated and outmatched, were swiftly defeated by the combined might of the Lord of the Flowers and the wizards, reinvigorating the spirits of the elves. The twins, alongside Legolas, led the vast elven army in a sweeping assault on the fortress of Carn Diem, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing half-orc forces. Dragonborn followed their advance, unleashing dragon fire to obliterate wave after wave of the undead lurking in the dark recesses and the stubborn half-orcs. In the end, the Dragonborn commanded all to withdraw from Carn Diem, distancing themselves from the mountains of Angmar, amidst the astonished gazes of elves, dwarves, wizards, and men. Dragonborn and the Holy Spirit Naharl stood atop the mountain, their terrifying power erupting forth. The towering, snow-capped peaks of the northern mountains trembled under this force, as flocks of birds took to the skies in panic and beasts scattered in terror. Ultimately, the mountains of Angmar collapsed under the might of the Dragonborn and the Holy Spirit Naharl. Perched upon the mountainside, Carn Dûm, having lost the protective embrace of magic, was swiftly engulfed beneath a vast expanse of colossal stones, vanishing into the annals of history. Since that moment, no soul has beheld this once feared bastion of half-orcs that had wrought endless terror and suffering upon the north. As the site of Carn Dûm, the death fortress that had haunted the north for countless years, faded from view, never to rise again. An inevitable call resonated among the people. Praise the Silvery King. Praise Ilúvatar. Glorfindel, with a profound gesture, pressed his hand to his chest and uttered a supreme acclamation in Quenya. Legolas and the twins exchanged glances before joining in the chorus. Praise the Silvery King. Praise Ilúvatar. Thus, the fervent exultation spread, reaching the flanks where the dwarves and the Dúnedain Rangers paused momentarily before joining in the jubilant cries. Fina and Gamir shared a knowing smile, proclaiming, Praise the Silvery King. Praise Ilúvatar. The gray-clad Gandalf and the brown-robed Radagast observed the scene with smiles gracing their faces. Thus, the conflict known as the Second Battle of Carn Dûm came to a definitive conclusion. The allied forces buried the fallen elves, dwarves, and even men, collecting the bodies of the half-orcs and their wargs into a small mound, incinerating them to prevent the spread of plague, before departing from the desolate plains of Ithilien. September 29th, 2930, one of the Third Age. The coalition has arrived at the northeastern mountains of Beigang, a region that borders the ancient kingdoms of Asidin and Rudor. Here, lush vegetation and a multitude of birds and beasts begin to replace the desolate and monotonous landscape of sandstone that characterized the barren expanse of Eton. A sense of joy envelopes everyone. That evening, the principal representatives of the coalition convened for a meeting. It was widely acknowledged that we had achieved a momentous victory. Presiding over the gathering was the enigmatic gray-robed wizard, with dwarves, elves, humans, and even dragonkin attentively listening to his discourse. Notably, the assembly was larger this time. Thorin, along with his distant kin Dwalin and Gloin, was present. Arathorn and Halbarad occupied a corner, savoring their pipes. The Dúnedain faced both loss and gain, having suffered the deaths of over 20 of their finest warriors, which further strained their already dwindling numbers. However, they celebrated the reclamation of the ancestral capital and the acquisition of a remarkable array of potent weaponry. Glorfindel represented Rivendell, while the twins stood for Karas Galadhon. Additionally, Legolas and Toriel hailed from the Woodland Realm, alongside the northern Linden Elves, Gamel and Finna. Their presence nearly filled the tent to capacity. A lengthy table was adorned with an exquisite feast crafted from the latest catches of the elven hunters, showcasing various birds and beasts, accompanied by fresh fruits and vegetables. Moreover, there was fine wine, a gift from the allied forces of Rivendell, Karas Galadhon, and the Woodland Realm. With the flickering glow of bright candle flames and the lively laughter of elves and dwarves outside, it is undeniable that, although we are still far from a genuine victory celebration, there is a certain charm in the air. Everyone has shed their cold armor and donned more comfortable attire. eagerly watching the gray-robed wizard who stands to preside over the meeting. We can sing joyously, we can dance exuberantly, we can raise our glasses, we can sing praises aloud. The elderly wizard, his beard as white as snow, proclaims, but do not forget, the shadows of the east still linger. Instantly, the festive atmosphere within the tent froze. Glorfindel and Gamel exchanged disapproving shakes of their heads. The dwarves widened their eyes, their nostrils flaring. Legolas and the twins stared at one another, appearing utterly bewildered. Arathorn and Halbarad stood as still as wooden sculptures, their brows furrowed deeply. Anger simmered among the assembly, as they believed the wizard should not dampen their spirits at such a moment. Yet only Fina's gaze remained fixed upon the figure at the head of the table. Dragonborn sighed. His golden eyes sparkled like two radiant gemstones, illuminating the candlelit tent. Must the wizard always play the role of the harbinger of gloom? The voice of the Dragonborn grew richer and imbued with magic. As he spoke, all sound faded into silence. Even the wind seemed to listen. His gaze was so commanding that few dared to meet it. Even the wizard was reluctant. "My lord." Gandalf bowed his venerable head, adorned with silvery strands, deeply in respect to the imposing figure that embodied the grandeur of Ilúvatar. "I wish merely to remind the elves, dwarves, and men not to let a fleeting, minor victory cloud their judgment. Our adversaries have yet to reveal themselves in earnest. To lower our guard now would be sheer folly." Thus, "You allowed the brown-robed Radagast to depart first?" The words of Dragonborn jolted everyone into awareness. Indeed, amidst the jubilations of victory, the brown wizard, who had also played a significant role, had vanished without a trace. Coupled with the earlier remarks from the Dragonborn, it was clear that the wizard was once again scheming. All eyes shifted, not only towards the figure seated in the principal position. Dragonborn was clad in a silken robe woven by the elves, lavishly adorned with golden threads and mithril patterns, while at the neckline, a verdant Elisar gem radiated a gentle green luminescence. A belt, embellished with 3 rubies, 2 small and 1 large, cinched his waist. His towering form leaned against the grand chair, one hand supporting the armrest, his head resting upon his clenched fist. The diamonds in his diadem sparkled in the candlelight, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Before the assembly of handsome elves, the warm-hearted dwarves, and the noble, dignified men, amidst a banquet of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, he briefly believed he was witnessing an epic film. Yet, the wizard's words shattered this reverie, casting a shadow once again upon him. He could not help but sit up straight. Now, it was the elves, along with Thorin and Aragorn, who felt the weight of pressure descend upon them. The Battle of Carndum transformed many aspects, one of which was the further enhancement of the Dragonborn's power. His voice resonated magnificently, possessing the ability to sway hearts, while his gaze, both authoritative and piercing, could render onlookers motionless, as if carved from stone. He is indeed the fated child of this era. All who witnessed the Battle of Carndum, be they elves, dwarves, or humans, share this belief. For the beings of Middle-earth had never so distinctly perceived the blessing of Ilúvatar upon a mere mortal. This divine favor even instilled fear within Sauron himself. Henceforth, a series of consequential tales unfolded. At present, this formidable power weighed heavily upon all those present. None dared to meet the gaze of the ebony-haired Dragonborn. Elves, dwarves, and humans alike could only lower their eyes to his chest. It was not until they noticed the candle flames within the tent inexplicably shrinking into a small core that Thorin and the others realized the air within the tent had indeed grown oppressively dense. And it was not merely a figment of their imagination. As with the manifestation of each of his new abilities, the Dragonborn still struggled to master his newfound powers with absolute precision. Thus, Dragonborn was compelled to curtail his words as much as possible. "What do you desire, Mithrandir?" Yet even so, the wizard required immense fortitude to resist the enchantment woven within the Dragonborn's voice. "Do not disband the alliance, my lord. You now wield the most formidable force since the last alliance of men and elves on the continent of Middle-earth. This is an opportune moment to strike while evil has yet to fully gain strength, to penetrate the heart of darkness, and obliterate the hidden layers where malevolence may reside." Dragonborn's expression turned solemn, seemingly questioning, "Are you serious, Gandalf?" This stirred a mix of trepidation and unease among the dwarves. Yet, at that moment, the Dragonborn's authority surpassed all previous encounters. Thorin and his cousin no longer possessed the audacity to confront the Silver King with the same resentment as before. Consequently, the dwarves could only cast furious glances at the wizard, whom they suspected of inciting the Silver King. The wizard's brows furrowed in irritation. He was exasperated by these obstinate, Narrow-minded dwarves, his jaw clenched tightly, nearly provoking a quarrel. The elves, too, were momentarily taken aback by Gandalf's proposal. Hushed whispers filled the air. And though a cacophony did not erupt, murmurs of discourse began to circulate. Silence fell. Dragonborn furrowed his brow, slightly intensifying his tone. Instantly, the chatter within the tent ceased. He directed his gaze towards the gray-robed wizard, who stood like a proud pine tree, facing the scrutiny of angry, anxious, and fervent eyes, and stated, "You cannot guarantee he is still there. He will not reveal himself at this moment. His strength has not yet been restored. And we are destined to make this journey in vain." Dragonborn shook his head earnestly. This revelation eased the dwarfs' hearts, who then looked triumphantly at the wizard, believing the Dragonborn was now on their side. However, the wise Elrond and the elves discerned the underlying implications in this exchange. They promptly fell silent, choosing not to speak. Yet, this presented an excellent opportunity. The wizard's voice grew robust, seemingly striving to counter the Dragonborn's words imbued with potent magic. "We shall obliterate their stronghold, delaying their recovery of strength. It may seem futile, yet we must endeavor to minimize the scars left by the resurgence of evil, for it is of utmost importance." Everyone, including the elves, nodded in profound agreement. A fleeting smile graced the lips of Dragonborn, though it quickly vanished. He lowered his head, seemingly weighing the sorcerer's counsel while contemplating how to counter it. At last, the Dragonborn spoke, but directed his words to the dwarf. "Thorin, your valor has not gone unnoticed. Heed my words." The voice of the Dragonborn resonated with an extraordinary enchantment, echoing in the ears of Thorin and the assembled elves. After speaking, he allowed a smile to break forth, rekindling the once stagnant atmosphere in the tent. Consequently, the dwarves rose, moved by the moment. This was a rare gift, one that even the most unperceptive dwarf could comprehend. A flicker of emotion and gratitude illuminated the weathered, hardened visage of Thorin Oakenshield as he spoke. The dwarves rejoiced in having served such a noble and esteemed king, and they would continue to do so. This served as a signal. As the regal golden slits of the Dragonborn's eyes swept over the elves and Alarson, all stood in unison. "We too, my lord." Thus, Dragonborn rose, his towering form casting a considerable shadow. "Let us confront the Dark Lord." Beside her, the gray-robed sorcerer, the architect of this scheme, revealed a cunning glint in his starry eyes as he drew forth his cherished smoking pipe, puffing away with a sly smile. In truth, once the representatives of the allied forces had departed, only Fina remained. She embraced the imposing form of the dragonkin, akin to intimate lovers, resting her face against his chest and murmuring, "Ocrian, when will this ceaseless journey find its conclusion?" The dragonkin gently held the elven maiden, sighing, "Fate has chosen me. I did not choose it." On October 3rd, the allied forces advanced southward, passing by the Stormcloud Hills, traversing the east-west thoroughfare, crossing the last bridge, and fording the Tsangchuan River and the mouth of the Brian River, ultimately entering Imratsis, known to us as Rivendell. This is a secluded haven nestled within the Misty Mountains, a veritable paradise hidden from outsiders, accessible only with the Lord's permission and guided by elves familiar with the path. A narrow stone bridge spans the river, leading to a winding, steep trail that descends into the valley. The slopes within the valley are adorned with towering pines, while beech and oak trees thrive in the lower areas. On the northern bank of the river lies the final abode of Elrond. Here, gardens flourish, and terraces overlook the river, where the two branches of the Brian River cascade into multiple waterfalls. Each evening, these waterfalls glimmer softly under the starlight, creating an exquisite spectacle. This place preserves much of the history and lore of the elven race, symbolizing ancient wisdom and knowledge. Weary travelers may contemplate and rest here, receiving wise counsel as well. In the year 3431 of the Second Age, the last High King of the Noldor, Gil-galad, alongside the mortal King Elendil, gathered their forces in the Valley of Rivendell. They traversed the Misty Mountains, advancing toward Mordor, igniting the flames of the last alliance of elves and men. Now, the alliance retraces this path to vanquish the resurrected Sauron. Uncertain of his whereabouts, the Lord of Rivendell, Elrond, is the son of Eärendil and Elwing, embodying the lineage of the three clans of elves, the three houses of men, and the blood of the Mayor. Elrond was born in the year 532 of the First Age at the mouth of the Sirion River. Yet his visage bears no marks of age, neither ancient nor youthful, but rather etched with myriad memories of joy and sorrow. His dark hair, reminiscent of shadows before dawn, is adorned with a silver circlet. His gray eyes, reminiscent of a clear twilight, harbor the brilliance of countless stars. He exudes an air of majesty, akin to a king weathered by time, Yet he is invigorated, like a warrior seasoned by countless battles in the prime of his life. Elrond's brother, Elros, is the progenitor of the N-men Rheans, which implies that Elrond is, in essence, a distant ancestor of Aragorn. In any case, the Lord of Rivendell warmly welcomed the alliance led by the black-haired descendants of the dragons. The entirety of Rivendell sprang into action, providing the finest food, exquisite wine, and comfortable lodgings for their kin from both the west and the east, including dwarves and men alike, all to ensure that nearly 10,000 members of the alliance felt at home. This unexpected turn of events rekindled the smiles of the dwarves, who had previously harbored a sense of grievance. They proclaimed that this was indeed a fitting celebration of victory. With exuberance, they embraced their newly acquainted human friends and even the elegantly pointed-eared elves, bursting into joyous song and spirited dance. The vibrant atmosphere swiftly dispelled the sorrow and anguish that had lingered for over a month. In stark contrast to the almost unrestrained dwarves, the elves exhibited a certain grace. They either smiled at the dwarves as they exuberantly expressed their fervor, or quietly admired the enchanting night sky. Of course, some elves partook in merriment as well. Yet on the whole, their drinking manners were far superior to those of the dwarves. As for the humans, Aragorn joyfully gathered his wife and children. Previously, he had entrusted his family to Rivendell, and now they were finally reunited. This occasion marked the first encounter for Dragonborn with the future human monarch, Aragorn. Although at this moment, he was merely an infant in swaddling clothes. Gazing at the tiny being, it was hard to believe that he was destined to be one of the protagonists of this world. The term destined felt uncertain, as Dragonborn had no inkling whether the world would evolve in a manner familiar to him. Additionally, the dark-haired Dragonborn encountered a delightful surprise, the presence of Princess Arwen. Amidst the gathering, a familiar figure emerged before all. It was none other than Princess Arwen Meal, whom he had briefly met in Mirkwood. Overcome with joy, Dragonborn immediately rose to his feet and performed a courteous bow. Without further ado, the elven princess bestowed upon us the Elacid gem at our parting, a gift that has proven invaluable. During this expedition, many among the coalition have been saved from injury by the gem's extraordinary power. Although Arathon enjoyed a cordial relationship with the elves of Rivendell, this was indeed his first encounter with the Evening Star Princess. As the renowned beauty of Middle-earth had long resided in the golden wood of Lothal Rain, under the watchful gaze of her grandmother, Lady Galadriel, seldom seen by outsiders. Now, as they beheld the enchanting elven princess adorned with a diamond diadem, resembling the very essence of Eltien herself, all present instinctively straightened in their seats. Arathon sincerely expressed his gratitude to the elven princess, stating, "Were it not for your generous gift, my kin and I would have surely ventured into the realm of the dead." He extolled, "Praise be to Elbereth. Among the myriad stars crafted by the progeny of the heavens, your radiance shines the brightest." Yet, Olwen merely smiled and replied, "Son of Aradar, Arathon, your fate does not conclude here. This truth remains unchanged, even without my aid." This proclamation filled Arathon and Thorin with a profound sense of awe, for they believed that the princess's piercing gaze had penetrated the mists of destiny, revealing a prophecy concerning Arathon's fate. According to this prophecy, there was no doubt that Arathon would not meet his demise in this conflict. This revelation exhilarated Arathon, who deeply bowed in reverence to the powerful and benevolent elven princess. Paying her the utmost respect, Olwen then turned her gaze towards the Dragonborn. But at that moment, the power of Dragonborn was so overwhelming that she could no longer meet his eyes as she had previously. Thus, she could only utter, "Oathkeeper, farewell for today. Your deeds have become legendary, which is indeed a source of joy." Dragonborn merely smiled in response, saying nothing further. He had intended to return the Elisar gem to the elven princess, yet Olwen declined. She stated, "Let this artifact lend its strength to the forthcoming battles. It is regrettable that I cannot accompany you." Dragonborn sensed that as she spoke, the nearby wizard bore an expression of resignation, tinged with a hint of distress. But ultimately, he refrained from voicing any thoughts. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Realm, Elrond, who wielded one of the elven rings of power, the Ring of Air, Vilya, displayed a curious expression, a blend of astonishment and relief, as he scrutinized the Dragonborn, furrowing his brow. These were merely trifles. The elves had prepared an exceedingly lavish feast, replete with fine wines and exquisite delicacies, while the elves of Rivendell played golden harps under the moonlight. The music seemed to possess a magical quality, not only enchanting the ears with celestial harmonies, but also harmonizing with the distant cascades of waterfalls and the tinkling of mountain springs, rendering the entire vale akin to a paradise. Then, the elves began to sing a very ancient melody, compelling all to lend an ear. At first, the elegant elvish lyrics intertwined with the exquisite melody. Though he understood little, the moment he focused on the sounds, he was instantly captivated. Those phrases seemed to materialize before him, revealing a myriad of distant landscapes and radiant objects he had never before envisioned. The hall, illuminated by the flickering flames, transformed into a golden mist, suspended above the gently undulating sea, which sighed at the world's edge. A valiant sailor was hoisting his sails, battling the vast ocean in pursuit of the ultimate shore. Gradually, the illusion began to resemble a dream, until the dragon-blooded felt an endless river of gold and silver surging over him, its form ever-changing and inscrutable. It merged with the trembling air around him, saturating and overwhelming him. The sailor, too, was on the brink of being engulfed by the tempest. Suddenly, the melody of the song shifted dramatically, becoming spirited and joyous. As the brave sailor finally navigated through the dense mist and reached the blessed land of the west. In that moment, Dragonborn awakened with clarity. He understood that this was the tale sung by the elves about the sailor Earendil's journey westward in search of Aman. Earendil was indeed the father of Elrond. A splendid story, Gandalf remarked, praising the enchanting harmony of song and lute. My dear Elrond, your pursuit of music has only deepened over the years. Elrond, seated at the head of the table, smiled graciously at the wizard's commendation. At that moment, Thorin and all also realized the significance. The dwarf prince conceded. Though the songs of dwarves are indeed melodious and sweet, they fall short in comparison to those of the elves. The fact that the steadfast dwarf would utter such words speaks volumes of the elves' unparalleled gift for music. Thorin even cast a lingering glance at the elven golden harp, hesitating to express his thoughts. Dwarves possess their own remarkable tales. Their melodies may lack the ethereal beauty of the elves, yet they carry a unique charm. Thorin, if you are willing, might you grace us with a performance? The wizard, ever the master of atmosphere in Middle-earth, could not resist interjecting. Thorin, I have not forgotten the sight of dwarves joyously singing in their kingdom, their home. At that time, they were filled with such exuberance and warmth. Only a few, including the Dragonborn and Elrond, discerned the significance of the wizard's words. Indeed, Thorin was momentarily taken aback. Home, he uttered, what a sacred term. No myriad of other words can eclipse the allure of this one. Where lies the home of the dwarves? Under the watchful gaze of all. The dwarven prince approached the golden harp of the elves and began to play a melody entirely distinct from their own. Across the frigid, mist-laden mountains, in the depths of ancient caverns where we have dwelled for a millennium, we must set forth before dawn to seek that enchanting hue of gold. The dwarves of your chanted powerful incantations, accompanied by the rhythmic clang of hammers, while dark creatures slumbered in the profound shadows, hidden beneath the stones. This tune seemed to possess a certain enchantment. The other dwarves, who had previously remained unresponsive, appeared to catch the whispers of their homeland carried by the wind. Gradually, Dwalin, Glin, Nori, Dori, and the other dwarves ceased their frolics, and one by one, they began to hum in unison, crossing the frigid and mist-laden mountains. Within the depths of ancient caverns that have existed for millennia, we must embark before the dawn breaks. The dwarves, now engulfed in sorrow and heightened sensitivity, sing an age-old melody in their native tongue, following their prince and king. Meanwhile, the elves appear to behold a majestic mountain, standing tall in the distant east, brimming with gold and jewels, resonating with the joyous songs of the dwarves. One cannot help but yearn to gaze upon that towering peak, to listen to the pine's melodic whispers and the thundering cascades, to explore the depths of those caverns. Yet, such beauty is wrought by deft hands, wisdom, and enchantment, igniting a fervent and jealous desire within the hearts of the dwarves. Thus, the melody shifts. The pines roar in that lofty realm, while the fierce winds wail mournfully at the stroke of midnight. Flames blaze brightly, their tongues rapidly spreading, as trees become torches, nearly igniting the heavens. In the valley, the bells toll ominously as humanity gazes skyward, their faces etched with terror. The wrath of the dragon surpasses the intensity of the flames, laying waste to the towering spires and fragile abodes. Mist rises from the mountains under the moonlight. The dwarves sense the heavy footsteps of doom approaching. They flee the hall, yet fall at its feet, gasping for breath beneath the moon's pallid glow, unable to escape their fate. Crossing the cold and foreboding mountains, we found ourselves in the dimly lit depths of a cavern. We must set forth before dawn. observing the grim expressions of Thorin and his companions. Dragonborn envisioned the dwarves being driven from their homeland by a fearsome dragon, wandering aimlessly. Thus, he began to comprehend why the dwarf prince's eyes were perpetually filled with fury and melancholy. When one's home is overrun by tyrants and countless loved ones suffer, it is inevitable that the heart becomes consumed by hatred. Listening to the mournful melody, the elves felt a wave of sympathy for the unfortunate dwarves who had lost their homes, momentarily forgetting their recklessness and impulsiveness, as well as their stubbornness and greed. Indeed, one might even consider their pettiness and short-sightedness. To put it plainly, if one does not harbor excessive expectations of the dwarves, they are, in fact, quite commendable individuals. Meanwhile, Elrond kept exchanging knowing glances with the wizard, as if to say, "Mithrandir, what mischief are you up to now?" The wizard remarked thoughtfully, "Thorin, a most sorrowful tale, yet profoundly moving. The dwarves shall reclaim their homeland, provided they keep their blades sharp. Someday, indeed." As he spoke these words, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Dragonborn. At this moment, Thorin emerged from his sorrowful reverie. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the ever-scheming wizard. Dragonborn offered reassurance, saying, "Thorin, my friend, I am willing to lend my strength to the dwarves in their quest to reclaim the lonely mountain. This is my solemn vow." Sorin's expression indeed brightened. He graciously raised a glass of fine wine and a toast to the Dragonborn. The gray-robed wizard observed the scene with a contented smile, prompting Legolas and Toriel from the woodland realm to exchange glances, contemplating whether they should also join in song, lest they feel somewhat shortchanged. The festivities continued, with all revelers indulging in drink and song, basking in the honor and relief of having endured an epic war, while offering prayers for the battles yet to come. On October 5th, after 2 days of recuperation in Rivendell, the Alliance finally set forth. Elrond and Arwen stood upon a hill, witnessing the grand army of over 10,000 as it traversed the valley, making its way through the mountain pass into the snow-laden Misty Mountains. By October 7th, the coalition navigated the frigid and seldom-trodden paths of the Misty Mountains, entering the vast expanse of the Rovanian wilderness, situated to the west of the Dark Forest. Dragonborn and his companions took a brief respite to shed the frost that clung to them, then proceeded along the north-south thoroughfare, crossing the Anduin River at the Old Crossing, before veering south towards Dol Guldur, rapidly advancing towards its location south of the Dark Forest. Along the way, the Alliance marched swiftly near the dense and expansive edges of the Dark Forest. The location was so remote that even the birds within the woods sensed the ominous atmosphere brought forth by the advancing army. At this moment, everyone felt the weight of impending storms, their faces etched with solemnity, devoid of any other expression. On October 9th, the coalition finally traversed the vast and desolate western expanse of Rovanian, arriving at the entrance to Dol Guldur, situated at the southern edge of the Dark Forest. Across the expansive expanse of the Anduin River lies the enchanting realm of Lothlorraine, the residence of the illustrious couple, Celeborn and Galadriel. Those with keen eyesight might even glimpse the eternally golden-hued forest where the Lady of the Wood, accompanied by her husband, gazes across the river. Clearly, Celeborn and Galadriel, much like Elrond of Rivendell, are vigilantly monitoring the movements of the Alliance and eagerly await news of their triumphant return. They are a strikingly beautiful and handsome pair of elves, and the sharp-eyed scion of dragons could distinctly see the queen's hair, a shimmering golden hue, listening with a soft silver light under the sun, reminiscent of the radiance of the two trees. It is said that Aenir once sought a strand of her hair, only to be declined. Perhaps the inspiration for the Silmarils, imbued with the light of the two trees, originated from this very moment. As if sensing the dragon scion's piercing gaze, the Lady of the Wood gracefully inclined her head in acknowledgement. Gandalf, the wizard proficient in the languages of all creatures, rode upon a wooden cart drawn by a dozen rabbits, breaking through the ranks of the army, and was led to the center where the dragon scions gathered. The seemingly disheveled wizard, upon dismounting, hurriedly addressed Gandalf the Grey. "You were indeed correct. We have all been deceived. That ruin was ensorcelled to mislead us into believing that the Dark Lord had abandoned this place. I sent numerous birds to investigate, but they could not gain entry. Thus, I ventured to the castle myself, only to discover it concealed with profound dark sorcery. Gandalf, the Dark Lord has truly returned." At that moment, all the generals were summoned to the central tent by the nominal commander, Dragonborn. Upon hearing the brown-robed wizard's words regarding the reconnaissance, the previous speculations were immediately confirmed, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Silence enveloped the tent. The gray-robed wizard, adorned with a pointed blue hat and a long scarf, bellowed, his stern voice resonating like thunder, immobilizing all in attendance. He cast a commanding gaze upon Radagast and inquired, "Are you certain of his whereabouts?" "No, I am not certain," the brown-robed wizard replied, shaking his head, a flicker of fear crossing his withered visage. "I could not penetrate too deeply, yet I sensed the lingering presence of Sauron. That foul, decayed essence is something I shall never forget, even after an entire era." "Then, it is highly likely he has fled," Thorin interjected swiftly, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. "He dares not confront us directly. He knows we would annihilate him, just as we did in the north." "Indeed, that is the case. Do not be foolish," Gandalf exclaimed forcefully. "The Dark Lord's power is entwined with his ring. As long as we have yet to locate the One Ring, we are unable to vanquish him. Our only recourse is to drive him back, forcing his dreadful form to remain concealed in the inky caverns, forever shunned from the light of day." Thorin was momentarily silenced by the wizard's outburst, his displeasure evident as he closed his mouth. "What shall we do now?" Glorfindel broke the silence, turning to the Dragonborn seated at the head of the table. His brow furrowed. "Should we continue the assault on Dol Guldur? A new week begins, and I invite everyone to share their recommendations." Dol Guldur, originally known as Amon Lake, translates to Naked Hill, aptly named for its treeless summit. During the Mid-Second Age, the elven king Orifer and his kin resided around Amon Lake, gazing across the river at their relatives in lawful reign. However, upon hearing rumors of Sauron's resurgence, Orifer, filled with trepidation, led his people in 3 migrations to the north, leaving the ancient settlement of Amon Lake desolate. Around the year 1050 of the Third Age, Sauron, defeated by the Last Alliance, took the form of a dark shadow and descended upon the southern reaches of Mirkwood, secretly amassing strength. By approximately 1100 of the Third Age, the wise discovered the shadow had occupied Amon Lake, which was henceforth renamed Dol Guldur, meaning Hill of Sorcery. Yet, they mistakenly believed the shadow to be merely one of the ringwraiths, failing to suspect it could be the Dark Lord Sauron himself. Under Sauron's influence, darkness and terror spread from Dol Guldur, unleashing foul beasts and spiders, compelling the Sylvan elves to once again migrate north under the leadership of Thranduil, the then king of the Woodland Realm. By 2063 of the Third Age, the Grey Wizard Gandalf audaciously ventured into the gates of Dol Guldur to investigate. However, Sauron, alerted to his presence, fled momentarily from Dol Guldur, retreating to the east, thus concealing his identity. The uneasy peace shattered in 2460 of the Third Age, when Sauron returned to Dol Guldur, now wielding even greater power, and has remained there ever since. In order to combat the resurgence of the Dark Spectre, the wise convened the Council of the White Tower, comprising wizards and elven lords. The brown-robed Radagast was tasked with monitoring the fortress located in the southwestern region of the Shadowy Forest. However, all were deceived by Sauron's illusions. The Dark Lord concealed himself right beneath the Council's very eyes, secretly amassing power and cultivating his malevolent forces until his schemes and hiding place were ultimately disrupted by the emergence of the Dragonborn. On October 10th, 2931 of the Third Age, Yavanna, the giver of fruits, who governs all that grows and is known as the Earth Mother, witnessed the life fruits she had sown in the preceding age begin to flourish. The wilderness and forests were replete with abundant berries, various wild apples, grapes, pomegranates, and hawthorns. Fallen leaves carpeted the forest floor, imparting a sense of decay to the already ominous shadowy forest. A sturdy figure clad in plate armor trudged through this seemingly cursed woodland, accompanied by fellow dwarves, all exhibiting expressions of anxiety and unease. "A tree, still a tree," muttered Oriai, venting his frustrations upon the branches by his side with his heavy axe. "To be honest, I detest this forest. It offers nothing but a stifling, decayed atmosphere and an eternally overcast sky. The ground is nothing but muck. How utterly revolting." He extricated his thick foot from the muddy path, which was caked with sludge, decaying leaves, and some ominous, indistinguishable substance. Without needing to smell it, he could sense the vile stench it emanated. Nori cast a resigned glance at his brother. His situation was hardly more favorable. The dwarves held a disdain for rivers and forests, preferring the grandeur of mountains and the treasures they concealed. The sole merit of the forests and rivers lay in their ability to provide energy for the dwarves' smelting endeavors, yet at all other times, they regarded these elements with indifference. In stark contrast, the elves, particularly the Sylvan elves of Kara's Galadhon, were entirely different. These descendants of the Southland elves, who had never witnessed the radiance of the two trees, a lineage that had halted midway during the westward migration of the ancient three elven races, displayed a rudeness far surpassing that of the Noldor and Falithrim elves of Lindon. While they may share a certain essence, a closer examination reveals subtle distinctions. However, it is precisely this that renders these forest-dwelling elves more adept at combat within darkened caves and dense jungles than their seaside counterparts, the Falithrim, led by Legolas. The elves of the woodland realm would often flicker like shadows, vanishing seamlessly into the lush undergrowth. The muddy paths of the forest seemed to pose no hindrance to them. Their steps were as light as feathers. Their armor made not a sound, while their green cloaks provided excellent camouflage. With a mere misstep, even dragonkin would swiftly lose sight of them. These figures clad in gray cloaks, under the guidance of the twins, marched with a swiftness nearly equivalent to that of Legolas's elves. Only the unfortunate dwarves found themselves deeply ensnared by the oppressive terrain of the shadowy forest, trudging forward with great difficulty while incessantly grumbling in frustration. This commotion soon captured the attention of the high command of the allied forces. Riding atop one of the few remaining horned sheep, Thorin approached alongside Dragon and Gandalf, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he remarked, "Dwarves are ill-suited for warfare in the forest. Our broad, sturdy feet and powerful hands are far more adept for charging across plains and mountains." As a being of sanctity traversing this land, the light of Valinor emanating from Naharul caused the trees of the forest to instinctively part before him, and the golden hooves of his steed left no imprint upon the muddy path. Thus, Dragonborn, with a playful smile, quipped, "In matters of warfare on the plains, are not men more suited than dwarves?" To which Aragorn, standing nearby, merely shrugged with a benevolent grin. The teased Thorin could only manage a wry smile, as this was nearly the sole laughter amidst the dark, sunless expanse of the Black Forest. Soon, under the guidance of the elves from the woodland realm and Karas Galadhon, the coalition traversed the desolate, decaying branches of the Black Fir thicket, arriving before a rocky hill. Before them loomed an imposing and eerie ruin, a vast castle that stood atop a steep, towering crag connected to the outside world by a stone-paved causeway. Within the castle, remnants of walls and ruins were scattered throughout. Dimly visible were various dungeons, pits, and claustrophobic corridors, steep staircases all ensnared by twisted thorns, exuding ominous black vapors. Coupled with the overcast sky, the absence of any sounds of life, and the chilling winds that swept through the air, the surrounding firs lay withered and lifeless, creating an unsettling atmosphere that felt decidedly unnatural. Although Dragonborn does not possess an understanding of magic, his eyes penetrate the mists here more swiftly than those of any sorcerer. To him, the ancient fortress appears far more formidable than it does to outsiders. Not only do the walls bristle with the terrified visages of half-orcs, but it also boasts a sturdy gate, forged entirely from black iron. With its dense shooting holes and towering corner towers, its defenses are assured. Furthermore, the fortress is connected by a narrow stone pathway. Access is limited to this slender route, flanked by steep cliffs, ensuring that any large-scale assault would incur significant losses. Of course, this is under ordinary circumstances. Currently, the fortress seems shrouded in an eerie fog that astonishingly distorts its appearance, rendering it far worse than it truly is. This is evidently the illusion spoken of by the brown-robed Radagast. Observing the panic-stricken half-orcs atop the walls, Dragonborn addressed the gray-robed Gandalf and brown-robed Radagast, saying, "Even I can sense the malevolence here from afar. What has the White Council been preoccupied with all these years?" At that moment, Dragonborn had deliberately drawn information about the White Council from the wizard, making his question less surprising. The wizened faces of the sorcerers revealed grim smiles, and Gandalf seemed hesitant to respond. The white-robed wizard had always viewed this as merely a trivial affliction. Glorfindel, also a member of the White Council, could not refrain from defending the two wizards. Do elves share this sentiment? The Dragonborn cast a glance at him, prompting Glorfindel to fall silent. Shaking his head, Dragonborn ceased to inquire further, understanding that the elves, adhering to the philosophy of minimizing trouble, did not truly perceive the malevolence here as a pressing concern. Meanwhile, the Woodland Kingdom, genuinely threatened, opted for relocation, ultimately allowing the evil to flourish unchecked. Surveying his surroundings and confirming that the elves were mostly assembled, Dragonborn pondered briefly before nodding at the wizard. He did not believe Sauron lingered here. Yet Gandalf had wisely stated that dismantling these strongholds of evil could significantly mitigate the threat posed by the Dark Lord. Thus, an offensive was in order. This seemed to serve as a signal. The Dark Overlord reigns. Balg, the pallid orc and son of Azig, the newly appointed half-orc commander, gripped his hammer tightly. terror and ferocity contorting his grotesque visage. He had caught up. The dragon-blooded one was upon him. It appeared that their master had foreseen this, having fled first. Balrog's terrified gaze involuntarily locked onto the golden slit-eyed dragon-blooded figure, mounted upon the steed of the Holy Spirit, Naharl. In an instant, the half-orc stood frozen, akin to a stone statue. Malevolent spirits concealed within hastily revealed themselves. The wizards united once more to cast their spells, their resonant voices echoing like thunder from the heavens. Akin to a sovereign's decree, igniting the shrouded mist of Dol Guldur into a fervent boil. Fear spread like a contagion among the already anxious half-orcs. These cowardly and vicious fallen creatures shrieked, murmured, and cast uneasy glances at the towering pale orc. Yet, they found their supposed leader, the pale orc, standing on the battlements like a lifeless statue, utterly motionless. The leader has perished. He has been transformed into a stone statue by the sorcerer. A half-orc screamed, causing the foolish beings to tremble in terror, with the timid even abandoning their weapons in a bid to flee. At that moment, the sorcerer's incantations reached a critical juncture. The gray-robed sorcerer proclaimed loudly, "In the name of the great sovereign, I command you to manifest forthwith." With his staff raised high, he struck it down forcefully, unleashing a magnificent beam of white light that surged towards the dark city at the end of the stone path. The brown-robed sorcerer followed suit, raising his staff and delivering a powerful strike. "In the name of the earth's progenitor, I command you to appear without delay." A second resplendent beam of white light erupted, advancing towards the dark city. As a bubble bursts, the shroud of mist enveloping the dark city was torn away by the combined might of the sorcerers, revealing a more sinister and terrifying lair before all. On the city walls, the half-orcs cried out in sheer panic. The previously tranquil forest erupted into chaos. The elves, though astonished, were somewhat prepared for such an eventuality. The dwarves and humans stood dumbfounded, gazing in at the magical spectacle, mouths agape and speechless. Attack! Dragonborn diverted his gaze, spotting a familiar silhouette. Recalling that fateful arrow, he mused that perhaps this journey was not in vain after all. It was then that Balrog emerged from his stony stupor. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he soon grasped the unfolding events. Witnessing the allied forces commencing their assault, this half-orc, more cunning and cowardly than Azog, changed his expression and bellowed in the black speech of Mordor, "Slay them. Slay those foul, pointy-eared elves, for the master is watching us." The orc, who was on the brink of collapse, found a semblance of composure in this moment. Of course, it could also be that the mention of its master instilled fear within him. Trembling, they surged toward the battlements, jostling one another, drawing their bows and crossbows to commence their assault. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that after urging these timid kin to their doom, Balrog had stealthily descended from the wall, making his way deep into the shadowy depths of Dalgoth. Terror gripped him. First came the dragon's roar, then the dragon's flames. And now even its gaze bore a terrifying magical power, compelling all who met it to become mere thralls. The orc could not contend with such an existence. As Balrog regained his senses, a singular thought occupied his mind. If the master sought to flee, then why should I not do the same? Oh, yet there was no choice. Such was the nature of orcs, expecting them to fight earnestly for you was a farce. After traversing an unknown number of damp and frigid stone steps, Balrog finally arrived at a cold cavern. Password. A few towering, menacing orcs emerged from the shadowy recesses, brandishing their dark weapons and demanding to know who approached. They were the guardians of this place, one of Balrog's contingencies. "Foolish creatures, it is I," Balrog bellowed as he kicked one of his dim-witted subordinates aside in anger. The guards suddenly recognized their leader and cowered in silence. With no time to spare for them, Balrog mounted a wolf that had been prepared for his escape and fled from a hidden cavern at the base of the rocky peak that housed Dalgoth. Upon seeing the guards, they hastily mounted the remaining wargs and fled. Their adeptness clearly indicated extensive practice. The battle was rather mundane. Perhaps this dungeon was once exceedingly secretive and fortified, yet neither of its two former masters possessed the unwavering resolve to defend it. Thus, it was entirely expected to be overrun by the formidable coalition of two wizards, the Lord of the Golden Flower and the powerful Elven Alliance. Dragonborn, with the assistance of Naharl, was the first to breach the city gates, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that swept away the nearby half-orcs. Confronted with such terrifying flames, the remaining half-orcs were utterly paralyzed with fear, shrieking as they discarded their weapons and turned to flee. The defensive line crumbled with a single touch. Subsequently, Dragonborn and Naharl leapt onto the walls of Dol Guldur, where the half-orcs above quickly began to tumble down like dumplings, even risking broken legs in their haste. There was no choice. Even elves could not withstand the onslaught of dragon fire, let alone these inherently timid fallen creatures. In truth, had the dwarves not been so fleet of foot, they might not have escaped at all. That elf is mine. Ori, in a fit of rage, hurled his axe, striking a half-orc squarely in the skull. Meanwhile, an elf from Rivendell gracefully nodded to the irate dwarf in a gesture of goodwill, only to swiftly shoot an arrow that pierced the throat of another fleeing. However, it is evident that the half-orcs are not devoid of intelligence. Realizing that the city was utterly indefensible, they soon discovered that their leader had fled, prompting a chaotic retreat that left the allied forces' fervor unfulfilled. As all began to pursue the fleeing half-orcs, Ori, in a fit of indignation, wrenched his axe free, hesitated for a moment, and then, with a glint of inspiration, summoned his elder brother Norwi and their cousin Groin, setting off in pursuit towards a certain cavern. Along their path, the dwarves vanquished numerous half-orcs, who, paralyzed by terror, dared not resist the allied forces any longer. Each encounter was as effortless as striking metal. Before long, Ori, Norwi, and Groin found themselves at an unexpected location. Gazing into the ominous and foul-smelling cave before them, Groin expressed his displeasure, remarking, "Look at the path you've led us down. We have arrived at a place for condemned prisoners. It reeks of decay and emanates a chilling gloom. How could there possibly be half-orcs for us to slay here?" Upon closer inspection, Ori realized the cave's walls and floor were spattered with blood, littered with a variety of sinister implements of torture that sent shivers down one's spine. It was undeniably a dungeon, and his spirits began to wane. Just then, Norwi suddenly gestured for silence, having heard something. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Listen. I believe I hear the voices of dwarves, unless my ears, dulled by the forge, deceive me." However, Ori, consumed by his anger, insisted that he heard no such voices. Only Groin listened intently for a moment. Then, astonished, he leapt up. "Nori, you are not mistaken. I too have heard it. That is the tongue of our kin, the dwarves of Durin. There is an injured dwarf here." Thus, they commenced their search through the cavern, which resembled a hellish abyss. Ultimately, the dwarves uncovered, in the deepest recesses of the cave, an old dwarf imprisoned within a cell. Alas, the elder dwarf, whose nearly blinded eyes had endured untold torment, beheld the sight of several bearded dwarfs, and the last flicker of life within him ignited fiercely before he fainted from shock. The fact that this emaciated, almost unrecognizable old dwarf spoke their language astonished Ori and his companions. They shattered the iron lock that confined him and freed him from his prison. When they finally brought this foul-smelling, battered, and nearly unrecognizable dwarf, whose beard had grown to his knees, out into the autumn sunlight, Groin was the first to exclaim, "By the beard of Durin, it is His Majesty, King Thrain." Meanwhile, having confirmed that Sauron was not present, even Thorin lost interest in the battle. It was far easier than I had anticipated. The dwarf prince shook the blood from his hammer, mounted his ram, and hopped over to the dark walls of Dol Guldur. Expressing his disappointment, "I expected it to be challenging, but it seems the master of this place had long since abandoned it." Gandalf, emulating the Dragonborn, sat astride a majestic brown steed, gazing into the ominous depths of the dark cave, and sighed, "Sauron is not here. He has long since fled. I knew this journey would be in vain." The golden, vertically slit eyes of Dragonborn shimmered with contemplation as he inquired of the wizard, "What shall we do next? If he has indeed hidden away, we may never locate him. We are left with but one option." The wizard, having anticipated this predicament, promptly declared, "We must venture into Mordor, though I too am beginning to suspect that Sauron, the former Dark Lord, would not idly await our arrival to topple his dominion." Upon hearing this, Radagast's expression darkened further at the prospect of continuing their pursuit. Thorin, somewhat accustomed to the wizard's change of heart, remarked, "Gandalf, your wisdom is nearly on par with that of a dwarf." Dragonborn could not discern whether this was a jest or a compliment. "Surely, we cannot dissolve the alliance until Sauron is found." Thorin's resolute statement garnered the agreement of Glorfindel and Gamel, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards the gray-robed wizard. Our esteemed wizard maintained an air of composure, even producing his pipe amidst the bloody battlefield strewn with the corpses of half-orcs. "No. If we cannot uncover any leads on Sauron and Mordor, then I too would support the dissolution of our coalition," he stated, taking a leisurely puff of smoke as the peculiar glances of his companions surrounded him. "So be it." Dragonborn was poised to deliver a decisive word when, at that moment, events took an unexpected turn. "Thorin, come quickly. We have discovered King Thrain," Groin exclaimed, nearly tumbling to the base of the city wall. Thorin's expression shifted immediately, and he galloped away on his ram like the wind. Gandalf, too, was taken aback, feeling a twinge of unease. Was the emergence of light from the dark pit truly a benevolent sign? Sauron is not so benevolent as to leave his spoils behind, he remarked, casting a shadow over the hearts of the gathered. They exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Dragonborn broke the silence. His tone grave. Let us first meet this fortunate soul who has narrowly escaped death. I sense our involvement in this matter. In truth, his intuition proved correct. Soon, the two were urgently summoned by Thorin. After enduring years of torment and torture, Thrain too had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. His survival until today was a testament to all's grace. Yet even so, this pitiable dwarf king was hanging by a thread. When Dragorn and Gandalf beheld the resilient old dwarf, they could scarcely believe that anyone could endure such grievous wounds. Their faces were somber. One grasped Thrain's withered hand, channeling vitality into him through the power of the Elisar stone, while the other gently brushed the scarred forehead of the old dwarf, murmuring an incantation. Alas, Thrain's nearly extinguished body resembled a tattered cloth, leaking vitality from every pore, and the essence of the Elisar swiftly dissipated within him, unable to sustain itself. Thus, under the hopeful yet anxious gaze of Thorin, Dragonborn ultimately shook his head in sorrow, releasing the withered hand of Seraphine. Tears cascaded down the faces of Ori, Nori, and Groin in an instant. The arrival of Glorfindel and others brought forth a collective sigh, as they turned their heads away in compassion. Is hope always so fragile and fleeting? Thorin trembled as he grasped his father's hand. The pain and sorrow in his eyes were heart-wrenching. After years of separation from my father, to reunite only to face the abyss of life and death. How cruel fate is to me. Perhaps it was Thorin's desperate call, or the incantations of the wizard combined with the power of the Dragonborn gem, that ultimately stirred Seraphine, nearly extinguished, to open his eyes. My son, Thorin, the king of the Front Mountain Kingdom, Seraphine, son of Thror, with but one eye left, regained a semblance of awareness as he found himself on the threshold of the realm of his ancestors and all. In the crowd, he spotted a familiar face, his son Thorin. Tears streamed down his cheeks as the old dwarf exclaimed, I never expected to see you before my end. Truly, Mahal has not been unkind to me. From somewhere unknown, a surge of strength erupted from Seraphine's withered hand as he grasped Thorin's sturdy, rough fingers tightly. In the ancient tongue of Khuzdul, he uttered 3 succinct words. In Sindarin. These translated to ring, map, key. Yet at that moment, Dragonborn was oblivious, merely blinking and dismissing it. Gandalf, however, discerned the words and his expression shifted subtly. Having spoken his final words, the great dwarf, who had left behind an epic legend, departed from this world, refusing even to close his eyes in death. Dragon and Gandalf exchanged glances, ultimately sighing and rising to their feet. At that moment, the dwarves of Durin who had rushed to the scene were struck dumb by the prince's anguished cries, as if struck by lightning. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The dwarf prince dried his tears and, cradling the nearly weightless remains of his aged father, emerged from the throng, his expression eerily calm. The gathered dwarves parted like a tide, allowing their king and prince to pass, while they sang an ancient dwarven melody. The elves stood in solemn respect and remembrance for the departed, bowing their heads in silence. The Dragonborn and the wizard also lowered their heads in reverence. The dwarves interred Thrain too on a hillside outside Dol Guldur, constructing a stone mound so he might witness the destruction of the cavern that had claimed his life. Finally, they shouted in Khuzdul, honoring Thorin Oakenshield, proclaiming, The king is dead, long live the king. Henceforth, the hill would be known as the Hill of Kings, as it bore the remains of 2 monarchs. Dragon, the elves, and the wizard witnessed this poignant moment. While there was joy in Thorin's formal ascension to the throne, there was also an inescapable sorrow. As Thorin lamented, after years of separation from his father, their reunion was marked by the finality of death, a most cruel fate indeed. Nevertheless, the era of Thrain II has undeniably passed, and Thorin II has officially ascended to the stage of Middle-earth, leaving one to ponder whether this transition is fortunate or unfortunate. Thrain has bequeathed Thorin a legacy of considerable wealth. My lord, the elves, following Gandalf's directive, meticulously scoured every corner of Dol Guldur, ultimately uncovering an unexpected trophy. This discovery was made within the enemy's treasury, concealed in a remarkably dry box. An elf presented Gandalf with an exquisitely adorned container, embellished with intricate carvings reflective of elven artistry. Dragon Slayer, Radagast, Glorfindel, and Gamel gazed intently at it, feeling an overwhelming surge of magical energy emanating from within. Legolas, Toriel, and the twins exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowed. Fina approached the dragonkin and whispered, "What is that?" The female elf and Legolas, who were engaged in frontline combat, had not been present to hear Thrain II's final words. "I am uncertain," he replied, "but I believe I can hazard a guess." Fina was about to inquire further when Thorin descended from the Hill of Kings, his gaze sharp and imposing, his tone unmistakably brusque. "Gandalf, may I inquire what that is?" Consequently, Fina was compelled to remain silent. Dragon Slayer observed the rekindled, brooding fire in Thorin's eyes and sighed, choosing not to speak. Gandalf, too, hesitated momentarily before ultimately relinquishing the box to Thorin. "This is a relic of the dwarves, naturally safeguarded by the new king," he remarked. "Yet I must advise you, Thorin, exercise caution in its use. Do not allow the flames of your inner fury and greed to consume your reason. For I fear this may be a scheme of our enemies, yet we find ourselves powerless to thwart it." After a moment's hesitation, Thorin accepted the box. Upon opening it, he discovered a map of the Lonely Mountain along with a key. Furthermore, Thorin tremulously picked up the ring at the center. It was an ancient ring forged from gold, adorned with a magnificent sapphire, inscribed in Elvish with the words, "He who holds this ring shall be the Lord of Khazad-dûm." The Ring of Thrr. In the year 2799 of the Third Age, Thrain and his army fought valiantly against the horde of half-orcs led by Azog at the Battle of Azanulbizar. Though the dwarves emerged victorious over the orcs, the dwarven clan suffered grievous losses, including Thrain's son, Frerin, his cousin, Nain, and the father of the dwarven hero Balin, Funin. Thrain himself was left with a blind eye and a wounded leg. At that time, Thrain led a small company, which included Balin and Dwalin, during their eastward journey. This company faced incessant assaults from wolf packs, half-orcs, and other corrupted creatures. In 2845 of the Third Age, while encamped beneath the shadows of Mirkwood, Thrain mysteriously vanished, and thereafter, his kin never laid eyes upon him again. Thus unfolds the tale of Thrain II, both tragic and pitiable. Yet, as Gandalf has observed, this entire affair exudes a foreboding aura from beginning to end. The Ring of Thrr, like other powerful rings, serves as a tool for Sauron to exert control over elves, dwarves, and men. Though imbued with formidable magic, they ultimately bring about misfortune. Many wise individuals have recognized this truth. Unfortunately, the Ring of Thrr has long since become a symbol of the royal power of the Dí Nedain, treasured by the dwarves as the king's most prized possession. To persuade them to relinquish such a potent artifact would be akin to striking them with an axe. Indeed, when Thorin acquired the ring, he immediately adorned his finger with it, asserting the Dí Nedain's ownership of the ring until the end of days. Dwarves such as Dwalin and Giel interrupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Long live the king." The wizard, however, wore a furrowed brow, anxiously puffing on his pipe. It seemed our adversaries were not entirely resigned to fate. Durance, heir, too, was well aware of the significance of these rings, and with the supreme ring of power looming on the horizon, he felt a sense of inevitability weaving through their destinies. He remarked, "I have a foreboding that this is not yet over, Mithrandir. We must prepare for a protracted struggle." Gandalf, with a troubled expression, chose to remain silent, while the others exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. On the 10th of October in the year 2931 of the Third Age, Elrond of Rivendell heard this news, his face betraying doubt as he remained silent. Thus, the woodland elves began to plot their course of action. On the 12th of October, the Alliance descended the Anduin River, making their way toward Dagorlad, the Plain of War. In the year 3434 of the Second Age, during the tumultuous period of the Last Alliance, the Alliance forces clashed with Sauron and emerged victorious, thus bestowing the name Dagorlad upon this hallowed ground. Countless battles have since transpired here, including numerous skirmishes between Gondor and the Charioteers. The renowned Black Gate, known as Moran Non, is situated in this very location. On October 14th, the Allied forces officially entered the somber hills, where the imposing Argonatha's twin pillars stood resplendent and clear. These stone sculptures depict Isildur, the first ruler of Gondor, alongside Anrian. The statue's eyes are clouded, their brows cracked, yet they still furrow in a gaze towards the north. They raise their left hands, palms outward. In a gesture of warning, their right hands grip axes, adorned with weathered, damaged helmets and crowns atop their heads. Thus, Argonath is also known as the Pillars of Kings. The Gates of Argonath, the Gates of the Twin Kings, the Gates of Gondor, or the Twin Wardens of Enminner. This place marks the border between Rohan and Gondor. On the opposite bank reside the horse-riding Rohirrim, descendants of Orl, the founding king of Rohan, who graze their herds, breed horses, and lead a humble yet joyous existence. The Allied forces occasionally catch glimpses of these valiant Rohirrim villages, dotting the vast northern plains like sparks of fire. However, as battalions of fully armed elves and dwarves march southward with menacing intent, the mounted nomads finally sense a shift in the atmosphere. An army of elves and dwarves? Ruling this territory is Eomugar of Odeberg, the commander of the eastern marches and the grandfather of Iamel. He is valiant in battle and beloved by the people. Eomugar possesses a mane of golden hair and a lush beard, his voice resonating with authority and gravitas. Is this the end of the world? Eomugar expresses unease and vigilance, stating that the legendary races have united, yet humanity remains oblivious. This poses a grave danger. The king must be informed. Thus, he dispatched a knight, accompanied by 2 swift steeds, galloping tirelessly towards the king in Edoras. Meanwhile, he leads a contingent of Iareth, limited to 120 men, crossing the Anduin River, and catching up with the alliance at the Eamon Mule Hills, known as the Gloomy Hills. "O children of the forest, please wait," Eomugar cried out. Indeed, a portion of the elves halted. "Descendants of Ural, stand down," Elrond, one of the twins, proclaimed in the common speech. "We are the alliance of elves led by the Sylvan King, alongside dwarves and men. Do not provoke us." Eomugar was taken aback. Having never heard of the title Sylvan King, he assumed it to be a newly ascended elven monarch and swiftly reined in his steed, bowing respectfully from his mount. "Forgive us, humble pastoral folk. Rohan has long dwelled in remote lands, unaware of such esteemed titles. Yet, rest assured, the Rohirrim remain a people who cherish the light and hold the elves in high regard. Thus, I beseech you, noble elf standing before me, from whence do you hail? And to what destination do you journey? What compels your hurried pace, fraught with malevolence?" Before interrogating others, ought not a guest to introduce themselves? Elrond inquired. Iamga promptly responded, "I beg your pardon, it is I who have been remiss. I am Iamga, the Marshal of East Rohan and the Lord of Odeberg." The twins then realized that they were in the presence of Ural's grandson, a descendant of Ural's lineage. It is indeed heartening to see that Ural's descendants still uphold the customs of the free folk. Elrohir then spoke, elucidating to Iamga, "We are Elrond of Rivendell, and these are Legolas and Toriel of the Woodland Realm. Furthermore, we have the king of the Mountain Kingdom with us, and a wizard accompanies our fellowship. The northern men are our allies, and we are bound for the Barrow Downs to confront the specters that dwell there." Iamga was taken aback, his expression turning grave. With a hint of trepidation, that plain is devoid of life, save for death itself. Meanwhile, a knight dispatched by Iamga raced into the Golden Hall of Edoras, relaying this news to King Teoden. The aged Teoden, who had been troubled for over a month by the sounding of the ancient horn, nearly leapt to his feet in astonishment. When did elves and dwarves unite? Did they not hold mutual disdain? The old king was beset by both anxiety and agitation. Moreover, they were to venture into that accursed land. How foolish a quest! The gates of the Barrow Downs would surely bring them ruin. In a state of deep concern, Effinger summoned his ministers while dispatching a group of messengers swiftly towards the southern realm of Gondor. On October 17th, the riders of Rohan galloped relentlessly into the sacred city of Minas Tirith. Thus, the regent of Gondor became aware of this news. However, as previously mentioned, he was a ruler of mediocrity. Fearful of change and lacking resolve, Turgon epitomized a life devoid of courage. Faced with the incessant debates of his ministers, he remained indecisive. Consequently, the court of Gondor descended into greater chaos, resulting in a vehement quarrel where neither side could sway the other. Yet, amidst humanity, there still existed heroes. The discord between Turgon II and his ministers caught the attention of one individual, his son, Ecthelion. Upon hearing the news, he diligently inquired of the emissaries from his ally, Effinger of Rohan, and upon learning that the alliance of elves and dwarves was advancing towards the dark stronghold of Mordor, he eagerly sought out his close friend, the Prince of Rohan, Singel, who would later become the father of King Teoden. This revelation was indeed astonishing. With his dark hair and gray eyes, the handsome and tall Ecthelion remarked to the young Singel, "I have never heard of elves and dwarves fighting under a single banner, save for the legendary kings. They are heading to Mordor to vanquish the evil therein. Thus, Gondor and Rohan shall emerge from the shadows of Mordor. It is worth noting that in recent days, the half-orcs from the Erd Nimrais, the Mountains of Shadow, have increasingly besieged Ithilien, bringing great suffering to our people and warriors. We must seize this opportunity to eradicate the threat emerging from the east. Yet, Prince Syngal of Rohan, having departed from Gondor due to discord with his father, Eochaid, harbors doubts. He remarks, 2 months ago, stars fell from the heavens. A month ago, a resounding horn echoed across the skies. Now, the fabled races gather and march towards the east. This does not bode well. Perhaps we ought to exercise greater caution, Exirion. Until we receive explicit orders from the Chancellor, we should not act recklessly. This is not merely a child's game of war. The consequences of a misguided decision could be fatal, or worse, ignite a war between our nations. However, Exirion remains undeterred, youthful yet ambitious. He is determined to restore the authority of the Chancellor's lineage. He is aware that many in the city are murmuring that the current regent is far too cautious. Unwilling to dispatch knights to quell the skirmishes and invasions occurring in southern Ithilien, resulting in the near loss of the once beautiful Ithilien to the people of Gondor. Thus, upon learning that a formidable alliance of elves and dwarves is preparing to march to Mordor to vanquish the evil therein, Exirion cannot contain himself, deeming it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He disregards the counsel of his friends and resolutely rallies the knights of his family and the court guards to unite with the alliance at the Morannon. His reasoning even sways Syngal, as he proclaims, "This shall be a war that will echo through the annals of history, Syngal." If there are no human names within this narrative, how might future generations perceive the ancient kings of Gondor and Rohan? At that time, they were unaware that the Rangers of the Dí Nedain, led by Arathorn, had joined the alliance. The Northern Rangers had not raised their banners. Thus, neither Faramir of Rohan nor King Turgon II of Gondor had received any word of their presence. The valiant spirit of Orl's descendants stirred within Syngal. He sighed, drew forth his longsword, and placed it upon the blade of Exilion. Let us embody the name of warriors, and not allow the glory of our ancestors to fade. Thus, the young princes forged a pact of mutual endeavor, joined by Adrihil, the son of Prince Andrilmar of Dol Amroth, the 20th of his line. Dol Amroth is a peninsula located to the west of Belfalas in southern Gondor, ruled by the family of Prince Amroth. Their emblem is a white swan. The local populace is predominantly tall, dark-haired, and gray-eyed, renowned for their martial prowess, making it a celebrated recruitment area for Gondor. The heir of this generation of Dol Amroth is Adrihil, who is strikingly handsome, charming, and excels in both martial skill and strategy among his peers. It is even rumored that the lineage of the Prince of Dol Amroth carries the blood of elves. When Exilion rallied the court's guards, Adrihil was among them, for the three were of similar age and had forged a bond of friendship since their youth, thus reuniting the trio once more. They pledged a vow of mutual progress. Leading their family knights and the royal guards, riding upon white steeds, they traversed the 7 city gates, galloping forth from Minas Tirith. The Chancellor has dispatched his forces. The townsfolk within the city cried out, "The valiant warriors of Gondor are journeying towards distant battlefields," accompanied by the white horse banner of Rohan and the swan banner of Dol Amroth. Blessings be upon you. Blessings upon the warriors of Gondor. The citizens within the 7 gates scattered white blossoms and fine wine at the feet of Ecthelion, continuing all the way to the entrance of the lowest gate. The tremendous cheers startled the quarreling courtiers, causing King Tirin II to rise abruptly, demanding to know who is making such a ruckus within the city. Subsequently, a guard entered to report, "It is your son, my lord. He has led your knights, along with the riders of Rohan and the warriors of Dol Amroth, through the city gates." He stated that it is by the command of the regent. Thus the guards of the 7 gates opened the gates for him. The Chancellor, upon hearing this, slumped despondently upon his cold throne. When Dragonborn encountered Eamund, he stood upon a hill, gazing at the majestic Argonath, twin pillars overlooking the northern shores of Lake Nin. He pondered what feelings Aragorn and the Fellowship would experience upon beholding these towering statues. Nearby, Elrond dutifully expounded upon the glorious deeds of the Inmen Reens of the Second Age, his ancestors. On the not-so-distant road, a line of elves and dwarves swiftly marched southward. To the east lies a desolate expanse, a barren and forsaken land, devoid of both trees and verdant grass. Even the remnants of fallen timber and broken stones are absent. Once, however, this land flourished as prosperous fields and gardens. When the shadow of Morgoth descended upon the north in the year 1495 of the Second Age, the Entwives traversed the Anduin River, cultivating gardens and fields on the eastern banks of the Great River. Following Morgoth's downfall, this land thrived even more, with gardens bursting into bloom and fields yielding bountiful harvests. Yet, at the culmination of the Second Age, during the War of the Last Alliance, Sauron executed a scorched earth policy to deny the Last Alliance's forces vital provisions. His armies ruthlessly annihilated the Entwives' lands, uprooting and incinerating everything, thus coining the term Brown Lands. The Entwives subsequently vanished without a trace. After the war, the Ents made several crossings of the Anduin in search of their lost counterparts, but to no avail. Consequently, the number of Ents dwindled. To the south lies a swamp rife with death and miasma, rumored to conceal countless corpses beneath its murky depths. Beyond that horrifying marsh lies the battlefield. The men of Gondor indeed stand as the first line of defense against the encroaching darkness. Gandalf interrupted the historical discourse of the two, stating, "But now, it is time to look forward." All eyes turned to the rear, where the twins were hastening towards them, accompanied by the Marshal of Rohan. "My lord," the sorcerer's eyes shimmered with light, "the Rohirrim have come to pay their respects to you. I suggest it would be prudent to meet with them. They, too, are members of the Light Alliance. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to unite more souls under a single banner, rallying against the encroaching darkness." Dragonborn cast a glance at him, unable to suppress a jest. "I possess no banner for them to venerate. Yet your presence is undeniably the most radiant beacon of this age." This was flattery, but also an immense compliment. Even one as proud as Thorin Oakenshield could not help but lower his gaze slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, the mood of the Dragonborn lifted, albeit briefly. Out of respect, he inquired, "Thorin, what say you?" As for the elf, Glorfindel maintained a serene demeanor throughout, as if nothing in this world could stir him. Had it not been for the earlier encounter with the Lord of the Blossoms at the Battle of Khazad-dûm, perhaps many would have been deceived by his elegant bearing, mistaking him for a noble yet fragile aristocrat. Legolas and Gimli appeared equally nonchalant, drawing everyone's attention to Thorin, whose expression had darkened once more after the battle with the orcs. "My lord," the Dwarf King declared, "humans are often cunning. Yet the Rohirrim on horseback represent a formidable force. They are valiant and relentless, true warriors." A glimmer of amusement flickered in the eyes of the Dragonborn and the sorcerer, understanding the dwarf's open disposition towards accepting humanity. Thus, Dragonborn contemplated for a moment and nodded to the wizard. Soon, Iamgar, guided by the twins, arrived at the foot of the hill. If the Rohirrim initially failed to comprehend why the elves and dwarves dared to challenge the Darklands with a mere 10,000, the moment Iamgar laid eyes upon the Dragonborn standing upon the hill, and the holy steed beneath him, he was suddenly taken aback. Under the sunlight, a towering figure adorned with a diamond crown radiated a spectrum of colors. The pure white armor bore a verdant gem that subtly shimmered at the collar of his blue cloak, while a sacred horn was fastened at his waist by a silver chain. The steed beneath him resembled the legendary holy creature Naharl, exuding a sanctified brilliance in the sunlight. Especially when Iamgar inadvertently met the gaze of the raven-haired Dragonborn, the unprepared Lord of Oderberg found himself momentarily stunned. It was only when Dragonborn averted his gaze that Iamgar regained his senses. "Ialvader." Iamgar hastily dismounted, his heart overwhelmed with awe. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively placed his hand upon his chest and bowed, performing the most profound gesture of reverence he could conceive. "Your radiance eclipses all the stars in the heavens combined. My lord, Iamgar pays homage to you." In response, Dragonborn had begun to grow accustomed to such adulation, as Ialvader's blessings upon him became increasingly palpable. Nearly all the races of the Order held him in genuine reverence, an honor beyond mere exaggeration. The elves and dwarves served as poignant examples of this phenomenon. Conversely, the hatred and fear that half-orcs and ogres harbored towards him grew increasingly pronounced. It became evident that, regardless of his thoughts, the trajectory of his fate was becoming ever clearer. However, Iamgar's use of the common tongue struck a chord with the Dragonborn. Helplessly, Dragonborn could only gaze expressionlessly at the gray-robed wizard, Radagast, who seemed ill at ease amidst the throng. He opted to venture ahead alone, perhaps seeking solitude. In contrast to Lord Jinhua and his companions, the well-connected wizard appeared far more adept at engaging with the diverse races of the central continent. "O descendants of Ural, raise your heads, for before you stands Lord Dragonborn, the commander of this coalition." Dragonborn sensed that the wizard might be stifling a chuckle within. As his demeanor softened, He would lead elves and dwarves to the dark lands of the east to confront the malevolence that resided there. "What brings you, descendants of Eru, to halt our march?" Their dialogue was recounted in Elvish by Glorfindel. Iamga noted this and cast a surprised glance at the tall figure atop the hill. His gaze then shifted to Alarson and the dwarves, his expression grave. "The scouts of the Rohirrim have observed the elves and dwarves advancing eastward, fully equipped and with grim determination, evidently preparing for distant battle. Thus, they have come to inquire, does Lord Dragonborn Byrne's command include the location of Rohan?" As Iamga's words echoed, the knights under his command gasped in astonishment. "My lord, your actions contravene the laws of the Horse Lord and will lead to your prosecution." It must be acknowledged that Iamga's decision was indeed unforeseen by all. The Marshal of East Rohan exhibited a bold and resolute character that was truly remarkable. He dared to risk the wrath of the King of Rohan by choosing to ally himself with the coalition of elves and dwarves, a choice that seemed almost unfathomable for one meeting them for the first time. Could this be a manifestation of profound foresight? The elves began to murmur quietly among themselves. Thorin Oakenshield could not help but cast a discerning gaze at the towering figure of the man before him. Aragorn and Gandalf exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Through Glorfindel's simultaneous translation, Dragonborn Byrne comprehended the unfolding events. He urged Naharl down the hill, standing at a height of 3 meters. Naharl radiated a sacred silver light under the sun, appearing even more divine and imposing up close. As if instinctively subdued, the steeds of these Rohirrim grew increasingly restless. Retreating uneasily, the knights of Rohan struggled to maintain control over their mounts, a singular thought swelling within them. Good heavens, is this truly a human? Iamga too was awestruck by the celestial being before him, yet he managed to compose himself, refusing to retreat. Thus, Dragonborn Byrne spoke, albeit in his clumsy command of the common tongue, "Your name." Despite the Dragonborn's efforts to temper his power, Iamga remained momentarily dazed, only shaking his head to dispel the enchanting resonance of that extraordinary voice from his mind. "My lord, I am Omund, son of Orl," Omund declared, suppressing the tumult within him. Dragonborn nodded in affirmation, urging, "Onward, Omund, son of Orl. Do not falter, press forward, riders of Rohan. Glory and death await us ahead." The last phrase was uttered in Elvish, regardless of whether the riders comprehended it. With that, the Dragonborn, accompanied by his steed, surged toward the light, galloping into the distance. Glorung, Glorfindel, Thorin, and Arathorn swiftly followed suit, racing down the hillside like the wind. Only Gandalf and the twins remained behind. The wizard regarded Omund with a knowing smile, his eyes shimmering with an understanding that was his alone. Consequently, nearly all of the Ord under his command obeyed the marshal's orders. Tearing down the emblem of Edoras and stowing away the banner of the White Horse of Rohan, choosing to join the alliance in their personal capacity. As the riders reformed their ranks, preparing to advance to the battlefield, the Grey Wizard finally spoke. "Omund, son of Orl, fret not. The King of Rohan shall not hold this against you. On the contrary, your family's renown will flourish as a result of this choice." However, Omund harbored no such optimism, for he deeply understood the wrath of King Tich Odin of Edoras. His disregard for the law would undoubtedly provoke the king's ire. Yet he had steeled himself for sacrifice, rendering such concerns moot. "This is my choice. I do not regret it," Omund declared resolutely. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the wizard's perception far surpassed his own. Gandalf cast his gaze towards the south, a smile gracing his lips. On the 17th of October, the Allied forces traversed the treacherous dead marshes, stepping into the war-torn plains of Dagorlad. On this very day, the young son of the regent of Gondor and the prince of Rohan, heir to the noble line of Doamros, led their valiant knights northward. At this juncture, the coalition could already behold the Ash Mountains and the Mountains of Shadow. The surroundings had grown increasingly desolate, with noxious vapors rising from the ground, and the luminous crescent moon obscured by the mists wafting from Mordor. By the 8th day, the winds had ceased altogether, and the air hung heavy and stagnant. The chill of the atmosphere permeated the land, which appeared eerily silent. An oppressive, desolate ambience enveloped the region. On the 9th day, the terrain began to manifest pockmarks filled with toxic waters, accompanied by heaps of slag, rubble, and overturned earth, debris cast aside by Mordor's vile creatures. Many remnants appeared almost pristine, a testament to the relentless activity of Mordor's half-orcs over the years. Yet, the Council of the White Wizards, led by their illustrious leader, remained willfully blind to these ominous signs. One could only speculate about their thoughts. To the south, the colossal defensive wall of Cirith Ungol came into clearer view, with the Black Gate situated at its very center. This immense iron portal spanned nearly 300 meters in width, stood 20 meters tall, and boasted a thickness of over 3 meters. The origins of its construction have long been forgotten. It now exists as the final barrier, demarcating the realms of good and evil. Beyond the gate lies a desolate expanse of darkness, while this side is bathed in a world of light and hope. Starkly contrasting the two, on either side of the steep mountain stood two towering, obsidian spires. However, in this age of human frailty, Sauron had reclaimed these formidable towers, which were perched upon the rugged hills of the mountain range. None could traverse the teeth of Mordor without facing the malevolent bite, except those summoned by Sauron or those who were privy to the secret incantations. The two towers were named Barad-dûr and Minas Morgul. The imposing silhouette of Mount Doom loomed in the distance, casting an oppressive weight upon all. It seemed to whisper a foreboding truth. Light has perished here, and darkness has arisen. Yet, the allied forces did not succumb to despair. For in the distance, atop a towering mound of desolation, a noble figure rode upon a sacred white steed, illuminating the path for all virtuous races of Middle-earth. Indeed, Dragonborn himself was not entirely prepared for the gravity of the moment. He had never imagined that one day he would stand as the representative of all noble races, embodying light and hope before the forces of evil and darkness. Seated upon the broad back of the majestic steed Nahar, he gazed upon the land that symbolized death and darkness, surveying the jagged peaks of the Ash Mountains and the Shadow Mountains and the towering form of Mount Doom. His heart a tumult of confusion and excitement. We have truly arrived at this juncture, he mused. Just over 2 months prior, he had been clumsily learning the ways of the elves, barely able to articulate his thoughts. Yet now, he found himself before the infamous Black Gates, preparing to confront the dark sorcerer who had instilled terror throughout Middle-earth. An overwhelming sense of epic destiny surged within him. Do not hesitate. The Holy Spirit, Naharl, inspired him. Fear not, noble knight imbued with the blood of dragons, for this is the culmination of your courage, the fruit of your relentless endeavors, destined to be remembered by future generations. This brought a modicum of solace to Dragonborn, as if in resonance with him. The clarion call of the light side echoed forth. The fervent and resounding sound of the horn reverberated across the heavens, seemingly taunting the malevolence lurking beyond the gates. A wave of exhilaration surged through all, as the inner turmoil and trepidation were utterly quelled by the sonorous calls of righteous defiance. Thus, from the wasteland hill, Nahar let forth a mighty roar and rose to his full stature. His lithe and sanctified form prompted an eruption of fervent cheers. Elves, humans, and dwarves united in a chorus of exaltation for the spirit and the king, their resounding cheers piercing the desolate sky that symbolized death. At that moment, from the south, the impassioned sound of horns heralded the arrival of Gundor's reinforcements. Exilion, Singel, and Adrilhir had finally arrived. On the 20th of October, 2931 of the Third Age. This day would be etched in the annals of history for all virtuous races of the Middle Continent. On this day, the coalition of elves, humans, and dwarves gathered under a single banner for the first time since the ancient reign of the Noldor, boldly challenging the darkness. On this day, the horns of elves, humans, and dwarves were successively sounded. The allied forces, arranged in disciplined ranks with elves at the forefront, supported by humans and dwarves, advanced toward the foreboding iron gates of the Ghost Shadow Pass. The Western commanders, under the leadership of the Dragon-Blooded, led the charge at the head of the coalition. Among them, the banners of the Elven King are the most prominent. The flags of Lindon, Rivendell, Karaz Galadhon, and the Woodland Realm have once again graced the dark lands of Mordor after millennia. This sight evokes a profound sense of dread shared between the allied forces and the malevolent powers lurking beyond the gates. Beside the elven banners, the standards of Gundor and Rohan stand tall. Ixirion has brought with him 1,000 royal guards and knights from the Chancellor's house. Additionally, several princes of Rohan and the guards of Prince Di-Amlos accompany him. Among them, Iamga is astonished to see the presence of Singel. To his knowledge, the prince had departed for Gundor's Miliastyris in his youth due to a discord with his father, King Fingal. Overjoyed, Iamga incorporates the entire contingent of Iareth under the prince's command, allowing the white horse banner of the Rohirrim to once again flutter in the skies over the plains of war. The dwarves, led by the proud King Thorin II, form their own battalion. Only Arelon and his kin, due to their limited numbers, have been integrated into the close guard of the Dragonkin. tasked with protecting the nominal commander of the alliance. Soon, the morale of the allied forces surges as they arrive beneath the shadow of the Black Gate. Beneath the ominous archway, the two immense iron doors remain tightly shut. Nothing can be seen atop the battlements. A profound silence prevails, yet vigilance is palpable. Having arrived only last night, Exirion feels a surge of emotion and cannot help but whisper to his close friend. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves standing before this dark gate to confront that shadow of malice. Sinjel nods, his gaze fixated solely on the terrifying gate that looms before them like a mountain. Beneath the sun, the silver night shone as brightly as the stars, radiating a sacred light. Under the swan's banner, Adrihill articulated the thoughts and aspirations dwelling within the hearts of the men of Gondor. Indeed, the star of Arendelle pales in comparison. Last night, when the valiant warriors of Gondor galloped forth, the stirring horns of the elves and dwarves resonated, causing these tall western men to cast aside their weariness and fear born from the long journey. We are not alone in the struggle. Inspired by Exilion, or perhaps deceived by the allure of the enchanted court, the guards found their spirits lifted. Hope still flickered among the men of the west. Others were still daring to confront the shadow of the east. Then they beheld, in the sunlight, the Dragonborn astride the sacred steed Nahar, a divine figure standing tall. Thus, the young princes from Gondor and Rohan lowered their proud heads. After an exhilarating night devoid of sleep, the warriors arrived at the culmination of this momentous journey destined to be etched in history. Cloaked in the dim gray light of dawn, elves, men, and dwarves stood resolutely upon the desolate plain. Before them loomed the enemy's towering bastions and formidable walls. Normally, even with their powerful siege engines at hand, they would find it impossible to breach such defenses as long as the enemy could hold the gates and walls. Moreover, the hills and rocks surrounding the enchanted fortress concealed numerous foes, while the shadowy gorge beyond the gates was riddled with countless tunnels excavated by vile creatures. A heavy atmosphere loomed over the allied forces, and a palpable sense of impending conflict permeated the crowd. Yet, not a soul quaked in fear. Representatives of elves, humans, and dwarves emerged in unison, followed closely by cavalry guards, standard bearers, heralds, and buglers, encircling the leaders of the west. At the forefront stood the Dragonborn, clad in silver helm and armor, draped in a blue cloak. Under the guidance of the silver-white monarch, they advanced towards the ominous Black Gate. In that moment, the entire Daggerlad plain lay in profound silence. Soon, the leaders of the west reached the range audible to the fortress of Morgul. The standard-bearer unfurled the royal banner, and the bugler sounded the call to arms. The herald stepped forward, his voice resonating to the battlements of Mordor. "Come forth," they cried, "ruler of the Darklands, emerge. You have waged an unjust war against all the noble races of Middle-earth, plundering the realms of elves, dwarves, and humans. Therefore, the silver-white monarch demands that you atone for your wicked deeds, depart forever, or face death." A prolonged silence ensued, intensifying the resolve of the allied forces. The combined armies roared in unison, their voices echoing across the land. The enemies, concealed among the hills and rocks surrounding Morgul, as well as the vermin lurking behind the Black Gate, trembled in fear. When no response came, the herald shouted once more. Dragonborn, pondering for a moment, summoned the divine spirit of Nahar and took a few steps forward. "Sauron, emerge, do not cower like a coward." In the shadows, countless yellow eyes flickered restlessly, whispers of trepidation filling the air. What a terrifying voice. A voice that instills dread. Ah, he dares to call the Master by name. The Dark Lord was met with his challenge. "The Master is not in Mordor. He has left us here to suffer." "Silence. Do not speak of the Master." The grand and majestic roar of the dragon astonished the allied forces. The horses, startled, neighed incessantly. The knights, filled with trepidation, exhibited visible unease. Stones tumbled from the peaks, causing the spire of jagged teeth to tremble. The very heavens seemed to dim in the presence of the Dragonborn's power. The princes of Gondor and Rohan, experiencing the might of the Dragonborn for the first time, nearly toppled from their steeds. Only the elves and dwarves, accustomed to such phenomena, covered their ears momentarily before shaking their heads vigorously to regain composure. Nevertheless, the iron gates of Mordor remained steadfastly closed. Dragonborn furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with the wizard and the Lord of the Golden Flowers, contemplating whether to charge forth. Though he could not claim absolute certainty, the higher-ups of the Alliance sensed, albeit vaguely, that Sauron was not present. Indeed, this was not a time of glory for the Dark Lord. Sauron, lacking any corporeal form, would not dare to hide in Mordor while the Dragonborn led an army to his doorstep. It was highly plausible that he had fled early, just as he had during the days of Daggerlad. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A thunderous drumbeat resounded from the mountains, echoing for an extended duration with formidable intensity, soon followed by a deafening blast of horns that shook the very rocks. The spirits of the allied forces were instantly invigorated as they gripped their weapons tightly. Amidst the excited yet grave gazes of the Western commanders and warriors, a resounding crash heralded the opening of the Black Gates, revealing a delegation from Mordor. At the forefront stood a tall, sinister figure, seemingly disinclined to mount a steed, fearing it would be perceived as provocation by the Silver King. Cloaked in black robes and adorned with a dark helmet, he was not a wraith but a living man. He served as the lieutenant of Barad-dûr, his name unchronicled by any legend, for even he had long since forgotten it. Whispers suggested he was a traitor, hailing from a tribe known as the Black Minrines, who settled in Middle-earth during Sauron's reign, revering him and becoming enamored with the dark arts. He proclaimed himself the mouth of Sauron, an intimate of the Dark Lord. Accompanying him was but a small cadre of soldiers clad in black armor, bearing a flag of pure darkness emblazoned with a red eye of power. He halted a few paces from the Western lords, too fearful to raise his gaze. The King of the Shadowlands extended a greeting to the King of the Lightlands, addressing him with utmost humility. Great Silvery King, perhaps you would lend an ear to the voice of a messenger from Mordor? There is no need for enmity between us. After all, this is not the desire of the Dark Lord. Remarkably, the emissary spoke in the Elvish tongue. Dragonborn fixed his gaze upon the dark envoy, who, obscured by a tall hat, dared not meet his eyes, prompting a cold inquiry. Is Sauron absent from Mordor? The question resonated with formidable magic, leaving the assembled lords momentarily dazed and perplexed. The messenger fared even worse, fidgeting uneasily, his expression a tumult of fear and confusion. As the powers of the Dragonkin and his master clashed within him, pain surged forth, and he finally stammered, "Yes, he is not here." Dragonborn pressed further. "Where is he?" "I do not know." Then, the messenger abruptly awoke to his fears, retreating in terror, wishing fervently to flee. The assembly of Western leaders erupted in astonishment. Silence fell as the venerable Gandalf, draped in gray robes, stepped forth and spoke with great authority, quelling the tumult. A subtle smile graced the lips of the Dragonborn, who, like a sovereign, sat astride the holy steed Nahar, casting a disdainful gaze upon the dark envoy before him. He inquired, "What further words do you have to offer?" The resonant timbre of magic echoed in Sauron's heart, leaving him ensnared in a web of treachery, unable to manifest his deceitful intentions. He understood all too well why his master held such trepidation towards this celestial being. He is nothing short of a devil. The messenger from the shadowy realm screamed in terror within. It was profoundly ironic that one steeped in malevolence would dare label another as a devil. Sauron's mouth ran dry as he stammered, "I am merely a herald, an envoy tasked with conveying my master's words to the Silver King of the West." Dragonborn pondered momentarily before directing his gaze towards the wizard, the gray-robed one. Upon noticing this, Gandalf swiftly advanced, ready to employ his skills as a verbal tactician. "What message does Sauron wish to relay to the Silver King of the West?" he asked sharply. The envoy, unlike those who trembled before the Silver King, retorted with disdain. "Indeed, we have often heard of your notoriety. You roam about, lurking in the shadows as you plot your schemes and stir trouble. Yet, were it not for the Silver King, would you dare present yourself so brazenly before us?" "Enough of your empty rhetoric," Gandalf interjected. "As an envoy, if this is all you wish to convey, then prepare yourselves for our armies to lay siege." The mouth of Sauron indeed recoiled in fear as he proclaimed, "I am an envoy and should not be subjected to assault. In such circumstances where the law is in effect, there exists a customary practice," Gandalf remarked, "that envoys ought not to exhibit such arrogance and rudeness. Therefore, temper your imperious demeanor, and you need not fear for your mission's completion, provided that you refrain from deceitful tricks. Otherwise, even with all his minions at your command, you shall face grave peril. Yet, who can blame this world for retaining its archaic feudal customs?" He could not defy the collective will of the army, which led to the current spectacle. Nonetheless, the revelation that Sauron was not present here could be considered a modest triumph. His words resonated deeply with the dwarves, particularly Thorin, who, eager for battle against those accursed foes, let out a rallying cry, invigorating the ranks of dwarven warriors behind him to join in a thunderous roar. This fervor spurred the human faction to echo their support with enthusiastic cheers. The uproar was fervent and impassioned. The elves, too, were moved, their steadfast spears advancing in unison, exuding a commanding presence. The envoy was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that should he jeopardize his master's ambitions, it would not be a mere loss of his head that he would face. Thus, he hastily declared, "O great Silver King, my lord is willing to relinquish all disputed territories save Mordor, and he swears, both openly and in secrecy, to never again launch an armed incursion into the west." Moreover, the envoy produced a peculiar treasure from beneath his dark cloak, humbly presenting it with both hands. As a token of sincerity, "My lord offers a palantir as a gift to the Silver King. May the sovereign of the Land of Light temporarily quell his tempestuous wrath, and may both parties refrain from drawing their swords." It must be said that the arrival of the Dark Lord at the moment when the allied forces besieged the city took everyone by surprise. Dragonborn gazed in astonishment at the black crystal orb that, despite basking in sunlight, emitted not a glimmer of light, as if pondering whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong scene. Yet, recalling Sauron's historical deeds, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, this was quintessentially Sauron. When it was time to yield, he did so without hesitation. "This was certainly the hallmark of your master," the Dragonborn remarked. "But do you not think that what cannot be achieved on the battlefield cannot be attained at the negotiation table either?" This statement jolted the princes of Gondor and Rohan, who had been momentarily dazed by the astonishing peace terms and gifts presented by the emissary of Mordor. "Yes, I am on the verge of collapse. And what negotiations can we entertain?" Glorfindel, in a fit of indignation, spurred his horse forward, seizing the crystal orb from the emissary's grasp, and rebuked. "This is a treasure crafted by our ancestral king. When has a thief ever used another's treasures as gifts, returning them to their rightful owner?" The emissary, both startled and enraged, recognized the Lord of the Golden Flower and dared not retort. Suppressing his fury, he stated, "O great Lord of the Silver White, my master's conditions are here. What say you?" Observing that the Dragonborn was not deceived by the Dark Lord, the wizard felt a flicker of joy within. Believing that the Inmen had already demonstrated the consequences of Sauron's dealings, and the outcome was far from delightful. However, the wizard cast a worried glance at the palantir held by the Lord of the Golden Flower. "Our conditions are but a singular one." The figure of the sorcerer surged, resembling a monarch poised upon the clouds. Sauron, eternally banished or perished. Under his overwhelming might, Sauron's mouth trembled in fear, retreating in trepidation. He dared to glance at the resplendent Silver King, seated upon the Holy Spirit, only to find that the towering figure, feared even by his own master, regarded him with cold indifference. The Silver King bellowed, "Attack!" Consequently, the allied forces launched the most formidable war since the last alliance of the Second Age. The voice resonated with grandeur and authority, akin to a declaration of war from light against darkness. Elves, men, and dwarves erupted in a thunderous roar, led by their respective captains, charging forth into the realm of shadows. At that moment, the Dragonborn donned his helmet, wielding the Shatterer, Gladius, and surged toward the colossal iron gates that had yet to close. With a fierce breath of dragon fire, he unleashed a torrent through the widening gap. A chilling cacophony of screams erupted instantly as the wretched beings lurking at the threshold, along with the envoy, were transformed into fiery orbs, perishing on the spot. Amidst this chaos, the treacherous Sauron's mouth narrowly escaped calamity. Dragonborn dismounted his steed, casting aside his warhammer, and braced himself against the immeasurable weight of the massive iron gates. Drawing a deep breath, his dragon heart raced wildly, and with a tremendous push, the unbearable screech of steel echoed as the iron hinges and columns shattered under the immense force. With a roar of fury, half of the iron gate thundered, crashing against the rocky peaks of the Ashen Mountains, leaving an exaggerated scar upon the earth. The minions of Sauron were nearly paralyzed with fear. This terrifying spectacle, akin to the very upheaval of the earth, would echo through the ages, immortalized in poetry and legend. Suddenly, the sun burst forth from behind the door, illuminating the desolate, deathly land beyond in a blinding radiance, revealing it to the eyes of the Western warriors. The ominous silhouettes of Orodruin, Mount Doom, and Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower, loomed on the horizon, yet they were not far off. For the Silvery King, Glorfindel was the first to charge through the Black Gate, launching an assault upon the countless horde of orcs beyond. Gimli followed as the second. The exuberant Legolas, hailing from the woodland realm, eagerly trailed behind. Next came the Dwarven King, his battle axe yearning for blood, who shouted, for the deep vengeance of the Dnedain. Following the dwarves were Omer of Rohan and Owen of Gondor, flanked by their cavalry as they crossed the Black Gate into the accursed land of Mordor. Lastly, Aragorn and Faramir positioned themselves beside the Dragonborn, shielding him. Dragonborn exhaled a searing breath of fire, his heart racing wildly. He mounted his steed. Accepting the warhammer from the hand of the elven maiden, elves, men, and dwarves surged into the Black Gate like a tide. The orcs of Mordor, having finally recovered from their terror, began their counterattack. Countless orcs, summoned by the Dark Lord, charged down from the Ash Mountains in the Mountains of Shadow, brandishing scimitars and spears, howling as they rushed towards the Alliance, where they gathered in the Valley of Udn, forming a massive formation, awaiting the inevitable collision with the united forces of elves, men, and dwarfs. In the northwestern region of Mordor lies a valley encircled by the mountains of Isildur as an arid Glishui. To the north, one can find the Black Gate of Morannon, while to the south rests the Iron Hills of Izamots. This location serves as a crucial entrance to Mordor, characterized by its perilous terrain that is easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The most treacherous element emerges as a horde of mountain trolls from Gorgoroth, and the howling black orcs of the Uruk-hai crawl forth from the rocks and caverns beyond the Shadow Pass. Armed with massive black round shields and wielding heavy iron hammers and curved blades, they recklessly plunge into the toxic pools, roaring as they charge towards the rear of the allied forces. In that moment, the wind howled, the battle horn sounded, and arrows whistled through the air, heralding the sudden outbreak of war. At this juncture, the brown-robed Radagast, who had been intently observing the skies, exclaimed with delight, "The eagles have come. The eagles have arrived." The gray-robed Gandalf immediately turned his gaze to the western sky. Indeed, accompanied by a resounding eagle call, over 20 enormous eagles, with wingspans approaching 30 meters, soared in from the west, led by their king, arriving in the blink of an eye. These messengers of Mam descended with a fierce gale, crashing into the treacherous black orcs and trolls with the force of a tempest. Gandalf smiled at once, exclaiming, "Praise be to the great king. The eagles have come at the perfect moment. Thus, evil shall find no refuge." As man was revered as the chief among the Vala, he is also known as the Great King, in stark contrast to the Dark Lord Melkor. Alas, Sauron remains hidden. Yet Gandalf the Grey harbored a far greater confidence than he, proclaiming, "I am aware, yet Middle-earth has embraced a new banner, destined to lead the luminous forces of this era against malevolence. Behold, behold. All the denizens of order upon the continent of Middle-earth have risen to assail the shadow of sorcery in the east. The downfall of Sauron is the will of the people. History shall immortalize this moment." In response, Radagast, the Istari who cherished animals and forests, could not help but nod with a smile. They drew their swords and wielded their staffs, charging into the ranks of the twins who commanded the army, plunging into the fray against the marauding orcs and trolls who sought to encircle them. Observing the great eagle assaulting the would-be ambushes, the immense wings flapping with such force that the half-orcs were nearly routed. Thus, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "What, then, can possibly impede our victory?" Dragonborn, the first of his kind blessed by Vader, unleashed his searing dragon flame, leaving the mundane world with no choice but to submit. In gaming parlance, when confronting a dragon, numbers hold no significance. The Dragonborn and the Holy Spirit stood majestically upon a small hillock, gazing down upon Mordor. Like an anthill collapsing or a dam breached, an immeasurable tide of half-orcs fled in frantic disarray towards the east, countless and uncountable. Some turned to burrow into the towering, shadowy depths of the Ash Mountains and the Mountains of Shadow, where not a glimmer of light penetrated, akin to a labyrinth of spider webs, too fearful to emerge again. Taking advantage of the moment, the Allied forces surged through the Eisenmaus Pass and entered the heart of the Gorgoroth Plain, relentlessly pursuing the wicked minions who scattered like ants in their flight. Among them, the banners of Gondor and Rohan pressed northwest. The elves of Kara's Galadhon raced southeast towards Orodruin, and the elves of Lindon, accompanied by the banner of the Woodland Realm, followed closely behind the majority of the orcs, heading eastward until they reached the shores of the Sea of Nirnan. This vast and ominous lake, situated in the southeastern corner of Mordor, was formed by the confluence of 4 rivers. The surrounding land was fertile, dotted with numerous farms and fields tended by slaves captured by the Dark Lord, providing sustenance for Sauron's malevolent army. Consequently, as the overwhelming horde of orcs was driven by the elven cavalry, they fled to this place, causing the overseers, wicked orcs, and men of the Dark Land to turn and flee. The slaves laboring in the fields, realizing that the reign of the Dark Lord had come to an end, were struck by a profound awareness of their newfound freedom. Many emaciated slaves collapsed, their strength utterly depleted, having endured until the fall of the Dark Lord. They could barely grasp the taste of liberty before departing this world. Yet, a greater number of slaves erupted into jubilant tears, laughing and weeping in a frenzied celebration of their rebirth. Led by Galadriel, the elves rescued this group of slaves and ensured their safe passage away from the cursed lands of Mordor. However, this also allowed a considerable number of orcs to escape the elves' pursuit, fleeing towards the eastern regions of Dol Shireen and Khand. It was a savage land, where the inhabitants adhered to the ancient darkness. Meanwhile, the dwarves from the Blue Mountains, under the furious leadership of King Thorin II, relentlessly pursued the fleeing half-orcs, sparing none of the vile minions that fell within their sight. In contrast to the illustrious exploits of the elves and dwarves, this narrative shall focus on humanity, for the events that follow are precipitated by their progeny. Exirion himself was a formidable warrior who relished the opportunity to spar with his friends Singel and Adrilhil, testing their martial skills and horsemanship. Poetry also captured his heart. He was known for his fervent spirit and decisive nature, earning the respect of the Gondorian commanders who willingly followed him, believing he would dispel the timidity that characterized the reign of Tar-Gondor II and restore the splendor of Gondor. Thus, when Exirion rallied the knights of Minas Tirith to venture into the shadowy realm, both Singel and Adrilhil followed him without hesitation. Behold, there stood Barad-dûr, the sinister fortress they had reconstructed. 100-mile road stretched from Barad-dûr to the Black Gate to the northwest. Knights from Gondor and Rohan surged forth almost without pause, slaying countless retreating half-orc soldiers along the way. Exirion's sword and armor were nearly drenched in the foul blood of his foes. As he gazed upon the towering edifice at the road's end, a surge of exhilaration filled his heart. He had achieved the great feats of his ancestors, thus solidifying the authority of the steward's lineage. Singel and Iamga also paused in their advance. This is a towering fortress, constructed from iron and exceedingly resilient stone, with its gates forged from fine steel. Encompassed by numerous walls, weaponry, and small towers, Barad-dûr rises impressively into the sky. The vast courtyard is cluttered with an abundance of tools and materials, embodying chaos. It is evident that the Black Tower remains incomplete, its windows resembling the ominous eyes of the Dark Lord, casting a sinister gaze upon the warriors of Gondor and Rohan. A battalion of black orcs guards this malevolent stronghold. Once the throne of the Dark Lord, clad in armor and well-equipped, they do not flee upon encountering the valiant warriors from the west. Instead, they audaciously retaliate. Thus, Ecthelion leads the men of Gondor and the cavalry of Rohan to vanquish this horde of half-orcs entirely. In that moment, the morale of humanity soared higher than that of these vile minions, who proved no match for the courage of the human warriors. Soon, the battle concluded. Ecthelion dismounted from his steed, pushed open the iron gates of the accursed tower, and stepped into the wicked fortress. He sought to demonstrate that humanity had yet to yield to Sauron, and Gondor remained the bane of the Dark Lord. He proclaimed, "The warriors of Gondor have proved with their swords and valor that Sauron's era has ended, and the age of man is about to dawn. Who could possibly contest this?" The sinister interior of the fortress was dimly illuminated by flickering torches, with an overwhelming darkness saturating every corner of the tower. Here, even the air seemed to congeal, suffused with an aura of malevolence. A stone staircase led directly to the uppermost floor of the fortress, shrouded in unsettling darkness. Despite the admonitions of others, Exirion, with an air of imperiousness, insisted on ascending. "What is amiss with a victor examining his spoils?" he proclaimed. "Do not hinder me. I must ascend this tower to declare to the world that Exirion, son of Turgon, has triumphed over Sauron here." This declaration only deepened the unease of Adrisil and Iamga. The victory had relied heavily upon the majesty and strength of the Sylvan king, yet Exirion overestimated his own contributions alongside that of humanity. Singel implored Exirion, "This is hardly an appropriate place to showcase one's renown. We ought to depart." However, the location seemed to possess an enchanting allure, ensnaring the young and proud son of Turgon, causing him to lose his senses. He remained resolute in his desire to behold the throne of the insidious and treacherous Dark Lord. Despite their best efforts, Singel, Iamga, and Adrisil could only cautiously protect Exirion as they ascended the malevolent fortress together. With each step upward, the oppressive aura of darkness intensified. Soon, They reached the grand hall at the summit. There, upon a high pedestal, sat a throne of iron, gazing down upon the intruders, captivating Exirion at once. He ascended the lofty steps, enraptured by the embodiment of power and malevolence that the throne represented, reluctant to depart. At that moment, Singal and Iamga found themselves similarly gripped by an unseen force, struggling to divert their gaze from Exirion upon the dais, remaining silent in their protest. Only the handsome Adrihil exclaimed, "Exirion, this place is cursed. We should hasten our departure." A flicker of struggle danced in Exirion's eyes. Since entering this grand hall, a voice had persistently urged him that upon taking a seat, he would be crowned king, not merely as a regent, but as the true sovereign of Gondor. Thus, a peculiar smile graced Exirion's face as he settled into the throne. "The reign of the Dark Lord ends here," he proclaimed. "Humanity has seized this power." Adrihil, filled with unease, found himself powerless to alter this fated course. At that moment, Exirion's fingers brushed against a small box nestled in the armrest, its hue mirroring that of the throne, rendering it nearly invisible at first. What could this be? Exirion mused, delight flooding through him as he opened the box to reveal 2 rings adorned with gemstones. No one knows what final words were exchanged or what actions were taken by Exirion and his companions atop Barad-dûr. Even the most clandestine royal records remain silent on the matter. What is known, however, is that upon descending from the tower, Exirion immediately commanded the Knights of Gondor and Rohan to dismantle the incomplete Barad-dûr. 15 days had passed since the Battle of the Black Gate. The alliance of elves, men, and dwarves tirelessly continued to purge the lingering shadows of Mordor, searching for any trace of Sauron, the common enemy of Middle-earth. Alone, Dragonborn stood deep within the heart of Orodruin, gazing at the molten magma below with quiet contemplation. In the heart of Mordor, where Sauron once wielded unparalleled power in the ancient Middle-earth, lay the forge of his dominion, the very site where the One Ring was wrought. In the darkness, a crimson flash erupted, striking fiercely against the pitch-black ceiling of the cavern before it despondently fell back. Steam and noxious fumes rapidly permeated the entire abyss. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant buzzing echoed from below, as if immense machinery labored tirelessly. Dragonborn seemed to perceive a towering figure, hammer raised high, forging a diminutive ring of gold, molded from the very flames of Orodruin. At last, the ring was completed, and the figure erupted into a malevolent laugh. A sound so wicked that it eclipsed all evils of Middle-earth, embodying the very essence of darkness and invoking an instinctual terror within the heart. This was but a remnant of Sauron's vile sorcery, casting its influence upon all who dared to tread within this dreadful realm of flames. Even the elves shunned this accursed place. Only the Dragonborn, unafraid of the oppressive heat and toxic air, lingered for 10 days. Driven by the desire to uncover remnants of Sauron's presence in his former stronghold and to ponder a certain question. "My lord." Suddenly, Gandalf's voice pierced the darkness. The elves had already sealed most of the caverns. Should the half-orcs wish to excavate anew, it would demand far more effort and time, which was already a burden too great for us. Mithrandir, do you believe Sauron's insatiable thirst for power and dominion arises from his very soul? Or is it fate that has rendered him thus? In the depths of Orodruin, a surge of molten magma shot upwards, illuminating the wizard's white beard with a fiery glow. While his eyes sparkled in the darkness, Gandalf slightly bowed and remarked, "Every choice made by an individual reflects the strength of their spirit. One might say that fate orchestrates such outcomes, or one might argue that it is the individual who chooses their destiny." The cunning wizard, Dragonborn, found Gandalf's official rhetoric unsatisfactory. Nonetheless, he ultimately turned and exited the treacherous realm of flames. The wizard smiled faintly behind him. "Your words are nearly as empty as silence, Gandalf. You understand precisely what I mean. My lord, you too have encountered fate. Is there any error in my words? Regrettably, this is the only answer I can provide. Moreover, I have a premonition that fate shall conspire to reunite us in the near future." Miss Randall. "What? I detest the way wizards indulge in their mystical airs." "Ah. The elderly often succumb to such whimsicalities. Please forgive me, my lord. Will you grow old?" "Not at all." They emerged at the fissure. Here, at the pinnacle of the volcanic cone, they were yet distanced from the smoke-belching summit. Orodruin seemed to have fallen into slumber with Sauron's departure. The rugged shoulders of the mountain rose from its massive base, towering approximately 3,000 feet above the plains, while the central volcanic cone ascended an additional 1,500 feet. It resembled a colossal furnace or chimney, capped with a jagged, fiery vent. Upon the rugged hills and shoulders above, A narrow path meanders like a serpentine ribbon ascending from the west, coiling around the volcano until, before it vanishes from sight, it reaches the base on the eastern side of the volcanic cone. The surrounding earth is fissured, with thick smoke and foul odors rising from the deep cracks and pits. Yet, the cataclysmic volcano merely trembles ominously, refraining from erupting. Below, the Gorgoroth plain is shrouded in smoke and shadows, rendering it dim and indistinct. However, through the keen eyes of the Dragonborn, the landscape below reveals itself. Once towering spires and battlements, alongside vast courtyards and dungeons, now stand dismantled by the allied forces. With prisons devoid of windows laid bare, the indomitable fortress of Barad-dûr has entirely vanished, leaving only the twin spires as sentinels for the men of Gondor to observe the remnants of Mordor's nefarious minions yet to be eradicated. Across the expansive plains and valleys, the remains of half-orc corpses, piled high by the allied forces for incineration, are scattered throughout, their numbers surpassing that of the allies by several folds, even exceeding tenfold. To the east, the Ash Mountains and the Mountains of Shadow form an unbroken barrier encircling the vast lands of Mordor, extending to the Sea of Nirnen, as well as to Hild Rain and Kund. It must be acknowledged that the geographical advantages of Mordor are immense. The Ash Mountains and the Mountains of Shadow serve as its natural bulwark, making any assault from other directions nearly impossible save for the passage through the haunted shadow of Barad-dûr, were it not for the presence of the Dragonborn. The allied forces would face insurmountable losses in their attempts to breach this stronghold, losses so great as to plunge elves and dwarves into despair. Thus, this terrain is inherently suited for Sauron to cultivate his malevolent dominion. However, he soon remarked, but who can predict the future? Perhaps, in 3 to 5 years, evil shall rise again. Just as the dwarves say, darkness never truly dissipates, it merely lies in wait. You have articulated both sides, Miss Lander. Dragonborn's expression revealed a hint of disdain. The wizard chuckled and replied, for fate is an unwavering authority. How could we possibly know more than the Most Holy One? All we can do is fulfill our duties to the best of our abilities. Dragonborn fell into a moment of silence before nodding in agreement. You are right, he said. It ought to be so. The wizard inclined his body slightly, concluding the discussion. On November 5th, the grand conflict, known as the First War of Light, finally came to a close. The alliance of elves, humans, and dwarves, under the leadership of the Dragonborn, breached the gates of Morannon and vanquished the orcs that had occupied Mordor. In this battle, the alliance not only obliterated Dol Guldur, but also razed Morannon and the Dark Tower, exposing Sauron's schemes to the light of day. Furthermore, the tale of the Dark Lord's most trusted servant kneeling for peace became widely known, leading to rampant discussions across Middle-earth about Sauron's resurrection and the humiliating defeat he suffered at the hands of the Dragonborn. Years later, when the Dragonborn heard the common folk in a rustic tavern recounting various comical tales of the Dark Lord's misdeeds amidst their revelry, he genuinely wondered what expression Sauron would wear upon hearing them. Yet, simultaneously, certain shadows lurked in secrecy, awaiting the eventual bloom of the flower of malevolence, which would yield a bountiful harvest. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, let us first attend to the affairs at hand. On this day, Dragonborn addressed the assembly from the broad back of the holy steed Naharl, atop an abandoned hill. By then, his command of the Elvish tongue had improved considerably. My friends, we have awaited this day for far too long. So long that we have nearly forgotten the fragrance of our homeland's trees and grass. So long that the dawn over mountains and shores has faded from memory. So long that the echoes of song and laughter have dimmed. He proclaimed. But today, I wish to declare that our toil and sacrifice have finally borne fruit. We have driven Sauron, the schemer and villain who plagued Middle-earth for years, out of Mordor, out of our realm. We have triumphed. Now let us rejoice to our heart's content. Beneath the hill, elves, men, and dwarves erupted in jubilant cheer, their voices resounding through the heavens, their eyes and faces alight with excitement and fervor. It was a joy that sprang from the very depths of their hearts. Yet, as the Dragonborn delivered his solemn warning, the expressions of the coalition grew grave once more. His tone, though gentle, carried a weight of magic, as if he spoke softly to each individual, like a friend rather than a sovereign. This sentiment stirred a wave of melancholy among many, for they pondered when they might reunite with comrades who had fought alongside them. Indeed, for countless, this life may offer no further encounters, for the existence of mortals is fleeting and ephemeral. Their only grasp is on the present moment. Only the elves could transcend this sorrow. Glorfindel urged his white steed onward, ascending the hill, dismounting gracefully, He presented the palantir he had safeguarded with both hands. Ever since the day the Alliance regained possession of this orb of true sight, the wizards and elves had sought to ascertain whether it was one of the 7 palantri brought to Middle-earth by Elendil. Ultimately, they concluded that it was highly likely the very stone Sauron had acquired after breaching Minas Ithil. By that time, Ecthelion and his kin had learned that the ancient In-Min-Reen city had been restored, and the Silver King was poised to make it his abode. Minas Tirith itself housed a single Aenir stone, rendering the placement of another unnecessary. Thus, Ecthelion, as the representative of humankind, proclaimed, "My lord, may this stone serve as a token, a testament to the friendship between Gondor of the South and the Silver King of the North." "So be it," replied the Dragonkin. And thus, the resolution was passed. The ties between Gondor the South and the ancient kingdom of the North were re-established. The wizards and elves stood as witnesses to the alliance and camaraderie between the two great orders. This would significantly ensure the stability and flourishing of the human realm. With this thought, the Dragonkin accepted the palantir, raising it aloft as a symbol of the war's conclusion. Under the sun, the Holy Spirit of the Nahar stood tall. Thus, 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 stone marked one of the most glorious moments of the Third Age. Against a backdrop of Mordor's ominous skies and the smoke of battle-strewn lands. Turka. Note, the elves of Lindon were the first to chant an ancient term, Turk. In Quenya, signifying physically robust and powerful, and Arachno, meaning the highest or noble leader. Together, they proclaimed, Supreme King. Soon, the elves of Rivendell joined in the chorus. Glorfindel placed a hand upon his chest and bowed in acknowledgement of the new title bestowed upon the Dragonborn. Thus, the elves of Kars Galadhan in the Woodland Realm also participated. Legolas, filled with excitement, gazed upon the towering figure on the hill, resembling a deity, and bowed deeply. Turka, he exclaimed. Toriel glanced at him, and then at the silvery monarch upon the hill, smiling as she joined in. Ultimately, the dwarves and men were swept up in this wave of enthusiasm and joy, led by Thorin and Alas, as they erupted into loud cheers. Consequently, Dragonborn became known as Turka, a title that spread widely and was embraced by elves, dwarves, and men alike. The two Astari, namely Gandalf the Grey and Radagast the Brown, witnessed this momentous occasion. Note, to prevent confusion among readers, the author provides this clarification. The Dragonborn possesses multiple names, among which Dragonborn will be his chosen name among men, gradually falling out of use as time progresses. In the days to come, one might only find fragments of his name in certain legends and poems. Oakleanum was his name in Sindarin, which, apart from his closest companions, no one would dare to utter again. Mestolf was a name of similar origin, belonging to the Noldor. Among the dwarves, he was known as Loroadgan, meaning roar of the dragon. In the mouths of northern men, he was referred to as the Silver King, Lord of Anna-Minus. Ultimately, Turka, a name of great nobility derived from Quenya, meaning Supreme King, would become his new appellation, destined to endure through the ages. The coalition marched along the route of the misty mountains of Lawful Rain, traversing the somber hills of the dead marshes of Dagorlad, a path reminiscent of the final alliance of the Second Age. Thus, the first parting occurred at the border of North Eregion and Dagorlad, near the dead marshes. Legolas was the first friend to bid farewell to the Silver King. The elven prince spoke. Please forgive my temporary departure, but I believe this is not a farewell forever. We shall meet again. The dragon-blooded, now renamed Turka, smiled and replied, perhaps in the autumn of the coming year, at the latest by the 3rd. I shall journey to the Woodland Realm, where we may wander together through the great forest and behold its beauty unmarred by evil. The Great Forest. Another name for the Dark Wood. That would be a most glorious affair, exclaimed Legolas Greenleaf with delight. Thus, they parted ways, each anticipating their reunion. The coalition continued onward. Soon, the great army arrived at Caer Andris, situated downstream along the banks of the Anduin River. This elongated island, measuring approximately 10 miles or 16 kilometers in length, was adorned with lush and verdant vegetation. Its form resembled that of a grand vessel, with the northern tip rising sharply like the prow of a ship. As the waters of the Anduin battered against the rugged cliffs, sending forth countless sprays of white foam, the name Caer Andris, meaning the long foam of the ship, was derived from the island's distinctive shape. To the east lay the dark fortress of Mordor, the abode of the Dark Lord, while to the west stood Arnor, the location of Minas Tirith, the capital of Gondor. Caer Andris was one of the few crossings capable of allowing a great army to traverse the formidable Anduin. alongside other fords such as Osgiliath and the region of the Dim Holt within Rohan. Hence, Caer Andris held significant strategic importance for the realm of Gondor, where fortifications had been erected and a contingent of soldiers stationed. The coalition decided to cross the river here and make their way northward, rather than proceeding to the royal city of Minas Tirith as suggested by Exirion. The Grey Wizard articulated his doubts regarding whether the coalition would receive a warm welcome from the steward of the White City due to the actions of Turgon II, which had reached even the distant north. Thus, venturing towards the last bastion of hope for humanity was deemed ill-advised. Even Exirion found himself at a loss for words in response to this reasoning, as he himself, Zhou emerged to partake in this grand conflict. He was acutely aware of his father's character. Thus, the young regent prince could only declare, "I hope you can traverse Gondor freely and without reproach." This is the command of the Chancellor's son, Excelrion. While uttering these words, he dispatched a messenger to Caer Andris and all subsequent Gondorian checkpoints, instructing them to grant passage to the Silvery King and the allied forces. In response, Tulkas expressed his gratitude, stating, "Though our acquaintance is brief, the name of Gondor resonates like thunder in my ears. I aspire to one day visit that last bastion of hope for humanity, to witness the extraordinary wisdom and technology of our forebears." At this juncture, humanity still exhibited a fervent and humble demeanor, with Excelrion affirming, "Humans will always welcome the arrival of the Northern King. The name Tulkas Alicano shall forever be celebrated in Gondor." However, unbeknownst to them, shadows had begun to cast their pall over humanity in secret corners. These shadows lurked so deeply that even the wizards remained oblivious. Perhaps Adrahel of Dol Amroth sensed something amiss, yet the oath of mutual defense sworn in Minas Tirith restrained him. Thus, the young Swan Knight was unable to voice further sentiments on this matter. Consequently, both parties parted ways, with Excelrion leading the men of Gondor southward, preparing to reclaim Minas Ithil, which had been seized by the Dark Minions, while also liberating a portion of slaves rescued by the elves. The group of slaves captured by Sauron's minions comprised men of Gondor, riders of Rohan, as well as dwarves and wild men from the barbarous lands. A motley assembly of sorrow and despair. They toiled relentlessly each day, deprived of rest, their bodies reduced to mere skeletons, almost unrecognizable as human. A significant portion of them would accompany Ecthelion to Minas Tirith, embarking upon a new chapter in their lives. This multitude, numbering in the thousands, included men and women of all ages, yet they shared a common trait. They were predominantly strong and youthful. The elderly, unable to endure such a lengthy journey, would remain in Gondor or Rohan, where arrangements would be made for them. Only the younger souls, driven by the hope of following the resplendent Lord of the Silver White, would venture northward, embarking on a seemingly endless pilgrimage. Fortunately, the presence of elvish guardians ensured their eventual arrival in the north. The guards of Caer Andris, acting upon Ecthelion's orders, facilitated their passage without hindrance. However, Caer Andris lacked sufficient vessels to transport both the army and the over 10,000 liberated slaves, resulting in a 2-day delay before the entire force could finally cross the Anduin River. Consequently, the governance of King Tarandor II was increasingly regarded as inept by many. Even the regent's son, Ecthelion, reclaiming Minas Ithil, which had fallen to the Nazgûl, could not quell the rising tide of discontent within the city of Gondor. This unrest only fortified Ecthelion's resolve for reform. November 10th. The coalition traversed the Anduin River, skirting the edge of the Druidon Forest, and proceeded along the north-south road, passing through the northernmost fief of Gondor, Anorion, and into the realm of Rohan. Here, a third separation occurred. The long-absent prince of Rohan, Odin, alongside the law-defying Omer, who abandoned his land and subjects to join the coalition, bid farewell to the Silver King, Turgon Alaric. Omer declared, "I disregard the king's law and have joined the sacred war. While this may become a tale of valor that my family will cherish, ultimately the king's law shows no favoritism. I believe it prudent to first seek the king's forgiveness, lest the wrath of the Horse Lord befall my wife and children." However, the words of the wizard Gandalf were different for the two. He said, "Descendants of Uriel, why the haste to say farewell? Perhaps a turning point lies just ahead. Why not linger a few more days?" Turgon added, "My friend, the previous separations have left me quite melancholic. Now that the hospitable homeland of the Rohirrim is so near, why not share a few more days together? Perhaps the Lord of the Golden Hall will forgive all transgressions and graciously embrace the returning kin." Thus, Odin and Omer could only continue alongside the Silver King until they passed through the forest of Firion in the Eastfold, where at last the Lord of Edoras sent forth his messenger. The messenger rode upon a magnificent steed, brandishing the banner of King Fingal, and proclaimed loudly, "Our king is now aware of the deeds of the northern monarch and holds deep admiration for the valor of Turka al-Arcano. Today, the descendants of Ural have gathered in Medusal to celebrate the triumphant return of the Silver King." Simultaneously, he conveyed the king's command to Sinjel and Iamga. At that moment, Turka sat upon the holy spirit of Nahar, expressing gratitude for the generosity and hospitality of the king of Rohan, declaring, "May the riders of Rohan remain ever strong. I am indeed Turka al-Arcano." The messenger was awestruck by the sacred and majestic figure of the Dragonborn, hastily dismounting to pay his respects to the Silver King, bowing submissively like a servant. Sinjel and Iamga exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, before ultimately accepting the messenger's command. Thus, the great host resumed their march. With the decree of King Fingal and the endorsement of the messenger, their journey proceeded with remarkable ease. Curious villagers from the Rohirrim settlements lining the north-south road gathered along the sides of the thoroughfare to witness the legendary race of victors and the Silver King at the forefront of the procession. All were captivated by the divine and imposing presence of Turka al-Arcano, and the Rohirrim erupted in cheers. "Great night, Bima." Both exclamations referred to the illustrious Vala Orum, paying homage to the Silver King's celestial radiance while offering food and drink. In response, the gray-cloaked Gandalf advised Turka to accept their bounty, reasoning that it would improve the sustenance and circumstances of the freed slaves following the Silver King back to the north. In recent days, although they have sustained themselves with the elven provisions known as limbas, nourishing both body and spirit, the yearning for ordinary sustenance remains unquenched. Now, the willingness of the Rohirrim to provide food has aptly addressed this longing. Turka, acknowledging the wisdom of the wizard's words, accepted the offerings without hesitation and distributed them among the refugees behind him. Yet, he candidly expressed that this was a gift from the Rohirrim, urging all to harbor gratitude in their hearts. Consequently, the esteem of the Dragonborn deepened in the hearts of both the refugees and the Rohirrim, particularly as some witnessed the long-absent Prince Sinjel walking alongside the Silver King on the road to their homeland. News of the prince's participation in this sacred war and his return spread swiftly among the Rohirrim. An increasing number of Rohirrim flocked to catch a glimpse of the legendary Silver Knight and the prince, who had not returned for so long. Ultimately, this stirred the attention of King Fingal, who awaited in Medusal. He dispatched the royal guard to escort the Silver King Turka al-Arcano and the wizard, ensuring their swift passage to Edoras, thus alleviating the awkward situation. They traveled at a brisk pace, scarcely pausing. At last, after journeying over 30 miles northward, a mountain range loomed ahead, its peaks adorned with snow, while the mountains were encircled by dark stripes. The undulating grasslands stretched out, reaching the hills clustered at the mountain's base, then ascending gradually, winding into the many shadowy valleys nestled within the majestic mountain's embrace, untouched by the morning light. Among these valleys, the broadest one opened before the travelers, resembling a long bay amidst the mountains. Deep within this valley, they caught a glimpse of a rolling hill crowned by a towering peak, while at the mouth of the gorge stood a solitary highland, resembling a vigilant sentinel. At the base of the highland coiled a silver ribbon, a stream that flowed forth from the valley. In the radiant light of dawn, they discerned a distant glimmer of gold atop the highland, which was none other than the palace of Edoras, the royal city of the Rohirrim, Medusal. "That was the abode of my youth," Sinjel lamented. "Though many years have passed, to behold my homeland once more stirs an indelible longing within my heart." At that moment, the Prince of Rohan wore an ancient ring adorned with amber upon the middle finger of his left hand, its luminescence shimmering as if radiating light. His words ignited a wave of nostalgia for home and Thorin, who accompanied the silvery monarch on his northern journey. His rugged hand delved into his cloak, clutching a metallic key tightly. The wizard remained oblivious to this shadow, for the master behind it had been grievously struck by the forces of light from the west, rendering him ever more cautious and meticulous. He had employed dark powers to alter the form of the 9 rings, yet their essence remained unchanged. Thus, the wizard's endeavor to discern these rings of power through ancient legends and maps would become an impossible task. Turka, perched upon his steed, gazed into the distance. Surrounding the hill were ditches, sturdy walls, and barbed fences. The enclosed hill revealed the rooftops of various dwellings, while at the heart of the verdant terrace stood a magnificent palace of men. Its summit seemed to be paved with gold, reflecting light that reached far and wide. And its many columns were gilded as well. At the foot of the hills, encircled by a protective wall, the road meanders beneath the shadows of numerous lofty mounds. On the western side of these graves, the verdant grass is adorned with a profusion of delicate blossoms, reminiscent of a blanket of pristine snow. Akin to the countless stars that grace the heavens, these flowers are known as everlasting flowers, referred to in the tongue of this land as symbolmen. They typically bloom solely before the tombs of heroes. The city gates and the guards are clad in resplendent armor, their weapons sheathed, bearing solemn expressions, reminiscent of warriors ready to embark on a campaign. Amidst the sights and sounds encountered along this journey, Turka felt a stirring thought emerge. The winds of Rohan are robust, and its people are ever ready for battle. It is no wonder that both Saruman in his white robes at Isengard and Sauron in Mordor regard securing the allegiance of Rohan as a matter of utmost significance. Fingal was born in the year 2870 of the Third Age. His father, King Vokwyne, dispatched his eldest and second sons to assist Gondor, only to suffer the agony of their loss. Consequently, Fingal, as the sole surviving son of Vokwyne, ascended to the throne in 2903 of the Third Age, becoming the 15th king of Rohan. This indicates that Fingal was not groomed from the outset to be a king. Perhaps for this reason, he cannot be deemed a competent ruler. He was gluttonous and avaricious, inherently suspicious, harboring considerable trepidation towards his marshals. He governed the realm with a stringent legal code. Iamgar of Odofer, for instance, once feared that Fingal might unleash his wrath upon his own wife and children. Simultaneously, Fingal's relationship with his offspring was fraught with discord. His only son, Singel, upon reaching adulthood, departed from his homeland to serve as regent for Gondor, remaining absent for a decade. The sole superiority of this king over Turgon II lies in his refusal to overlook the Silver King traversing Rohan. Instead, he embraced a shrewd strategy, warmly welcoming the victorious elves and dwarves returning home. Indeed, it was a grand feast. The attendees comprised nobility, esteemed lords, and valiant marshals, all descended from the legendary lineages celebrated in tales and poetry, adorned in splendid attire, parading with the pride of peacocks. Among them were Singel, the only son of Fingolfin, and Eamund, the Marshal of the East Mark, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Clearly, King Fingolfin harbored no intentions of settling scores. Otherwise, the expressions of the two would not have been so relaxed. Throughout the banquet, throngs of the cavalry king's servants bustled about. The long table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Towering candles illuminated the already resplendent Meduseld, bathing it in a warm, orange glow. In the golden hall, joyous songs and dances filled the air. Beautiful elves, robust dwarves, towering northern rangers, and cunning, wise wizards graced the king's table, representing nearly all the renowned legendary races of Middle-earth. Turgon, Fingolfin, Glorfindel, and Thorin occupied the head of the table, facing south, with the wizards and Sungau seated to their left and right. Additionally, the gathering included Gamel, Galder, Finna, Groin, Nori, Dori, Arathorn, Halbarad, and Eamund, creating a truly remarkable assembly. Observing the Silver King seated at the head alongside King Fingolfin, even the most ignorant would recognize that this guest was indeed a figure of immense stature and nobility. Let us momentarily set aside the exquisite diadem and the resplendent elven robes. The imposing figure of the Dragonborn, even while seated, emanates an overwhelming sense of authority. Few dare to meet the gaze of Tulkas, as all present find themselves captivated by the majesty of the Dragonborn. They revel in joyful melodies and laughter, yet tread cautiously, mindful not to display any discourtesy before their sovereign. Moreover, sharing their table are the illustrious Lord of the Golden Flower and the King of the Dwarfs, both of whom are figures of immense dignity and grace. In their esteemed presence, even the long-absent prince must assume a subordinate position. Consequently, the people of Roshar showcase their utmost enthusiasm, honoring not only their exalted king but also the legendary Silver Monarch. During this gathering, a bard of considerable learning rose to recite a newly composed poem for all to hear. Dovikian, Naloke Zin Losfarian, Wadine Vocal Mafrek Ostfall. Arkfin Norakpul Gran Fod Nusthan Zindrazan, Dovikian, Fathin Kogan Mudral. Note, the poem is lengthy, and it is evident that the bard poured genuine effort into its creation, as much of it eludes Tulkas's understanding. Nevertheless, this does not hinder the audience from listening intently, culminating in an enthusiastic round of applause. At last, as the banquet drew to a close, the corpulent and towering King Fongel, resembling Singjel to some extent, rose and proclaimed, "May the friendship between Rohan and the northern kings endure like the evergreen pine. Furthermore, may the illustrious Turka Alakanu thrive in fortune. May the legends of his deeds on this earth never fade." Instantly, everyone stood to toast the Silver King. Turka, who had been engaged in quiet conversation with Glorfindel, turned with a smile, nodding graciously as he wished health and happiness to all, an everlasting camaraderie between Rohan and the North. Turka and the wizard's retinue spent 3 days in Edoras, during which our astute king, Fongel, successfully negotiated a series of trade agreements with the Northern King. These included, but were not limited to, the exchange of Rohan's steeds for the elves' exquisite jewels. As previously mentioned, Lindon is not known for its horses. The elves either breed them on a small scale or capture wild stallions from the wilderness, resulting in Grey Havens being unable to muster even 1,000 cavalry for millennia. Now, with Turka intending to engage in the murky waters of Middle-earth, the necessity for swift and mobile cavalry became apparent, leading both parties to sign this renowned bilateral trade agreement in the presence of the wizard. Fongel was thoroughly satisfied with the splendid elven jewels and other creations he desired, while the North gained a new source of warhorses, a true win-win situation. However, it was noted that the esteemed cavalry king displayed an unexpected enthusiasm for riches, prompting even the wizard to remark that King Fongel was more suited to being a merchant than a monarch. His penny-pinching demeanor was even more pronounced than that of the dwarfs. Fortunately, when this remark was made, Thorin was not present. Otherwise, the dwarves would undoubtedly have engaged in a philosophical debate with the wizard. Simultaneously, this incident subtly underscores the uniqueness of King Theoden. While everyone else was caught up in the excitement and astonishment at the emergence of a new monarch in the north, he was the first to consider the prospect of profit. Is this not another form of shrewdness? Indeed, this avaricious and gluttonous king whimsically contemplated involving the dwarfs, for their craftsmanship is renowned for its exquisite quality. 3 days later, the subsequent company finally arrived in Edoras. Everyone rested for 2 days, and on the 5th day, the army set forth once more. This time, the young prince of Rohan and Omer truly could not accompany them any further. One was the sole heir to Rohan, while the other was the most powerful lord in the realm. Both had been retained by King Theoden in Meduseld. However, from what Tyrion had observed over the past few days, it seemed that Theoden had no intention of dismissing the two. Rather, their presence was a means to maintain a balance of power within the kingdom. After all, it was not wise for the prince to be away from his homeland for too long. Thus, the two parties formally parted ways. Omer and the prince bid farewell to each individual with reluctance, wishing them a smooth journey ahead. The elves and dwarves likewise extended their hopes for everlasting starlight and longer beards. The wizard remarked, "Thus, what I foresaw has come to fruition. The son of Alanda, the king of Rohan, has not laid blame upon you, and your deeds shall be immortalized in the legends of the Rohirrim." Indeed, this was the case. Omer replied with utmost respect. Gandalf smiled. Then Singjel addressed the prince, saying, "Your Highness, your fate has become elusive. Yet one truth remains: power derives from the hearts of the people. Treat them kindly, and the king's authority shall naturally be fortified." Iamba's gaze flickered, though he remained silent. Singjel nodded, accepting the sage counsel of the wizard. At last, Turka proclaimed, "I shall not bid farewell, for it is possible that in the not-so-distant future, I shall return to this beautiful expanse of grassland, and we shall gather once more." Singjel and Iamba found this sentiment to be the most poignant amidst the myriad of parting words. "Thus, let us anticipate the day of our reunion," everyone declared. As the departing individuals ventured several miles away, Turka could still discern the figures of two dear friends gazing out from the mountains of Edoras. The army journeyed northwest for 2 days, ultimately arriving at Helm's Deep, known in our discourse as the Holy Helm Valley, in the year 2758 of the Third Age. During the time when the Dark Men occupied Rohan and Wolf had declared himself king, Helm Hammerhand, the king of Rohan, led those of his people who had not yet been slain or captured to seek refuge in the valley, enduring a long winter. Thus, Helm's Deep earned its name. The fortress was then referred to as Hornburg, for whenever King Helm sounded the horn, its reverberation would echo throughout the valley, causing the enemies to flee in terror. This territory belonged to Kinbrand, the Marshal of the Westmark, who had a son, Kinbrand II, a hero who, in the original history during the events of the Ring, aided King Odin alongside Gandalf in the defense of the besieged Hornburg. Helm's Deep is a valley region located north of the White Mountains and south of Westfold. Nestled beneath the towering peaks of the mountains, the entrance to the valley is flanked by the sheer cliffs of the White Mountains, while before it lies the expansive plain of the Deep Valley, with the glimmering caves of Crystal Hollow situated behind. The perimeter of the valley is safeguarded by the Helm's Wall and the ravines beneath it, with the great fortress of Hornburg towering behind the high walls. A long, sloping path extends from the Helm's Wall to the gates of Hornburg. The defensive wall within Helm's Deep protects the inner valley, constructed from robust stone, stretching 250 feet in length, with only a passageway at the point where the valley stream flows. Ekbrandi has received word from the king's messenger regarding the passage of the Silver King, prompting him to dispatch a guard to guide the army and refugees while preparing a modest yet sufficient supply of provisions. This would be their final resupply on the arduous journey ahead. Beyond this point lies the narrow pass leading to Rohan and Isengard. Beyond the pass lies the desolate and perilous region of Endwaith, where the dark lands we speak of are located. In the early First and Second Ages, Endwaith was lush with forests. However, around the year 750 of the Second Age, the arrival of a significant number of Númenóreans drastically reduced the surface vegetation of Endwaith. The indigenous people of Endwaith lived scattered throughout the woods and villages without a unified leader. They are distant kin of the ancient Haradrim. Yet the ancestors of the Númenóreans predominantly belonged to the lineages of the House of Beer and the House of Hadar. Thus, they spoke a language distinct from that of the Númenóreans. In the eyes of the Númenóreans, the Edain were not regarded as friends or distant kin, but rather as dark men, enemies, and outsiders. Yet, in truth, the Edain suffered brutal oppression from the dark men due to their unwillingness to confront Morgoth. Under the reign of King Eärfära's the Númenóreans constructed the port of Umbar at the mouth of the Gwathel, which led to rampant deforestation in the lands of the Edain, fostering animosity between the two peoples and ultimately igniting a protracted cycle of bloodshed. Around the year 1700 of the Second Age, a great conflict erupted between the elves and Sauron, resulting in the near-total devastation of the forests, with only remote corners like Eriador, such as Alinu, managing to survive. Additionally, the ancient woods to the north remained untouched. The surviving indigenous people sought refuge in the eastern highlands of the Edain territory, while a few took shelter in the forests of Alinu. Following the Great Plague of 1636 in the Third Age, the Edain lands rapidly declined, devolving into wild marshlands, and Gondor permanently lost its dominion over the area. Meanwhile, Isengard became the western boundary of Gondor, serving only for patrolling and maintaining the royal road. Further north of the Edain lay the desolate lands of Minheriath, devoid of habitation. It was not until one ventured beyond Minheriath into the Shire, the homeland of hobbits, that traces of life could be seen. Their destination lay in the vast river valley plain between the dark hills to the north of the Shire and the Lake of Ninning. October 30th. On this day, a group of swift steeds, accompanied by the swift-footed rams, rapidly traversed the Aesinger crossing, heading towards Aesinger, situated over 30 miles away. At the forefront rode Turka Alicano, who, harboring certain intentions, expressed a desire to meet the renowned White Wizard. His reasoning was so compelling that even Gandalf found it difficult to refute. Since the ancient horn was sounded, I had encountered nearly all the notable figures of Middle-earth. I had met the esteemed Elrond and Lady Galadriel, as well as Lord Celeborn. I had encountered two of the Astari. I had met the Dwarven King and the Human Prince. Yet, amidst all these illustrious beings, the esteemed chair of the White Council, Saruman, had conspicuously absented himself. I pondered whether I had erred in some manner, causing the wise and noble White Wizard to shun my presence. Furthermore, I yearned to know if the formidable Saruman had any sagacious counsel or insights to offer for my future endeavors. Thus, even the dwarves began to perceive Saruman's pride as excessive. While we all toiled to dispel the darkness, Saruman remained ensconced in the rear, inactive. Did this demeanor truly befit the illustrious title he had enjoyed over the years? Faced with the pressing inquiries from the dwarves and the dragonkin, Gandalf and Radagast exchanged glances, revealing their wry smiles. Lord Glorfindel, ever perceptive, chose to remain silent. Yet, the elves, too, pondered why. When all the virtuous forces of Middle-earth rallied to respond to the ancient alliance against Sauron, the nominal leader of the Order, Saruman, remained conspicuously silent. With a sense of trepidation, Turka led the elves and dwarves, guided by the wizard, towards Isengard, seeking answers from the White Wizard. The entrance stood at the base of a slope on the western side of the valley, approximately 16 miles from the valley's mouth. they traversed the Grand Avenue, choosing not to ride upon the road, for the ground beside it was firm and level, blanketed for miles in resilient, soft grass. After some distance, the ancient path transformed into a spacious street, meticulously paved with large, flat stone slabs, with nary a blade of grass visible at the seams. Deep ditches flanked either side of the street, flowing with water. Suddenly, a tall and imposing stone pillar emerged ahead, its color as dark as obsidian, crowned with a large stone carved and painted to resemble an elongated white hand, pointing northward. At that moment, all understood that Isengard had been reached. The stone walls boasted but a single entrance, a grand archway hewn into the southern wall. This passage pierced through the black rock, creating a long tunnel, each end fortified with massive, sturdy iron gates. Crafted with care, these doors were set upon colossal hinges, the steel columns driven deep into the natural rock. With a mere removal of the latch and a gentle push, they could be opened soundlessly. In the heart of the circular plain stood the Tower of Orthanc, its towering presence encircled by stone walls, casting an eerie silence over the vastness of Isengard. It was as if the master within silently denied the arrival of visitors. Gandalf approached and called out, his voice resonating with such power that even the hard of hearing would have taken heed. Yet, regrettably, no response came from within the wizard's tower. This absence led even Gandalf to begin harboring doubts. In Zhangzhou, amidst a plethora of significant events, it is rather perplexing that Saruman chooses to remain secluded at such a critical juncture. The only conceivable explanation is that he has vanished or is deliberately avoiding contact. At this moment, Radagast also stepped forward and echoed the call. However, the wizard's tower was devoid of any occupants. The whereabouts of Saruman, the White Wizard, remain a mystery. His servants are likewise absent, rendering the visitor's journey futile. Perhaps this reflects a certain disposition. Turka's remarks only heightened the collective unease. If the White Wizard believes we are capable of managing our affairs, perhaps we ought not to trouble him. Yet, I am left in the dark regarding his preoccupations over the years. Perhaps, Gandalf, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern. We must remain vigilant. For the head wizard does not simply disappear without cause. He may be entangled in some extraordinary matter. Thus, he was the first to depart from Isengard. Observing this, the others promptly followed suit. Yet, in that moment, the seeds of doubt were sown. The gray wizard Gandalf and the brown wizard Radagast stood beneath the shadow of Orthanc, their faces etched with worry as they sighed repeatedly. Note, those familiar with this context will recognize its implications, hence no further translation is necessary. It is merely a playful reference with no ulterior motive. In the year 2933 of the Third Age, the first weekend of March heralded the commencement of the three-day celebration at Celebes. In fact, merchants from the Shire, northern humans, and southern Rohirrim had arrived at Grey Haven several days prior, occupying their customary stalls or venturing into newly designated areas, eagerly anticipating this day's arrival. They arrived either laden with carts brimming with fruits and grains, or transporting an array of exquisite bottled wines, or bringing along valuable and robust war horses, each more impressive than the last. Among them, the stout figures of dwarves